Zhang Mu had been pursuing his goddess for years, and it seemed he was finally about to achieve his goal. However, he was abandoned after being caught picking up trash. Just when Zhang Mu was at a loss, he bound himself to the universal recycling system. From then on, picking up trash could be exchanged for luxury cars, villas, and shares, giving birth to a hidden billionaire. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the System. On a scorching summer day, the night was enchanting. Outside the Dihao KTV, Zhang Mu was supporting a drunken girl in a body-hugging dress. The girl's name was Luna, a colleague and his goddess. After much effort, Zhang Mu had finally managed to get her drunk during the company team-building event and was planning to take her home. The goddess hadn't resisted at all. It seemed that tonight's good fortune was almost guaranteed. Just thinking about Luna's curvaceous figure, especially her swaying holy mountain, made Zhang Mu's breath grow hotter. Suddenly, a group of passers-by threw their empty drink bottles on the ground, and Zhang Mu counted about 7 or 8 bottles. Coming from a poor family, he often picked up empty bottles after work to sell for money. Since his ride hadn't arrived yet, he left Luna by the side and ran to collect the bottles. Unexpectedly, Luna wasn't actually drunk. She slapped Zhang Mu hard across the face. So the rumors at the company are true. You really are a trash picker. You think someone like you can sleep with me? Realizing that Zhang Mu was a poor guy, Luna turned to leave, her hips swaying as she walked away. Zhang Mu, holding his face, looked at the goddess's graceful figure and self-deprecatingly thought, indeed, being poor is a sin. But to be fair, what's wrong with picking up trash? I don't steal or rob, I pick up trash and make money. And it's all above board. Ding! The universal recycling system is starting to bind. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Zhang Mu's mind, startling him. Then came an indescribable joy. Zhang Mu loved reading novels and was naturally familiar with systems. He often fantasized about having a system one day and reaching the pinnacle of life. He never expected that day would actually come. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Zhang Mu quickly calmed himself and went to a secluded area to learn more about the system. The universal recycling system, in simple terms, was about picking up trash. If he collected 100 empty bottles each day, the system would randomly generate a reward. For Zhang Mu, collecting bottles was nothing new. He could consider it half a career. Regardless of whether the system's randomly generated rewards were real or fake, even fake rewards could be exchanged for a few bucks from 100 empty bottles. At least it would cover his breakfast for tomorrow. With this mindset, Zhang Mu immediately joined the ranks of scavengers, claiming all the trash cans on this street near the KTV. 98, 99, 100. After about 50 minutes, he had gathered 100 empty bottles. According to the system's prompt, Zhang Mu silently thought, recycle. A magical scene unfolded as the 100 empty bottles vanished into thin air. The system confirmed the successful recycling and generated a reward. A building in Yulon Bay. What? A building in Yulon Bay? Zhang Mu was stunned, his heart racing. Yulon Bay is a well-known wealthy area in Zhonghai. With an average price of about 100,000 per square meter, even a single apartment would cost over 10 million. And now the system was directly rewarding him with an entire building. Wait, it's a whole building, not just an apartment. If liquidated, it would be worth billions. Holy crap, billions. Zhang Mu stood frozen, clearly unable to process this at the moment until his phone rang, snapping him back to reality. Hello, we have a package for you. A package? Zhang Mu hadn't been shopping online lately, could it be? Sure enough, when he rushed back to his rental apartment as quickly as he could, he successfully signed for the package. Upon opening it, he was greeted by dozens of bright red property deeds, totaling over 80. Flipping one open, he saw that the registered address was clearly the 6th building in the wealthy area of Yulon Bay, and the owner's name was unmistakably Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu suddenly felt dizzy, his mouth dry, and his legs weak. An entire building's worth of property was just given to him. This system is too powerful. He felt ecstatic, drunk with happiness, and on cloud 9. Zhang Mu couldn't help but break into a silly grin, fully aware that his life was about to change forever. The next morning, Zhang Mu found a phone number for the Yulon Bay Property Management online and called. Having slept with a box of property deeds last night, he had already made up his mind. With so many properties, he couldn't possibly occupy them all. He decided to rent them out and experience life wearing flip-flops and carrying a plastic bag to collect rent. Soon, the call connected and a sweet voice answered. Hello, this is the Yulon Bay Property Service Center. We're glad to receive your call. How may we assist you? The property management of a high-end community is indeed different just from the voice. One could tell it was a beautiful woman. Talking to a beautiful woman early in the morning naturally put Zhang Mu in a better mood. Hello, I'd like to rent out my property in Yulon Bay. Does your management provide this service? Yes, sir. May I ask your name and which unit in our complex you are referring to? The person on the line was Lan Kur, who had just graduated this year. She had a great image and demeanor, especially those long, white legs that could easily compete with runway models. She was very passionate about her job and had a warm attitude. Building 6. Zhang Mu casually pulled out one of the property deeds and confirmed. All right, which floor and unit in Building 6? Just Building 6. Sir, I know it's Building 6, but I need to know which floor and unit you want to register. Don't need to be so detailed. That's too much trouble. The whole Building 6 is mine. Just help me rent out the entire building. Zhang Mu thought for a moment, then spoke in a serious tone. On the other end, Lan Kuer was clearly stunned. After a long while, she finally responded, Sir, are you joking with me? You should know that Yulon Bay is a well-known wealthy area in Zhonghai. Many people, even if they have money, might not be able to buy it. Yet you're saying the whole Building 6 is yours? It's worth mentioning that Building 6 is the king of the buildings, with a unit price that's astonishingly high. Lan Kuer did not deny that there were tycoons in Zhonghai who could purchase this entire building, but the best time for real estate speculation had already passed. No one would dare to invest a large sum in the housing market anymore. So she was 100% sure that Zhang Mu was just boasting. Or perhaps he was just calling to mess with her. This was an old trick, trying to get her attention and then arrange a private meeting. Not a chance. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. Wait, don't hang up. Building 6 really is mine. Are you still trying to boast? Lan Kuer couldn't take it anymore, her anger causing her holy mountain to shake. Crazy. If Building 6 really is yours, I would warm your bed every day. When Zhang Mu heard this, he said, Beauty, that's what you said. Right, I said that. Lan Kuer could no longer hold it in and hung up the phone. Chapter 2. The Tycoon. Kuer, did you encounter a weird customer? A colleague with a heart-shaped face asked while applying nail polish. Upon hearing this, Lan Kuer became even angrier, not just weird, but downright foolish. That guy actually said he owns an entire building in Yulon Bay, and it's the king of Building 6 asking me to help rent it out. What? An entire building? The colleague burst out laughing. This isn't just foolish, this is the pinnacle of foolishness. Ha ha ha. The colleague couldn't stop laughing and took out her phone to share this fresh news in the work group, instantly sparking heated discussions. Clearly, everyone was mocking Zhang Mu for being foolish. Seeing everyone criticize Zhang Mu, Lan Kuer finally calmed down and started applying nail polish. But just then, the sound of hurried high heels echoed in the office. A voluptuous woman, dripping with sweat, rushed down from the second-floor office, her gaze icy. Both Lan Kuer and her colleague were terrified. They knew that the person was the manager of the property center, and if she caught them applying nail polish during work hours, they would be in big trouble. Manager Yi. The two immediately stood up, like elementary school students caught in a mistake. Lanker, was the discussion in the WeChat group just now real? Did you receive a client claiming to be the owner of Building 6? Compared to her gaze, Yi Zhiqiu's tone was even colder. Manager Yi, you only need to answer me, yes or no. Lanker nodded stiffly, faintly sensing that she might have caused a big problem. Sure enough, Yi Zhiqiu coldly said, Lanker, you're really lucky. A client withdrew a whole building in full payment from the headquarters last night, and it just happened to be Building 6 of Yulon Bay. Lanker was scared to tears. How could such a coincidence happen? How could this kind of ridiculous thing occur to her? What are you still standing there for? Call back immediately. If this client wants to complain about you, no one can help you. Yi Zhiqiu reprimanded her on the spot, showing no mercy. After all, that was the owner of an entire building. Being able to withdraw a whole building in full payment from Zhonghai speaks volumes about their status. If this matter wasn't handled properly, not only Lanker would be in trouble, but the entire property center of Yulon Bay as well. Lanker also understood this, and disregarding her smeared makeup from crying, she shakily dialed Zhang Mu's number. Unfortunately, the phone was turned off. It seemed the consequences were serious. Lanker trembled, collapsing softly into her seat. The atmosphere in the entire Yulon Bay property center became tense. Even Yi Zhiqiu broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Zhang Mu was preparing to leave. After being excited all night, he forgot to charge his phone, and it shut down automatically after the call. But he had already made up his mind. Wasn't he going to trust himself? He would just take a box of property deeds with him. He would also take a look at whether the girl who would warm his bed every day was good-looking or not. If she was ugly, he would tell her to get lost. After more than 30 minutes, Zhang Mu finally arrived at the east gate of Yulon Bay. Zhang Mu, what are you doing here? Just as he was about to enter, a black Audi A4 stopped beside him, and the window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing a standard internet celebrity face. Lunana. Zhang Mu was quite surprised to run into her here. Well, it was a bit of a pity he almost got her last night. However, seeing the goddess in her true form wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I see. You're a poor loser. Out here on the weekend, doing a side job delivering packages, right? Before Zhang Mu could speak, Lunana smirked with disdain. Zhang Mu was taken aback delivering packages? To be honest, carrying a big box like this did make him look somewhat like a delivery guy. He chuckled, but didn't say anything, turning his gaze to the man in the driver's seat. Is that a pig? Fat head, big ears, a mouth like a sausage, and a few pimples on his beer belly nose. Noticing Zhang Mu's gaze, Lunana immediately clung to the man's arm. Showing off? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my boyfriend. His family runs an advertising company, and he's here to buy a house today. Zhang Mu, do you know what the average price of Yulonbei is? Do you know how much a small unit costs in full payment? Yes, you heard me right. My boyfriend is planning to take away a 60 square meter property in full payment. Lunana rambled on, looking down her nose at Zhang Mu. If she had a tail at that moment, it would surely be up in the air. In her view, after saying all this, Zhang Mu would definitely feel humiliated, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. After all, Zhang Mu was just a poor loser. How could he possibly know anything? Last night, fueled by a bit of drunkenness, she thought she could take advantage of the handsome Zhang Mu, but unexpectedly, this guy went to pick up scraps, leaving her hanging. He deserved to be single for life. Ugh, poor people don't deserve love. However, the truth was that Zhang Mu really didn't know because the building he owned was the most expensive one in Yulonbei. There were no properties under 100 square meters at all. How much would a 60 square meter small apartment cost? Sorry, he really didn't know. Moreover, at that moment, Zhang Mu was clearly more concerned about another issue. Lunana had a boyfriend? Damn, hadn't she always claimed to be single at work? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had thoughts about her last night. Damn it, he had just narrowly avoided a big mess. This fathead guy, take care. Zhang Mu glanced at him and turned to leave. He didn't say a word throughout the entire process. This action undoubtedly made Lunana furious. She had fire in her heart because of last night's incident, and she just happened to run into Zhang Mu here, ready to show off and vent her frustrations. However, Zhang Mu didn't say a word, making her feel like a powerful punch had landed on cotton. It was incredibly frustrating. Excuse me, how do I get to the Yulonbei Property Center? Zhang Mu, who had turned to leave, had already approached the security guard. What are you doing at the property center? Delivering packages? The security guard obviously took Zhang Mu for a delivery worker and was thinking how shabby this delivery guy was, not even having a tricycle. I'm not delivering packages, I have some business with them. The security guard looked down on him, telling Zhang Mu to get lost. Seeing this scene, Lunana felt satisfied again. She quickly took out her phone to capture this moment and post it in the company group. Chapter 3: Either submit or not. Well, what is most abundant these days are people with condescending attitudes. Zhang Mu was too lazy to argue with the other party and directly took out 2 property deeds from the box, waving them in front of the security guard. Wow. The security guard's eyes widened in disbelief, almost going crazy. He couldn't believe that a person dressed in cheap clothes like Zhang Mu could casually pull out 2 property deeds. And judging by the situation, that box probably contained more property deeds, right? In an instant, the security guard's face fell, feeling a bit dizzy. At this moment, Luna and the pig-headed man in the Audi also witnessed the scene. Their expressions were exaggerated, especially Luna, who was still thinking about recording a video of Zhang Mu being driven away by the security guard to share in the company group for her colleagues to mock. Who would have thought that Zhang Mu would calmly take out 2 property deeds and slap them in the face? This vain woman was almost in disarray. To think that the Zhang Mu she knew was just a poor guy who had to pick up trash after work. How could he possibly own property in Yulonbei? Could it be that everything before was just an act? Was he pretending to be a tiger? No, absolutely impossible. Luna really couldn't accept it. Soon, however, she thought of another possibility. Perhaps the property deeds for Yulonbei had been approved and Zhang Mu was responsible for delivering them. In other words, Zhang Mu was still just a delivery guy. With that thought, Luna felt much better. Suddenly, the pig-headed man in the driver's seat received a phone call. There was a problem at home, so they temporarily decided not to buy a house and drove away. Thinking she had narrowly escaped a scare, Luna didn't forget to spit in Zhang Mu's direction. Meanwhile, the security guard, drenched in cold sweat and with weak legs, finally came to his senses. Leaning against the wall with a forced smile. Sir, I will immediately call the property management. Zhang Mu nodded, taking out 1 property deed to use as a fan. Strangely enough, whether facing the vain Luna or the condescending security guard, if it were before, he would have fiercely retaliated, but in the blink of an eye, the anger in his heart inexplicably vanished. This must be the magic of the system. With the system in hand, the world is mine. There was no need to get upset with small fries and waste time. After the call, within 3 minutes, the crisp sound of high heels tapping the ground approached. A woman in professional attire, with a curvaceous figure, rushed over. At just 28, Yi Zhiqiu had already climbed to the position of general manager. And she was definitely a person who could handle any situation. Earlier, Lan Kuer had just offended a mysterious buyer who purchased an entire building and had yet to make contact again. Now, the security guard called again, saying a wealthy person with a box of property deeds had arrived. It was obvious that this wealthy person might be the mysterious buyer of that building. They were here to demand an explanation. Yi Zhiqiu didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and rushed over as fast as she could, running with grace and a sheen of sweat. Especially her chest, which had a captivating bounce, made Zhang Mu, who was still inexperienced, feel like his eyes were about to pop out, his mouth dry. This was the legendary weapon of practical combat, right? Zhang Mu felt that if he found a girlfriend like this, he might not be able to get out of bed for a long time. Sir, I am Yi Zhiqiu, the manager of Yulon Bay Property Center. On behalf of the company, I sincerely apologize for what just happened and the misunderstanding from the call this morning. As she reached Zhang Mu, Yi Zhiqiu did not hesitate. She took the most sincere attitude, bowing at a 90-degree angle to express her apology. Goodness, this woman's figure was already explosive, and she bent down without reservation. The whiteness in front was immediately dazzling. Zhang Mu found it difficult to shift his gaze away, feeling a burning sensation in his nostrils. If he looked again, he would probably bleed. He couldn't afford to lose face. I'm not angry anymore, just a bit fired up. Since you are the general manager, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Okay, sir, please follow me. Property Center, manager's office. Yi Zhiqiu personally brewed a pot of good tea for Zhang Mu. Mr. Zhang, this is our company's newly procured premium Dahongpo. Please give it a try. Zhang Mu didn't hold back, took the teacup, blew on it, and drank it all in one go. Aside from a faint fragrance, it didn't seem particularly special. Premium Dahongpo? Compared to the iced tea from a small shop that costs $3 a bottle, it was far behind. Zhang Mu shook his head, disappointed, and set the teacup down. This scene caught Yi Zhiqiu by surprise. She thought the premium Dahongpo didn't suit Zhang Mu's taste. It made sense. After all, he was a big spender who bought an entire building, so his usual tea would definitely be several levels above Dahongpo. Mr. Zhang, this is definitely not comparable to what you usually drink. Please make do with it. Next time you come, I will prepare better tea for you. Zhang Mu waved his hand, indicating he didn't care for tea. Let's get to the main business. He was in a hurry to pick up empty bottles. However, Yi Zhiqiu was not in a hurry. Before discussing the main business, there was another matter to resolve. Knock knock. Soon, a knock sounded. Lan Kuer walked in. Dressed in professional attire, her long legs on display, her head lowered, feeling extremely anxious. Mr. Zhang, this is Lan Kuer. She was the one who answered the call earlier. I hope you won't hold it against her. Yi Zhiqiu quickly smiled and said, then lowered her voice. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. Aye. Lan Kuer hurriedly bowed, her eyes reddening. How could a person who bought an entire building with cash be offended by a small property staff like her? Without a doubt, Zhang Mu could easily have her fired with a single word. However, as mentioned earlier, Zhang Mu's mindset was already very different from before, especially since the other party was a beautiful woman with long legs. Sometimes, being good-looking is indeed an advantage. So you are the beautiful woman who will warm my bed every day? Zhang Mu grinned. Lan Kuer was taken aback for a moment, thinking of something else. Her whole face turned as red as a monkey's butt. She remembered she had once said that if that building belonged to Zhang Mu, she would warm his bed every day. But now, he really owned a building. Did that mean she had to warm his bed every day? Oh, so embarrassing. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. But on the other hand, Zhang Mu was very handsome, resembling a Korean pop star, and most importantly, he was exceptionally wealthy. If she could warm the bed of such a rich and handsome man every day, she wouldn't be at a loss. Why not just give in? Chapter 4. Who believes it's standing beside them? Yi Zhiqiu was unaware that Zhang Mu and Lan Kuer had experienced such an intimate little episode about warming beds. She recalled that last month, a junior staff member had offended a big boss. In the end, the boss slept with the junior staff member, and that was how the situation was resolved. It seemed that Lan Kuer could not escape a similar fate. Lan Kuer clearly realized this, her heart racing. However, after Zhang Mu finished laughing, he yawned and said, all right. I don't remember what happened this morning. He had no intention of doing anything to Lan Kuer. After all, strictly speaking, Lan Kuer hadn't done anything wrong. If it were him, if someone called early in the morning saying there was a building for rent, he would probably think the person was crazy too. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I have important matters to discuss with your manager. Both Lan Kuer and Yi Zhiqiu were stunned, momentarily doubting if they had misheard. Just like that, the matter was settled? Wasn't he going to hold it against them at all? Thanks to Yijiqiu being someone who has seen a bit of the world, she seemed to think of something and quickly said, "Why aren't you thanking Mr. Zhang yet?" "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Lan Kuer bowed again in apology, and as she left the office, she felt a sense of loss in her heart, as if she had missed out on a billion. Indeed, if she could give Zhang Munyuan a warm bed every day, what she missed out on would not just be a billion. Oh my god. Lan Kuer, what are you thinking? The long-legged beauty's face turned red, feeling like she was going crazy. Mr. Zhang is truly a person of great demeanor. Once Lan Kuer left, Yijiqiu praised Zhang Mu again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu almost laughed. Demeanor? Please, I just want to get down to business quickly. I'm also in a hurry to pick up empty bottles. Manager Yi, let's skip the small talk. I want to rent out an entire building. It is worth mentioning that the system has a prompt. System rewards cannot be traded or sold. This means that to cash out, the houses can only be rented out. Nowadays, property management companies are no different from blood-sucking organizations. They are eager for property owners to rent out their houses so they can profit from the price difference. But Zhang Mu is not foolish. You can earn. But I can't lose. He asked Yijiqiu for a discount, such as waiving half of the property fee. Yijiqiu did not have that kind of authority and had to call the headquarters. 10 minutes later, the cooperation was reached. The rental of Building 6 was fully entrusted to the property management. In return, Zhang Mu was exempted from half of the property fee. Don't underestimate just half. For an entire building, that's at least over 100,000 a year. After the cooperation was established, the entire property center became busy, bustling with activity. Preparing contracts, consulting inquiries, it definitely couldn't be wrapped up in a short time. Zhang Mu didn't want to wait idly, so he thought about collecting 100 empty bottles today. Beautiful lady, do you still need those drink bottles on your table? Handsome guy, can you give me those empty bottles? Mr. Zhang, may I ask what you're doing collecting these empty bottles? Exchanging them for money. Exchanging empty bottles for money? The property center staff had a crazed expression, their mouths twitching. A rich man who owns a building still needs to pick up bottles for cash? They didn't know if Zhang Mu was crazy, or if they were crazy, or if the world was crazy. Little did they know, for Zhang Mu, collecting 100 empty bottles would randomly generate a reward from the system. Obtaining the reward could be cashed out. Isn't that equivalent to exchanging empty bottles for money? Soon, Zhang Mu collected 100 empty bottles and went to an unoccupied place. Silently chanting, recycle. System prompt, recycle successful. Reward, Pagani Huayra. What the heck, just a car. After all, yesterday's reward was an entire building, and today it's only a car. It was impossible not to feel a sense of loss. However, when Zhang Mu checked the information about the car on his phone, he was immediately excited. Goodness. This is a luxury car worth 100 million. There are only 20 units in the world. Most importantly, there is only one in China. Now, this unique handmade limited edition supercar in China belongs to him. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Zhang Mu fell in love with the system again. Before long, the system sent a message informing him of the current location of the Pagani Huayra. Zhang Mu could drive. During college, he formed a group to learn driving cheaply and got a driver's license. However, after obtaining the license, he never touched a car again. Now, he was getting into a supercar worth 100 million, a feeling that was simply indescribable. With a restless heart, he headed straight to the parking spot. When the technologically advanced supercar appeared before Zhang Mu, he couldn't help but grin, nearly laughing out loud. The system indicated that the car door was unlocked, and the keys and registration were on the seat. Zhang Mu couldn't wait any longer. He opened the door and sat inside. Wow, could it be any lower? The body of the Pagani Huayra is extremely low. Sitting in it felt more like diving in, and he had to lean back. But the comfort and snugness of the supercar's seat were exceptional. Leaning against the seat felt like lying on a sponge. He would rather have a Land Rover. Who knows if this car can be rented out? After struggling to adjust to the seating position, Zhang Mu still wasn't very comfortable. He was already thinking about renting out the car to cash out. However, grumbling aside, he still wanted to experience what it felt like to drive such a supercar. Zhang Mu carefully started the car according to what he learned in driving school and hit the road. Vroom. Just the sound of the engine was enough to get the blood pumping. Moreover, the car's acceleration ability was simply insane. It reached over 100 in less than 5 seconds. Vroom vroom vroom. On the vast road, the car zipped by like a bolt of lightning. It was incredibly eye-catching. Driving at high speed, the Pagani Huayra attracted at least a 90% rate of people turning their heads, especially when waiting at red lights. Many pulled out their phones to take pictures, and some bold girls even made flirtatious gestures. As long as Zhang Mu nodded, good things would happen. However, Zhang Mu had no interest in these distractions. He preferred to press the gas pedal a few more times to feel the adrenaline rush. Ultimately, after driving 2 laps around the Zhonghai Ring Road, Zhang Mu's excitement gradually faded. It was then that the property management called, saying the contract was ready and could be signed at any time. They reminded Zhang Mu that once the contract took effect, he would need to pay a one-time property fee of 120,000. Zhang Mu touched the genuine leather steering wheel and suddenly felt troubled. Clearly, he had no money. He couldn't possibly come up with 120,000 all at once. Damn it, driving a supercar worth 100 million, owning a building. Yet he couldn't even scrape together 120,000. Who would believe that? Chapter 5. My boyfriend gave me vroom vroom vroom. The flashy Pagani Huayra drove back to the Yulon Bay Property Center. The entire Property Center staff went crazy. They couldn't even imagine how wealthy Zhang Mu really was. First, he bought an entire building outright. Now he drove in a supercar worth 100 million. Damn, they're all in their 20s. Why is the gap between people so huge? Huh. What shocked everyone was that when Zhang Mu climbed out of the 100 million supercar, he had a frown on his face. Could it be that wealthy people also have worries? Not at all. After graduating, Zhang Mu's monthly salary was only enough to cover his expenses with hardly any savings. Now, suddenly needing to pay 120,000 in property fees was simply a matter of life and death for him. Of course, in reality, he had many ways to get money. With those property titles and car registration, he could easily get a few million from any bank. Not to mention going to some underground loan institutions where he could borrow tens of millions with instant approval. But Zhang Mu had never dealt with these before. He always adhered to the philosophy of spending what he earned, and he didn't even have a single credit card or any loan app. So asking him to take out a loan or borrow money was simply impossible. Thus, he had to muster the courage to go back to Yijiqiu and see if he could negotiate a delay in paying the property fee, ideally deducting it from the rent of that building. In the manager's office, after hearing Zhang Mu's request and seeing his serious expression, the voluptuous Yijiqiu was momentarily at a loss. He bought an entire building outright. His vehicle is a 100 million supercar. Such a big shot. Yet he still wants to cry poor? Can't even come up with 120,000? Yijiqiu didn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. But she wasn't afraid of Zhang Mu playing tricks. The building was still in Yulon Bay. He could run, but the temple wouldn't. After pondering for a moment, Yijiqiu decided to take matters into her own hands. The property fee will be deducted from the rent of Building 6. That's great, Manager Yi. You've really helped me a lot. Zhang Mu couldn't contain his excitement and jumped up from the sofa, as if he'd won the lottery. Seeing this, Yijiqiu's mouth twitched slightly. What a show. I want to see what kind of tricks this billionaire has up his sleeve. By the way, Mr. Zhang, I want to ask if you need to reserve a unit. You can come by Yulon Bay to rest any time in the future, before signing the contract. Yijiqiu remembered another thing. After hearing this, Zhang Mu was taken aback. Such a proposal was completely feasible. With such a nice place, who would want to go back to a few hundred yuan room in the city village? Sure, save a unit for me. I wonder if Manager Yi has any recommendations. Yijiqiu seemed to be prepared and took out a floor plan. Units 39 and 40 are the largest duplexes in Building 6, and the decoration is also the best. Zhang Mu didn't have much concept of flat or duplex. He just knew that since it was recommended by a beautiful manager, it must be good. All right, let's go with that one. Next came the contract signing, which took a full 25 minutes. So tiring. After that, Yijiqiu took Zhang Mu to see the large flat duplex. A flat duplex means there is only one unit on that floor. So when the elevator door opened, it faced a long corridor. And at the end of the corridor was a luxurious entrance door. Fingerprint unlock. As Zhang Mu's fingerprint was recognized successfully, the door slowly opened. What came into view was a magnificent hall, with the first and second floors connected and lavishly decorated. Straight ahead was a huge circular floor-to-ceiling glass window, providing an unobstructed view of the outside scenery. Wow, I'll be living here in the future. Zhang Mu couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. Cool. I'll come pick you up later. There's a class reunion tonight. Some rich second-generation student in the class is crazy about Lancour. No need. I know the location. I'll go by myself. Lancour didn't really want to deal with this rich second-generation guy, but out of classmate obligation, she replied perfunctorily. It's a hassle to take a taxi. Let me pick you up. I just got a BMW last week. Hee, no opposite sex has sat in it yet. The rich second-generation guy was still relentless. Wow, Feng Xiao, didn't you just buy that Audi not long ago? You switched to a BMW already? You're really rich. Coor, just agree to Feng Xiao. We want to ride in his car, and he still hasn't agreed. In today's society, there's no shortage of sycophants. Soon, some classmates came out to fawn over Feng Xiao and started urging Lancour to agree to him. Lancour couldn't take it anymore. Really, no need. My boyfriend will take me. What? This triggered a huge uproar. The class group chat exploded. You should know that Lancour is the absolute goddess of the class. In 4 years of college, the number of people who pursued her could circle the school, including many rich second-generation students and even some internet celebrity male stars. But Lancour had never agreed to anyone, always maintaining her single status. Now, Less than a month after graduation, the goddess has a boyfriend? Unacceptable. Especially for the #1 sycophant, Feng Xiao, Kuer. When did you get a boyfriend? A few days ago. What? You just met a few days ago? And you're already in a relationship? While I've been chasing for 4 years without even touching a finger. Feng Xiao's face darkened. And he began a new round of madness. He didn't believe it, and thought Lan Kuer was lying unless she brought her boyfriend tonight. Most of the classmates also didn't believe it. The goddess who hadn't dated for 4 years suddenly has a boyfriend she met a few days ago? This is really insane. Everyone urged Lan Kuer to bring her boyfriend along. Lan Kuer wanted to cry but had no tears. If she had known, she wouldn't have used such an excuse. Initially, she just wanted to reject Feng Xiao and make him back off. Who would have thought it would cause such a big stir? It seems that tonight, she would have to bring a boyfriend, but the problem was, she didn't have one at all. Even if she needed to find someone to impersonate, who could she find? Girls are all vain. A boyfriend can't be inferior. Otherwise, she would be laughed at by her classmates. But where could she find an excellent boyfriend in such a short time? Lan Kuer was almost in despair, having no time to think about work. Suddenly, after looking at the apartment, Zhang Mu hummed a tune, preparing to drive back to the city village to get some clothes and daily necessities. Lan Kuer saw him, and her heart raced. Clearly, Zhang Mu was undoubtedly the perfect choice for a boyfriend. If she brought him along, just imagine how envious her female classmates would be. And those annoying male classmates would definitely not dare to bother her again. Thinking of this, Lan Kuer sprinted out with her long legs. Mr. Zhang, wait a moment, Mr. Zhang. Is there something? Zhang Mu stopped and turned to see Lan Kuer, her face flushed. Chapter 6. Catching a ride. Zhang Mu, because of what happened this morning. I want to apologize to you again, and for that, I'd like to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you have time. Lan Kuer twisted and turned, blushing, finally finding a reason she could say out loud. Zhang Mu responded with an "oh," staring at Lan Kuer. This girl is really interesting. I already said it's fine, and I've long forgotten about this morning's incident. I have plenty of time, but let us skip the meal. Zhang Mu waved his hand and jumped into his Pagani Huayra, as he still had a lot of stuff to pack at the rental house in the city village. Mr. Zhang, no, don't go, wait a second. Seeing this, Lan Kuer raised her hand to tap on the car window, feeling extremely anxious. If Zhang Mu drove away, she wouldn't be able to find such a perfect boyfriend. Is there anything else? Zhang Mu lowered the car window and frowned in confusion. Lan Kuer was so embarrassed that she felt like she might bleed from her red face and said in a tiny voice, Mr. Zhang, are you leaving? Can you give me a ride? We just happen to be going the same way. This girl has completely thrown caution to the wind. Since Zhang Mu didn't want to eat together, she would at least shamelessly ask him to give her a ride. After all, she had already said it. Her boyfriend would give her a ride. If her classmates saw her taking a taxi, they would definitely laugh at her. Additionally, if Zhang Mu dropped her off at the reunion venue and then left, in a sense, it would be as if she didn't come alone. She could easily lie and say her boyfriend was busy but took the time to drop her off, which was already very kind, and they could eat together another time. After saying this, she bit her lip and clasped her fingers together, secretly praying that Zhang Mu would agree to her last humble request. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Mu was a bit bewildered by her. He probably didn't even know where I'm going. She just said we're going the same way. Sigh. This girl is very pretty, and her figure is quite good, but it seems her brain is a bit. Mr. Zhang, can you? I'm begging you. Suddenly, Lan Kuer bit her lip hard, her tone almost pleading. All right, since it's come to this, Zhang Mu, who isn't a steel-hearted man, gradually softened. Let us give her a ride. Even if it's not on the way, it will be. Get in the car. Ah, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Overjoyed, Lan Kuer happily sat in the passenger seat. Then the engine roared, and the Pagani Huayra drove away from the property center. The other girls at the property center were all enviously red-eyed. 20 minutes later, at Wangjianjiu restaurant. We're here. Zhang Mu parked the car in front of the restaurant's plaza. So fast. Hearing Zhang Mu's words, Lan Kuer finally woke up. She was still thinking about how to act like she and Zhang Mu were a couple in love when they arrived. Who would have thought they would get there so quickly? She had no choice but to get out of the car, her face flushed and reluctant. Seemingly unintentionally, but actually intentionally, she glanced at the Wangjianjiu restaurant. As expected, as she had guessed all the way, the classmates had almost all arrived, and at that moment, they were all standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the largest private room in Wangjianjiu, dozens of pairs of eyes staring at her. Among them was of course that young Master Feng. Therefore, even if she was acting, she had to grit her teeth and continue. Lan Kuer blushed, walked a few steps to the driver's side, and knocked on the car window. Is there anything else? Zhang Mu suddenly felt a bit flustered. It's nothing, Mr. Zhang. Thank you for bringing me here. As she spoke, Lan Kuer deliberately moved aside to let the classmates inside the restaurant see Zhang Mu clearly in the car. Zhang Mu naturally didn't know what she was doing, smiled, and said it was fine. You're welcome. After a simple polite exchange, he prepared to drive away. He felt that this girl didn't seem too smart, and it was better to spend less time together. But who would have thought, at that moment? Mr. Zhang, I don't know how to thank you. So, how about I give you a kiss? Lan Kuer suddenly bent down and brought her red lips close to Zhang Mu's forehead. Moi? An unexpected kiss. Then, with a flushed face, Lan Kuer waved her hand shyly like a couple saying goodbye and ran away. Faced with this sudden kiss, Zhang Mu was completely stunned, sitting frozen in his seat. He never imagined that Lan Kuer would do something like this. Damn, this girl must have a problem with her head. Without thinking further, Zhang Mu hurriedly drove away, escaping the scene. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Zhang Mu left immediately, seemingly without giving himself away. Lan Kuer's heart was incredibly excited. Indeed, the whole process not only went off without a hitch, but also dispelled all doubts. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, dozens of old classmates were silent. Damn. No wonder the goddess who hasn't dated for 4 years was swept away in just a few days. If I had a supercar worth 100 million, I could also win over the goddess. What? Was that car just now worth 100 million? It probably was even more. You can't even buy it with money. The Pagani Huayra, we only have this one in our country. Wow, the person driving that car must be terrifying. Most classmates didn't recognize the Pagani Huayra, only judging its value by appearance, and soon, some car enthusiasts checked online and found out that the car was worth 100 million. Everyone went crazy, especially the rich second-generation Fong, who almost knelt down. Don't look at him as the richest among the classmates. His family runs a company with assets over 100 million, driving BMWs and Audis. But is having assets over 100 million impressive? One car of his is worth 100 million. Are BMWs and Audis impressive? They can't even compare to one wheel of the Pagani Huayra. This way, it's easy to understand why the goddess showed no interest in him. There's simply no comparability. From now on, Lan Kuer is an existence I can only look up to. Steadying himself, Fong had a hard time standing firm. As a rich second generation, he knew better than anyone how terrifying the power and wealth behind someone who could afford 100 million supercar were. How could a woman of such a big shot be someone he could covet? That's simply courting death. Fong, you can't just look at the surface. Now Didi has luxury car services. Maybe Lan Kuer just called for a Didi luxury car service and deliberately found a young driver with a luxury car to deal with you? Suddenly, a self-proclaimed clever lackey said to Fong. As soon as Fong heard this, slap, he immediately slapped the other person across the face, causing him to stagger and fall. 100 million supercar, are you kidding me? Besides, when leaving, Lan Kuer gave Zhang Mu a lingering kiss goodbye. Are you serious? Getting a Didi and kissing the driver goodbye after getting out? Chapter 7. Isn't that your boyfriend's car? Kuer, your boyfriend is so handsome. Especially the way he holds the Pagani steering wheel with one hand. Kuer, what does your boyfriend do? I finally understand why you don't look at Fong. If I had a boyfriend with 100 million supercar, I wouldn't care about sitting in a BMW either. At tonight's class reunion, Lan Kuer undoubtedly became the focus of the entire event. When she entered the private room, many female classmates who claimed to be her sisters flocked to her. Meanwhile, the male classmates led by Fong sat far away, afraid to upset Lan Kuer, as the consequences would be unimaginable. His family is in business. Faced with the enthusiastic questioning of her classmates, Lan Kuer had to grit her teeth and answer randomly. In fact, she had no idea what Zhang Mu did. She only guessed that he bought a building outright and drove 100 million supercar. With such a background, he must be in business, right? Otherwise, how could he earn so much money? What kind of business is it? Does he have any brothers or single uncles? By the way, why isn't he coming to eat? Women are naturally gossipy, chattering nonstop with questions. Knowing that saying too much could lead to trouble, Lan Kuer decided to go with the simplest answer, which was also the lie she had prepared earlier. He's too busy. After dropping me off, he has to rush to sign a contract. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll bring him to introduce you all. Lan Kuer organized her words, thinking that by saying this, the matter would pass. Who would have thought? Come on. The curiosity of the sisters has been piqued. Just tonight, call him over to pick you up. It can't take all night to sign a contract, right? Exactly. Anyway, we're not leaving so early. Just call him over and introduce us. Yeah, I'm curious what a billionaire looks like. I saw him just now. He's especially handsome. But a man who's both handsome and rich is often unreliable. It's just right to call him over, and sisters can help you vet him. Everyone was animatedly discussing, insisting that Lan Kuer call Zhang Mu over. Lan Kuer found herself in a difficult position and could only grit her teeth and say she'd try. At worst, she would find another excuse later, saying Zhang Mu was just too busy and couldn't get away. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu was driving while using a tissue to wipe away the lipstick mark left on his forehead from the kiss. Damn, I'm not an ordinary person, okay? Although when I get casual, I'm not human. But I have my principles. Previously, I didn't know Lu Nan's true situation, and under the influence of alcohol, I thought about her. Now that Lu Nan is practically given to him, he wouldn't want her. he would only feel disgusted. And Lancourt, Zhang Mu clearly categorized her with Lu Nan. This girl is probably also vain, wanting to approach him by flaunting that building and that 100 million supercar. Acting innocent, wanting to welcome, yet rejecting. After realizing this, Zhang Mu naturally felt no fondness for her. It would be better to have less contact in the future. What he wanted was someone who liked him, not someone who liked his money. Roar. All the way, fast as lightning, the Pagani Huayra entered the urban village road. Wow, Zhang Mu, did you win the lottery? When Zhang Mu parked the car and climbed out of the Pagani Huayra, a bespectacled man riding an electric bike at the alley entrance was first stunned, then extremely shocked, with a dazed expression. His name is Zhou Fei, a college classmate and a fellow townsman. He's Zhang Mu's best friend in this city. So it's you, buddy. Zhang Mu smiled broadly upon seeing the dazed Zhou Fei and walked over. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. Zhang Mu originally wanted to make money quietly. He didn't expect to be caught by his best friend. Well, since he was caught, he would just come clean. Zhou Fei was dazed for over a minute before coming to his senses, adjusting his glasses, glancing at Zhang Mu, then at the Pagani Huayra. Damn, you haven't answered me yet. Did you win the lottery? Otherwise, how could you afford such a nice car? TSK. This car must be worth at least 1 or 2 million. Man, who doesn't like cars? The more Zhou Fei looked at it, the more he liked it. Zhang Mu shook his head with a smile, thinking, what are you thinking? This car is worth $1 billion. 1 or 2 million isn't even enough to buy a tire. Besides, I didn't win the lottery. Which lottery can give you $1 billion? What, $1 billion? After hearing Zhang Mu's complaints, Zhou Fei was almost going crazy. But when he checked on his phone, damn it, this Pagani Huayra in front of him really was worth $1 billion. And it was the only one in all of China. Wow, you struck it rich, huh? Zhou Fei's eyes widened like a toad. Zhang Mu grinned, but didn't answer, instead tossing the car keys over. So how about it? Want to hop in and take a feel? I'll let you take a picture for your social media. Get lost. Zhou Fei immediately retorted, then looked at the car keys, and then at the car. Is this car really yours? Yeah, Zhang Mu smirked. I'm coming clean, actually. Get lost. If I weren't from the same place as you, I'd almost believe it. Zhou Fei shot him a disdainful glance and gathered his thoughts. I get it, you've switched to a rental company, haven't you? Damn, you've got guts to drive out such a nice car privately. Aren't you afraid of scratching it? That would cost you a fortune. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was quite helpless. Since he had come clean, why couldn't they just believe him? Alright, rental company it is. When the opportunity comes, I'll explain it clearly to my good friend. Haven't eaten yet? Let's find a place to grab a drink. Zhang Mu changed the subject. Sure, everyone has a bit of vanity. Who doesn't want to drive such a flashy car around? Since you've already brought it out, let's go eat at a nicer place tonight. No problem, you decide. How about Wangjianjiu? Sounds good. Just like that, Zhang Mu mysteriously returned to Wangjianjiu restaurant. The two brothers arrived late and couldn't get a private room. They ordered a few dishes and found a window seat in the main hall. As they toasted and exchanged drinks, time quietly passed. Cool, rich people are like this, just busy all day long. Before long, a group of people came down from the second-floor private room. It was Lancourt and her friends. Lancourt couldn't get Zhang Mu to come over, and some female classmates pretended to comfort her, but were actually gloating. After all, who was still busy at this hour? Lancourt couldn't even get her friends to come. It seemed her status in Zhang Mu's heart wasn't that high. Maybe she was just a side piece or a tool for release. Ugh, what is there to be proud of? Cool, isn't that your boyfriend's car? Walking out of the restaurant, suddenly, a sharp-eyed classmate spotted the Pagani Huayra parked in the corner. Chapter 8. Something's going to happen tonight. In fact, Lancourt didn't contact Zhang Mu at all. She knew Zhang Mu definitely wouldn't come to pick her up, so why would she embarrass herself? So when the meal was over, she falsely claimed that Zhang Mu was too busy to come and took a taxi back herself. Lancourt knew full well that this outcome might bring some people's gloating, even some strange looks and nasty comments. For instance, that she was just a side piece. But she could tolerate it. After all, the real purpose of today had been achieved. Even if she was Zhang Mu's side piece, so what? She was still Zhang Mu's woman. Who would dare to covet the woman of a top young master? Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare. Stepping out of the restaurant hall, she let out a long breath. It was finally over. But just then, someone actually discovered Zhang Mu's car. Oh my god, you can't be serious. Lancourt followed the direction the student pointed and saw the technologically stunning Pagani Huayra. This car undoubtedly belonged to Zhang Mu, and she remembered the license plate clearly. But she couldn't admit it. That would expose her in an instant, and then she would never be able to hold her head up again. You must be mistaken. It just looks similar from the outside. Lancourt hurriedly found an excuse. How could that be? I just specifically checked a lot of information online. There's no way I'm mistaken. It's definitely this car. Besides, there's only one of this car in all of China. It can't be a coincidence, right? This male classmate was quite serious and pulled out his phone, wanting to prove he wasn't wrong. Lancourt felt like her head was going to explode and couldn't help but want to curse. Dude, Could you not be so serious? Do you want me dead? Kur, come on, your boyfriend is clearly here. Why not let us meet him? Are you afraid we'll steal your boyfriend? You're the class flower. Who could possibly compete with you? Exactly. Hurry up and call the billionaire over to introduce him to everyone. There's no one in the car. Where's your boyfriend? Quick, call him. The female classmates didn't care what Lan Kuer was thinking and chattered as they surrounded her, clamoring to see Zhang Mu. Each of them had their own ulterior motives. Some genuinely wanted to meet the billionaire. Some wanted to know if Lan Kuer was just a side piece. And some even wanted to steal Zhang Mu for themselves. Thinking they might not be as pretty as Lan Kuer but were good in bed, believing that if given a chance, they could make Zhang Mu fall for them. Surrounded by classmates with ulterior motives, Lan Kuer truly felt like she wanted to die, but finding herself in a difficult position. She had to brace herself and take out her phone to call Zhang Mu. ISNT Mr. Zhang right there? Accidentally. Lan Kuer caught a glimpse of Zhang Mu and Zhou Feiyue sitting by the window enjoying their meal. I see him. He's over there having dinner with a client. I'll go in to say hello, and then we'll head back together. You all go ahead first. Lan Kuer's mind raced. And she quickly dropped that line before rushing into the first floor hall. Zhang Mu and Zhou Feiyue were engrossed in conversation and hadn't noticed what was happening outside. Just as they were about to raise their glasses for another drink, a fragrant breeze swept in. Lan Kuer uninvitedly sat down beside Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu was stunned. Zhou Feiyue was also stunned. At that moment, Lan Kuer didn't dare look up, her face flushed, and in a voice as soft as a mosquito. She said to Zhang Mu, Mr. Zhang, could you do me a favor? Zhang Mu was quite startled, instinctively covering his forehead with his hand. He was really afraid that helping with a small favor would lead to Lan Kuer unexpectedly giving him a kiss. Tonight, their SA class reunion for our university. And to shake off some people's entanglements, I said my boyfriend would bring me to Wangjianjiu, so after work. Lan Kuer didn't notice Zhang Mu's exaggerated reaction. At this point, she could only come clean. So, could you pretend to be my boyfriend for a bit? As she said the last part, Lan Kuer mustered her courage to look up and meet Zhang Mu's gaze, biting her red lip, looking shy and pitiful. Zhang Mu was stunned on the spot. So that's what's going on. After hearing Lan Kuer's explanation, he suddenly understood that she didn't actually want to get close to him. She just wanted him to help her, but didn't know how to say it. Hey, what is there to be embarrassed about? Just say it. Zhang Mu shook his head and smiled helplessly. So you're the sister-in-law. Just now when I was chatting with Xiao Zhang, he mentioned you quite a bit. Suddenly, Zhou Feiyue, who was sitting across from them, spoke up loudly. Zhang Mu and Lan Kuer were taken aback and glanced towards the back. They saw some of Lan Kuer's classmates coming in. Zhou Feiyue's sudden remark was both a reminder to Zhang Mu and Lan Kuer, and also helped Lan Kuer out. Given the situation, they couldn't let Lan Kuer lose face, could they? Zhang Mu thought for a moment, and said, Baby, please don't be angry. It's not that I don't want to pick you up, it's just that the alcohol got to me, and I made plans to drink a few with Fei Ge. Lan Kuer was taken aback again, almost crying from gratitude, and immediately said, It's not that I don't want you to drink. I just want you not to drink too much. Your health is important. All right, I understand. You can go back first. I'll talk to Fei Ge about something. Zhang Mu was also afraid of revealing too much, so he waved his hand and told Lan Kuer to go back first. Lan Kuer was just about to agree when, unexpectedly, Zhou Fei secretly made a gesture towards Zhang Mu and then stood up, saying, Xiao Zhang, we can talk about our business anytime. Since your sister-in-law is here, you should go back with her. Since you've been drinking, let her drive. After saying that, Zhou Fei gave Zhang Mu a knowing look and quickly left. Goodness. Was he trying to push himself on Lan Kuer? Zhang Mu cursed Zhou Fei countless times in his heart. But in front of Lan Kuer, the act had to continue. All right, let's go home, baby. You drive. Zhang Mu handed the car keys to Lan Kuer. Okay. Lan Kuer finally came to her senses, and since they were already acting, she decided to make it more convincing. I'll help you. She slipped under Zhang Mu's arm and hugged him. Zhang Mu had never been so actively embraced by a woman before. Although Lan Kuer's figure was not as voluptuous as Yi Zhiqiu's, she was still quite well endowed in the chest area. Being so close together, Zhang Mu could smell her unique fragrance. Gulp. Zhang Mu couldn't help but swallow hard. Under the influence of alcohol, certain impulsive thoughts surged in his mind. Lan Kuer naturally sensed the subtle changes in Zhang Mu's body and immediately blushed, feeling as if countless electric currents were coursing through her. Tingly and itchy, it felt like something was going to happen tonight. Chapter 9. Permanent ownership. Everyone, we're leaving. Lan Kuer's face was flushed, as if on fire. No matter what might happen tonight, it was best to leave quickly. She struggled to support Zhang Mu as they walked step by step towards the Pagani Huayra. Strangely enough, she usually detested men who reeked of alcohol. If her dad came home drunk, she couldn't help but scold him. But smelling the alcohol on Zhang Mu, she found it oddly pleasant. In fact, she would be willing to be accompanied by such a scent for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, watching Lan Kuer and Zhang Mu get into the Pagani, The classmates who had initially waited to see a joke were now filled with envy and intense jealousy. The rich finally found their match, while the poor could only watch in disbelief. Why isn't at me? Wake up, stop dreaming. If your husband's car has a wheel that costs as much as Coor's husband's, then that's a success. Coor, drive slowly, let us keep in touch. Yes, Coor, definitely drive slowly. Some of the girls rushed forward, their eager faces almost pressed against the car window. All right, we're leaving now. Let us meet up again. Lon Coor had also gotten her driver's license in college and practiced driving her family's car regularly, so her driving skills were pretty good. Under her control, the Pagani slowly drove away. Through the rearview mirror, she saw her classmates standing in place, still enthusiastically waving. This girl's vanity was greatly satisfied. Mr. Zhang, thank you so much for tonight. After passing a traffic light, Lon Coor sighed with relief, her face still flushed as she expressed her gratitude to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu rolled down the passenger window, letting in a cool breeze, and had calmed down. It's nothing, just a small favor. Why don't you pull over? And I'll call a ride home. No, it's really too much trouble for you tonight. Let me take you home, and then I'll take a taxi. Lon Coor immediately shook her head vigorously, her eyes revealing determination. It was clear she really wanted to do something for Zhang Mu to feel better. Seeing this, Zhang Mu didn't say anything more. After all, calling a ride was a hassle, so let Lon Coor drive him home. Mr. Zhang, are you going back to Yulon Bay? Lon Coor knew that Zhang Mu had a duplex apartment in Yulon Bay. But a rich guy like him must have other properties as well. So she asked seriously, I'm not going back to Yulon Bay tonight. Just drop me off at the entrance of Yulon Village. Yulon Village? Upon hearing Zhang Mu mention the location, Lon Coor's heart skipped a beat, and she looked over in disbelief. As a local, she naturally knew what Yulon Village was, a dirty and chaotic urban village. It was completely incompatible with Zhang Mu's identity. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want to go to Yulon Village? Yes. Zhang Mu rubbed his nose and asked, is there a problem? Since I drank tonight, I want to be able to move, so I'll just deal with it in the rental for one more night. And no problem. Lon Coor's mouth fell open. But in the end, she still dropped Zhang Mu off at the entrance of Yulon Village. I'll go in first, you be careful. After getting out of the car, Zhang Mu staggered and walked into Yulon Village in the dark. Watching Zhang Mu's unsteady figure, Lon Coor stood frozen in place, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. A billionaire living in such a place? After drinking, it's easy to sleep. When Zhang Mu woke up, it was already 11 a.m. the next day. There were 2 missed calls on his phone, both from Zhou Fei. Zhang Mu immediately called back, ready to scold this unreliable friend. Hee, you're finally awake. It seems last night was quite wild. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Fei's lewd laughter came through. Get lost, I didn't think of taking advantage of anyone. I was just going to let her take a taxi home. Damn, are you even a man? The meat is right on the plate, and you don't eat? Zhou Fei scolded, feeling that Zhang Mu was hopeless. I'm not that casual, okay? You, on the other hand, made a comment and ran away. You're really something. Hee, I'm just looking out for you, alright? The 2 brothers exchanged banter back and forth. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I've got work to do. The so-called work was actually picking up empty bottles. After 2 days of system rewards, Zhang Mu had tasted the sweetness and was eagerly anticipating today's rewards. Get lost. It's Sunday, you're working? Zhou Fei felt Zhang Mu was just making excuses. As he was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered something important. Wait. Don't hang up just yet. There's one more thing. Can you bring your car next week to pick up some side jobs? Side jobs? Do you have money? Despite Zhang Mu owning a building and driving a supercar worth $1 billion, he didn't have much money in his pocket. If he didn't work hard, he couldn't even afford gas for the supercar. Of course, we have money. Zhou Fei laughed and scolded, then briefly explained the situation. It turned out Zhou Fei had a colleague getting married next week who had asked in the group if anyone knew someone who could drive a wedding car. Zhou Fei thought, could Zhang Mu's car be used as a wedding car? Of course it can. My colleague said if you can bring the Pagani, he'll pay you 30,000. Wow, 30,000. Zhang Mu immediately perked up, not expecting driving a wedding car to be so lucrative. Of course, the premise is that you can bring the Pagani out, and the client can't find out. Zhou Fei reminded him, as taking side jobs had certain risks. Little did he know, for Zhang Mu, what risk was there. The owner was him. He could take side jobs however he wanted. No problem, it's settled. Damn. Are you really okay with this? What if you scratch the car? My colleague said he wouldn't be responsible and couldn't afford to pay. If it gets scratched, it's on me. In the end, this deal was finalized. Zhang Mu was in a great mood, humming a tune as he got up, and after a simple wash, he took his woven bag downstairs. After busying for over 2 hours, he gathered 100 empty bottles. Recycling. Recycling successful. System reward. Permanent ownership of Jinmao Tower. What? Jinmao Tower? This tower is located in the most prosperous area of the city, with more than 10 well-known companies renting offices here. Just the monthly rent amounts to tens of millions. Wow, I'm going to get rich. Of course. The most important thing is that the company Zhang Mu currently works for is also in Jinmao Tower. What would it feel like to work in a company where you're also a tenant? Tomorrow is Monday, just in time to experience it. Zhang Mu suddenly felt excited about going to work. Chapter 10. Wait a minute later, a phone call came in. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Mu? Yes, this is me. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Wang Dezhang, the general manager of Jinmao Tower. You can call me Dezhang or Xiao Wang. From the voice, which sounded like a duck, Wang Dezhang was at least in his 40s. Xiao Wang. It seems that wealth makes one feel like a master. The corner of Zhang Mu's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. Wang Dezhang continued. Regarding the transfer of ownership of Jinmao Tower, when would it be convenient for you to come and sign? Tomorrow. I'll call you when I arrive. He had originally planned to stop by on his way to work tomorrow. It was a pleasant decision. Okay, Mr. Zhang. I'll wait for your call tomorrow. After hanging up, the usually composed Wang Dezhang had to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, because just a few minutes ago, he had already received Zhang Mu's capital information. The new boss is only 24 years old. Most importantly, he had never heard of this young master when he was at China Ocean. Could it be that he is a big shot who parachuted in from somewhere else? Casually buying Jinmao Tower for fun? It's very possible. Wang Dezhang took a deep breath and hurried to prepare the materials for tomorrow's meeting, secretly praying that Zhang Mu wouldn't be a difficult person to deal with. In the afternoon, Zhang Mu packed a few things and moved into the flat at Yulan Bay. He cooked a pack of instant noodles and added 2 more hot dogs. Time to fire up the new home. After that, he stayed put without leaving. On Monday, Zhang Mu got up at his usual work time and drove to Jinmao Tower. In a place where every inch of land is precious, parking spaces were scarce. Zhang Mu didn't want to wait in line. So he parked in a nearby parking lot and walked to Jinmao Tower. Looking at the tower that exceeded 500 meters in height, he couldn't help but grin. Back when he had just graduated, he had boasted confidently that he would own a company in this top-notch office building someday. And now, the entire building is his. That feeling was simply amazing. After a silly laugh, Zhang Mu took out his phone to call Wang Dezhang. Just then, a young couple appeared in front of him, hugging and cuddling. Oh wow, what a coincidence. He ran into Luna Na again. And the one glued to her side was the pig-headed guy who had wanted to buy a house at Yulan Bay a couple of days ago. The two were very intimate. The pig-headed guy's hand never left Luna Na's tight skirt. Luna Na didn't resist at all and even interacted with him, whispering in his ear, Na, isn't that your colleague? As they approached, the pig-headed guy, Chen Hai, noticed Zhang Mu first. Hearing Chen Hai's words, Luna Na glanced over, her mouth curling into a strong sneer. Darling, I don't have such a poor colleague anymore. Besides, you promised to let me switch to your company as a department manager. You can't go back on your word. Of course, I, Chen Hai, never go back on my word. Slap. Chen Hai boldly slapped Luna Na's butt, causing her to let out a sound akin to a cat in heat. Zhang Mu shook his head. He couldn't believe he once thought of such a person as a goddess. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble now. Zhang Mu, what does your shaking head mean? However, Zhang Mu's gesture of shaking his head caught Luna Na's eye, and she immediately snapped. What are you shaking your head for? I don't mean anything. Humph. Still trying to argue. I see you're just a typical case of sour grapes. Luna Na placed her hands on her hips and then thought of something. Turning to Chen Hai and complaining, Darling, you don't know, last Friday during our company team building event, this loser tried to take me away when I was drunk and assaulted me. What? This happened? Chen Hai's eyes immediately flared with anger as he glared at Zhang Mu. You bastard, how dare you have thoughts about my woman? I'll kill you. In a fit of rage, Chen Hai kicked towards Zhang Mu. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by Luna Na. Darling, getting physical with such lowly people will only lower your status. Aren't you very familiar with our company boss? Just give him a call and have this guy become unemployed. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Luna Na said with a teasing expression. It was peak working hours, and many employees from the original company were nearby. This woman undoubtedly wanted to show off and give Zhang Mu a lesson. Sure enough, the employees from the original company were shocked to see this scene. Wow, Luna Na has secretly hooked up with a big shot from the neighboring company? And Zhang Mu, who seemed honest and simple, was actually a toad wanting to eat swan meat. In an instant, their gazes towards Luna Na became very flattering, while their looks towards Zhang Mu were filled with disdain. This made Luna Na feel extremely pleased. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu felt disgusted. Luna Na, don't think too highly of yourself. I was indeed blind before to have thoughts about you. But now, even if you stripped down and posed seductively, I wouldn't spare you a glance. After saying that, Zhang Mu walked straight towards the entrance of Jinmao Tower. Walla, darling, he bullied me. I can't live anymore. Luna Na immediately threw a fit. In fact, she didn't need to react this strongly, because Zhang Mu's actions undoubtedly slapped Chen Hai in the face. How could he let Zhang Mu off the hook? You stop right there. Chun Hai immediately chased after him and shouted to the security guards at the building. "This guy offended me. If he dares to come in, just beat him up and throw him out." The security guards at the entrance knew Chun Hai well. Being the son of the boss of Chin's advertising company, such a big shot must be flattered. In an instant, 4 security guards were glaring at Zhang Mu. One eager security guard even pulled out a plastic baton, ready to teach Zhang Mu a lesson. To this, Zhang Mu could only shake his head helplessly. "So you want to take advantage of me, huh? Fine." He took out his phone and quickly dialed Wang Dezhang's number. In the office, Wang Dezhang had been waiting for a long time and respectfully answered the call. "Mr. Zhang, you've arrived, right? I'm here. But someone told the security that if I dared to go in, they would beat me up and throw me out," Zhang Mu said nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Dezhang's hair stood on end, and his heart almost burst. Who the hell has the guts to say that Zhang Mu can't go in? Otherwise, they'd beat him up and throw him out? Are they looking for death? "Mr. Zhang, you give me 2 minutes. No, 1 minute. I'll come down to handle it." "Okay, I'll wait 1 minute. If you don't show up in 1 minute, then you can resign." Chapter 11. The new boss. After hanging up, Zhang Mu started the countdown. Meanwhile, Chun Hai, who was next to Luna Na, was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Especially Luna Na, who was almost in tears from laughing. "Zhang Mu, you're just a small fry who picks up scraps even after work. What big shot can you call? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Haha, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing." Chun Hai also held his stomach, unable to contain his laughter. "Nana, your poor colleague. You may not be good at anything else, but you sure can brag." Laughing, Chun Hai took out a few hundred yuan bills from his pocket and tossed them to the security guard at the door. "All right, give this idiot a minute. No matter who he tries to call over with his bluster, throw them all out, understood?" The security guards picked up the money and replied in unison, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 security guards pulled out their plastic batons. Everyone present quickly took out their phones. A good show is about to unfold. They even thought of a title for their moment's post. Someone tried to act tough, but ended up getting owned. Haha. Meanwhile, Wang Dezhang rushed to the elevator in a panic, having lost one of his shoes in the process. Ding. The elevator was just going up, and a middle-aged man with a big belly stepped out. "Hello, Manager Wang. I was just looking for you. What's the matter? We can talk later." But Wang Dezhang pushed the middle-aged man aside and rushed into the elevator. The middle-aged man stumbled and then noticed that Wang Dezhang had lost one of his shoes. Did something major happen? He didn't dare to think too much about it, and quickly followed him into the elevator. Bang bang bang. Inside the elevator, Wang Dezhang was almost tearing off the buttons for the floor. He was frantically pressing the buttons. "Hurry up." He was extremely anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed repeatedly, cautiously asking, "Manager Wang, why are you so anxious?" "Huh." The elevator began to descend. Wang Dezhang finally let out a sigh of relief and looked at the middle-aged man. "President Chun, if I'm not mistaken, you've come to talk to me about this quarter's rent, right?" Yes. The middle-aged man immediately bent slightly and showed a flattering smile. He was none other than Chun Rubio, the boss of Chun's advertising company. He was also Chun Hai's father. The company had been struggling recently, and they couldn't even come up with the rent for this quarter. So he had to muster the courage to find Wang Dezhang, hoping the other party could delay the payment by 10 days or half a month. "President Chun, let me put it this way. I can't make decisions about the rent, but I happen to be going down to meet the new boss, so you can come along and talk to him yourself." The first half of Wang Dezhang's sentence almost sent Chun Rubio into despair. The second half, however, left him in extreme shock. What? The Jinmao building has a new owner? No wonder Wang Dezhang had lost one of his shoes and was in such a hurry to go down. If it were him, he would probably run even faster. After all, the first impression on the new boss is too important. Suddenly, Chun Rubio couldn't help but feel nervous. Taking a deep breath, hoping that the new boss of the Jinmao building would be easy to talk to. Otherwise, Chun's advertising company would probably go out of business. Ding. They finally arrived at the first floor. The two, feeling like they were on pins and needles, rushed out at almost a sprinting speed. Goodness. Wang Dezhang almost broke his own limits, losing the other shoe as well. By the time he reached the entrance of the building, exactly 1 minute had passed. At this time, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance to watch the commotion. Seeing the general manager of the building appear in such a state, everyone was undoubtedly dumbfounded. Only Chun Hai was very pleased, coldly staring at Zhang Mu, saying, "Kid, even the manager of the Jinmao building is here. Huh? I see you're in big trouble today." As everyone knows, Wang Dezhang has a terrible temper. If Zhang Mu affects the image of the Jinmao building, then Zhang Mu will definitely be in big trouble. Chun Hai was excited and quickly ran to the out-of-breath Wang Dezhang, reporting, "Manager Wang, you came at the right time. This idiot wants to make trouble at the Jinmao building, and I've already had the security stop him." Wang Dezhang glanced at Zhang Mu, then at Chun Hai, and said coldly, Did you also tell the security to beat him up and then throw him out? Yes. Someone like this idiot doesn't he even realize where the Zhang Mu building is? Beating him up would be too lenient. Chen Hai was pleased with himself, then pretended to be humble and said, Manager Wang, this is what I should do. Protecting the building is everyone's responsibility. The more he spoke, the more carried away he became, even feeling a bit high on himself. His family's company couldn't even manage the rent for this quarter. If this incident could make Wang Dezhang think highly of him and agree to delay the rent payment for a few days, then he would have accomplished something great. Haha. Who would dare to say he is just a waste who only knows how to eat, drink, and gamble? However, he didn't notice that Wang Dezhang's expression was getting darker and darker, almost turning as dark as pig liver. How dare you? Do you know who Mr. Zhang is? Wang Dezhang jumped up, almost using all his strength to slap Chen Hai hard across the face. Chen Hai, caught off guard by this sudden slap, was knocked to the ground. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. But Wang Dezhang didn't care about Chen Hai's life or death and took a quick step in front of Zhang Mu, suddenly bowing at a 90-degree angle, respectfully apologizing. Mr. Zhang, I'm late. Please punish me. Boom. With Wang Dezhang's actions, the stunned crowd felt as if a thunderbolt had struck, especially Chen Hai, who was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? You blind fool, I'll kill you. Just then, the portly Chen Rubio finally arrived. Seeing Wang Dezhang angrily slapping Chen Hai, and then seeing Wang Dezhang's respectful attitude toward Zhang Mu, it was obvious to anyone with a nose that Zhang Mu was the new owner of the Zhang Mu building, and his clueless son had actually offended the new boss. I'll kill you. Chen Rubio glared and rushed forward, beating Chen Hai with fists and kicks. Dad, what are you doing? Dad, I'm your son. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Chen Hai rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. I'm beating you because you know who you've offended? But Chen Rubio was really about to go crazy with anger. Chen Hai covered his head. Dad, are you mistaken? That idiot is just a poor guy who picks up scraps after work. Even if I offended him, so what? What do you mean, so what? At this moment, Wang Dezhang shot him a murderous look. Chen Hai, stretch your pig ears and listen clearly. Mr. Zhang is the new owner of the Zhang Mu building. What? The crowd exploded. Chapter 12. Unable to afford an apology, Zhang Mu is the new owner of the Zhang Mu building? This means that the poor guy who just claimed he would go in and beat someone up and throw them out is actually the owner of the Zhang Mu building? Chen Hai, lying on the ground, suddenly shivered and immediately wet himself. Meanwhile, Lu Nana went crazy, screaming loudly. No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. That Zhang Mu picks up scraps after work. How could he be the owner of the Zhang Mu building? For Lu Nana, she really couldn't accept it. In fact, among the crowd, employees from the same company as Zhang Mu were also in disbelief. After all, they knew Zhang Mu too well. He was just an ordinary office worker. How could it be? But this statement came from the property management general manager of the Zhang Mu building, Wang Dezhang, so who would dare to question it? At this moment, Wang Dezhang reiterated, Mr. Zhang is indeed the new owner of the Zhang Mu building. All property rights belong to him. Lu Nana felt like she was about to crack. She never thought that the poor guy she looked down upon would actually be the owner of the Zhang Mu building. Owning the Zhang Mu building means he's worth at least over $1 billion. All these years, she had tried her best to marry into a wealthy family. Unbeknownst to her, the real wealthy family was right beside her. In a moment, endless regret frantically occupied the body of this vain woman. But soon, no, maybe I still have a chance. After all, last week Zhang Mu wanted to take the drunken me away. He must have some thoughts about me. Immediately, with renewed hope, Luna rushed to Zhang Mu's side. Zhang Mu, didn't you want to sleep with me last Friday? Now I'm ready to sleep with you, every day, in any position you want. This woman clung to Zhang Mu's arm and rubbed against him with her voluptuous figure. If it were before, Zhang Mu would definitely have been tempted. But now, he only felt disgusted. Let go. I was blind before, and now I have no interest in you at all. Zhang Mu almost didn't hesitate to push Luna's arms away and walk straight toward the Zhang Mu tower. Can I go in now? The security guards, standing like poles, were nearly scared out of their wits. To put it bluntly, they were just the dogs guarding the Zhang Mu tower. And Zhang Mu was the owner of the Zhang Mu tower. When the owner comes home, can he go in? Of course. The 4 security guards immediately bowed and stepped aside, while also slapping themselves hard, claiming they were blind and hoping Zhang Mu would give them a chance. However, Zhang Mu didn't bother with these security guards, simply saying, when I come out, I don't want to see any annoying people at the entrance. After saying that, he walked in. Wang Dezhang and Chen Rubio followed closely behind. The rejected Luna, thick-skinned, also wanted to follow, but she was stopped by the security guards. Mr. Zhang doesn't want to see annoying things. Hurry up and get lost. Hearing such a reprimand, Luna felt extremely embarrassed. Damn it, if it weren't for you, would I offend President Zhang? At that moment, Chen Hai, whose pants were wet, got up from the ground, disregarding his image, and slapped Luna hard. Slap. Luna's face instantly swelled up. "Chen, you dare to hit me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't lose President Zhang. I'm going to fight you." Luna was stunned for a moment before lunging at Chen to fight. The two quickly got into a scuffle. The 4 security guards saw this and thought, "Is this a place for you two annoying things to fight?" 2 security guards hold 1 person. They threw them to the other side of the road. "President Zhang, you are magnanimous, and when I go back, I will definitely teach Chen a lesson and then bring him to apologize to you." Entering the Jinmao Tower, Chen Rubio immediately apologized to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu squinted slightly, having learned from Wang Dezhang about Chen Rubio and Chen Hai's relationship, as well as the predicament of Chen's advertising company being unable to pay rent. "No, your son wants to beat me up and throw me out. I can't afford his apology. Besides, if your rent hasn't arrived by noon tomorrow, Mr. Chen, our contract will be terminated, and you can go find the new address of the company." After finishing, the elevator just arrived. Zhang Mu walked in without looking back. Chen Rubio wanted to follow in to plead, but was stopped by Wang Dezhang. Soon, the elevator doors slowly closed. Chen Rubio collapsed to the ground in despair. The company's funds were tied up, and he had hoped to delay the rent to regain the cash flow. But now, everything was over. And the culprit was undoubtedly his clueless son. "Damn it, I should have shot you against the wall back then." An angry Chen Rubio rushed out of the Jinmao Tower. Determined to kill Chen Hai, the elevator went all the way to the top floor of the building, the 108th floor, in the spacious and bright office. Wang Dezhang cautiously handed the prepared materials to Zhang Mu. "Mr. Zhang, here are all the financial records of the Jinmao Tower for the past 6 months. Please review them. The rent for the last quarter will be transferred to your account by next Wednesday at the latest." Zhang Mu didn't expect to have money coming in so soon. How much was the rent for the last quarter? A total of 21 million. Over 30 million? Although Zhang Mu was somewhat prepared for this, he was still taken aback by the figure. Wow, have I just become a millionaire? No, since getting the system, the first reward was a building in Yulon Bay. Since then, his worth had already exceeded 100 million. Now, 30 million was nothing. Zhang Mu steadied himself. "I understand. From now on, the management of this building will still be your responsibility. I hope you won't let me down." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely not betray your trust." Wang Dezhang immediately stood up straight. "Well, you can go out now." "Okay." Wang Dezhang didn't dare to linger for a moment and turned to leave. In the luxurious office, only Zhang Mu was left. He leaned back in the leather chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if everything was still unreal. After a while of days, he initially thought about continuing his ordinary life, going to work and coming home. But after what happened with Luna, there was no way to stay at the original company. It would be better to resign and pick up bottles full-time. Thinking this, he sent a resignation message to his original boss. The boss dared not refuse. If he upset Zhang Mu, the contract would be terminated directly, and the company would have to relocate, which would be a disaster. Additionally, Zhang Mu's WeChat was particularly busy today. Female employees from the original company were eager to add him as a friend. Among them were some seemingly innocent female employees, who, when adding friends privately, spoke in an extremely explicit manner. However, Zhang Mu found these hypocritical women uninteresting. Just as he shook his head, a phone call came in. It was from Yi Zhiqiu, the voluptuous property manager of Yulon Bay. Compared to other women, Zhang Mu had no resistance to her at all. Chapter 13. Marrying into a wealthy family, Yi Zhiqiu's voice had an indescribable charm. "Mr. Zhang, I hope I'm not bothering you?" "Not at all. That's good. Mr. Zhang, over 20 units in Building 6 have already been rented out, and I'm transferring the rent to your bank card right now." As soon as she finished speaking, ding. Zhang Mu's phone vibrated. A text message came in. It notified him that 480,000 had just been transferred to his bank card. As the king of the building, the rent for the units in Building 6 starts at 8,000 per month, with a deposit and 3 months rent paid up front. The first payment just arrived after deducting the service fee. Gulp. Looking at the number in the text message, Zhang Mu couldn't help but swallow hard. Don't look at how he now owns a building, a skyscraper, and a supercar worth 100 million. But this 480,000 is real cash. That feeling was amazing. Naturally, Yi Zhiqiu had no idea what Zhang Mu was thinking and continued. Additionally, many clients are asking about parking spaces. "Mr. Zhang, are the parking spaces in Building 6 for rent?" "The parking spaces are a gift with the house. Therefore, the parking spaces in the basement of Building 6 naturally belong to Zhang Mu." Zhang Mu was taken aback. He didn't expect such a good deal. "Yes, definitely rent them out." "Okay, Mr. Zhang, can we meet to discuss this in detail and sign the parking space rental contract?" "No problem." Ultimately, the two arranged to meet at a restaurant. Since the house and parking spaces were entrusted to the property for rental, Yi Zhiqiu could earn a considerable commission from it. Taking this opportunity, she wanted to invite Zhang Mu to dinner. For Zhang Mu, being treated to dinner by a beautiful woman was certainly not something he would refuse. At 11:30, Zhang Mu arrived at Milan restaurant for the appointment. Yi Zhiqiu had been waiting for a long time. Today, she wore a tight black dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Even though it was their second meeting, Zhang Mu still found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her curvaceous body. The term practical weapon seemed tailor-made for Yi Zhiqiu. Looking at Zhang Mu again, dressed in cheap clothes and wearing a pair of 50 yuan, nearly worn-out white shoes from a street vendor, standing next to Yi Zhiqiu, he felt extremely out of place. So much so that when Zhang Mu and Yi Zhiqiu left the restaurant, many people's hearts were shattered. This is like a beautiful flower growing out of cow dung, right? Mr. Zhang's attire continues to be unexpectedly casual. Even Yi Zhiqiu couldn't understand it. If once was a coincidence, then twice is enough to prove a point. In their two meetings, Zhang Mu's outfit looked no different from that of a loser. It was really hard to fathom how he owned a building and drove a supercar worth 100 million. Could this be a special quirk of rich people? Haha. As for clothes, as long as they're comfortable to wear, it's fine. Feeling the gazes around him, Zhang Mu felt a bit embarrassed and thought that since the rent was received, he would go buy a couple of decent clothes later. Yi Zhiqiu had reserved a table in advance. The waiter guided them to their seats. Mr. Zhang, please order. Yi Zhiqiu immediately handed the menu to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu opened the menu and complained, "The dishes here are too expensive, right? A steak costs 698. Just so you know, a piece of freshly cut steak at a late-night stall is only 199. Moreover, the noodles are self-serve. Eat as much as you want. It is a bit pricey. But the food at this restaurant is still quite good." Hearing the complaint, Yi Zhiqiu maintained a smile, but thought in her heart, "You are a billionaire. How could you complain about the prices at a small restaurant?" Well, since Yi Zhiqiu said so, Zhang Mu casually ordered a few dishes to try. But he didn't dare to order anything too expensive. After all, it was Yi Zhiqiu treating. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu's mouth twitched slightly. "Mr. Zhang, let me order a few more." Then she ordered another 7 or 8 dishes, and together with what Zhang Mu had ordered, the total came to nearly 2,000 yuan. Damn, a lunch costs 2,000 yuan. Zhang Mu suddenly felt that if he were to marry Yi Zhiqiu, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu, unaware of Zhang Mu's thoughts, took out the prepared parking space contract. "Mr. Zhang, please take a look at the contract. The monthly rent for a parking space starts at 800, capped at 2,000. Calculating this way, it's quite a decent income." Zhang Mu reserved 3 parking spaces for himself and rented out the rest. After signing the contract, all the dishes were served. Zhang Mu chatted with Yi Zhiqiu while eating, and this meal lasted over an hour. But for the most part, Zhang Mu was the one eating. Yi Zhiqiu moved her chopsticks a few times and said she was full. My gosh, her appetite is too small, right? Like a little chick pecking at rice. I really don't understand how she maintains such an explosive figure with this little food. After the meal, the two parted ways. Zhang Mu felt too full and planned to take a walk while looking for empty bottles in nearby trash cans. Yi Zhiqiu had to get busy with renting out the parking spaces and headed towards her vehicle. "Zhiqiu, is that really you? I just saw your car and thought I was mistaken." Suddenly, a bright figure jogged over. Yi Zhiqiu turned around and found it was her best friend, Bao Xiaoxiao. Of course, this woman was only named Xiaoxiao. Her assets were even bigger than Yi Zhiqiu's. Like a bomb. "Xiaoxiao, it's you. Are you here for a meal?" "Yeah, someone invited me to dinner, so I came." Bao Xiaoxiao smiled. "What about you? Did someone invite you as well?" In Bao Xiaoxiao's view, beautiful women like her and Yi Zhiqiu always have men vying to treat them to meals. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhiqiu gave a bitter smile. "No, I'm treating someone." "No way. A man or a woman?" Bao Xiaoxiao couldn't believe her ears. "A man. Oh my god, Zhiqiu, are you okay? You're having dinner with a man and paying for it yourself? Tell me, who is that man? He is such a scoundrel." Bao Xiaoxiao felt indignant for her friend. "Xiaoxiao, it's not what you think. He did me a big favor, so I'm treating him to dinner," Yi Zhiqiu explained. "That doesn't matter. This man is really too uncouth." Bao Xiaoxiao immediately formed a very bad impression of Zhang Mu. Yi Zhiqiu smiled bitterly. "Xiaoxiao? He is really not the kind of person you think." Bao Xiaoxiao was taken aback, staring at Yi Zhiqiu in surprise, then grinned mischievously. "Come on, be honest. Do you have a crush on him?" Suddenly being asked this by her best friend, Yi Zhiqiu felt a bit flustered. Her face turned unexpectedly red, as if she had drunk too much. At that moment, Bao Xiaoxiao grabbed Yi Zhiqiu's hand. "Sister, wake up. You're going to marry into a rich family. Don't let others deceive you." Chapter 14. Your son has achieved success as her best friend. Bao Xiaoxiao knew very well Yi Zhiqiu's standards for choosing a partner. She wouldn't marry anyone who isn't from a wealthy family. Previously, when a corporate executive with an annual salary of about 1 million pursued her, she didn't agree. Now, who had put some love potion in her drink? Going out to eat and still having to pay for herself? What kind of outstanding man could that be? Bao Xiaoxiao's mind raced, suddenly thinking of something. She continued to hold on to Yi Zhiqiu's arm. "Is that guy very good looking?" Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. She had to admit that Zhang Mu was indeed very handsome, not at all inferior to the young stars in the entertainment industry, and nodded. Seeing this, Bao Xiaoxiao became exceptionally excited. Zhiqiu, we're not little girls anymore. In this day and age, what's the use of being handsome? Being rich is the way to go. I really don't know what to say about you. But he's very rich. Yi Zhiqiu said instinctively. Rich? How rich? You previously rejected a corporate executive with an annual salary of 1 million. Bao Xiaoxiao was even more excited. Yi Zhiqiu felt helpless. The reason she rejected that executive wasn't because she thought he earned too little, but because she felt that the guy had poor character. He wanted to sleep with her right after their first meeting. What a lunatic. And her standard of not marrying anyone who isn't from a wealthy family was just a saying. It was only because she hadn't met someone who made her heart flutter, so she casually said it, but her best friend took it seriously. Zhiqiu, why are you silent? Speak up. You said that guy is also very rich. How rich is he? Does he earn more than 1 million a year? Not just 1 million. Yi Zhiqiu snapped back to reality, knowing that if she didn't give a response, her best friend would definitely not let it go. You know the housing prices at Yulonbei, right? I know. Did he buy a house at Yulonbei? Yeah. How big did he buy? A small unit or a large one? Both. What do you mean both? Did he buy 2 apartments? Not just 2. He bought an entire building outright at Yulonbei. What? Bought an entire building outright? Bao Xiaoxiao was completely shocked. She couldn't imagine how wealthy Zhang Mu was. But then, Yi Zhiqiu added. His car is a 100 million supercar, a Pagani Huayra. Holy crap. Bao Xiaoxiao, who was already flustered, was almost driven to curse. He's that rich? No wonder Yi Zhiqiu is willing to take the initiative to pay the bill. If it were me, I'd be willing 100 times over. No, 1,000 times, 1 billion times. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu had no idea what was happening after they parted. He strolled along the way, digesting his meal while picking up empty bottles. Soon, he gathered 100 empty bottles. Recycling. The system displayed. Recycling successful. Reward, second youth potion. In the next moment, a small transparent bottle of potion appeared in Zhang Mu's hand. Zhang Mu was a bit confused. What the heck is this second youth potion? Does it mean that drinking it could bring him back to his teenage years? The system seemed to have a telepathic connection and immediately provided an explanation. The second youth potion, when consumed, allows the host to undergo a second development, changing appearance, increasing height, and shaping a perfect body proportion. Just that taking the second youth water requires water and has certain side effects. Damn. Zhang Mu originally thought it was quite appealing. It could change his appearance, height, and create a perfect body proportion, transforming him into a true male god. But the side effects made him hesitate. System, what are the side effects? Falling into a short-term coma. Zhang Mu, what the hell kind of side effect is that? I must take the second youth water. But not now. I can't just faint in the middle of the street. What if I'm picked up by a girl? Zhang Mu immediately returned to the Milan restaurant and drove home. Once he got back to the Yulonbei apartment, he didn't rush to take the second youth water, but organized his thoughts and called his mother back home. When he got the system, Zhang Mu had already planned to give his parents a good life. Unfortunately, the first few rewards weren't cash, so he couldn't give them anything right away. Now that the rent of 480,000 yuan had arrived, he could finally send money to his parents. Zhang Mu's parents were typical farmers, earning less than 30,000 yuan a year. Compared to the city, the rural mindset of valuing wealth over poverty was even more ingrained. Zhang Mu's parents were looked down upon in their respective families. Now that he had the system and money, he naturally wanted to lift his parents' heads high. Aren't you working today? Why are you suddenly calling me? Zhang Mu's mother was cleaning in the yard when she received her son's call, showing great excitement. She hurriedly called out Zhang Mu's father from inside and put the phone on speaker. Can I call you too while working? Zhang Mu smiled and said, a bit excited. Stop what you're doing. Your son has good news to tell you. What good news? Do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Mu, as expected. Parents are most concerned about their children's lifelong affairs. No, it's that your son has made progress. I just landed a big deal. And the company rewarded me with a commission of 500,000 yuan. I'll keep 100,000 for myself and transfer the rest to your account. Huh. Both parents were stunned after hearing Zhang Mu's words. 500,000. For genuine farmers, that was an unimaginable amount. Now, their son had just secured such a big deal? Incredible. Almost at the same time, a text message came in on the father's phone. A bank notification that 400,000 yuan had just been transferred in. Is this real? The two elders felt a bit unsteady, supporting each other while crying tears of joy. Dad, Mom, why are you crying? It's nothing. We're just happy. Yes, happy. Hearing his parents say this, Zhang Mu's nose felt a bit sour. Dad, Mom, your son will earn more money in the future. Just wait to enjoy life. This 400,000 is just the beginning. Buy whatever you want. Don't worry about money. If you run out, just tell me. When I get a break, I'll go back to see you. Okay. Although it was just a phone call, Zhang Mu could completely imagine how proud his parents felt at that moment. After chatting with them for more than half an hour, they finally hung up. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the apartment, Zhang Mu looked at the sky outside. A beautiful future was waiting for him. After a moment of reflection, he remembered the bottle of Second Youth water. Now he could take it. Come on, Second Youth. Sitting on the soft sofa, he opened the cap and drank it all in one go. In an instant, Zhang Mu felt a warm current spreading within him, followed by a wave of intense fatigue sweeping over his mind. Zhang Mu's vision darkened, and he fell down, losing consciousness and knowing nothing. Chapter 15. Someone comes to take him home back home. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Mu's father changed into clean clothes and walked outside. His mother was taken aback and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Old Fan called me to play cards at noon. I didn't want to go, but now I suddenly feel like playing." "Don't worry, I won T lose more than 50 yuan. With that, his father walked out without looking back. His mother wiped her tears and didn't say anything more. Last week, the son of Old Fan next door gave him 5,000 yuan, which Old Fan used to buy a new motorcycle, often showing off in front of Zhang's father, making him quite smug. Now that Zhang Mu was successful, he sent 400,000 yuan back home. Zhang's father had to show off about it. The older generation is like this. They've already passed the age of comparing themselves. So now they compare the next generation. Thinking about this, his mother also went back to change clothes and walked towards the place where the village women gathered. Wasn't it said that there would be a short-term coma? Zhang Mu thought it would last at most half an hour, maybe 2 hours at most, right? Who would have thought that after lying down, when he opened his eyes again, it was already past 10 o'clock the next morning. Damn, did I faint for so long? Zhang Mu sat up from the sofa, unable to help but curse inwardly. Then he thought of something and immediately took off the clothes he was wearing, leaving only his big shorts as he walked to the full-length mirror. The Second Youth water could change his appearance, increase his height, and create a perfect body proportion. He wanted to see if it was really that magical. Damn, is this really me? Unable to wait, Zhang Mu took a look in the mirror and couldn't help but swallow several times. Clearly, one damn was not enough to describe his current feelings. If a perfect score for looks is 100, Zhang Mu used to rate himself around 80. Now it's at least 90. His previously loose skin had become exceptionally tight. His facial features appeared more three-dimensional, exuding masculinity and determination. It's no exaggeration to say he could easily outshine those young pretty boys. Moreover, the fat on his stomach was completely gone, replaced by 8 sexy abs. Forget about those fangirls. Even he himself was in love with this look. Oh, and his height. He was about 176 centimeters before, and now he estimated he was around 185 centimeters. Wow, it really feels like I'm taller. And the air I breathe feels exceptionally fresh. Looking at the big change in the mirror, Zhang Mu grinned ear to ear, almost laughing crookedly. Suddenly, he felt the urge to urinate. Zhang Mu hurriedly walked to the bathroom, pulling down his shorts. Damn, did this thing also get remodeled? A catchy tune immediately echoed in Zhang Mu's mind. Big friend, do you have a lot of question marks? To put it in one word, it's like upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. No wonder he felt his shorts were a bit tight when he woke up. It was because the size was too small. Of course, the clothes and pants were also undersized. It seems it's time to buy some new clothes. People rely on their attire, and horses rely on their saddles. Putting on new clothes, and with looks and a perfect body proportion like this, he could take off in no time. Zhang Mu had reason to believe that even if he was still a poor guy now, girls would throw themselves at him. But, sorry, brother is a billionaire. With both looks and money, would he lack for girls? After some thought, he decided that the next time he went home to see his parents, he would bring a girlfriend back to save his parents from worrying every day about him not being able to find a wife. Feeling extremely narcissistic after using the bathroom, he returned to the living room when his phone rang. It was his mother calling. Hello, Mom. Zhang Mu, are you at work? Did I disturb you? No. I'm just on a break. Zhang Mu immediately said with a smile. The world is big, but no call from Mom is bigger. Mom, is there something you need? Hee. It's like this. Your cousin Bebe wants to go to Zhonghai with her classmates. They are all college students and unfamiliar with the area. And your uncle is a bit worried. If it's convenient for you, could you help take care of them? If it weren't for Zhang Mu sending home 400,000 yesterday, Zhang's mother definitely wouldn't have made this call. Now that her son has succeeded and isn't short on money, as a mother, Zhang's mother naturally wants to show off in front of relatives. Of course, there's another important reason. In her maternal family, only her eldest brother took care of her back in the day, so she wants to repay that kindness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu wondered what it was about. Not to mention that there is still 80,000 in his bank account, and the rent from Jinmao Tower will soon come in. It's just hosting a few college students. How hard could that be? No problem, Mom. When are they coming over? Probably in the next couple of days. At that time, Bebe will call you. Sure. Zhang Mu readily agreed. He hadn't seen his cousin for several years. They say girls change a lot after 18. and university is like a beauty salon. He couldn't help but wonder how Bei had changed. Just as he was thinking, ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Zhang Mu frowned slightly, wondering who could be looking for him. It seemed that none of his friends knew he had moved here. With some confusion, he walked over to open the door. Huh, it's her. Standing outside was Lan Kuer. Over 7 meters tall, Lan Kuer was wearing a white long dress, with fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. Simply stunning. Lan Kuer was organizing her words, her face slightly flushed. Suddenly, the door opened. The key point was that Zhang Mu was only wearing a pair of shorts. She never expected this. Her face turned so red it seemed like it could bleed, as if there were a fire burning on her skin. But to be fair, he hadn't noticed before that Zhang Mu's physique was actually so impressive, especially those terrifying 8-pack abs, exuding a strong masculine aura that made her feel a strange sensation inside. Sorry, let me get dressed first. Seeing the other person's face as red as a monkey's bottom, Zhang Mu finally realized he was only in shorts and hurried back to find some clothes to change into. Even if they were a bit small, it was better than just wearing shorts, right? A few minutes later, he welcomed Lan Kuer back into the living room. Miss Lan, is there something you need from me? Mr. Zhang, I was wondering if you have time for lunch today. I want to treat you to a meal. Please don't refuse right away, because with your help, I've finally gotten rid of those male classmates who were bothering me, so I really want to thank you. Please give me this opportunity. In the afternoon, Lan Kuer didn't go to work. She specially changed into nice clothes, determined to invite Zhang Mu to lunch. Zhang Mu was taken aback. He couldn't find a reason to refuse. Okay, let's have a meal together then. We can buy some clothes while we're at it. Having a beautiful girl as a reference is a good thing. Chapter 16. Down-to-earth Zhang Mu and Lan Kuer went downstairs and drove away. Mr. Zhang, I know a good Western restaurant. How about we have Western food for lunch? Although it was the second time sitting in the passenger seat of a Pagani Huayra, Lan Kuer still felt a bit nervous, especially since she had no idea what Zhang Mu's taste was. A billionaire like Zhang Mu should eat very well at every meal, right? Lan Kuer had just graduated and didn't have much savings, so she naturally hadn't eaten any expensive dishes. That Western restaurant was the most expensive place she knew of. But Zhang Mu shook his head, saying, "What's so good about Western food? It's not nutritious and super expensive." Lan Kuer opened her mouth in surprise. She never expected Zhang Mu to say that Western food was so expensive. Then, Mr. Zhang, what do you want to eat? Zhang Mu really thought for a moment and asked, Miss Lan, do you have any dietary restrictions? No. Lan Kuer instinctively shook her head. Then let's go eat spicy hot pot. What? Spicy hot pot? A billionaire eats this too? If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, Lan Kuer would absolutely not believe it. Wait, eating spicy hot pot seems to have a meme. Lan Kuer suddenly thought of something, and her face turned red again. But she could only say that she was overthinking it. Zhang Mu simply wanted to eat spicy hot pot, because the flavor of that hot pot was really excellent. Previously, he only dared to indulge occasionally when he got paid. Now, he felt confident enough to eat whatever he wanted. Pulling up in a 100 million yuan supercar in front of the spicy hot pot restaurant shocked the diners and the owner. Especially when they saw that the person getting out of the car was Zhang Mu, the owner was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he, this kid, one of her regular customers? He always cleaned his plate, and sometimes even picked up discarded bottles left by other customers. She thought he came from a poor background and secretly added extra dishes for him every time. Turns out he was hiding it well. He even drove a luxury car? This car must cost at least a few million. Zhang Mu ignored the owner's incredulous gaze and chuckled, greeting her. Boss, I'm here to support your business again. Saying that, he skillfully picked up a basket to choose ingredients. Lan Kuer hesitated a bit before also picking up a basket. Today, Zhang Mu really splurged, picking over 50 yuan worth of spicy hot pot ingredients. Miss Lan, I'm sorry for making you spend so much. 50 yuan is considered a lot. If Lan Kuer hadn't known that Zhang Mu owned a building and drove a 100 million yuan supercar, she would have thought Zhang Mu was a total loser. After all, who eats spicy hot pot? Isn't that something losers do? But now, hearing the same words from Zhang Mu, Lan Kuer suddenly thought of a term to describe it. Down to earth. Wow, she never expected a billionaire to be so down to earth. It can't be said that Lan Kuer was double standard or that she was being pretentious. It was just that after realizing how wealthy Zhang Mu was, such thoughts naturally came to mind. More than 10 minutes later, the owner brought 2 bowls of spicy hot pot to the table. Young man, you really hit it well. I've seen you a few times cleaning your plate and even picking up discarded bottles. I thought your family wasn't well off. I didn't expect you to have a luxury car and a beautiful girlfriend. TSK, your girlfriend is really pretty, just like the stars on my phone. Upon hearing this, Lan Kuer blushed furiously at being mistaken for Zhang Mu's girlfriend and shyly lowered her head. Zhang Mu, however, replied seriously, Boss, please don't joke around. She is definitely not my girlfriend. With my conditions, how could I find such a beautiful girlfriend? And picking up empty bottles is great. I'll keep doing it. If I told you that this car outside was bought by picking up empty bottles, would you believe it? The owner, Lan Kuo, 100 million yuan supercar bought by picking up empty bottles? How many bottles would you have to pick up? You'd need to collect enough bottles to go around the earth 10 times. Zhang Mu felt helpless. He was clearly speaking the truth, so why did no one believe him? After eating spicy hot pot, nothing happened regarding the spicy hot pot meme. Zhang Mu took Lan Kuo straight to a nearby mall. To put it mildly, Zhang Mu was now a walking clothes rack. Any outfit he put on made him look like a star from the entertainment industry. While shopping for clothes, several girls secretly took photos with their phones, not knowing where they would post them, but they were all very excited. Fortunately, Lan Kuo was there, with her fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, which made many girls hesitate. After all, if someone's girlfriend was right there, you'd have to be prettier than her to even consider flirting, right? After wandering around the mall, they bought 7 or 8 outfits, a fruitful haul. Miss Lan, thank you so much today. As a token of my gratitude, let me take you home, Zhang Mu said, carrying a big bag and smiling slightly. On the pretty face of Lan Kuo, a few black lines appeared. Could it be that Zhang Mu didn't plan to send her home earlier? What a typical straight man. They took the elevator down to the parking lot on the 3rd basement level, and just as they were about to walk to the parking space for the Pagani, a Honda drove over. Zhang Mu. The girl in the passenger seat recognized Zhang Mu first and exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Mu turned to look and also recognized her. It was his university classmate, Ma Ruolin, and the one driving was also a university classmate, Hao Chong. The two had been together since their freshman year, and it was surprising that they were still together more than a year after graduation. They must be heading towards marriage. Haha, it's really you, Zhang Mu. What a coincidence. Hao Chong parked the car and walked over to greet him. During their university days, they lived in neighboring dorms. Their relationship wasn't particularly close, but it wasn't bad either. Yeah, what a coincidence. Zhang Mu, you're quite something. You were so low-key in college, and I didn't expect you to find such a beautiful girlfriend after graduation. In fact, Ma Ruolin had been sizing up Lan Kuo and had to admit that Lan Kuo was indeed beautiful, especially those long legs. Not to mention the opposite sex. Even girls would drool at the sight. Well, this was the second time she was misunderstood as Zhang Mu's girlfriend. Lan Kuo didn't seem as shy as before. Instead, she quietly looked at Zhang Mu, wanting to see how he would explain. What else could Zhang Mu say? He would definitely tell the truth. But at that moment, Hao Chong's phone rang. After saying a few words, he mentioned he had to go up right away. Zhang Mu, I have something to take care of. We're having a class reunion in a few days. Let's chat then. By the way, make sure to bring your girlfriend along. Hao Chong patted Zhang Mu on the shoulder. Zhang Mu was a bit confused. A class reunion? How come he didn't know about it? Chapter 17. The tall girl. It was only then that Zhang Mu remembered what was going on. After graduation, the class group had apparently changed completely. The most vocal members were always those who were doing well. They would show off in various ways in the group. For instance, someone bought a house. Someone bought a car. Someone went abroad for vacation. Zhang Mu didn't want to see this kind of show-off, so he had muted the class group. Therefore, it was no wonder he didn't know about the reunion. All right, if I have time, I'll definitely come, Zhang Mu said perfunctorily after figuring it out. Normally, for a class reunion, the organizer should at least notify everyone, right? But he wasn't even included. So why should he go? Why should he put a warm face to a cold butt? Boring. That won't do. Even if you don't have time, you have to make time. Zhang Mu, you found such a beautiful girlfriend. Are you trying to hide her? Hao Chong insisted, giving Zhang Mu another pat on the shoulder, then turned his gaze to Lan Kuo. Smiling, sister-in-law, you must come with Zhang Mu when the time comes. Our classmates are all easy to get along with. Faced with this sudden warm invitation, Lan Kuo didn't know how to respond and could only nod shyly. Hao Chong was then satisfied, laughing heartily, and exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhang Mu before leaving with his girlfriend Ma Ruolin. Once they entered the elevator, Ma Ruolin, who had originally been smiling, immediately turned cold and said reproachfully, "Are you sick? The one organizing the reunion is the class monitor, and you know the class monitor has a grudge against Zhang Mu, right? The monitor's group doesn't include Zhang Mu, which clearly means they don't want to invite him. And you, instead of being cautious, were overly enthusiastic about making sure Zhang Mu comes and bringing his girlfriend along. Aren't you just making the monitor unhappy? Don't forget, we still need the monitor's help with our mortgage." After saying that, Ma Ruolin pinched Hao Chong hard, clearly angry. However, Hao Chong had a smile on his face. You just have long hair and short knowledge. It's precisely because the monitor has a grudge against Zhang Mu that I insisted he must come. On the day of the reunion, we'll help the monitor humiliate Zhang Mu severely, and once the monitor is happy, will we still have to worry about the mortgage? Ma Ruolin was taken aback, as if she found some logic there. However, previously, Zhang Mu was just a loser, his job wasn't great, and he was single. Now that he had found such a beautiful girlfriend, it might not be so easy to suppress him, right? Ma Ruolin wasn't a brainless woman. She immediately expressed her concerns. But hearing this, Hao Chang couldn't help but laugh again. You just said Zhang Mu is a loser. So what could such a beautiful girl see in him? In my opinion, that girl must have worked in a nightclub before and is now trying to reform, looking for a decent guy to settle down with. Hao Chang seemed very experienced in this regard and trusted his judgment. Otherwise, how could a girl as beautiful as Lan Ke end up with Zhang Mu unless she was blind? Upon hearing this, Ma Ruolan's eyes immediately brightened. Let us not talk about anything else. As long as we expose Lan Ke's identity on the day of the reunion, Zhang Mu will never be able to lift his head again. Haha, honey, you're amazing. This is just the beginning. Wait until the day of the reunion, and you'll see how I show off my skills. Hao Chang confidently curled his lips and then took out his phone to call the class monitor. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu was unaware that he had become the Navi nice guy. Lan Ke also didn't know she was considered a former nightclub girl. The two walked toward the Pagani. By the way, what my classmate just said, don't take it to heart. I wasn't planning to go to the class reunion at all. Zhang Mu hesitated for a few seconds, but still spoke up. Hearing this, Lan Ke's mouth twitched slightly, and she was almost at a loss. What does that mean, don't take it to heart? As if she really wanted to go to your class reunion. After that, the two left the mall, and Zhang Mu first drove Lan Ke home. However, on the way, Lan Ke received a phone call. A friend of hers was nervous about an interview at the Jinmao Tower today and wanted her to accompany her. Lan Ke had nothing else to do, so she thought about it and agreed. Mr. Zhang, could you please take me to Jinmao Tower? Jinmao Tower? When Zhang Mu heard this name, he almost didn't hesitate and said, sure. He also happened to need to drop off some new clothes at Wang Dezhang's office. He couldn't help but complain about the Pagani's interior space. He had bought a few more pieces of clothing, and the bags were almost too much to fit. Hey, this is still 100 million supercar. Bad review. After more than 10 minutes, the Pagani arrived at Jinmao Tower, and the two parted ways. Zhang Mu called Wang Dezhang and carried the bags upstairs. Then he stepped on the gas, revving the engine, and off he went. He still hadn't finished today's task of collecting 100 empty bottles. Driving at high speed, when he encountered a trash can, he executed a beautiful drift. Then he saw a handsome boy getting out of a car with a woven bag to collect empty bottles. Passers-by were stunned. Is this filming a movie? Or is it a new reality show? But where is the filming crew? Why isn't there a single camera? There were plenty of empty bottles in the city. After working for more than an hour, he had collected enough 100 empty bottles. Recycle, Zhang Mu muttered without hesitation as he arrived in a secluded alley. The next second, the system prompted, recycle successful. Reward, one top-equipped Rolls-Royce Phantom. What? How come it's a car again? Zhang Mu was momentarily confused. Could it be that the system sensed his earlier complaints about the Pagani's space and now rewarded him with a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Just as he was thinking, there happened to be an available parking space in the alley. A flash of white light crossed. Immediately, he saw the imposing Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the space. And the bewildered Zhang Mu found a special car key in his hand. Wow, the system's service is getting better and better. Before, I had to drive myself. Now it's delivered right to my doorstep. Zhang Mu grinned and looked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. One must say that this level of luxury car definitely has enough space. Not to mention if he bought a few more bags of clothes, moving would be no big deal. Moreover, the exterior of this car is imposing enough, once seated inside. The aura of a domineering CEO hits you right away. It's simply exhilarating. Of course, there's another advantage. The car's body is high enough that when driving, he can sit comfortably instead of lying down like when driving a Pagani Huayra, which is quite dangerous. Although this Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't as expensive as the Pagani Huayra, Zhang Mu clearly loves it much more. However, there's a headache at the moment. He doesn't have a cloning ability. How is he supposed to drive two cars back? Suddenly, a tall and alluring girl walked in from outside the alley. Chapter 18, Pagani. Wow, everyone, look what I found. The alluring girl exclaimed upon seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Running in like a pirate discovering treasure. Her legs were long, but still a bit lacking compared to Lan Ke. Additionally, her chest seemed quite small, almost like an airport. When she ran, there was no heavy wave of movement. She was holding a selfie stick and calling out baby. Zhang Mu guessed her identity. She was an outdoor streamer from a certain platform. Sure enough, the alluring Az was indeed an outdoor streamer, jogging up to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Immediately aiming the camera at the imposing car, and began to introduce it enthusiastically. Babies, with my keen eye, I can absolutely determine that this is a top-spec Rolls-Royce Phantom. With a price tag of around 50 million, it's equipped with a 6.7-liter V12 engine, with a 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration time of less than 6 seconds. The leather used in this car has a subtle special scent, the carpet feels like wool, and the hardwood armrests next to the windows are intricately carved by top artists. Listening to Aziz's detailed introduction, Zhang Mu, who was completely ignored at the side, couldn't help but smile. He had initially wanted to look up the details of the Rolls-Royce Phantom online, but now it was entirely unnecessary. How great! Zhang Mu quietly listened. After Aziz finished her detailed introduction of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, she suddenly noticed a Pagani Huayra parked not far in the corner. The rookie streamer was almost going crazy, letting out a scream that startled her fans in the live stream, who thought she had encountered a pervert in the alley. Unexpectedly, Aziz regained her composure and dashed in front of the Pagani Huayra, introducing it with even more enthusiasm. Babies, look at this. It's a supercar worth 100 million. As far as I know, there seems to be only this one in Huaxia. The top-spec Rolls-Royce Phantom is just a little brother in front of it. Upon hearing this, the fans in the live stream were all shocked. They thought that a 50 million Rolls-Royce Phantom was already astonishing enough in such a secluded alley. Who would have thought there was also a 100 million supercar, the Pagani Huayra? This outdoor live stream they stumbled into was really worth it. Every boy has a dream of luxury cars. But when luxury cars are not something you were born into, you probably won't have them in this lifetime. Many boys who accept reality think that since they can't drive luxury cars, at least they can feast their eyes on them, right? Streamer, can you get a little closer? Yes, I want to take a closer look at the luxury cars. As a streamer, responding to fans' reasonable requests is a must. Aziz immediately took the selfie stick and ran back and forth between the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the Pagani Huayra. Despite the short distance, running back and forth a few times was still exhausting and made her sweat profusely. Aziz took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead and, staring at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, suddenly thought of something, chuckled, and said, "Babies, although this luxury car worth tens of millions has great performance in every aspect, it has one obvious fatal flaw." Fatal flaw? The fans in the live stream were immediately intrigued. Even Zhang Mu couldn't help but step forward. "Beauty, what is the fatal flaw of this car?" Suddenly, a living person appeared beside her, startling Aziz, who covered her chest and ran away. However, when she saw Zhang Mu's face, she thought he was too handsome. Instantly, she dropped her guard. "Handsome guy, the flaws of luxury cars are quite obvious. That is, the air conditioning system has issues. Female passengers feel hot as soon as they get in and want to take off their clothes." Zhang Mu, so you were just joking? What a false alarm. I thought this car really had some fatal flaws. If it really did, I would have to return it to the system. Handsome guy, keep it up. When you buy this level of luxury car, you will know how obvious its flaws are. Aziz completely let down her guard. After all, in many girls' minds nowadays, looks are justice. A handsome guy like him could not possibly be a bad person. Hearing Az say that, Zhang Mu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, looked at the streamer, then at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and smiled. "Streamer, if I let you get in the car now, would you feel hot and want to take off your clothes?" "Of course," Az replied instinctively. "I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Do you think I'm joking? Especially since this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom." "Oh." Upon receiving the streamer's affirmative response, Zhang Mu calmly took out the key to the Rolls-Royce Phantom and pressed the unlock button. The imposing vertical headlights of the Rolls-Royce lit up, along with the interior ambient lights. Aziz was instantly petrified, her mouth agape enough to fit several eggs inside. Meanwhile, the live stream fell into a dead silence. After a full 10 seconds, the comments began to flood the screen. Is this a live slap in the face? Haha, is the streamer going to survive this? The O from the handsome guy has perfectly demonstrated the highest realm of showing off. Streamer, you better keep your word. Hurry up and get in the car to take off your clothes. 666, take it off. Although your chest is small, you saved fabric for the country. Aziz, still in shock, had a face full of confusion. She initially thought Zhang Mu was just a passerby attracted by the luxury car. But who would have thought he was actually the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom? That line, "Handsome guy, keep it up, when you buy such a luxury car, you will know how obvious the flaws are," was awkward now. Sorry, he already bought it. Aziz felt her face burning with embarrassment. Moreover, it was unfortunate that she had seriously stated that if she sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, she would feel hot and want to take off her clothes. Is it too late to backtrack now? The heat was already average. If she went back on her word, she would be completely done for. What to do? What to do? Does she really have to take off her clothes? But she was only wearing a skirt. Wait, this streamer is smart. How could she possibly give up? Handsome guy, I wouldn't even look at a 50 million Rolls-Royce Phantom. What I just said was, if I could sit in that Pagani Huayra, I would definitely feel hot and take off my clothes right away. You dog streamer, you're not keeping your word. Unfollow, I must unfollow. Unfollow one, not to mention whether Zhang Mu would agree or not. The fans in the live stream were already furious, cursing Aziz as a dog streamer. Aziz looked at the dismal comments in the live stream and thought, at this point, being a dog streamer is better than taking off her clothes and causing a live incident, right? However, the next second, Zhang Mu calmly took the key to the Pagani Huayra out of his pocket. Unlock successful. The lights of the Pagani Huayra lit up. Aziz? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Chapter 19. Top luxury cars. She originally thought Zhang Mu was just a passerby. Who would have thought that the top-spec Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 50 million is his? The hypercar Pagani Huayra worth 100 million is also his. This is truly astonishing. The small streamer AZ felt her scalp tingle from Zhang Mu's series of displays. She was almost turned into a mantis shrimp. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream were going crazy, the bullet comments flying up. Unfortunately, lacking education, all they could say was, "Wow, what a world. I'm shocked. 2 cars belong to the handsome guy. This is just too rich. I love it." Dog streamer, quickly turn the camera to the rich handsome guy. I want to see his face clearly. Yes, hurry up and point the camera at him, or I'll unfollow. Unfollow 10,086. Buzzing. The barrage of comments made the phone vibrate nonstop. The small streamer, who was almost turned into a mantis shrimp, finally regained her composure after a moment of shock. Glanced at the comments and thought, damn, I was shown up like that, and instead of comforting me, my fans are clamoring to see the handsome guy? No way. If I'm not doing well, you shouldn't expect to do well either. AZ immediately pointed the camera at the ground, refusing to show even the handsome guy's feet. The dog streamer has gone too far. I hope the dog streamer has some sense. The live stream naturally started a new round of bullet comments. AZ's thoughts were no longer on the stream. She steadied her mind and looked at Zhang Mu, whose looks and figure were beyond words. Handsome guy, I was almost turned into a mantis shrimp by you today. Zhang Mu continued to smile, handing over the keys to the 2 cars. Beauty, you can choose one. I'm not hot. AZ's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. Don't be fooled by her daily jokes about crying over BMWs and laughing at bicycles. When it came to actually spending, she was filled with resistance. Otherwise, with her looks, how could she still be a small streamer ranked hundreds outside the list? Noticing AZ's expression turn serious, Zhang Mu smiled and said, all right, I won't joke with you anymore. Can you drive? Exactly. Zhang Mu was worried about how to drive the 2 cars back. If AZ could drive, he would ask her for help. Of course, it wouldn't be without compensation. However, what Zhang Mu meant by drive was misunderstood by the fans in the live stream as something else. Wow, the rich handsome guy openly invites to drive. Are you serious? Can you drive? Are rich people this straightforward? Please, streamer, stick to your principles. What principles? Dog streamer, I think this is an opportunity. As long as you can drive the car fast, the rich handsome guy will definitely tip you. Just wait for your popularity to rise. Top 10 in popularity is not out of reach. Dog streamer, go for it. I have to say, AZ felt a little tempted. After all, today as streamers almost all rely on rich fans for support. If Zhang Mu, who owns a top-spec Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Pagani Huayra, is willing to spend money on AZ, she could definitely rise in the rankings, even trending. But AZ would never make suggestive comments while driving. Nor did she want to. She even secretly despised streamers who made suggestive comments and played on the edge. So, she immediately suppressed that fleeting interest, snorted dismissively, and turned to leave. Hey, don't misunderstand. When I said drive, I really meant driving, like vroom vroom. You saw it. There are 2 cars here. I can't drive them back alone. So I wanted to ask for your help. Of course, it wouldn't be for free. You can stream in the car. Seeing the small streamer turn to leave. Looking somewhat angry, Zhang Mu quickly realized that she must have misunderstood his words and hurriedly explained. What? The so-called driving is really driving, vroom vroom? Did I think too much? Rich handsome guy, I'm willing to reflect on myself. Please send me your address in private. Handsome guy, I can drive. I can drive both types of cars. Dog streamer, please share your current location immediately. Dog streamer, it's you who is being overly sentimental, okay? Clearly, Zhang Mu's explanation once again caused the live stream comments to flood the screen. AZ naturally stopped in her tracks. Turned back to look at Zhang Mu, who was acting all flashy, thinking to herself, damn, I thought I was clever, but I ended up being shown up by him. But on the other hand, as long as it's not that kind of suggestive driving, it might not be out of consideration. After all, the current live stream popularity was already at its highest since the broadcast began. If she could stream in the car and continue to tie the topic to the rich handsome guy, the live stream's popularity would surely soar. Opportunities are fleeting. This is the most widely circulated saying in the streaming industry. It's also the most realistic saying. AZ, who wanted to be famous and trending, truly wanted to seize such a rare opportunity. You really just want me to help drive the car back? More real than pearls. Zhang Mu smiled. Otherwise, I'd have to spend another fee for a driver. AZ, live stream fans, this is amazing. The handsome guy with 2 top luxury cars actually cares about the driver's fee. Now I finally understand the gap between me and the rich. In the end, looking at the continuously rising popularity of the live stream, AZ agreed to Zhang Mu's request for help. And to put AZ completely at ease, Zhang Mu said, just park the car in the Jinfeng building street parking lot. During the day, and in a street parking lot. It would indeed allow AZ to let down all her guard. Not to mention there were so many online viewers. Babies, today I'm doing a good deed, tell me. Which car do you want me to drive? The votes were overwhelmingly in favor. Fans naturally wanted to see a live stream from inside the 100 million Pagani Huayra. Here, I'll give you the key to the Pagani. Zhang Mu handed the key to AZ without hesitation. You drive first. When we get there, just find a roadside parking spot. I'll park the car in the underground garage and come up to find you. Aren't you afraid I'll just drive off with 100 million hypercar? AZ joked as she took the key. It's fine, it's not worth much. At worst, I'll just pick up 100 more empty bottles. Zhang Mu said seriously and headed straight for the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Driving a spacious car is just enjoyable. Finally, I don't have to lie down to drive. Meanwhile, AZ stood frozen in place, thinking, what do you mean it's fine, it's not worth much? I'll just pick up 100 empty bottles? So in Zhang Mu's eyes, a 100 million hypercar is worth about the same as 100 empty bottles? Oh my god, she suddenly felt her legs go weak. As for the live stream, which was continuously rising in popularity, it naturally flooded the screen again. Soon, vroom vroom. The two top luxury cars left the small alley one after another, heading straight for the Jinfeng building. Chapter 20. How dare you? On the road with luxury cars. Even the so-called three major road bullies, buses, taxis, and electric scooters kept their distance. They arrived at the Jinfeng building smoothly. At this moment, the live stream's popularity had surpassed 10. During the day, such popularity is quite impressive. Enough to make it to the homepage recommendations. And ranking 5th in popularity. AZ was excited. Wow, I feel like I'm going to be famous. Unfortunately, they arrived at the Jinfeng building so quickly. It's easy to guess that without the Pagani Huayra and the rich handsome guy, the popularity would definitely drop significantly. It might even return to square one overnight. What to do? She needed to think of a way to continue to tie herself to the rich handsome guy. After parking the car, AZ cautiously climbed out of the Pagani Huayra, biting her red lip, her brow furrowed. Huh, no way. Oh, at the same time. In front of an entertainment company on the 7th floor of the Jinfeng building, a spicy girl wearing super short shorts suddenly screamed, startling many people around her. This included Lan Ku-er, who was drinking water and nearly spat it all over her good friend. The so-called good friend is the spicy girl who just screamed. She came for an interview, and Lan Ku-er came along for support. Who would have thought she would be so startled? Luckily, it was daytime. If it had been night, she might have been scared to the point of having a heart attack. Man, what are you doing? You scared me to death. No, Ku-er, I didn't mean to. But, look at that car. Man still had an excited expression, pointing towards the parking lot. What's wrong with that car? Lan Ku-er followed her finger and thought the car looked a bit familiar, but she didn't see anything unusual. Oh my god, Ku-er, haven't you noticed? Isn't that your boyfriend's car? Lan Ku-er paused. No wonder she found the car a bit familiar. It turned out to be Zhang Mu's vehicle. But even if it was Zhang Mu's car, there was no need to be so startled, right? It's his car. So what? You didn't see that a vixen got out of the car? That means your boyfriend let that vixen drive his car. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Man pointed to the alluring little streamer, clearly very excited. It felt just like catching someone in the act. But Lan Ku-er hadn't connected the dots. Mr. Zhang could let anyone drive his car. What did it have to do with her? Why should she feel there was a problem? Wait a minute. She almost forgot that Zhang Mu was her boyfriend. Now he was letting another woman drive his car. Didn't that mean she was being cheated on? Oh no. This was a big problem. No wonder her good friend Man was so excited and angry. Bastard, I didn't expect him to be a scumbag. Lan Ku-er's heart sank, feeling like she needed to do something, or else she would be exposed. But she had never been in a relationship. So she could only draw on the cliché plots from TV dramas and angrily confront Zhang Mu. It was also a good opportunity to break up with her boyfriend Zhang Mu. After all, sooner or later, the truth would come out. It was better to do it this way, breaking up in anger and putting an end to it. Man had never seen Lan Ku-er so angry. Realizing she might have caused trouble, she hurriedly said, Ku-er, don't be anxious. That girl might be your boyfriend's sister or cousin, not the kind of relationship we imagine. Man, you don't need to persuade me. He must be seeing someone behind my back. I want to break up with him. Lan Ku-er was getting more and more into it, to the point where she didn't even know if she was genuinely angry or just pretending. It can't be. Your boyfriend is a rich guy who drives a billion-dollar supercar. So what if he's rich? What I want is a boyfriend who is devoted, not a scumbag. We must break up. Man, don't try to persuade me anymore. The more Lan Ku-er spoke, the more agitated she became, looking like she wished she could swallow Zhang Mu alive. Seeing this, Man took a deep breath. All right, Ku-er, since you've made up your mind, as your sister, I will unconditionally support you. Let's go take care of that vixen. Saying this, Man pulled Lan Ku-er towards the elevator. Lan Ku-er stumbled. Man, I think we shouldn't go. Besides, it's almost your turn for the interview. My good sister has been wronged. How can I focus on the interview? Let's go. We have to deal with that vixen. Man, I'm fine. The interview is more important. No, compared to you, the interview is worthless. Ku-er, just stop talking and let's go before that vixen escapes. Lan Ku-er thought. If she had known, she wouldn't have acted so angry. Was it too late to back out now? Zhang Mu drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom into the underground parking lot. unaware that Lon Kuer and Man Man were about to go downstairs to confront the little third party. After parking, he went to find the little streamer. So you're a streamer on the Fast Fish platform? As he approached, he noticed the live streaming scene was very familiar, and Zhang Mu immediately recognized it. You know about Fast Fish live streaming? Yeah. Do you have an account? As he was worried about how to connect with the rich guy, but she didn't expect him to have a Fast Fish account, which was great for mutual following and future contact. With a rich guy like Zhang Mu, his account level must be at least emperor level. If such a rich person supported her, even without tipping, the live stream's popularity would increase. After all, an emperor level account entering the live stream would be broadcasted across the entire region. However, account? I do have one, but I don't know if a free account counts. Previously, when Zhang Mu lived in the urban village, he would open various live streaming platforms when he couldn't sleep at night. Of course, he would never spend money on tips. At most, he would register an account, do some small tasks, and earn some fish coins. Free riding. What? Before the little streamer could react, the live stream exploded again, with comments flying up. Damn. The rich guy driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Pagani Huayra is actually free riding like me? I also free ride. Free riding equals free riding. Doesn't that mean I also drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Pagani Huayra? I'm crying. What are you crying about? The one who should really cry is the little streamer. She thought she caught an emperor account, but the rich guy turned out to be free riding. Ha. No kidding. As he really felt like crying, she stared wide-eyed at Zhang Mu. Big brother, you're driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom with your left hand and a Pagani Huayra with your right. Just the value of these two cars is over 100 million, and you're still free riding. Aren't you embarrassed? Chapter 21. In-depth communication. Zhang Mu didn't feel embarrassed at all. Even now that he had money, he would still free ride if he could. After all, watching live streams was just a way to pass the time. Moreover, many live streams had changed their nature, becoming like online beggars. The money from tips could be used to buy chicken legs to eat, which is much better. Little streamer, thanks for today. If we have a chance, see you again. Zhang Mu thanked her again and turned to walk towards the Zhang Mu Tower. Wait, you're just leaving like that? Not even looking back. Not even playing hard to get. Watching Zhang Mu's back, as he was completely at a loss. The same went for the over 100,000 online fans in the live stream. He really just left like that? This rich guy is too cool, right? Seriously, please stop showing off. I've been shown up to the point of being a shrimp. It seems like the rich guy isn't lacking beautiful women around him at all. Little streamer, don't cry. It's not too late for breast augmentation now. Believe me. Next time, the rich guy will surely take you flying. Yeah, little streamer, go for it. Charge. Watching the comments flood in, as he felt very complicated. What's wrong with me having a small chest? I'm saving fabric for the country. Am I not proud of that? As for chasing after him? No. I'm not a simp. But, well, occasionally simping a bit shouldn't count as being a simp, right? Thinking of the high viewer engagement in the live stream. As he bit her lip and started to run, chasing after the rich guy, the live stream audience. It was clear that the little streamer's drifting skills were making everyone feel dizzy. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu had already entered the Zhang Mu Tower. In the lobby on the first floor, Wang Dezhang was talking to the owner of the Xingyun Hotel when he saw Zhang Mu walk in. The property management general manager of Zhang Mu Tower immediately jogged over, bending down. Mr. Zhang, you should have let me know in advance when you were coming over so I could greet you at the door. Seeing Wang Dezhang bending almost to a 90-degree angle, Zhang Mu quickly pulled him up. I left a few bags of clothes in your office earlier. I just came to pick them up. You don't need to worry about me. Just continue with your work. Wang Dezhang was a bit taken aback by Zhang Mu's pull and became even more respectful. Mr. Zhang, for such small matters in the future, just let me deliver them to you. Zhang Mu smiled and waved it off, saying it was no big deal and that he had time. Manager Wang, who is this? The owner of the Xingyun Hotel approached cautiously and asked. Mr. Gua, this is our new owner of the Zhang Mu building, Mr. Zhang. Weren't you going to discuss the lease renewal? Since Mr. Zhang is here, you can talk directly with him. As Wang Dezhang finished speaking, the owner of the Xingyun Hotel was shocked. The young-looking Zhang Mu was actually the new owner of the Zhang Mu building? Mr. Zhang, you hello. The hotel owner's tone immediately became flattering. Upon hearing that the other party was here for lease renewal, Zhang Mu became interested. After all, if the renewal was successful, the rent would go into his account as the new owner. In that case, let's go upstairs and talk. Okay. The three headed towards the elevator. Wait. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Zhang Mu turned instinctively. Little anchor? Is there something else? Aye. I just happen to have time and want to have an in-depth conversation with you. The panting Aziz casually made up an excuse. She couldn't directly say she wanted to ride the coattails, right? Zhang Mu was taken aback, but he didn't have time. Aziz, live stream audience. Undoubtedly, she was once again being overshadowed. But the owner of the Xingyun Hotel, clearly knowing how to handle the situation, seized the point of in-depth conversation and immediately took out a hotel diamond membership card from his pocket. Mr. Zhang, there's no rush on the lease renewal. Once you've had your in-depth conversation, we can discuss it slowly. Saying this, he handed the membership card to Zhang Mu with a flattering expression. Zhang Mu's mind instantly echoed with that catchy song. Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks? Was the so-called in-depth conversation referring to this? He subconsciously looked at the little anchor. Azee also had a face full of. Suddenly noticing Zhang Mu's gaze on her. She blushed bright red. There was no way to clear her name now. No. This little anchor was almost going crazy. Meanwhile, ding. The elevator door opened. Good. I was just thinking about what to do if he didn't recognize me. And now it's better. Look quickly. Your boyfriend has even booked a hotel room. Two people stepped out of the elevator, and it was Lan Kuer and Man, who were ready to tear into Shaosan. Man, with keen eyes, immediately spotted the hotel membership card in Zhang Mu's hand. She rushed forward and snatched it as evidence. Zhang Mu was a bit confused. What is going on? He looked at Lan Kuer. At that moment, Lan Kuer was incredibly embarrassed. She had intended to give herself an out, but instead encountered her serious sister, who insisted on going downstairs to tear into Shaosan. Now, having bumped into Zhang Mu as well, she really wished she could find a hole to hide in. But since she had already acted tough, she didn't want to become a laughingstock and could only force herself to continue. Scumbag, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's over between us. Lan Kuer took a deep breath, saying the harshest words, but her eyes were looking at Zhang Mu with an incredibly pitiful gaze. What is going on? Seeing this, Zhang Mu was even more bewildered. Damn, dog anchor, you might be in trouble now. The rich guy's girlfriend has misunderstood you. Dog anchor, are you happy now? Eating melons. The audience in the live stream reacted the fastest. Eating melons. The heat was rising rapidly, and it had already reached second place on the trending list. However, at this moment, Azee clearly wasn't happy. She realized she might have caused trouble. She wanted to explain, but was preempted by the owner of the Xingyun Hotel. Miss, you might have misunderstood. This hotel membership card was just given to Mr. Zhang by me, with the intention of successfully completing the lease renewal contract with him. In other words, it's definitely not as you think. Mr. Zhang did not intend to book a room. Moreover, both I and manager Wang can testify that this little anchor chased after him, wanting to have an in-depth conversation. After hearing the hotel owner's words, Lan Kuer and Man's first reaction was, oh, so the other party took the initiative. However, once they carefully pondered the hotel owner's words, their gazes towards Zhang Mu completely changed, and they were shocked. Lease renewal? Why would they talk to Zhang Mu about it? Could it be that the Jinmao building belongs to him? Chapter 22. Does the handsome guy remember me? The owner of the Xingyun Hotel really knew how to handle things, saying at just the right moment. That's right. The entire Jinmao building belongs to Mr. Zhang. Lan Kuer, Man, Azee, live stream audience, lemon tree with lemons, under the lemon tree, you and me. How sour. In fact, owning a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Pagani Huayra isn't that impressive. What if they were all rented by Zhang Mu? Although the chances are slim, it's not impossible. And now, the entire landmark Jinmao building in the city center is all Zhang Mu's. How can people live with that? Especially in the live stream. Many recognized Wang Dezhuang and the Xingyun Hotel owners' identities. This was like revealing their cards directly, a bombshell. You have to know that the Jinmao building has a book value of over 30 billion. That's over 30 billion. Lan Kuer finally understood why Zhang Mu could buy the entire Yulon Bay building in cash. Man also finally realized why Zhang Mu's car was a 100 million Pagani Huayra. Azee suddenly understood. She had joked before, asking if Zhang Mu wasn't afraid of her driving off in the Pagani, and he had laughed it off, saying it wasn't much money, just picking up 100 empty bottles. For a super rich guy who owns the Jinmao building, a 100 million luxury car is just like a normal person picking up 100 empty bottles, right? The heat in the live stream skyrocketed to the top of the trending list because Zhang Mu owned the Jinmao building, reaching a terrifying 138 million viewers. However, there wasn't a single comment in the chat. Clearly, everyone was still in shock. Let's go up. Although Zhang Mu and Lan Kuer were somewhat acquainted and had previously pretended to be a couple, this situation was no longer interesting. He raised an eyebrow and walked into the elevator. Wang Dezhuang and the owner of the Xingyun Hotel didn't dare to say much and hurriedly followed him in. As the elevator doors closed, this misunderstanding seemed to come to an end. But Lan Kuer's heart was still racing, knowing she had overacted in her performance. Man lowered her head, not daring to look at her sister. A misunderstanding had been blown out of proportion by her own actions. That was a super rich guy who owned the Jinmao building and drove a 100 million supercar. Even if it wasn't a misunderstanding, given Zhang Mu's looks and wealth, what would it matter if he cheated? It's over. With this commotion, Lan Kuer and Zhang Mu might really break up. Kuer would definitely hate herself. The little anchor Azee also realized that the rich guy was a bit angry, and since the Jinmao building was his territory, how could she dare to chase him upstairs to continue the live stream? Upon arriving at the top floor office, Wang Dezhuang and the owner of the Xingyun Hotel, very tacitly, did not mention what had just happened and directly entered the topic of lease renewal. Zhang Mu didn't quite understand these matters and asked, what was the previous contract like? The hotel owner didn't dare to be negligent and immediately gave a detailed introduction. Zhang Mu only got a general idea. The contract was a fixed rent plus hotel dividends. They would pay 20 million in rent each year. And at the end of the year, they would share 8 of the hotel's total profits. After about a year, it would be close to 25 million. If Zhang Mu's assets were just this Jinmao building, he would definitely put effort into studying the new contract. But he was someone who owned a system. One Jinmao building really wasn't much. Let's go with the previous contract. The hotel owner was overjoyed to hear this. After all, the former owner had been envious of the hotel's profitability and had hinted several times about raising the rent. Yet, Zhang Mu didn't even look at the contract and directly said to stick to the previous terms. All in all, he could save quite a bit just on rent every year. The hotel owner immediately expressed his gratitude to Zhang Mu and solemnly presented him with a hotel diamond card. Mr. Zhang, this is a token of our appreciation. We know you work very hard every day, so we've specially reserved a presidential suite for you. When you want to come down to rest, just call the number on the card in advance, and we will prepare a surprise for you. By the end of his speech, the hotel owner's smile was noticeably lewd. It wasn't hard to guess what the so-called surprise was. However, Zhang Mu didn't think too much about it. He simply responded with an "oh" and casually placed the diamond card on the table. 10 minutes later, the new contract was generated. The first rent payment was immediately transferred to Zhang Mu's bank account. 20 million. Wow. Ordinary people can't earn this much money in a lifetime. After sending off Wang Dezhuang and the hotel owner, Zhang Mu glanced at his bank account balance and felt ecstatic and tipsy, almost floating. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He didn't know how long it had been, but Zhang Mu, still floating in the clouds, was startled awake by the sound of his phone vibrating. Looking at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar number, but it was from his hometown. He roughly guessed who it was. Sure enough, as soon as he answered the call, a pleasant female voice came through. Cousin, do you still remember who I am? Of course, it's Beibei. My cousin from my uncle's family. That's right. It's my cousin Guo Beibei. Didn't Mom say that Beibei and her college classmates are coming to Zhonghai to play? She asked you to host us. Zhang Mu had been thinking about this and had been wondering when they would arrive. And here it was, his cousin's call. Hee hee. I knew my handsome cousin would remember me. By the way, my aunt should have told you, my classmates and I will arrive in Zhonghai tomorrow. You must treat us to a big meal. No problem. With 20 million in rent just received, Zhang Mu felt more confident. Moreover, since he decided to give his mom face, he would take care of everything regarding Beibei and her classmates' food, lodging, and entertainment. This extravagant gesture made Beibei extremely happy, sending several flying kisses over the phone. Zhang Mu felt a bit shy. This girl was still as quirky as ever. However, after hanging up, a question arose. Where would Beibei and the others stay? Yulanbei didn't seem very convenient. His own spacious apartment had enough rooms, but Beibei's classmates were all girls, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to stay together. Suddenly, Zhang Mu's gaze fell on the diamond card from Xingyun Hotel on the table. I'll arrange for them to stay at Xingyun Hotel. It's a star-rated hotel with star service. Whatever they want to eat or drink will be very convenient. With this thought, he called the owner of Xingyun Hotel. Mr. Zhang, since there's still time, why don't you come and experience the service and room environment of Xingyun Hotel yourself? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu thought it made sense. All right, I'll head down now. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll arrange it right away. Just take that diamond card with you, and you can directly access the Supreme No. 1 Presidential Suite. There's a surprise waiting for you. Zhang Mu didn't think much and took the diamond card downstairs. Chapter 23. Surprise. The owner of Xingyun Hotel respectfully led Zhang Mu to the Supreme No. 1 Presidential Suite. I won't disturb you any further, Mr. Zhang. After saying this, he turned and left. Zhang Mu was taken aback. He didn't understand why he was being disturbed just to look at a room. However, when he used the diamond card to open the door to the presidential suite, wow. The spacious area, luxurious decor, and extremely lavish visual enjoyment made him forget everything else. No wonder they chose to locate Xingyun Hotel on the 90th floor and above. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, the breathtaking view was truly beyond words. During the day, opening the window felt like being surrounded by a sea of clouds. At night, it seemed like he could reach out and touch the stars. Living in such a place was undoubtedly an unparalleled experience. He decided to arrange the accommodations here. His cousin would definitely be satisfied. With a decision in mind, Zhang Mu began to wander around the presidential suite, checking for any unique features. Just then, a faint sound of a door opening caught his attention. Is there someone in the bathroom? Zhang Mu instinctively turned to look. Sure enough, someone came out. A girl, around 20 years old, tall, and with a rosy complexion, wrapped in a thin towel, stepped out of the bathroom. Their eyes met. Both saw the awkwardness in each other's eyes, especially Zhang Mu, who cursed the hotel owner in his heart. There was clearly another guest in the suite, and a female guest at that. How could they let him in? Luckily, she was wrapped in a towel. What if she wasn't? Before Zhang Mu could feel relieved, the girl bit her red lip and directly untied the towel. Her curvaceous body was fully revealed. He never expected that she looked to be around 20. Yet her development was already impressive. The sight of her ample bosom was comparable to that of a voluptuous woman like Yi Zhiqiu. Zhang Mu was left dumbfounded and suddenly shivered, quickly turning away. I'm so sorry. I didn't know there was someone in the room. As he explained, Zhang Mu hurriedly fled the presidential suite. The hotel owner was in his office drinking tea when he suddenly saw Zhang Mu burst in angrily, causing tea to spill all over his pants. What the heck? So fast. Boss Liu, I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this to me? Zhang Mu was furious because he came to seek justice. Mr. Zhang, you are my VIP. How could I possibly do such a thing to you? You didn't do anything? What's the deal with the girl in the room? She's still in the shower. What if she calls the police on me? What am I supposed to do? The hotel owner was left speechless and then broke into laughter. Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured, she can't possibly call the police. Have you forgotten? When I gave you the card, I mentioned there would be a surprise. And that girl is the surprise. What? The girl taking a shower in the room was the surprise? Zhang Mu suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a thing, and he opened his mouth to say something but didn't know what to say. Hey, in the future, can you at least give me a heads up about these things? The corner of the hotel owner's mouth twitched slightly. Wasn't his hint obvious enough? He was just one step away from saying it directly. Little did he know, Zhang Mu really hadn't grasped it yet. After all, this was a surprise among the wealthy. He had only just been a wealthy person for a few days. So it was embarrassing. All right, I won't blame you for this. I just checked the room facilities and environment, and I'm quite satisfied. Just arrange for my cousin and the others to stay here. However, Boss Liu, please don't prepare any surprises for them, okay? The hotel owner awkwardly smiled. He understood without needing to be told. A night without further incidents. The next morning, Zhang Mu drove to Zhonghai International Airport in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, since his cousin was coming with her classmates, the Pagani Huayra wouldn't fit that many people. A little after 9, many passengers walked out of the airport terminal. The most eye-catching were undoubtedly 5 tall girls, each youthful and beautiful, with delicate and attractive features. If it weren't for the absence of an agent and paparazzi following them, one might think they were a girl group. The leading girl, who had the best figure, wore a duckbill cap, a white crop top, and black pants. Cousin, I'm over here. She pushed her suitcase and glanced at the pickup crowd, immediately waving to Zhang Mu. To be honest, Zhang Mu really didn't recognize his cousin. The saying a girl changes greatly after 18 is absolutely true. He vaguely remembered that Guobei used to be a little kid. And after not seeing her for a few years, she had grown so tall and graceful. Especially those beautiful legs. They were no less than Lancour or Aziz. Along the way, Guobei's classmates had been listening to her talk about Zhang Mu, saying how handsome her cousin was. Everyone actually didn't take it seriously. After all, how handsome could an ordinary person be? Could he possibly be more handsome than the young idols in the entertainment industry? However, when they saw Zhang Mu, they exclaimed, "Oh my God, he is so handsome!" With a 360-degree flawless appearance and a height of 183 meters, it was definitely impressive. They could vaguely sense the 8-pack abs in front of them. They were infatuated. Right on the spot, some of the girls were starstruck. For Zhang Mu, he was already used to such infatuated gazes. The perfect figure after the second youth transformation was no joke. "Hello," he greeted with a smile. The girls screamed excitedly. Hey, can you not be like this? Is seeing a handsome guy that exciting?" Guobei looked down on them verbally, but in her heart, she was quite pleased because her handsome cousin was bringing her face. "Come on, handsome cousin, let me introduce you. These are all my best friends." Guobei introduced one by one, and Zhang Mu nodded. After introducing all 4 girls, to be honest, he didn't know if these girls had undergone cosmetic surgery. They all looked quite similar, especially their noses, which were almost identical. However, among these 4, Zhang Mu still remembered one person, Su Feier, a girl with dyed red hair and a flamboyant personality. When leaving, she said to Zhang Mu in a very aloof manner, "What car did you come in? If it's under 500,000, I won't get in." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. After all, driving a car worth 500,000 basically meant being a successful person. But as Guobei had mentioned, Zhang Mu had only graduated for a little over a year. So how could he afford a car worth 500,000? Feier, everyone knows your family is wealthy and you're always driven around in BMWs and Audis. But can you put aside your princess attitude while you're out having fun? Guobei immediately got a little angry. "I have my own pursuits. Is there a problem?" Su Feier retorted. Chapter 24, Non-Interference No Problem. Since Miss Su has her own pursuits, I certainly can't interfere. How about this? I'll give you the address of the restaurant. And you can take a taxi there. I'll take them. Zhang Mu seemed unaffected by Su Feier's words and maintained a smile. Whatever. The spoiled Su Feier immediately took out her phone and called for a luxury car service. Just tell the driver, Xingyun Restaurant, without a doubt. Xingyun Hotel and Xingyun Restaurant were owned by the same boss. When he learned that Zhang Mu would be taking care of his cousin and her friend's food, accommodation, and travel, he confidently covered everything. Unable to refuse his hospitality, Zhang Mu naturally agreed. The first meal was arranged at Xingyun Restaurant. The accommodation would be in the presidential suite of Xingyun Hotel. After giving Su Feier the restaurant address, Zhang Mu took the other 4 girls and left. Cousin, that Su girl is just like that, acting like a princess wherever she goes. Just ignore her. Guo Beibei looked apologetically at Zhang Mu. It's fine. She has her own pursuits. We have no right to interfere. Zhang Mu smiled and brushed it off, not taking it to heart at all. Soon, the group arrived at the underground parking lot. Click, click. The flashes were incessant. Several young and beautiful girls were surrounding a luxury car, taking pictures. Guo Beibei found this behavior quite annoying, but couldn't help but take a curious glance. Wow, it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. No wonder. The other 3 classmates also became a bit excited upon seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, this level of luxury car could usually only be seen on TV. How is this car? Pretty good, right? At this moment, Zhang Mu casually commented. Guo Beibei's mouth twitched slightly. My cousin, this car is not just good. It's simply amazing. Do you know this car costs at least over 20 million, and the top configuration is even 50 million? I didn't expect you to know so much about cars. I used to do a part-time job related to cars at school. Impressive, right? Guo Beibei said proudly. Impressive, impressive. Zhang Mu gave a thumbs up and then walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom, smiling. How about we take a few pictures? No. Although Guo Beibei really wanted to take a few pictures, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it and kept shaking her head. But Zhang Mu seemed not to have heard her and walked directly in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The girls who were taking pictures were startled when they saw someone coming, subconsciously thinking it was the car owner, feeling so embarrassed. However, when they saw it was Zhang Mu, he clearly didn't look like the owner. They continued taking pictures, saying, if you want to take pictures, line up. No, sorry. We're not taking pictures. Guo Beibei felt mortified and hurried to pull Zhang Mu away. But Zhang Mu wouldn't budge, smiling, since we're here, why not take a few pictures? Besides, this is your cousin's car. Do we still have to line up? Come on, let's get in and take pictures. Zhang Mu took out the car key, pressed it, and the lights of the Rolls-Royce lit up. Guo Beibei. The girls taking pictures? Guo Beibei's 3 classmates. Who would have thought that this Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions actually belonged to Zhang Mu? Especially Guo Beibei. She knew her aunt's family's conditions well. How could they afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom? It took a long time before Zhang Mu invited everyone to get in the car, and they all remained frozen in place. Even when they finally got in, they were as cautious as little chicks, afraid of scratching or damaging the car's interior. Cousin, is this car really yours? Normally carefree Guo Beibei now only dared to sit half on the luxurious seat. Of course it's mine. Haha, there's drinks in the fridge, help yourself. Guo Beibei swallowed hard. How could she dare to take anything? Then she realized something. Cousin, since you drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom, why not let Su Feier get in the car? Yeah. Su Feier only said she won't get in a car under 500,000. But the lowest price for a Rolls-Royce Phantom is over 20 million. Haha. She has her own pursuits. I can't interfere. Zhang Mu smiled again and drove away. Su Feier had her princess dreams, which was fine, but he wouldn't cater to her. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom left the airport parking lot, the road was smooth with no obstacles. At the traffic lights, the cars behind kept at least 30 meters away. It's no joke. A casual scrape could ruin an ordinary family's finances. It's no exaggeration to say that a luxury car of this level on the road has more deterrent power than a tank. At that moment, Su Feier had successfully gotten a luxury car from Didi, an Audi A4. Although it wasn't worth 500,000 when it hit the ground, it was still better than a car worth over 100,000. Su Feier thought Zhang Mu probably only drove a car worth over 100,000. Maybe even a domestic car worth a few thousand. Wow, is the Rolls-Royce Phantom really out cruising so early? The Audi driver, a young man, became mesmerized when he saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the next lane. Rolls-Royce Phantom? Su Feier quickly looked over to the next lane. It really was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. If she could sit in a luxury car of this level just once, she would do anything. Unfortunately, although her family had some assets, the Rolls-Royce Phantom remained an unattainable dream for her. After a moment of reflection, Su Feier couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Just then, the window of the Rolls-Royce Phantom rolled down, revealing familiar faces. Guo Beibei? Su Qing? Su Feier immediately widened her eyes, unable to believe it. Su Feier? Sitting by the window, Guo Beibei also noticed Su Feier at the first moment. Su Feier nodded in shock and exaggeratedly said, "How could you be in a Rolls-Royce Phantom? This is my cousin's car. He came to pick us up." If we're not in his car, where else would we be? Su Feier. This Rolls-Royce Phantom actually belongs to Guobei's handsome cousin? Damn it, with such a good car, why did I have to take a taxi? Click. Su Feier didn't hesitate at all, opened the Audi's door, and dashed out. Then cautiously knocked on the Rolls-Royce Phantom's door. Open the door, I want to get in. However, once the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom is locked, only the driver can open it. But Zhang Mu had no intention of opening the door at all. The traffic light counted down, 3, 2, 1. Boom. With a step on the gas, he drove off, leaving Su Feier confused on the road. But she's thick-skinned, relentlessly pursuing. Wait, cousin, wait for me. I haven't gotten in yet. Cousin, my good cousin. She even lost one of her high heels while running. But Zhang Mu didn't stop. Who the hell are you? Don't randomly claim relatives. Chapter 25. Escaped Xingyun Restaurant, a well-known place in Zhonghai. Customers need to book a day or even several days in advance to dine here. However, today, the Xingyun restaurant was booked entirely. The owner, Lu Hu, personally led a group of long-legged beauties in Qipao to welcome the distinguished guests at the door. When Zhang Mu arrived in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, they prepared to let him in. Bang, bang, bang. In broad daylight, they even set off fireworks. This attracted countless passers-by to stop and watch, all guessing who could have such a grand entrance. Huh, why is it a young man? Aside from being a bit handsome and tall, he is quite ordinary. What an ordinary person. But the wealthy restaurant owner Lu Hu saw Zhang Mu and rushed over like a humble admirer seeing a goddess, smiling and saying, Mr. Zhang, you're here. Zhang Mu frowned. What the hell? Setting off fireworks in broad daylight. What a waste. Not a waste at all. For Lu Hu. As long as he could please Zhang Mu, the wealthy man who owns the Jinmao Tower, everything he did was worth it. Well, since that is the case, I want to say much more. Zhang Mu paused, preparing to take his cousin and the others inside. Just then, a taxi arrived quickly. Su Feier threw a red bill at the taxi driver's face, then hurriedly opened the door and dashed out, running towards Zhang Mu at top speed. Cousin, you're so bad. You clearly drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Why didn't you let me get in? It's annoying. Don't let it happen again. What the hell? Who the hell are you to call me cousin? Zhang Mu couldn't stand the deliberately affected voice and quickly dodged Su Feier's small fists. My car isn't worth much. Miss Su has her own pursuits. If she wants to ride in a car worth over 500,000, I can't stop her. Su Feier heard this, and not only didn't he feel embarrassed, but became even more excited. A Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't worth much? What kind of family is this? She secretly vowed to win over Zhang Mu. Entering the restaurant, Lu Hu personally led everyone to the most luxurious private room. Zhang Mu was still thinking about letting Guobei order, but little did he know Lu Hu had already prepared everything. Australian lobster, king crab, foie gras, caviar, all the signature dishes of Xingyun restaurant were served. Seeing these dishes, Guobei and the others were almost going crazy. Although they had never eaten these things, they knew how expensive they were. It was no exaggeration to say that this meal would cost as much as an ordinary family's annual income. What are we waiting for? Take pictures. Yes, let us eat first for the moments. Girls all have vanity, one by one. They took out their phones and took pictures frantically. First, let us take a bowl of bird's nest to rinse our mouths. What used to only appear in TV shows and movies was now happening in real life. Mr. Zhang, this is the wine I carefully prepared for you. I hope you enjoy your meal. After the dishes were served, Lu Hu personally brought a bottle of seemingly expensive red wine and carefully placed it in front of Zhang Mu, then discreetly exited the private room to avoid disturbing Zhang Mu and the others' meal. Zhang Mu was eating the king crab legs, getting his hands all greasy. Drink and don't drive, drive and don't drink. He still needed to take Guobei and the others to the hotel later, so he definitely couldn't drink. He casually asked, do you guys drink? Guobei and the others shook their heads. Only Su Feier trembled with excitement and shouted, I'll drink. Su Feier, we're out to have fun. Let us not drink, okay? Guobei frowned slightly upon hearing Su Feier's words. Bei, if it's ordinary wine, I definitely want to drink. But do you know what kind of wine this is? Do you know how much this bottle costs? Su Feier's voice was still very excited. When they were seated, Zhang Mu intentionally sat the farthest from her, but at this moment, she stood up, tidied her hair, and walked towards Zhang Mu with a flushed face. What kind of wine is this? Someone asked. As she walked, Su Feier answered enthusiastically, this is the legendary Romancebooks. From the Grand Cru Vineyard, the top red wine in the world. Everyone gasped. The top red wine in the world? That title is quite impressive. Is it even more precious than Lafite? Someone instinctively asked. After all, in ordinary people's minds, the most heard of fine wines are the 1992 Lafite, which costs around 30,000 to 40,000 a bottle. Who would have thought Su Feier would disdainfully shake her head, saying, Lafite is just a little brother compared to this wine. The Grand Cru Vineyard wine costs at least over 100,000 per bottle. Everyone was shocked, not expecting the wine to be so expensive, starting at 100,000. Based on Lu Hu's attitude towards Zhang Mu, it was impossible for him to serve the lowest-tier Grand Cru wine to Zhang Mu. That meant this wine was at least several 100,000, or even possibly over 1,000,000. Drinking a bottle of wine is equivalent to consuming the price of a house. This is something they couldn't even dare to imagine. Their scalps went numb. Meanwhile, Su Feier had already picked up the Grand Cru wine and continued sweetly, "Cousin, can I drink?" Go ahead, go ahead." Zhang Mu didn't feel a bit sorry. After all, a bottle of wine worth several 100,000 was something Guo Bei and the others couldn't even imagine. But for him, it was just that. Su Feier was waiting for this sentence, and in a flash, she neatly opened it. "Cousin, the moment I saw you, I felt like my whole world brightened. I toast this glass to you." She poured herself a full glass, and without waiting for Zhang Mu's response, she downed the red wine in one go. A bottle of wine worth several 100,000, the taste was truly indescribable. The flavors lingered on her palate, leaving an endless aftertaste. Su Feier savored it for more than 2 seconds, then quickly held her forehead, swaying unsteadily. "Oh no, I just remembered that my alcohol tolerance is so poor. I feel a bit dizzy." "Everyone, damn, could you be any more fake? Su Feier, can you stop pretending? Who doesn't know you are the nightclub queen of our school, 1,000 cups without getting drunk?" Guo Bei was so angry she stood up, exposing her. But Su Feier continued to sway her body, innocently saying, Bei, how can you say that? I'm a good girl. I've never been to a nightclub." "Oh, I can't say anymore. I really feel so dizzy. Cousin, can I lean on your shoulder?" With that, this scheming girl closed her eyes and leaned into Zhang Mu's arms. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mu seemed to be well prepared, standing up to move the chair and dodging away. Just like that, he avoided it. Chapter 26, ATM dodged. Su Feier, full of schemes, instantly fell flat on the ground. Thud. That fall, with her delicate skin, was incredibly painful. "Bei, I've already booked a hotel for you. If your classmate can't hold her liquor, I'll send someone to take her back to the hotel to rest." Zhang Mu, who had dodged, seemed to treat the incident as if it had nothing to do with him, speaking seriously and even with a hint of concern. Guo Bei was taken aback, desperately holding back her laughter. "All right, cousin, just let someone take her back to the hotel first." Yes, take Su Feier back to the hotel first." The other classmates also stifled their laughter, agreeing one after another. It's fine, I'm fine now." At this moment, Su Feier didn't care about the pain, quickly getting up from the ground, saying, "I just need to eat something, and I'll be okay." Although her first attempt had failed, she was not discouraged and firmly believed she could still win over Zhang Mu. If she went back to the hotel like this, who knows if the other female classmates would take the opportunity to attack Zhang Mu. She had to be cautious. Besides, with wine worth hundreds of thousands, if she went back to the hotel, where would she find such good wine to drink in the future? She had to drink enough today. Immediately, she hurriedly tried to pour herself another glass of the top-tier wine, but unexpectedly, Zhang Mu was quicker and took the wine away. "Since you can't handle your liquor, don't drink anymore. I'll have someone bring in some sobering tea." Su Feier thought to herself, "I'm the queen of the nightclub, okay? I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Not to mention just one glass of top-tier wine. I could handle a whole box without any problem." And now, having failed to steal a chicken, she lost the rice. Watching the waiter take away the hundreds of thousands of red wine, her heart ached. More than an hour later, everyone was full from the meal. Zhang Mu personally drove the girls to the Xingyun Hotel in the Jinmao Tower, a Rolls-Royce Phantom for the ride. A meal with hundreds of thousands in red wine. By the time Guo Bei and the others arrived at the luxurious Xingyun Hotel, they were already numb. For the rich, going out is called traveling. For the poor, well, let's not talk about that. Let's soak in a hot spring first. The girls, led by the hotel staff, arrived at the hot spring of the Xingyun Hotel. At a height of over 90 floors, the floor-to-ceiling windows offered views of the blue sky and white clouds outside. Soaking in a hot spring in such a place is simply an indescribable enjoyment. What are you waiting for? Take photos. Click, click. Their social media would surely be bombarded with likes. Bei, where's your cousin? Su Feier specially changed into a 3-piece swimsuit, ready to attract Zhang Mu's attention with her impressive curves. I have to say, this scheming girl's figure is indeed very alluring. Full in the front and back, with a tiny waist, her skin was particularly well taken care of. But unfortunately, Zhang Mu had already left. Not to mention Guo Bei. Even Lu, who didn't know where Zhang Mu had gone. He wanted Zhang Mu to rest at the Xingyun Hotel, having prepared a surprise in the presidential suite. A Persian cat girl. However, for Zhang Mu, whether it was a Persian cat or a Persian cat girl, at this moment, compared to the empty bottle in his hand, it was nothing special. That's right. After settling Guo Bei and the others, Zhang Mu grabbed a woven bag and went out. Everything he enjoyed now was earned from picking up bottles. One must not forget their roots. When it's time to work, one must work honestly. 30. 50, 90, 99. 100. Enough collected. Recycling. The system displayed. Recycling successful. Reward. The next moment, a flashy watch appeared in Zhang Mu's hand. Zhang Mu had no concept of watches. To him, carrying a phone to check the time was already sufficient. Why wear a watch? But this watch looked quite beautiful. Especially the small piece of green jade in the center, which should be quite valuable, probably worth several thousand. Thinking this, Zhang Mu quickly searched online for information. Wow. Half a minute later, clearly, a few hundred wows couldn't describe his current mood. Holy crap, several tens of thousands. The green piece in the center is a 260-carat emerald diamond, okay? The watch band is inlaid with small diamonds. The entire watch is worth around 20 million US dollars, which is about 1 billion Chinese yuan. One watch is equivalent to a Pagani Huayra plus a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This is just ridiculous. Oh well, previously, he thought wearing a watch to check the time was quite unnecessary. Now, thinking about it again, pulling out the phone to check the time every time is so troublesome. It's more convenient to wear a watch. Immediately, Zhang Mu happily put on the watch. Wow, no wonder successful men wear a watch. This thing truly changes one's demeanor. Zhang Mu grinned foolishly, then prepared to finish work and go home, as his work for the day was done. Just then, a phone call came in. It was his cousin Guobebe. It turned out that after soaking in the hot spring, the girls were bored in the hotel and wanted to go out shopping. As for sightseeing, they would skip it for now. Handsome cousin, do you know if there's a mall nearby? We want to buy some clothes. Want to buy clothes? All right. Just wait for me at the hotel. Since he had already received the system reward for the day and had nothing else to do, Zhang Mu returned to the Xingyun Hotel and took everyone to the nearby Zhonghua Commercial District. The 6 of them entered the mall. 1 handsome guy and 5 beautiful girls. Undoubtedly, they were a stunning sight, immediately attracting the attention of many onlookers. Some street photography enthusiasts even flashed their cameras nonstop. Hey, caught a walking ATM. At that moment, a female live-streaming host in the mall also noticed this beautiful sight and immediately smiled slightly. In her view, a guy like Zhang Mu out with 5 beautiful girls. If she guessed correctly, one of them was Zhang Mu's girlfriend, and the remaining 4 were her girlfriends. And why would the girlfriend bring so many friends shopping? Undoubtedly, she saw Zhang Mu as an automatic ATM. That's you, Mr. ATM. The live-streaming host, whose current stream wasn't very popular, was worried about finding a topic. And now Zhang Mu's appearance was undoubtedly like a breath of fresh air for her. The audience in the stream would surely love this topic. Without any hesitation, the female host called her team and jogged over to Zhang Mu, shoving the microphone in front of him. Excuse me, Mr. ATM. No, I mean, sir. We are doing street live interaction. Can I ask you a question? Without waiting for Zhang Mu to respond, the host directly threw out the question. If you had $1 million on you right now, how would you distribute it among these 5 beautiful ladies? That's right. This is the sensitive topic needed. If the distribution of the $1 million leads to some drama among the ladies, it would be exciting. Chapter 27. The wind blows. In the current tactics of live-streaming hosts are simply like a pig wearing a bra. One set after another. She deliberately threw out a very sensitive topic, making Zhang Mu distribute $1 million among the 5 beautiful ladies. If distributed evenly, the girlfriend would definitely be unhappy. Am I just worth this little in your eyes? Say, are you interested in any of my friends? If so, I'll help you out. And if the distribution is uneven, with the girlfriend getting the majority, her friends might feel unbalanced, thinking, why am I less than your girlfriend? It would be exciting if they started arguing right there, and the stream's popularity would definitely skyrocket. Of course, the chances of them arguing should be very low. After all, the one distributing the $1 million is the boyfriend, and he would definitely favor his girlfriend. Thus, the second tactic comes into play. Since you have allocated $1 million, let your girlfriend take the larger share. It's clear that your girlfriend is very important to you. So are you willing to buy her lipstick, bags, and shoes? Bring out the items for sale, one by one. Usually, in this situation, facing the live broadcast camera, with your girlfriend and her friends present, a man would never refuse to sell. This sales anchor uses this tactic, which has proven effective time and again, and has already sold many items. And now, Zhang Mu is her latest target. However, facing the microphone almost shoved into his nostrils, Zhang Mu does not play along. Why should I share my money with them? The sales pitch is immediately caught off guard, with a face full of question marks. In similar live broadcasts, he has encountered this scenario 18 or 20 times. Yet he has never received a response like Zhang Mu's. The audience in the live stream is instantly confused. Why should he share with them? Aren't they just your girlfriend and her friends? What a scumbag. He doesn't even want to share his money. How can he talk about everlasting love? How could such a person even have a girlfriend? Besides, do you actually have $1 million? How can you even boldly say why you should share with them? Birds of a feather flock together. The audience in this sales anchor's live stream is almost entirely composed of refined girls living in their own romantic ideals. Hearing Zhang Mu's reply, They are all filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could tear apart the iron straight man. And isn't that the kind of hype the anchor wants? She immediately smiled and said, "Sir, I was talking about if you, whether hypothetical or real, I would never share money with them." Zhang Mu directly interrupted. It's easy to imagine that such words would infuriate the refined girls in the live stream. How could there be such a person? He doesn't deserve to be called a man. Sir, this is where you're wrong. I was just making a hypothesis. And the result is that you wouldn't even share hypothetical money with your girlfriend? The anchor deliberately raised her voice to attract the attention of passersby. Who says my girlfriend is here? She is my cousin, and the rest are her classmates. Zhang Mu pointed at Guobei, firing back at the anchor. The anchor was taken aback. This was not the imagined scenario of a couple shopping together, with the girlfriend bringing her friends along, turning the man into an ATM. It turned out to be a cousin and her classmates. However, even if they are cousins, the nature is the same. As a cousin, shouldn't you be generous and share money with your cousin and her classmates? The anchor said with irritation. In her and the live stream's refined girl's eyes. If a man doesn't spend money on women, that just won't do. So in your view, being generous means spending money on women, right? Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. If my cousin brought her classmates to hang out, as a cousin, I would definitely arrange good food and accommodation. And buy some gifts for them, that's all fine. But if you want me to share my money with them, haha, my money didn't come from the wind. In fact, Zhang Mu really dislikes women with such misguided values. As if it's natural for men to spend money on women. Otherwise, they're worthless? What? The anchor was nearly infuriated upon hearing Zhang Mu's reply. The refined girls in the live stream were also extremely angry. Each one wanting to jump through the live stream signal to hit Zhang Mu. How could there be such a man? Don't say he doesn't have a million. Even if he did, I wouldn't be with him. Ladies, are you all very angry after hearing such words? Especially this lady. Do you feel embarrassed because you have such a cousin? The anchor then turned her gaze to Guobei, preparing to join forces with her friends to tear apart Zhang Mu. But to her surprise, no, I have such a good cousin. Why should I feel embarrassed? Are you crazy? Guobei had long wanted to scold the anchor. Yes, Beibei's handsome cousin is so great. Why should we be angry? Are you sick? Several classmates began to retort the anchor. Among them, Su Feier stepped forward angrily and said, "Don't use your perspective to judge my cousin's world. Even if he had a million, who would he look down on? Hurry up and apologize to my cousin." The anchor? The refined girls in the live stream. What is going on? Why are these 5 ladies not following the usual script? Shouldn't they be extremely angry after hearing Zhang Mu's words? What the hell went wrong? All right, let's go. Don't let certain people ruin the shopping mood. At this moment, Zhang Mu spoke. Too lazy to look at the anchor again. All right, cousin. The 5 girls led by Guobei replied in unison, their faces beaming with varying degrees of smiles. The anchor once again. She highly suspected that these 5 girls were possessed. Zhang Mu had just said such outrageous things. Yet not only were they not angry, but they also obediently listened. Here, the anchor just didn't understand. Don't Guobei and the others want their boyfriends to spend money on them? How is that possible? It's just that after witnessing Zhang Mu's financial ability, they all became enchanted, especially Su Feier and the others, looking at Zhang Mu, who seemed to shine at all times. What Zhang Mu said, does it matter? It must be right. The flustered anchor watched Zhang Mu and the others leave. Her body suddenly shuddered. No, if they just leave like this, won't my live stream be a total disaster? Wait a minute, I still have questions to ask. The anchor immediately rushed forward, trying to grab Zhang Mu's arm to make him stop. But when she reached out, she didn't grab him. Instead, she dropped the system's reward she had just received on the ground. Chapter 28. It's just a broken watch. Fortunately, the anti-fall protection is also top-notch in the world. Zhang Mu picked it up and saw that it was not damaged. At least it looked fine on the surface. Phew. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although this thing was a system reward, it was worth $1 billion, even more expensive than a Pagani Huayra, and if it got scratched, it would still hurt a bit. It's just a broken watch. How much is it? I'll compensate you. Seeing Zhang Mu's heartache, the anchor couldn't help but sneer. In her view, a direct and blunt man like Zhang Mu couldn't afford any good watch. Flashy, and at most worth a few thousand. The refined girls in the live stream thought the same, all mocking. Look at how heartbroken he is. It's clear he's a poor loser. No wonder he doesn't want to share $1 million with his cousin. Humph. The one upstairs is right. I suspected long ago that he was a poor loser. Poor and blunt, destined to be lonely for a lifetime. Compensate. Do you even have the capability to compensate? Zhang Mu certainly had no complaints about the watch being dropped. However, the anchor not only didn't say a word of apology, but also wore a condescending expression, thinking it was just a broken watch. Fine, then come and compensate. Ridiculous. My monthly income from this broadcast is more than your yearly income. Do you think I can't afford your watch? The anchor's contempt grew stronger. Judging from Zhang Mu's attire, he was just an ordinary worker. At best, he could earn 70 or 80,000 a year. My income from selling goods in a month is over 100,000. Babies, today I encountered the legendary top-notch man. You must keep your eyes wide open and see clearly. When looking for a boyfriend or husband, absolutely avoid someone like this. After the cold mockery, she still didn't forget to give Zhang Mu a close-up. Poor loser. Stupid. Both poor and stupid. It's easy to imagine that the comments flooded the screen instantly. The delicate girls reached a consensus, wishing they could be on-site to personally tear Zhang Mu apart. However, Zhang Mu couldn't be bothered with them and pointed to a luxury watch store in the mall, saying, "There's a watch store over there. Let's go ask how much this watch of mine is worth." The female streamer nearly laughed to death, looking at the flashy watch that clearly looked like a street vendor's item. How dare he go to a luxury watch store for appraisal? All right, let's go. How about I pay you double the price when the appraisal result comes out? Zhang Mu smiled lightly. I hope after the appraisal result comes out, you'll still be able to stand and talk to me. Entering the luxury watch store, Zhang Mu expressed his intention. The staff at the store were very professional, and coincidentally, a senior appraiser was also present. They let Zhang Mu and his group take a seat, and then brought over an elderly man with white hair. Who needs a watch appraisal? The old man walked over slowly, exuding an aura. Sir, it's me. Please take a look at the value of this watch, Zhang Mu said, standing up and respectfully handing over the watch. Just this small detail made the old man have a better impression of Zhang Mu. Then his gaze fell upon the watch. With just one glance, the old man's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his face was filled with shock. Sir, is this watch too much for you to handle? The female streamer sneered upon seeing this. What do you know? The old man retorted directly. If this watch is what you say, then there are hardly any watches in the world that aren't like it. This is a watch for the wealthy, do you understand? The female streamer didn't understand, otherwise. How could she say the watch looked flashy and was worth at most a few thousand? What? A watch for the wealthy? I think I've heard of that. A watch worth around 20 million, suddenly interjected Su Feier. After all, she came from a good family and naturally knew about some luxury watches. She was shocked to find out that the watch Zhang Mu was wearing was worth 20 million, her mouth agape in astonishment. However, she quickly calmed down, knowing that Zhang Mu drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, so it was normal for him to wear a 20 million watch, right? But the female streamer had no idea Zhang Mu drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and didn't know what a wealthy person's watch was. Sir, is what she said true? This watch is worth 20 million? Wrong. The old man replied sternly. Thank goodness. He continued, just looking at this poor guy in front of me. How could he possibly afford a 20 million watch? If it really were 20 million, with just that one drop, he would be bankrupt. The female streamer curled her lips, preparing to mock both Zhang Mu and Su Feier together. But at that moment, the old man cleared his throat and looked at Su Feier. Young lady, the reason I say you're wrong is that 20 million refers to its international value, which means it's worth 20 million US dollars. In our country, that translates to about 1 billion Chinese yuan. What? 20 million refers to US dollars. Converted, it's worth 1 billion Chinese yuan. As soon as this was said, the entire luxury watch store fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even Guobei and Su Feier, who knew about Zhang Mu's wealthy status, couldn't believe that Zhang Mu was this rich. A watch worth over 100 million. This was ridiculous. The female streamer felt a ringing in her head. 20 million was enough to bankrupt her. Who would have thought that 20 million referred to US dollars? She suddenly trembled, her legs going weak, almost unable to stand. You just said that after the appraisal result comes out, you would pay me double? At this time, Zhang Mu looked unfazed at the female streamer. Boom. Zhang Mu's words were like thunder, directly scaring the female streamer into fainting, her eyes rolling back, collapsing on the ground. With a strong smell of urine, she had wet herself in fear. It was understandable, a watch worth over 100 million. Even the interest alone was enough to bankrupt someone, let alone double the compensation. Even after fainting, her body still twitched occasionally, and the smell of urine intensified. Zhang Mu pinched his nose and borrowed Su Feier's earlier words. Don't use your vision to look at my world. After saying this, he put the watch back on and left the luxury watch store, not planning to make the female streamer pay. She couldn't afford it anyway. Meanwhile, even though the female streamer fainted, the live stream was still ongoing. The live chat room first fell into a dead silence. Then the comments flooded the screen again. Still a loser? Still a poor guy? No, no, no. These delicate girls unified their address again. Husband, 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 husband. This little episode did not affect Zhang Mu's mood. He bought 2 sets of clothes for Guobei and the others as gifts. Brother, what do you do for work now? Don't let aunt and uncle worry. Guobei finally couldn't hold back and asked after leaving the mall. After all, in this girl's perception, many who suddenly became wealthy overnight had done something illegal. Chapter 29. Recharge 100 million, what are you thinking? Zhang Mu laughed after hearing this and playfully gave Guobei a light tap on the head. Your brother is doing legitimate work. I mean, every day I pick up 100 empty bottles. That definitely counts as legitimate work, right? But Guobebe didn't know this and continued to curiously ask, brother, what do you do now? You wouldn't understand if I told you. After all, picking up 100 empty bottles could lead to driving a supercar worth 100 million and wearing a watch worth over 100 million. Who would believe it? Who would understand? In any case, you can rest assured, I definitely haven't done anything illegal. It's just that, I started a small company. Yes, I started a small company. In the end, Zhang Mu found a grandiose reason. After all, if he didn't reveal anything, Guobebe might very well call Zhang Mu's parents on the spot. And given Zhang Mu's current situation, he really wouldn't know how to explain it to his parents. Last time he sent home 400,000, his parents were already overjoyed. If they knew that Zhang Mu was driving a supercar worth 100 million and wearing a watch worth over 100 million, they would probably buy a train ticket overnight to rush to Zhonghai. But this reason was merely plausible. Start a company? A small company? What kind of company would have a supercar worth 100 million and a watch worth over 100 million as standard? Even the CEOs of global giant companies probably wouldn't have such conditions, right? Fortunately, Guobebe was still an inexperienced girl who hadn't stepped out of campus. Although she still had some doubts, upon hearing that Zhang Mu had started a company, it seemed reasonable, and the matter passed like that. For the next 5 days, Zhang Mu accompanied the girls to eat, drink, and have fun in Zhonghai. On the 6th day, after buying first-class tickets for them to leave, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he had fun these days, he was more exhausted. Thankfully, thanks to the rejuvenating effects of the secondary youth essence that shaped his perfect figure, otherwise, his bones would probably be falling apart. However, he believed that the hospitality over these days should satisfy his mother. Mission accomplished beautifully. Returning to Yulongbei, Zhang Mu threw himself onto the bed. These 5 days, while having fun, he didn't neglect his main business. Every day he picked up enough bottles, receiving rewards, a DuPont Platinum diamond-encrusted lighter, 20 million fast fish coins, a top-spec Bugatti supercar, 30 million fast fish coins, and a Porsche 91138 supercar. Among the rewards, he liked the DuPont Platinum diamond-encrusted lighter the most. The lighter was slightly larger, made entirely of platinum, with a pink diamond the size of a peanut on the front, and a yellow diamond the size of a peanut on the back. Aside from that, the rest were small diamonds the size of rice grains, in various colors. Zhang Mu usually didn't smoke much, but after checking online, he found that the value of the DuPont Platinum diamond-encrusted lighter was conservatively around 1.2 billion. Wow, a lighter worth over 100 million? He couldn't help but run to buy a pack of cigarettes, lit one up, took a few deep puffs, and then exhaled forcefully. I want to see if the smoke I exhale is a symbol of money. Unfortunately, it isn't. But the cigarette lit with a DuPont Platinum diamond lighter is particularly sweet. I don't know why. Secondly, he likes Bugatti and Porsche 911. Although his garage already has a Pagani Huayra and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Who would think there are too many luxury cars? Changing cars every day, isn't it nice? Among the rewards for 5 days, the most tasteless for him is undoubtedly the 20 million plus 30 million Quayfish coins. You should know that the recharge amount ratio on the Quayfish live streaming platform is 1-to-1 with Huaxia coins. That means 1 Quayfish coin is 1 yuan. Damn. A total of 50 million Quayfish coins from 2 transactions, that's 50 million. Isn't it better to transfer the money directly to a bank account? Why does it have to be recharged to the Quayfish live streaming platform? Zhang Mu began to doubt whether the system was a homebody. Just as he was feeling frustrated, his phone rang. It was his best friend, Zhou Fei. You haven't forgotten about the wedding car, have you? My colleague is getting married the day after tomorrow. Don't mess it up. Zhang Mu heard and replied, I haven't forgotten. At that time, I thought about making money by driving the wedding car. Now that I have tens of millions in rent in my account, making money doesn't matter anymore. What is important is that I promised my buddy, and I have to keep my word. By the way, do you still need the other cars besides the Pagani Huayra, like the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Porsche 911 Bugatti? Forget it. After working a few days at the rental company, you've forgotten who you are. I'm telling you. If you can secretly drive out the client's Pagani Huayra, I'll be grateful. By the way, don't say it's the client's car. Zhou Fei looked down on him, but still reminded him carefully. Got it, stop nagging. After complaining a bit more, Zhang Mu hung up the phone. Many people, after getting money, start to lose themselves, indulging in luxury, and doing nothing all day. He can't become that kind of person. He needs to find something to do. Driving the wedding car is clearly a good choice. If there is an opportunity in the future, he'll take this job. After thinking for a while, fatigue hit him, and he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already evening. After a quick wash, he drove out in the Porsche 911. He still hadn't completed the task of collecting 100 empty bottles today. As a result, system, are you out of your mind? Today's reward is still Quayfish coins. 50 million. So, in total, I recharged 100 million to the Quayfish live streaming platform. Aren't the higher-ups at Quayfish laughing their teeth off? Back at Yulon Bay, Zhang Mu immediately contacted Quayfish Platform's customer service to see if he could get a refund. As you can imagine, there was no way. Damn, this is 100 million. Is it just wasted like this? Zhang Mu couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken, scrolling through the Quayfish platform. Isn't this the little streamer who drives comfortably? He accidentally stumbled into a live stream and immediately recognized the charming girl streaming was a Z. The little streamer who helped drive the Pagani Huayra back to the Zhang Mu Tower that day. He remembered that at that time. He inferred from the live streaming interface that the little streamer came from Quayfish. The little streamer even admitted it and wanted him to tip her. Unfortunately, at that time, he was just a freeloader. But now it's different. He has 100 million Quayfish coins in his account. Since he can't get a refund anyway, he thought. Zhang Mu chuckled and entered the live stream. Little streamer, why didn't you go outdoors to stream today? Zhang Mu sent a message using his account. Aziz saw Zhang Mu's question and forced a smile, welcoming the arrogant Zhang brother, saying that she couldn't do outdoor streaming today because she was about to participate in a guild battle. Guild? So that is what's going on. Zhang Mu thought it was a bit funny. Chapter 30. Doing as one pleases. Aziz had only received the guild call an hour ago. Because her monthly revenue was too poor and there was no particularly wealthy top brother. The guild had already issued an ultimatum that if she didn't win at least 3 rounds in tonight's guild battle, they would automatically terminate her contract. Aziz had no way to refute, let alone winning 3 rounds. Winning even 1 was already tough. The live stream had a total of just over 300 viewers. A significant portion of this was due to the wealthy young man incident from a few days ago. Otherwise, the viewership would be even more pathetic. Of course, it was precisely because the live stream's popularity was dismal that when Zhang Mu entered the room and spoke, Aziz noticed him right away. After answering Zhang Mu's question, Aziz thought for a moment, hesitated, but still spoke up, asking if the arrogant Zhang brother could get a fan badge for just 5 yuan, which would allow him to access the streamer's exclusive VIP area. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu coughed, thinking it was a bit too humble, right? Just 5 yuan to enter the VIP area? Honestly, what can 5 yuan do nowadays? A decent drink costs more than 5 yuan, okay? But before Zhang Mu could respond, someone in the live stream spoke up. Aziz, that guy is just a newbie. Why waste so much breath on him? I know you need to win at least 3 rounds today. I can support you. But after that, you have to have late night snacks with me. How about it? The account name of the speaker, level 78. On Quayfish platform, the highest fan level is 99. Level 78 isn't considered a top-tier wealthy fan. But it's definitely not bad either. If he supports her, there might be a chance to win 3 rounds. But Aziz knew very well that the so-called late-night snacks were just an excuse. Many female streamers enjoyed the support of wealthy fans, but had to bear the consequences of unspoken rules. She didn't want that. But just then, the first round's opponent successfully connected. Hello, sister. I'm Yao Yao from the Zhonghai First Sea Guild. It's great to connect with you. The girl on the other side of the camera was heavily made up, with a large expanse of white skin exposed. Aziz was completely unprepared. She hadn't expected it to start so soon, so she quickly gathered her emotions and forced a smile to respond. Welcome, sister. I'm Aziz from the 707 Guild. Nice to connect with you. While speaking, she observed the situation in Yao Yao's live stream. The live stream had 223 viewers, with 788 in the VIP area. The top brother had a level of 80. It seemed she was destined to lose. Meanwhile, Yao Yao was also observing Aziz's live stream situation. The live stream had over 300 viewers, with only 108 in the VIP area. There was a level 78 fan, but compared to her top brother, it was still lacking. Sister AZ, who should go first with a talent performance? In battles, the 2 streamers usually showcase a talent, and then the fans start to send money. But Aziz was already disheartened. If she lost, she would have to quit this industry, especially with this level 78. Who wasn't even a regular on her fan leaderboard, suddenly appearing and making demands. It was clear what his intentions were. Anyway, she wouldn't accept the unspoken rules. Sister Yao Yao, let us just start directly. Yao Yao was taken aback. She hadn't expected Aziz to be so straightforward. All right, let us get it over with. After all, this round is a loss. 3 seconds later, the battle began. There was no doubt. It was almost a crushing defeat. Aziz's health bar quickly diminished, eventually being reduced to about 1 centimeter. Seeing this scene, even though she was mentally prepared, Aziz's expression froze. This was too embarrassing to lose. Streamer, have you thought it through? I can support you, as long as you agree to have late-night snacks with me. Soon, another message came in. Others in the live broadcast room seemed unable to bear watching AZ's miserable state. AZ, why don't you just agree to him? It's just a late-night snack anyway. There's no loss. Yeah, let the big brother help out. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Right, if he were a bad person, the platform would have banned him long ago. Everyone started to persuade AZ. But AZ refused to agree. shaking her head and saying, "Thank you all for your kindness. But after tonight, I will quit the live broadcast industry." With her alluring looks and fiery curves, if she wanted to find a wealthy top-tier supporter, it wouldn't take a minute. But she fundamentally resisted the unspoken rules. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the point where the guild issued an ultimatum. The competition consisted of 3 rounds, with 2 wins required out of 3 games. Each round lasted 10 minutes. In the last minute, he spoke again. "I'm asking one last time, will you agree to have a late-night snack with me?" AZ still didn't change her mind, saying, "Thank you for the offer, but I don't have a habit of eating late-night snacks." Repeatedly being refused, he finally couldn't help but say, "You don't know what's good for you. With an attitude like yours, you deserve to lose. Coming out as a streamer, what's the difference from those girls selling their bodies? You're pretending to be pure with me? I won't beat around the bush anymore. Sleep with me tonight, and I'll give you a golden crown right now." A golden crown is worth 10,000 fish coins. If the reward is successful, the streamer can get 90, which is 9,000. 9,000 for one night of companionship. For many vain girls, it would definitely be tempting. Not to mention that he said he would protect AZ, meaning at least 3 rounds, at least 3 golden crowns. The reward split would be at least 27,000. 27,000 in one night. Isn't that tempting? But AZ really wasn't tempted. Instead, she found such behavior particularly disgusting. She prepared to mute him. But at that moment, the arrogant Zhang spoke. "Isn't this too pretentious? Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want?" He didn't expect anyone to dare to refute him and immediately said, "What's wrong? Can't stand it. Having money means you can do whatever you want." "Oh," Zhang Mu replied with just one word. Immediately, AZ's live room was flooded with gifts. Arrogant Zhang rewards streamer AZ with a golden crown. Arrogant Zhang rewards streamer AZ with a golden crown. Arrogant Zhang rewards streamer AZ with a golden crown. The rewards multiplied by 10. 10 golden crowns. 100,000. In the last few seconds, AZ counterattacked Yao Yao. AZ. Yao Yao. 2 live room audiences. Even the entire Kuayu platform audience. After all, 1 golden crown can broadcast across the entire region, let alone 10. Zhang's face turned green. "Crazy, do you know what you're doing? You said it yourself. Having money means you can do whatever you want. Please reward a golden crown before talking to me." Chapter 31 Platform Number 1. You just cursed directly. However, Zhang Mu still said, "Please reward a golden crown before talking to me." Please reward a golden crown before talking to me." The speech ended. Another 2 golden crowns were rewarded. By now, 12 golden crowns had been rewarded. That's real money worth 120,000. Although he is a small boss in real life, it would be unimaginable for him to reward 12,000 to a streamer without batting an eye. You have to know that the top stars at the famous Midnight Club in Zhonghai are worth about that much. Can't afford to provoke, let us avoid it. Even though being openly slapped in the face is very embarrassing, he still left AZ's live room with his tail between his legs. Useless. Can't even afford a golden crown, yet dare to name yourself? Lying lazily on the sofa in the living room, Zhang Mu shook his head in disappointment. This is just the beginning? I thought I could slap faces to my heart's content with 1,000,000,000 fish coins tonight. But it's only 120,000. And he just ran away? Sigh. Is there really no one who can fight? There really wasn't he. In the neighboring live room, the top brother at level 80 thought he could crush the competition with just 1 golden crown. Who would have thought that in the last minute? A new account rewarded 10 golden crowns, turning the tables. This is really true to its name. Arrogant Zhang. He is really arrogant. Yao Yao suddenly remembered she had something to do and said, "I'm leaving now." Leaving behind a sentence, the top brother also ran away. Yao Yao was left speechless, thinking, who did I provoke? She thought she had drawn a good sign and would win easily. But now, her top brother had run away, leaving her with no chance against the 12-crown king on the opposite side. In stark contrast to her extreme frustration, AZ was still in a daze at this moment. 12 golden crowns. Someone rewarded her 12 crowns. 120,000, taking 90%, 108,000. My God, in the past. She wouldn't have dared to think about it. The key is that the person who rewarded her was just a new account. Thank you, arrogant Zhang. Thank you. Thank you. AZ's tears couldn't stop flowing, and she got up to bow, sincerely thanking Zhang Mu from the bottom of her heart. Seeing this, Zhang Mu's lips curled slightly. This is only 120,000. If I rewarded 1,000,000,000 fish coins, wouldn't they have to kneel and call me daddy? Wow. The joy of the rich is something the poor can't even imagine. Zhang Mu felt inexplicably pleased, changed to a comfortable lying position, and said, "Let us not waste time. Hurry up and start the second round." Okay. AZ nodded repeatedly. Unexpectedly, Yao Yao in the neighboring live room directly admitted defeat. After all, with a big shot who generously rewarded 12 golden crowns present, it was better to admit defeat than to lose face. But she didn't idle. She immediately private messaged Zhang Mu. "Arrogant Zhang, you're so annoying. You made me lose so badly. As compensation, can you buy me a beer after the broadcast? I can drink it cold today. The hint of being able to drink cold beer was already quite obvious. However, Zhang Mu replied with just one sentence. Who are you? Yao Yao. Meanwhile, the victorious AZ successfully entered the second round. Please, arrogant Zhang, protect me for 2 more rounds. AZ clasped her hands together and excitedly thanked him again. There is no doubt that Zhang Mu's appearance reignited her hope in the live streaming world. Hurry up and show your talent to the big brother. Right, show your talent. A big shot like arrogant Zhang is rare on the entire Kuayu platform. Streamer, you must seize this opportunity well. But she clearly overlooked something. The audience in the live room was anxious for the little streamer, saying that just thanking with words is useless. You need to take concrete action. Seeing the comments flooding the live room, AZ couldn't help but feel anxious too. To be honest, she really needed to showcase a talent to thank the big brother. Unfortunately, she only had her alluring face and hot body, but she couldn't sing, dance, or sell herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the outdoor streamer route. Every day without wind and sun, singing a song, dancing a dance, and selling a bit wouldn't be nice? The little streamer could only sell cute to arrogant Zhang. After thinking for a long time, AZ realized she really had no talent, so she could only act cute like a little kitten. Meow meow meow. No, that is too painful to watch. Zhang Mu's head hurt. Ouch, my head hurts. The next few rounds were also without suspense, as Zhang Mu rewarded 20 golden crowns each round. The sister on the mic, the top brother, ran away on the spot, with a single move of 200,000. Who would dare to compete with such a big shot? Meanwhile, the little streamer AZ, who had been in a daze the whole time, only wanted Zhang Mu to protect her for 3 rounds, but she ended up moving all the way to the final showdown. The opponent is the largest guild from the Kuaishu live streaming platform, Playboy. It is said that behind the guild is a wealthy heir from Zhonghai, with assets exceeding 1 billion. Since the Playboy Guild was established on the Kuaishu platform, they have been dominating like crabs, always coming in first place whenever there is a battle. Hello, miss. Should we showcase some talents first, or just get started? After successfully connecting, in the adjacent livestream room, there is a mixed-race beauty with an explosive figure. Especially her alluring curves, just a glance makes one's blood boil. Let's get started. Without waiting for Aziz's response, Zhang Mu took the lead in speaking. After all, the 100 million Kuaishu coins cannot be refunded. He is just enjoying the pleasure of being able to do whatever he wants with money. As for talents, who cares? Alright, the big boss has spoken, so Aziz naturally obeyed. However, the final opponent is indeed too strong, and she couldn't help but remind Zhang Mu. Arrogant big brother Zhang, the Playboy Guild has been undefeated for 13 consecutive months, so just do your best. I'm already very happy to make it to the final showdown. It seems you still have some self-awareness, a small guild. How laughable. The Huajia army goes out, and not a blade of grass grows. If you don't want to lose too badly, just admit defeat. Suddenly, many high-level accounts from the adjacent livestream room came over to mock and provoke. In the past, they naturally had the capital to provoke and ridicule like this. Unfortunately, today's opponent is Zhang Mu. Without saying a word, he first sent out 50 gold crown gifts to make an appearance. The mockers. Aziz, the mixed-race female streamer. Is this how it starts? Of course. What's at stake is the gifts, not who talks more. Who has the time to just chit-chat? Zhang Mu sent a shrug emoji. Playboy is the top guild on the platform? Sorry, I'm fighting against the top. Chapter 32. Show off and runaway Playboy is the top guild on the platform? Sorry, I'm fighting against the top. Seeing such statements, the entire Playboy Guild exploded with anger, each member gritting their teeth. If they don't reclaim their honor today, they won't have the face to continue staying on the Kuaishu platform. Immediately, the Playboy Guild sent 50 gold crowns to the mixed-race beauty, initiating the most shocking battle since the establishment of the Kuaishu platform. That's more like it. I thought there wouldn't be anyone strong enough. Seeing the opponent send out 50 gold crowns, Zhang Mu became even more excited and immediately sent out another 100 gold crowns. Damn, in just 2 rounds. 1,500,000 has already gone out? The onlookers were dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Playboy Guild, not wanting to lose face, also sent out 100 gold crowns. Haha, come on, keep it up. Zhang Mu gave a thumbs up and sent out another 200 gold crowns. The Playboy Guild gritted their teeth and kept up. Come on, continue. Continue. Zhang Mu then sent out another 400 gold crowns. The Playboy Guild leader? To know that the guild had only prepared 10 million for this platform's event, they thought 1 million would be easily settled. As a result, they had already sent out a total of 350 gold crowns, equivalent to 3 million Chinese yuan. If they send out another 400 gold crowns, that would be 7.5 million. The key is that even if they send out 7.5 million, they still might not win. Where can they complain about this? They simply can't withstand it. However, just as the Playboy Guild hesitated, Zhang Mu unhesitatingly sent out 500 gold crowns. After all, the 100 million Kuaishu coins rewarded by the system can't be withdrawn. What does he care about losing money? Gifts sent out. The entire platform was flooded with 500 notifications again. The boss on the other side is way too rich, right? Boss, I kneel. In this round, over 10 million was directly thrown out. Who can withstand this? I now have 100% suspicion that the other side is also a guild operation. Otherwise, this kind of wild wealthy boss is simply a once-in-a-century occurrence. Even if it is a guild operation, it's too impressive. Did they strike gold or something? Seeing the gold crown notifications flooding the platform, in the Mixed Race Beauties livestream room, whether it was accounts operated by the guild or regular fans, everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a money-burning tycoon. It seemed that for Zhang Mu, money was just a number. How about it? Are you ready? If not, just say something. My fingers want to rest too. Honestly, after sending so many gold crowns, my fingers are really tired, okay? But such words obviously caused a stir in both livestream rooms. Damn, my fingers also want to rest a bit. Boss, I also want to experience the feeling of being tired from sending gifts. This streamer is so beautiful. She should definitely become popular this time. Not just popular, she'll shoot to the top. Indeed, because of Zhang Mu's straightforwardness. Aziz's livestream room had already surpassed 10 million in popularity. It would be hard not to become famous. In a daze, Aziz pinched her arm to avoid fainting, mechanically repeating her thanks. Thank you, arrogant big brother Zhang. You're so mighty. I'm so excited. Long live the big brother. May your fortune be as vast as the East Sea and your life as long as the South Mountain. Zhang Mu, is this how you flatter a big brother? All right. You should just be quiet. It's too awkward. The audience in the live stream room was taken aback. It was indeed cringeworthy, and they collectively burst into laughter. At this moment, the leader of the Playboy Guild was also hurriedly contacting the guild's behind-the-scenes boss, the legendary Zhonghai Heir. Little did they know that this Zhonghai Heir was actually one of the founders of Kuaishu Livestream. Of course, without internal support from the platform, how could the Playboy Guild remain undefeated for 13 months? Just no one could have imagined that they would encounter such a wild tycoon this time. The Zhonghai Heir logged into the platform's management data as soon as possible, took a glance at Zhang Mu's account data, and almost wet himself in shock. No wonder he was so wealthy. It turns out he recharged 100 million on the Kuaishu platform. Damn, 100 million. No matter how rich one is, they shouldn't be putting so much money into a live streaming platform. To know that the registered capital of Kuaishu Livestream is only 80 million. Recharge 100 million. Who can withstand this? What are you still doing? Just admit defeat. Of course, not only admitting defeat, but those who went to mock and provoke in Aziz's livestream room must also come over to apologize in line. No joke, offending such a big boss. No one could escape. Soon, as members of the Playboy Guild came over one by one to apologize, the final round of the showdown came to a close. Aziz undoubtedly won the championship. Thank you, arrogant big brother Zhang, for your support all the way. Thank you, arrogant big brother Zhang, for taking me to fly. I feel like I'm dreaming. Champion. I'm the champion. Ha ha ha. Aziz was ecstatic. The 707 Guild behind her popped champagne to celebrate. The fans in the livestream room were also cheering wildly, recording this peak moment. Only Zhang Mu felt bored. Is this how it ends? So boring. To thank the arrogant big brother Zhang for taking me to the skies, I decided to reward him with a chance. As long as he speaks up, I'll do whatever he wants. Tonight, Aziz directly stepped into the ranks of millionaires. The little girl knows how to be grateful and immediately blushed as she said. Hearing her words, Zhang Mu suddenly thought of something and smirked. All right, from now on, when I need a driver, I'll call you. When this statement appeared in the live broadcast room, the originally noisy environment immediately fell into a deathly silence. It wasn't until 10 seconds later that the bullet comments exploded. Wow, I was wondering where this wild rich guy came from. It turns out to be that previous rich young man with a Rolls-Royce Phantom in one hand and a Pagani Huayra in the other. What are a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Pagani Huayra compared to the Jinmao Tower worth hundreds of billions, which still belongs to the young man? Love it, love it. Rich young man, awesome. Hee. Am I the only one who thinks the little streamer is in danger? The rich young man actually didn't freeload and came back to send gifts to the little streamer. Dog streamer, do you understand? Dog streamer. You guys need to be happy. Azzy. It wasn't the barrage of comments that shocked her. It was that she never expected the big shot in the live broadcast room to be the rich young man from that day. The image of Zhang Mu flashed through her mind. Heart racing? Not really. It was just a very strange feeling, sweet. Arrogant brother Zhang, are you that rich young man? Taking a deep breath, Azzy directly asked. Unfortunately, there was no reply. Zhang Mu had already logged off. What a feeling of showing off and then running away, wonderful. Chapter 33. Cashback on consumption cards. Zhang Mu had already left the live broadcast room. This situation caught Azzy off guard, and the catchy song echoed in her mind. Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks? You should know that Zhang Mu had tipped over 10 million in the live broadcast room. Over 10 million in real Chinese currency, not just 10 million joy beans. However, in the end, he just said, "Next time I need a chauffeur, I'll call you," and left. Left. Damn, money really allows for recklessness. As he felt stunned. Not in a reproductive way, but in a shocked way. At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also amazed. Wow, tipping over 10 million for a chauffeur? Can I get that kind of good fortune? Just $1,000 each time? I could chauffeur the rich young man to bankruptcy. To the one upstairs, ugly rejection, get it? Is it still possible to go to Thailand for surgery? Stop making a fuss. I think this little streamer is done for. The rich young man's flirting skills are too superb. Not a single pickup line throughout. But the little streamer's heart must have already melted. If I had a Zhang Mu tower, a Pagani Huayra, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom, my flirting skills would definitely be superb too. To the one upstairs, stop dreaming. Those things weren't there at birth, and it's impossible to have them in this life. Blue thin, fragrant mushroom. The bullet comments undoubtedly flooded the screen again. Moreover, the popularity of the live broadcast room not only didn't plummet after Zhang Mu's departure, but instead soared, breaking the platform's highest popularity record, reaching 35 million. The reason is simple. Although the arrogant brother Zhang has already logged off, the legend of the big brother remains in the community. A large number of fans came to see for themselves. That was close, that was close. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Kuayu platform, the mysterious young master of Zhonghai wiped his cold sweat, having used up an entire pack of tissue. But the cold sweat just wouldn't stop pouring out. His whole body was wet, like he had just been pulled out of the sea. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Pagani Huayra, Zhang Mu Tower. Looking at these rich tags flooding the screen, the young master of Zhonghai felt he had made the wisest choice in his life. Come on, how could he afford to offend such a big shot? Even his own family was completely insufficient compared to that. In front of a big shark like Zhang Mu, his family combined was as small as a shrimp. Hoo. Thinking of this, the young master of Zhonghai's breathing quickened again. He immediately made a decision. The Kuayu platform must support the big shots woman. Let Azzy become the queen of live broadcasting. And all of this, Zhang Mu, who had shown off and then run away, naturally didn't know. He ordered takeout, finished eating, and went to sleep. When he opened his eyes, it was another beautiful day. After a simple wash, he went out to complete today's task of 100 empty bottles. 2 hours later, the task was completed. Recycle. The system showed successful recycling. Reward, basic cashback card. This card provides 5 opportunities for cashback, with each cashback amount randomly being 110 times the consumption amount, with a maximum single transaction amount of 100,000. This means for the largest transaction, if you spend 100,000, the system will refund 1 million. A net profit of 900,000. Such good fortune, can there be more? Zhang Mu grinned, not expecting the system to send another warm reminder. If this card is used on others, it will add 5 more cashback opportunities. And the maximum single transaction amount can reach 200,000, with a random cashback of 120 times the consumption amount. Damn it, is there such discrimination? Why is it that when used on others, there are 10 cashback opportunities, and both the maximum amount and the cashback multiplier double? Dog system. One you come out and explain. System, abba. Zhang Mu. But having is better than not having. And in order to pursue maximum benefits, Zhang Mu thought about who to spend these 10 opportunities on while walking back. Upon returning to Yulon Bay, his phone rang. It was Wang Dezhang calling. 2 more companies wanted to discuss lease renewal matters. Zhang Mu immediately agreed, changed clothes, and went out. Let us drive the Bugatti today. Looking at the Pagani Huayra, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bugatti, and Porsche 911 in the garage, every day feels like choosing a consort. Sigh, who says rich people have no worries? Isn't this quite troubling? Vroom. The Bugatti sped towards the Zhang Mu Tower. After more than an hour, the lease contracts with the 2 companies were again finalized. Zhang Mu's bank card immediately increased by over 20 million. Happy, he left the remaining matters to Wang Dezhang, humming a tune as he went downstairs. During this time, his close friend Zhou Fei called again, reminding him not to forget about the wedding car for tomorrow. This reminded Zhang Mu to prepare to wash the Pagani Huayra. But just as he walked to the ground parking lot of the Zhang Mu Tower, he encountered an unexpected visitor. What a coincidence, little streamer. Indeed, the unexpected visitor was Azzy. Not at all a coincidence. I specifically came to find you. Azzy's expression was a bit strange. Looking for me, is there something? Aren't you asking me to be your chauffeur again? But I don't need it right now. Zhang Mu shrugged and laughed. Azzy. She hadn't slept all night yesterday, tossing and turning, thinking that since Zhang Mu tipped over 10 million in her live broadcast room, he must be interested in her. So she took the initiative to come to the Zhang Mu Tower to wait and see, ready to verify. She thought that Zhang Mu would definitely flirt with her upon seeing her. But the result? No need. What does that mean? Did he really take her as a chauffeur? A lot of black lines appeared on the little streamer's forehead, and she felt a bit disappointed inside. "Aren't you live streaming today?" Zhang Mu unlocked the Bugatti and casually asked. As he confused. In the world of the rich, indeed, ordinary people cannot imagine. For the rich, changing a car every day is equivalent to ordinary people changing a pair of socks. She really wanted to ask Zhang Mu one question. How rich are you exactly? And Zhang Mu naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He sat in the Bugatti and asked again, "Aren't you live streaming today?" "Not at the moment." As he finally responded after realizing, Zhang Mu exclaimed, his eyes brightened, clearly having thought of something. "Get in the car." "Where to?" As he still had doubts on her lips. But her body was very honest, uncontrollably walking over and sitting in the passenger seat. The global center. Zhang Mu thought for a moment, looking up and down at the little streamer, revealing a meaningful smile. Go there for what?" Aziz's face turned red in an instant. Vaguely recalling that a classmate once mentioned that the global center was the largest cannon tower in Zhonghai. There are several star-rated hotels over there. Could it be that Zhang Mu wants to go there now? Isn't that something that should wait until the evening? Why the evening? Can't we go during the day? Well, I guess we could. Chapter 34. Does hubby not deserve a name? Clearly, the little broadcaster was overthinking again. The global center indeed has several star-rated hotels and is jokingly referred to by outsiders as Zhonghai's Cannon Tower. However, the global center is also the largest business district concentrated with luxury goods in Zhonghai. Zhang Mu had just been sizing up the little broadcaster and, noticing her plain attire, decided to buy her a few outfits and some bags. That's right. He was worried about how to use the cashback card, and the little broadcaster had come to him. It was perfect. Huh. Shopping. Zhang Mu casually mentioned it after starting the Bugatti. Aziz gaped and turned to stare at Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu, while driving seriously, complained. What else can we do at the global center besides shopping? Well, such a straightforward reply undoubtedly made the little broadcaster blush even more. Wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide, there was silence all the way. Upon arriving at the global center, Zhang Mu handed the car keys to the staff for parking. What are you planning to buy? At this point, Aziz had somewhat adjusted. She only knew Zhang Mu said he was coming to shop, not that he was going to buy things for her. I don't know. To be honest, Zhang Mu was quite troubled. This was his first time in a luxury goods business district, let alone buying things for a girl. Just look around. If you see something you like, buy it. Aziz couldn't help but mutter, then her eyes lit up. Can I go live? As an outdoor broadcaster? Aziz knew that shopping in such a luxury goods district would definitely attract a lot of attention. After all, most working people might never set foot in such a store in their lifetime. They could only satisfy their eyes through live broadcasts. However, there are very few broadcasters who take the high-end route. When Zhang Mu heard this, he was indifferent, but with one condition: don't film my face. Aziz did some simple preparations and started the live stream. In fact, she didn't even need to attract any viewers right now. In less than 3 minutes, the live stream's popularity broke through 50,000. On one hand, it was due to the countless followers gained last night. On the other hand, one of the founders, the young master of Zhonghai, had announced he would strongly support the boss's woman. How could the Kuayu platform not support her? It was a guaranteed hit. Aziz never expected to have such a huge influence. As soon as she started broadcasting, she had 50,000 viewers. It was no exaggeration to say that she was the top streamer on the Kuayu platform. It was impossible not to feel a little giddy. But she was well aware of who brought all of this. Once the heat passed, she could easily fall back to her original state. So, she needed to seize the moment, perform well, and do her job properly. Hello everyone. This is an impromptu live stream. And Aziz will lead you on a shopping journey through the luxury goods district at the Global Center. Wow, the broadcaster has gone upscale. The Global Center is on the agenda. It seems last night's tips have been credited. Dog broadcaster, can you send me a bottle of Chanel's small perfume? I want a Prada bag. Wait. Dog broadcaster, who is that person next to you? Is he a rich guy? He is definitely a rich guy. I'm dying. The dog broadcaster is falling for him. Even though I can't see his face, I can totally tell through the screen that he is my husband. Dog broadcaster, be honest, were you crazy last night? Dog broadcaster, I only have one request. I hope you can be more proactive during the output. It would reduce the wear and tear on my husband's waist. With Zhang Mu's half-body entering the frame, it was evident that the topic in the comments changed instantly. Some comments that would have been unthinkable before were now appearing. And previously, they would have faced a ban package. However, now Aziz ignored them all and continued with her opening remarks. To ensure the smooth running of this live stream, I have specially invited an anonymous fan who will sponsor this live stream throughout. Get lost. Doesn't my husband deserve a name? Husband, I know it's you. I want to see the rich guy, husband. Dog broadcaster, hurry and show the camera to the rich guy, or I'll unfollow. Unfollow warning 10,086. Aziz, I think it's too hard. Under immense pressure to avoid unfollowing, she had to let Zhang Mu greet the viewers in the live stream. As long as he didn't show his face, Zhang Mu didn't mind. Hello everyone, I'm the arrogant Zhang. The female fans in the live stream collectively felt electrified. I love it. My husband's voice is so nice. Young man, do you mind having one more output target? My writing skills are absolutely top-notch. Husband, I'm proficient in all sorts of skills. Young man, what the hell? This is turning into a driving scene. Everyone, quiet down. If you keep it up, I'll kick people out. Aziz looked at the inappropriate comments and couldn't stand it any longer. Little did she know that if it weren't for that founder's prior notice, the live stream would have been shut down long ago. Zhang Mu was completely unaware of this, looking around and first stepping into the Dior store. Many people associate Dior with lipsticks, but in fact, Dior's women's clothing is its main product. Welcome, we are happy to serve you. The Dior staff greeted with a warm smile. Help me choose a few outfits suitable for her. Zhang Mu pointed to the bewildered Az. I am not buying. Az was stunned for 4 or 5 seconds before she came to her senses and hurriedly shook her head. Are you kidding? This is a top international luxury flagship store. A single outfit costs at least tens of thousands. Az couldn't even imagine. Even if last night's tips were over $1 million. Whether to buy or not is my decision. Give me your phone. I'll help you live stream while you change clothes. Zhang Mu stepped forward without hesitation and took the live stream, then switched to the rear camera, aiming it at Az. Az, go. Seeing this, Zhang Mu continued in a deep voice. Isn't this too domineering? Could he be the legendary domineering president? Az felt a strange sensation rise within her, not daring to defy Zhang Mu's wishes and obediently followed the staff to pick out clothes. Dear viewers, when the little broadcaster finishes changing, if you think it looks good, please hit 1. Husband, can I not hit 1? I want to go home with you. Young man, I can change clothes well. 187-8678 Husband, this is my number. I'm at your service, any pose you want. Zhang Mu, who says only guys are simps? Girls can be crazier than guys. Forget it, I want to look at the comments. Zhang Mu chose to trust his own judgment. If it looked good, he would buy it. If it didn't look good, he would still buy it. After all, he had the cashback card. It would be a waste not to buy. Chapter 35. Winning over the father-in-law. I have to say, Az is a natural model. The Dior staff selected 7 or 8 outfits, and after Az tried them on, it seemed like each outfit was tailor-made for her, coupled with her enchanting face. It was no wonder that not only the male customers, but even the female customers in the store were mesmerized, feeling the admiring gazes from all around. Az's little girl vanity was greatly satisfied. However, her movements were somewhat shy and even stiff, because the cheapest outfit cost 38,000. For a worker with a monthly salary of 3,000, buying one outfit would mean spending an entire year's salary. Luxury goods are indeed luxury goods. She immediately cast a pleading look at Zhang Mu and whispered, Boss, don't joke with me. I've tried them on, and you've seen them. Can I take them off now? Why take them off? Buy them. Zhang Mu didn't hesitate at all. Don't. This outfit costs 38,000 yuan. There's no need to buy something so expensive. Az shook her head anxiously. Zhang Mu frowned. Only 38,000? You know, the cashback card can get up to 200,000 when used on someone else. 38,000 is like a waste. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. However, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. Only 38,000. Indeed, poverty limits my imagination. I found the same style on Taobao for just 338 yuan. Get out. On Pinduoduo, it's only 288 yuan. Thanks, I've already placed my order. Hey, if I wear the same outfit as the little anchor, will you look at me? Regardless of the topic, it always turned into a dog-licking show. Fortunately, Zhang Mu had stopped looking at the comments. He initially planned to buy 20 outfits, as using the cashback card on someone else could give him 20 cashback opportunities. But now, with one outfit costing 38,000, wasting a cashback opportunity felt like a huge loss. Alright then, let us just gather some items. Wrap up those outfits from earlier and calculate the total. Great. The staff immediately arranged everything, and after some operations, they said, Hello, sir, the total is 316,000. Only 316,000. Help me pick a few more outfits to reach 400,000, and I'll pay in 2 installments. Sure. The staff had never encountered such a customer and was delighted to pick out items meticulously. A 400,000 order meant a considerable commission. Watching the busy staff, Az was completely stunned. No. So many clothes, I can't wear them all. You just sit there. If I say buy, then we buy, Zhang Mu said. His face slightly flushed, and Az had no intention of arguing against such a domineering Zhang Mu. Moreover, she was increasingly convinced that Zhang Mu must be interested in her. Buying gifts and clothes, how could it be meaningless? Let us see how long you can keep this up. The subsequent shopping trip was just like being inside a Dior store. Az didn't want to buy, but Zhang Mu was extremely domineering, insisting she buy, and it had to be expensive. If you don't spend 200,000 in a store, don't even think about leaving. Damn, the rich end up together, while the poor just watch. Burp. I'm full from eating dog food. Dog anchor. Ask the rich boy if he minds a group activity. Count me in. I'm super obedient, no competition. In the live stream, the audience was already too exhausted to complain. Seeing the increasingly shameless comments, Z could only pretend not to see. 2 hours later, they had almost visited every women's luxury goods store in the global center. The items piled up, almost forming a mountain. Fortunately, the service at major brand stores was exceptionally attentive, providing dedicated delivery to their homes. Otherwise, even if Zhang Mu drove a Bugatti, it wouldn't fit everything inside. Phew. Stepping out of the Chanel store, Z let out a long sigh. She was no longer confused but numb. Have you ever seen someone buy perfume by the box? People who don't know would think they are buying drinks. Sir, here is your delivery order. Once you get home, just call the number on the order, and we will deliver it as soon as possible. The Chanel sales assistant smiled and respectfully handed the delivery order to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu didn't even look at it, and immediately passed it to Z. Internally, he was calculating that with this purchase, he had made a total of 12 transactions. Wow, we've finished shopping at the women's luxury goods store. And there are still 8 transactions left. What should I do? Originally, he had no money to buy things. Now he has money but doesn't know what to buy, which seems even more troubling. Is today just going to end like this? No way. Each of the 12 transactions made earlier has a cashback amount that is at least 15 times, with 8 of them reaching the maximum of 20 times. This means that even though Zhang Mu spent over 2 million on a Z, he could still earn back over 30 million using the cashback card. It's simply too great. So he decided to use the remaining 8 cashback opportunities on a Z as well, to make another big profit. However, they had already finished shopping at the women's luxury goods section, so what should they buy next? Got it. Zhang Mu suddenly noticed the DuPont lighter flagship store not far away. That's it. Recently, the system rewarded a DuPont Platinum Diamond lighter, worth over 100 million. One can imagine how expensive that is. If he bundled the 8 cashback transactions together, spending that amount would be easy. Let's go. I'll buy you a lighter. A Z. This anchor is a good girl who doesn't smoke, drink, or get tattoos. Why are you buying me a lighter? Unbeknownst to her, as soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Mu felt a bit awkward. Buying a lighter for a girl was indeed inappropriate. He quickly changed his words. You can give it to your uncle. The uncle Zhang Mu referred to was his father, right? Z's face instantly turned red. Wow, are you trying to please your future father-in-law so early? How annoying. The live stream audience saw this and started to comment. I'm so jealous. Damn, I'm being shown off. Dog anchor, you and the rich boy must be happy together. Waiting for the sugar, why am I crying? Blushing. Z looked at the comments in the live stream, wondering if she would really get candy. Her heart felt quite sweet. Dazed, she followed Zhang Mu into the DuPont flagship store. Zhang Mu. Unexpectedly, he ran into acquaintances. 2 men and 1 woman. One couple was Hao Chong and Ma Rulin, who Zhang Mu had previously brought to eat spicy hot pot and shop, and they later ran into each other in the parking lot. The other man was none other than their class monitor, Deng Guangyao, whom Hao Chong and Ma Rulin were eager to curry favor with. Zhang Mu hadn't attended the last class gathering because his cousin came to Zhonghai. He never expected to bump into them today at the DuPont flagship store. Well, this is fun. Chapter 36. Can't afford it. Cousin Guobei had been in Zhonghai for 5 days. One day, it conflicted with a gathering with university classmates. Compared to his playful and cute cousin, who would have time to boast at a classmate gathering, Zhang Mu didn't go and later forgot about it. He never imagined he would run into Hao Chong and Ma Rulin again, along with his old class monitor, Deng Guangyao. Speaking of which, Deng Guangyao had a grudge with Zhang Mu. Back in university, Deng Guangyao had a crush on a girl, but unexpectedly, that girl secretly liked Zhang Mu. Deng Guangyao felt humiliated. Since then, he had been looking for trouble with Zhang Mu. Once, they even had a physical altercation. At the last class gathering, Deng Guangyao was overjoyed to learn from Hao Chong that Zhang Mu would also attend, preparing to humiliate him. But unexpectedly, Zhang Mu stood him up. He was still angry about it. So it's you, Zhang Mu. Deng Guangyao squinted his eyes slightly, hands behind his back, adopting a leadership posture. Why didn't you attend the last class gathering? Could it be that you're doing so poorly that you were too embarrassed to come? His words dripped with a strong sense of superiority. Deng Guangyao had the capital to feel this way. He was currently the general manager of a bank, holding the power of life and death over loan approvals. Many people fawned over him for loans, like Hao Chong and Ma Rulin. Over time, he began to feel superior, looking down on a small character like Zhang Mu. But is Zhang Mu really a small character? Because Zhang Mu was doing poorly, he was embarrassed to attend the class reunion? A Z. Live stream audience. Dude, are you a joke? The rich boy owns an entire Jinmao tower, worth hundreds of billions. He drove a Pagani Huayra worth 100 million and a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 50 million. Randomly tipping a female streamer starts at 10 million. Is someone like that doing poorly? Too ashamed to attend the class reunion? Goodness, sir. What kind of person is considered successful? Someone like you? Disgusting. But Deng Guanyao had no idea he was live streaming and was completely oblivious to everyone else's thoughts. Still looking down at Zhang Mu with a smug expression, mocking, "Why aren't you talking? Do you lack the courage to even speak to me? This guy is so full of himself. You'd think he had a tail that was already pointing to the sky. Old class monitor, look at you. You're a bank manager now. Who wouldn't feel a bit of pressure seeing you, especially Zhang Mu, who is supposedly doing poorly?" At that moment, Hao Chong stepped forward to chime in. "Zhang Mu, why don't you quickly say something nice to the class monitor? By the way, is that your girlfriend? Introduce her to the class monitor." Hao Chong smiled, hiding a knife in his words, his gaze falling for the first time on his Z. What is going on? This isn't the one I met last time. Damn, could it be that in just a few days, Zhang Mu changed girlfriends again? And they're all such exceptional women. Looking at his own companion, Marulin, Hao Chong felt as if he had been hit by 1,000 points of damage. At that moment, Marulin also noticed that Zhang Mu's companion had changed. Compared to Lan Kuer, a Z was younger and more alluring. What on earth is going on? Her head was buzzing. With this, any plan she had to expose Lan Kuer's identity and embarrass Zhang Mu were now completely useless. The atmosphere became awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, a DuPont staff member approached with a tray. "Mr. Deng, your lighter has been cleaned. Please check." On the tray lay a DuPont Platinum lighter. The front of the lighter had a ruby the size of a sesame seed. Seeing this, Zhang Mu's mouth twitched, almost laughing out loud. Such a small diamond. And they have the nerve to decorate it on a lighter? How embarrassing. But in the eyes of Deng Guanyao and Hao Chong, this lighter was not only not embarrassing, but also extremely precious. Don't underestimate that sesame-sized ruby. Because of its existence, the value of this lighter reached 120,000 yuan. Deng Guanyao slightly nodded, carefully picked up the lighter from the tray, and deliberately flaunted it in front of Zhang Mu, gesturing with it a couple of times. "Zhang Mu, now do you know how big the gap between us is? My lighter is worth 120,000. What do you have to compare with me? Class monitor, that's incredible. Your lighter probably exceeds the salary of some people for 2 or 3 years. Hao Chong seized the opportunity to flatter. Deng Guanyao naturally enjoyed such flattery, raising his head even higher. "Well, it's just 120,000. 120,000. My goodness. Does that mean the smoke from a cigarette lit with this lighter turns into money symbols? That's a bit exaggerated." Deng Guanyao shook his head, deliberately showing off. "But there really is a DuPont lighter that, when lighting a cigarette, releases smoke in the shape of money symbols. Is that for real? What lighter is that?" The DuPont Full Diamond Platinum lighter, Deng Guanyao continued to show off. Generally speaking, a DuPont lighter with 52 carats of diamonds embedded is already a hot item. But do you know? The DuPont Full Diamond Platinum lighter has 2 10-carat top colored diamonds and 88 1-carat or larger top colored diamonds of different colors. Wow, how much is that lighter worth? Flattering. Hao Chong was completely stunned. Conservatively estimated, around 100 million. Deng Guanyao gestured with a finger as if he owned that full diamond lighter. Damn, 100 million lighter. Hao Chong was completely dumbfounded. No wonder Deng Guanyao said the smoke from a cigarette lit with that lighter turns into money symbols. The old class monitor really knows a lot. At this moment, Zhang Mu, who had remained silent, finally spoke, a smile in his eyes. Deng Guanyao was taken aback, meeting Zhang Mu's gaze. He hadn't expected Zhang Mu to suddenly compliment him, feeling a bit off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. "Of course, our old class monitor has seen more of the world than you have traveled, Zhang Mu. Learn from him." Hao Chong, however, was oblivious to the oddity and continued to flatter. But Zhang Mu completely ignored him and looked at the DuPont staff. "Hello, can you clean DuPont lighters here?" "Yes." "Okay. Please help me clean this one." Zhang Mu took out the DuPont Full Diamond Platinum lighter that he received as a system reward. Clang. Looking at the dazzling Full Diamond Platinum lighter, the entire DuPont flagship store fell silent. Especially Deng Guanyao, who suddenly felt like a dog. He finally understood why Zhang Mu had inexplicably complimented him. It was to mock him. Knows a lot but can't afford it? Simply embarrassing. Chapter 37. Just left. Of course. Deng Guanyao recalled his recent ridiculous antics, trying to show off by discussing the details of the DuPont Full Diamond Platinum lighter. In the end, Zhang Mu casually pulled out a DuPont Full Diamond Platinum lighter from his pocket. The feeling was absolutely terrible. Didn't he just look like a dog? Woof woof woof. Barking like a mad dog. However, standing in front of him was a Lion King. No, it was a T-Rex. Do you know why Zhang Mu maintained a smile and didn't speak? Because he didn't even regard you as a competitor. Still doing poorly and too ashamed to attend the class reunion? Pulling out a lighter worth over 100 million. Is that what you call doing poorly? Deng Guanyao was completely flustered, his face red like a monkey's butt. No, it's impossible. How could he afford such an expensive lighter? It must be a high imitation. Suddenly, Hao Chong shouted. When we were in college, everyone in the class knew about Zhang Mu's family situation. Eating instant noodles every day, working part-time. And now, just a short while after graduation, he can afford 100 million lighter? 100 million? Not 1,000, and definitely not 100. Hearing this, Deng Guanyao felt it made sense and was about to question it. At that moment, the previous DuPont staff member had already called the manager over. The manager, with sharp eyes, immediately recognized that this was a genuine DuPont full diamond platinum lighter and promptly welcomed Zhang Mu and a Z into the VIP room. Deng Guanyao. Hao Chong. The sky suddenly darkened. Among them, Hao Chong finally understood why Zhang Mu changed to a new exceptional girlfriend every few days. If he could afford a lighter worth over 100 million, would he still lack extraordinary girlfriends like Lancour and a Z? He would be worshipping them in no time. Old class monitor, you really know a lot. I want to learn from you. Come in for some tea and tell me more about the full diamond lighter. As they reached the door of the VIP room, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped, turned around, and extended an invitation to Deng Guanyao. Deng Guanyao, he really wants to die? Is there anyone who plays like this? He instinctively clenched his fists but quickly relaxed, forcing a smile like someone whose parents had just died. No, I have other things to do. I'll leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, this guy hurriedly scurried out of the DuPont flagship store with his tail between his legs. Clearly, he had realized that he and Zhang Mu were not in the same league, and fighting with Zhang Mu was simply self-humiliation. Hao Chong and Ma Rulan saw this and quickly greeted him, lowering their heads and leaving in embarrassment. Before long, the class group chat, which had been quiet, exploded again. It left the old classmates questioning their lives. And all of this had nothing to do with Zhang Mu, who had already left the group. Taking advantage of the time spent cleaning the diamond-encrusted lighter in the store, he chose a lighter worth over $1 million, bundling the remaining cashback opportunity into his purchase. Mission accomplished. On this shopping trip, he bought and bought, not only spending no money, but even making tens of millions in profit. Zhang Mu could only wish for more such good fortune. An hour later, the two left the global center. Little streamer, where do you live? Upon hearing this, the already numb viewers in the live stream suddenly came alive. Gifts were sent, luxury goods were bought. Next, it was time for some crazy streaming. We want live streaming now. Seeing these comments, Aziz undoubtedly blushed again. But strangely, why did she feel no resistance at all? Almost instinctively, she revealed her address. Zhang Mu responded with an O, and the Bugatti sped off. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at Aziz's place. At the entrance of the community, you called them to deliver the things you bought today, goodbye. After Aziz got out of the car, Zhang Mu gave a brief instruction without looking back, then pressed the accelerator. Vroom vroom. The Bugatti took off, leaving Aziz in a state of confusion. Who is she? Where is she? What did she do? The live stream was also filled with question marks. Just left like this? Amazing. What a show. Big boss. We kneel before you. Little did they know, for Zhang Mu, the 20 cashback opportunities had already been used up, and after dropping Aziz off at the community entrance, there was no reason to stay. Was he supposed to stay for dinner at her place? The next day, Zhang Mu got up early, took a shower, and even shaved. Today was the perfect day to go pick up the bride. Since he promised his buddy Zhou Fei, he definitely couldn't break the promise or be late. After going downstairs and getting into the Pagani Zonda, Zhang Mu followed the navigation on his phone that Zhou Fei sent him and set off. The groom's house was on the other side of the city, and after driving for over 40 minutes, Zhang Mu finally arrived. There were already 3 or 4 cars parked at the entrance of the community. A few people were busy applying decorations and couplets. Zhang Mu spotted Zhou Fei at a glance, rolled down the car window, and shouted a greeting. Zhou Fei, who was applying decorations, turned back, opened his mouth wide, and smiled. Wow, you brat can do it. To be honest, before seeing the actual car, Zhou Fei was always anxious. After all, the Pagani Zonda was a client's car. He didn't know if Zhang Mu could drive it, fearing a last-minute change. Now, his nervous heart finally relaxed. Zhang Mu drove the Pagani Zonda over, truly giving himself some face. Wangxi, my buddy is here, how about it? A 100 million Pagani Zonda as your wedding car. Zhou Fei immediately pulled today's groom, his colleague Wang Shi, over. Wang Shi's eyes lit up when he saw the Pagani Zonda, filled with envy and excitement. Soon, the two approached. Zhang Mu also got out of the car and extended his hand, saying, Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, thank you. Wang Shi hurriedly shook hands with Zhang Mu, but his gaze never left the Pagani Zonda. Can I sit inside and take a look? Of course. Zhang Mu stepped aside. Wang Shi swallowed hard as he sat inside, amazed. Wow, this looks like a brand new car. He couldn't help but marvel at what kind of background Zhou Fei's friend had to get a car like this. What are you standing there for? Get some decorations and couplets over here. I'll help you load them into the car. Outside the car, Zhang Mu slapped Zhou Fei on the shoulder. No, no, no. Before Zhou Fei could speak, the groom Wang Shi immediately jumped out of the car, nervously saying, "Buddy, I'm already very grateful that you brought this car. Just don't put anything on it. What if it scratches the paint?" "No problem." Zhang Mu quickly interrupted. "How can you not put decorations on the car for picking up the bride? Come on, put them on." Wang Shi was taken aback, unsure of what to do. Just then, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from his mother-in-law. The young man didn't dare to delay and immediately answered. Is something wrong?" It was obvious Wang Shi's face gradually turned sour. Chapter 38. The wedding car team. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shi completely lost the excitement he had before. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and squatted by the roadside, his hands constantly grabbing his hair. "Wang Shi, what's wrong?" Zhang Mu and Zhou Fei exchanged glances, and the latter hurriedly approached. "Damn, how did I end up with such a mother-in-law?" Wang Shi looked up and couldn't help but curse. "What happened? Is it a last-minute increase in the bride price?" "Not really." Wang Shi took a deep breath of smoke and slowly explained. "A friend of my mother-in-law recently married off her daughter, and their wedding car team had a Ferrari as the lead car, with the rest being BMWs, Audis, and Benzes. She just bragged in my mother-in-law's ear, saying that the more expensive the wedding car, the more the groom values the bride. Now, my mother-in-law called to say that the cars I used to pick up the bride today must all be worth over 500,000. Otherwise, don't bother coming." "Damn, the wedding car team is about to set off. Where am I going to find 5 cars worth over 500,000? Wang Shi angrily threw down the cigarette, stood up, and stomped on it with his shoe. "Your mother-in-law is wrong, but what is even more disgusting is her friend." Zhou Fei also felt it was unfair. Wang Shi nodded, wanting to say something, but found it hard to spit out. Time was really tight, and they were about to set off to pick up the bride. Where could he find a new batch of wedding cars? The key was that among his friends, they were all in similar situations. He hadn't heard of anyone driving a car worth over 500,000. And given his mother-in-law's temperament, if today didn't meet her expectations, it was likely that the bride wouldn't be brought back. Headache. His head was about to split. "I thought it was something serious, groom. Did you forget what I do?" At this moment, Zhang Mu smiled and spoke up. Wang Shi and Zhou Fei were both stunned. Then Zhou Fei slapped his forehead. "Oh right, Wang Shi, you forgot. My buddy works at a rental company. Getting a few luxury cars is a piece of cake." "Buddy, can you really get a few luxury cars? The rental fees and all that?" "No, it's not a problem." Wang Shi's hope reignited, and he stared wide-eyed at Zhang Mu. "Haha, I'm Zhou Fei's buddy. You're Zhou Fei's buddy, so aren't we also buddies? Today is your big day. Don't talk to me about money. Just wait, I'll make a call." Zhang Mu called Wang to Zhang. "We need 5 cars for the wedding car team." Currently, Zhang Mu only had 4, the Pagani Zonda, Porsche 911, top-spec Bugatti, and Rolls-Royce Phantom. So, he planned to borrow one from Wang Dezhang. As soon as Wang Dezhang heard, he immediately arranged a Bentley. "Mr. Zhang, is there anything else I can assist you with?" Send 3 experienced drivers to Yulon Bay to bring my cars over. I'll send you the location. Make sure they arrive as fast as possible while ensuring safety." "Got it." "Understood." 25 minutes later, the car team was ready. Wang Shi and the others, anxiously waiting at the entrance of the community, suddenly saw the leading Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by a Bentley, Porsche 911, and top-spec Bugatti. What is going on? Why did so many luxury cars suddenly arrive? Everyone stared wide-eyed at each other, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. "Don't just stand there. The car team has arrived. Get in quickly. Don't miss this auspicious time." At that moment, a smiling person walked over and patted Wang Shi on the shoulder. Wang Shi turned to see Zhang Mu. "Wow. No, no, no." Clearly one wow is not enough to describe the groom's feelings at that moment. "This car team, did you call them?" "Yes, groom, get in first. And let the others help with the decorations." Wang Shi was stunned, and then he was almost in a daze, not even knowing how he got into the car. After all, there was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley, Porsche 911, and Bugatti. Don't forget, there was also a 100 million Pagani Zonda. This wedding car convoy is way too terrifying, right? On the other side, at the bride's home, Zhu Danmin is dressed in red sitting on the festive bed. Surrounding her are many close friends and buddies. But at this moment, there is no joyful atmosphere at all, because there are 2 stern-faced older women in the room. One is the mother-in-law, and the other is her friend, Aunt Wu. "Xiaoman, don't blame your mom. Everything I just said was told to her by me. The wedding car convoy must be expensive and have a strong presence. Otherwise, the groom's side won't take you seriously, and you'll have a hard time after you marry over. Look at our Bing Bing. When she got married, my son-in-law's wedding car convoy started with a 3 million Ferrari, followed by 4 luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. How impressive is that?" Aunt Wu chattered on without stopping. Zhu Danmin couldn't help but interrupt. "Aunt Wu, I can understand what you're saying. But can you please tell my mom in advance? My husband is already on his way to pick me up. How can he change the car convoy now?" Aunt Wu was taken aback. The truth is, she just couldn't stand seeing Zhu Danmin doing well, because Zhu Danmin had some minor issues with her daughter. And this was all a deliberate setup by her daughter to whisper in Zhu Danmin's mother's ear at this critical moment. But she certainly couldn't say that outright. Hey, Xiaoman, Aunt Wu just remembered this. Anyway, Aunt Wu is definitely doing it for your own good. A simple for your own good was meant to brush it off. Zhu Danmin felt disgusted. All right, call Wang Shi and ask if he has changed the car convoy. If he hasn't, then there's no need for him to come today. At this moment, the mother-in-law spoke with a dark face. Zhu Danmin's tears were uncontrollably welling up in her eyes as she immediately called Wang Shi. However, Wang Shi, wanting to keep her in suspense, only said that the car convoy had been changed and that he wouldn't let her down before hanging up. Change the car convoy? The mother-in-law heard this and smugly snorted. At least he knows what's good for him. But if any of the cars that come are below 500,000, don't even think about picking you up. Right, the bride's family must have this kind of attitude. Only by being strong can the groom's family not bully the bride. Aunt Wu continued to stir the pot. Meanwhile, Zhu Danmin silently shed tears. She knew better than anyone else present what kind of conditions Wang Shi's family had. Changing the wedding car convoy to all luxury cars worth over 500,000 in such a short time was impossible. She guessed that they had at most changed one car, which is why Wang Shi was so vague on the phone. However, this woman had already decided that when Wang Shi's wedding car convoy arrived, no matter how her mother and others obstructed her, she would still get on Wang Shi's car. Today, she was determined to marry. She had never felt regret for the husband she chose. About 40 minutes later, the sound of firecrackers went off. It seemed that the wedding car convoy had arrived. Zhu Danmin's friends, buddies, mother-in-law, and Aunt Wu rushed to the window, especially the two older women in the back, eager to see what level of car convoy had come to pick up the bride. This convoy is way too impressive. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Bugatti, Porsche. How strange. Any one of these cars could be the lead car, so why are they all following behind? Is the lead car really that expensive? Forget about what lead car or not. Do you think this convoy is here to pick up Danmin? Amidst various envious voices, someone suddenly brought it up. Then, the entire room fell silent. It was eerily quiet, especially Aunt Wu, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had specifically come today to cause trouble, bragging about how luxurious her daughter's wedding car convoy was. She had even whispered in Zhu Danmin's mother's ear that the wedding car convoy wasn't classy enough, implying that the groom's side didn't take it seriously and that the daughter would suffer if she married over. If this Rolls-Royce and Bentley convoy really was here to pick up Zhu Danmin, wouldn't that just slap her face? But Alphong, this convoy shouldn't be here to pick up your Danmin, right? Aunt Wu stuck her neck out and looked out the window again. Didn't you say your son-in-law's family is average? Finding a few wedding cars over 500,000 would be hard enough. So how could they have found such a luxurious convoy? It can't be that they're here to pick up someone else's daughter in the neighborhood, right? As soon as this was said, everyone nodded. After all, such a wedding car convoy was too intimidating, and with Wang Shi's capabilities, it was impossible to arrange. So it turned out they were just overly excited. The mother-in-law's face instantly darkened, looking as black as the bottom of a pot. I won't let my daughter be embarrassed. She could hear the bragging undertone in Aunt Wu's words. That's why she had called Wang Shi to ask him to change the wedding car to one worth over 500,000. It had better be done. Otherwise, this marriage, forget it. Do you know what the lead car is? Suddenly, one of the groomsmen shouted. Everyone saw that the Rolls-Royce and Bentley were in the convoy, but couldn't qualify as the lead car, so they were very curious about what the lead car was. Some people started to take pictures and search online for information. The result was almost shocking. The lead car was a Pagani Huayra, a top-tier supercar in the world. Cut it out, isn't it just a supercar? When my daughter got married, the lead car in the wedding convoy was also a supercar. What was it called? Oh right, a Ferrari 488. Aunt Wu first scoffed, then looked smug. After all, the Ferrari 488 serving as the lead car for a wedding was quite impressive. However, Annie, that is not the same. Although they are both supercars, the Ferrari 488 and Pagani Huayra are not on the same level at all. Come on, is it that exaggerated? Aunt Wu clearly didn't believe it and rolled her eyes. Forget it, Auntie, you can see for yourself. The bridesmaid who found the information handed her phone to Aunt Wu. When your daughter got married, the lead car was a Ferrari 488, worth at most 6 to 7 million. This Pagani Huayra is conservatively estimated at 100 million, and there's only one in Huaxia. What? The entire room fell silent again. Clearly, a supercar worth 100 million had completely exceeded everyone's understanding. Using a phrase that the teacher often repeated to describe it, this topic is beyond the syllabus. When Aunt Wu took the bridesmaid's phone and looked at the quote for the Pagani Huayra, it felt like she had been struck by lightning. She then looked down at the lead car in the convoy, comparing it again and again, realizing it was the same car. Damn, a 100 million supercar. The Ferrari 488 didn't even count. In this situation, It couldn't be more awkward. But Aunt Wu's thick skin prevailed. After laughing a few times, she shifted the topic. A 100 million sports car is also here to pick up someone else. Let's focus on Xiaoman. Xiaoman, why hasn't your husband arrived yet? The earlier the groom arrives to pick you up, the more it shows how much he values you. Your husband better not mess up the luxury car convoy and arrive late. That would be too embarrassing, right? Zhu Danmin felt extremely uncomfortable hearing such irritating words. Meanwhile, Zhu Danmin's mother was about to explode with anger, her face dark as she took out her phone, ready to question Wang Shi about whether he was coming to pick her up or not. Just then, there was another exclamation from the window. My God! The car convoy has stopped. Everyone was stunned, not having time to react, when another louder shout came. It's Wang Shi. Minmin, this is Wang Shi's wedding car convoy. He's come to pick you up. They saw Wang Shi in a suit climbing out of the Pagani Huayra, holding flowers and waving at the 13th floor window, shouting, Wife, I'm here to pick you up. It really was Wang Shi. At this moment, all the emotions that Zhu Danmin had suppressed for so long finally burst out. And she cried tears of joy. The bridesmaids were all shouting, thrilled and excited for Zhu Danmin. In contrast, Aunt Wu was completely dumbfounded, frozen on the floor, unable to move. It was simply a disaster. When my daughter got married, the lead car was a Ferrari 488, followed by hundreds of thousands worth of Mercedes, BMWs, and Audis. But what happened? Zhu Danmin's husband had a Pagani Huayra worth over $1 billion as the lead car, followed by several million worth of Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Bentleys, Porsches, and Bugattis. Any of those cars could easily outclass the Ferrari 488. Aunt Wu's mouth twitched, unsure whether to stay or leave, her face burning with embarrassment. At that moment, Zhu Danmin's mother finally smiled and linked arms with Aunt Wu. Xiao Wu, come on, the wedding games are for the young people. Let's go downstairs and have a look at my son-in-law's wedding car convoy. Hee, 100 million for the lead car. Let's take a few more pictures. Aunt Wu thought about refusing, but was physically pulled downstairs by Zhu Danmin's mother. Her expression darkened even more. In fact, the bridesmaids had already been stunned by the terrifying wedding car convoy. They had no interest in playing any wedding games. After a brief fuss, Wang Shi successfully carried the bride downstairs to head home. The Pagani Huayra only had 2 seats. Zhang Mu got out of the car to let Wang Shi drive himself and take his wife home. Wang Shi was taken aback. How could he dare to do that? If he accidentally scratched the paint, he would have to sell the wedding house to cover it. But Zhang Mu insisted that he would take responsibility if anything happened. The car had special custom insurance. He could drive it without worry. Wang Shi was deeply moved and shook hands with Zhang Mu, everything unspoken. All right, get in the car quickly, don't miss the good time. Okay. Wang Shi finally let go and climbed into the Pagani Huayra. The wedding car convoy set off. Compared to before, the convoy now included the bridesmaids. Wang Shi naturally paid special attention, arranging for the prettiest bridesmaid to ride in the Porsche 911 that Zhang Mu would later drive. This bridesmaid was called Anan, Zhu Danmin's cousin, currently still a university student. Well, how to describe Anan? If I had to use one word, it would be youthful beauty. Chapter 40. He is just a driver. She really was a beauty. When Anan got in the car and fastened her seatbelt, her figure was even more pronounced. Zhang Mu accidentally caught a glimpse and nearly had a nosebleed. In his memory, even Yi Zhiqiu, the property manager of Yulan Bay, who had a voluptuous figure, was probably not this intimidating. Gosh, he really didn't know what this girl had grown up eating. Anan was very talkative. After fastening her seatbelt, she greeted Zhang Mu. Hello, I'm Anan, the bride's cousin. Are you a friend of the groom? I didn't see you at the engagement. Zhang Mu smiled and replied, I'm Zhang Mu, a friend of the groom's buddy. I happen to be free today, so I came to help drive. He smiled, not daring to look around too much. If he accidentally had a nosebleed, it would be extremely awkward. Then your driving skills must be great. It's okay. Come on, don't be modest. I just heard that the cheapest car in today's wedding convoy costs over 3 million. If your skills weren't up to par, how could your brother-in-law ask you to drive? Zhang Mu thought this made some sense and nodded. The two chatted like this, and soon they arrived at the hotel where the groom's wedding was being held. Let's sit together during the banquet. I think you're really interesting, and Anan invited Zhang Mu as they got out of the car. Zhang Mu was slightly taken aback and smiled, preparing to agree. But just then, a young man in a suit with glasses rushed over and disdainfully said, Anan, he's just a driver. What do you have to chat with him about? The young man in the suit was a relative of the groom's side, named Wang Hongxian. During the engagement, he was taken aback by the youthful beauty of Anan and shamelessly asked for her WeChat, starting his crazy pursuit. Unfortunately, Anan had no good feelings toward him, but this guy firmly believed that if he persisted in his pursuit, he would eventually get everything. So he had been waiting at the hotel for the bridesmaid Anan to arrive and rushed over as soon as he saw her get out of the car. As for Zhang Mu, sorry, he was just a wedding car driver, not even qualified to be a dogged suitor. Get lost. Wang Hongxian sneered. What's wrong with being a driver? Isn't it a profession? Anan was clearly disappointed by Wang Hongshuan's words. Wang Hongxian was at a loss for words, feeling awkward. Zhang Mu, let us go. Anan ignored him and walked into the hotel with Zhang Mu. The hotel was quite luxurious, with the top hall accommodating 300 diners. And it was currently at half capacity. A stage had been set up at the front, and the MC team was already in place. Zhang Mu didn't rush to take a seat, but took out a red envelope he had prepared earlier and walked towards the gift table. However, at the gift table, the groom Wang Shi had clearly given prior notice. He wouldn't accept Zhang Mu's red envelope. Unable to do anything about it, Zhang Mu had no choice but to walk towards the main hall. Zhang Mu, this way, I saved you a seat. Since there were only 3 groomsmen, there were also only 3 bridesmaids. Anan had not gone up to the stage and had taken her seat early. When she saw Zhang Mu walk in, she immediately waved to signal him. Zhou Fei was still on stage as a groomsman. Zhang Mu had no other acquaintances, so he nodded and walked over. Some people really had thick skin. When someone called, they just came over without knowing how to refuse. Wang Hongxian, sitting next to them, of course, was not happy and thought that sitting at the same table as a driver was quite embarrassing. Looks like someone doesn't welcome me. Zhang Mu smiled slightly. Meeting Wang Hongshuan's gaze, he hadn't offended this four-eyed guy, had he? Yet he kept being sarcastic. What a nuisance. Zhang Mu, don't mind him, and then stood up. Zhang Mu smiled and ignored Wang Hongxian. After taking their seats, seeing Zhang Mu and Anan chatting happily, Wang Hongxian felt even more displeased, frowning tightly. After thinking for a moment, he immediately found a good topic and interjected. Anan, you're a bridesmaid. You don't have to give a red envelope. Just don't know how much someone gave. Well, I originally wanted to give more, but my mom said 2,000 is enough. Honestly, it's quite painful to think about. That's 1/5 of my salary for a month. A 2,000 yuan red envelope, 1/5 of a monthly salary? Didn't that indirectly mean he earned 10,000 a month? In Zhonghai, a monthly salary of 10,000 is not high, but it's certainly not low either. Wang Hongxian immediately looked at Zhang Mu with smugness. However, Zhang Mu calmly replied, the gift table said since I provided the car, I don't need to give a red envelope. What? Providing a car means no red envelope? Do you think this is still the 70s and 80s? After hearing this, Wang Hongxian laughed mockingly. In the 70s and 80s, families with cars were very few. So if someone helped provide a car for a wedding, they wouldn't need to give a red envelope. But now, which family doesn't have a car? Slap. Wang Hongxian immediately took out his car key and slapped it on the table. This is my new car, a Honda Civic, fully loaded, costing 170,000. After the wedding, I'll give you a ride home. A fully loaded Civic for 170,000? And then paused and looked at Wang Hongxian as if he were an idiot. Did he not know that Zhang Mu had just returned from picking up the bride in a Porsche 911? How could they be compared? It was simply ridiculous. But Wang Hongxian genuinely believed that Zhang Mu was just a wedding car driver, and a fully loaded Honda Civic was enough to put him to shame. Seeing Zhang Mu remain silent, he prepared to continue boasting. But at that moment, there was a commotion at the wedding venue. It was a surprise guest at the entrance of the hall. Oh my, isn't that Mr. Wang from Jinmao Tower? Yes, that's him. I saw his interview on TV before. Given this situation, he's here to congratulate the bride and groom. That's impressive. When did Wang Shi get to know such a big shot? Oh my, I'm feeling a bit tingly. That's right, the person is none other than Wang Dezhang, the general manager of Jinmao Tower Property Management. And his purpose for being here is quite simple, to curry favor with Zhang Mu. Because Zhang Mu actually borrowed a Bentley from Wang Dezhang as a wedding car for the couple, Wang Shi and Zhu Danmin. It's easy to imagine that Zhang Mu's relationship with the couple is definitely not ordinary. So coming here to congratulate them is equivalent to pleasing Zhang Mu, right? But how could the others know Wang Dezhang's intentions? When they saw him walking toward the stage, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wang Shi was confused, as he had no interaction with the famous general manager Wang at all. Looking around the venue, apart from Zhang Mu, if one had to find someone who had any connection with Wang Dezhang, it could only be Wang Hongxian. Wang Hongxian works at Jinmao Tower Property. When he saw Wang Dezhang appear, he was so scared that he stood up immediately. Chapter 41. Coming straight at you, Wang Dezhang walked directly to the wedding stage in front, offering his blessings to the groom Wang Shi and the bride Zhu Danmin, while also giving a red envelope. Judging by the thickness of the envelope, it's at least 20,000 to 30,000. Wang Shi, even more confused. They don't even know each other, and he gives a red envelope of 20,000 to 30,000. If it weren't for trusting Zhu Danmin's character, one could completely suspect that Wang Dezhang is her godfather. But adhering to the principle of treating guests well, Wang Shi quickly expressed his gratitude to Wang Dezhang and arranged for him to sit at the main table. No need, you all carry on. I'll just say hello and leave. Wang Dezhang refused, looking around the entire venue, his gaze finally landing on Zhang Mu's table, and he hurriedly walked over, even almost jogging. Seeing Wang Dezhang appear at the wedding, Wang Hongxian was already sweating profusely and standing up from his chair. And now, seeing Wang Daizhong rushing toward his table, Wang Hongxian was immediately panicked. Could it be that his absence from work to attend the wedding was discovered? It can't be. He's just a small role. Even if he was caught skipping work, it shouldn't warrant bothering a big shot like Wang Daizhong. Using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Soon. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, Wang Daizhong arrived at Zhang Mu's table. Wang Hongxian, drenched in sweat and feeling like a student who had made a mistake, stiffened and quietly said, "General Manager Wang, hello, I am an employee from Zhang Mu Tower Property, Group 3, Wang Hongxian." Wang Daizhong was taken aback. He didn't expect to meet an employee from Zhang Mu Tower here. However, who was Wang Hongxian? He didn't know him and said nothing. Seeing that Wang Daizhong was silent, Wang Hongxian mistakenly thought the situation was serious and turned even paler, hurriedly saying, "General Manager Wang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come to the wedding during work hours. I'll write a self-criticism when I get back. Can you give me another chance?" Wow, skipping work to attend a wedding, you really can. Hurry up and get back to write your self-criticism. But right now, I don't have time to deal with you. Wang Daizhong continued to remain silent. "General Manager Wang. I'm sorry, General Manager Wang." Seeing that Wang Daizhong still wouldn't speak, Wang Hongxian was about to piss himself. He rushed forward and grabbed Wang Daizhong's sleeve, pleading desperately, "Are you done? Get out of here." Little did he know, Wang Daizhong had no intention of paying attention to Wang Hongxian. And now the latter was getting more worked up? Damn. In a fit of rage, Wang Daizhong waved his hand and directly pushed Wang Hongxian away. Wang Hongxian fell to the ground in a sorry state and wet his pants on the spot. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. But amidst the commotion, Wang Daizhong didn't even glance at Wang Hongxian again, quickly adjusting his demeanor and respectfully smiling at Zhang Mu. "Mr. Zhang, I hope I didn't disturb your meal. I just happened to pass by here and came up to offer my sincerest congratulations to your friends, Wang Shi and Zhu Danmin." And Wang Hongxian, who had just wet his pants, was even more. So it turns out Wang Daizhong came here to show face for Zhang Mu. No, it's not just for Zhang Mu's face. It's to curry favor with Zhang Mu. Didn't you see how Wang Daizhong was slightly bowing and smiling at Zhang Mu? The entire venue exploded, feeling tingly all over. You must know that Wang Daizhong is the manager of Zhang Mu Tower, worth hundreds of billions, and is definitely a big shot in Zhonghai. But in front of Zhang Mu, who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? No. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. "Oh, let me thank you on behalf of the bride and groom," Zhang Mu said nonchalantly, continuing to eat. Wang Daizhong was very perceptive and quickly said, "Then I won't disturb Mr. Zhang's meal. By the way, Mr. Zhang, do you need a driver to take your beloved car back now?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could he drive 4 cars back alone?" Zhang Mu thought for a moment and said, "Leave me a Porsche and let the rest drive back." All right. Wang Daizhong nodded repeatedly, then went downstairs to arrange it. Watching the luxurious wedding cars drive away one by one, the wedding venue fell silent. Many guests were joking earlier that Wang Shi must have spent a lot of money for this wedding, with the cheapest wedding car costing over $1 million. The first car was a Pagani Huayra worth $100 million. The key is that there is only one of these cars in Huaxia. It's not just about having money. It also requires an incredible network of relationships. But who would have thought that such a luxurious convoy actually belonged to one person? Oh my. What is the background of that young man? The guests widened their eyes, feeling shocked. As for Wang Hongxian, who had mocked Zhang Mu before as just a driver, he now wished he could die. Even if he got a car, he wouldn't give a red envelope. It's like thinking it's the 1970s or 80s. He had even slammed the car keys on the table, showing off his high-end Honda Civic. Scenes from before flashed through Wang Hongxian's mind. He felt like he was just a small fry. Then he suddenly shivered. This guy crawled over to Zhang Mu, tightly hugging his leg. "Brother Zhang, I didn't recognize the great mountain. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." Joking. Offending a big shot like this, can I still live? Wang Hongxian immediately wet his pants again. "Damn, let go. Hurry up and let go. Don't get your pee on my pants." Zhang Mu was speechless. After the banquet, Zhou Fei eagerly pulled Zhang Mu to a corner to talk. "Honestly, no small talk. What was that just now? I missed the scene when Wang Daizhong came because I had a stomach ache and went to the bathroom. But when I came back, everyone was talking about it." Zhou Fei was dumbfounded. Zhang Mu was so impressive? He had to interrogate him. "Damn, do you need to be so harsh? No small talk, but how should I explain? In short, I'm revealing my cards. I'm a billionaire. Billionaire my ass." Zhou Fei knew Zhang Mu's family conditions better than anyone else. Clearly, Zhang Mu was hiding something. But although Zhou Fei and Zhang Mu had a close relationship, it hadn't reached a completely transparent state. So since Zhang Mu didn't want to say, he wouldn't force it. However, he grinned lewdly and said, "Those who are rich should not forget their friends, you know?" Got it. Actually, Zhang Mu also wanted to help his best friend, but he just didn't have any ideas for the moment. He could easily let Zhou Fei drive the luxury cars and live in the house at Yulon Bay, sharing the rent with Zhou Fei. But Zhang Mu understood the simple principle that teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. So he had to think carefully about how to reasonably help Zhou Fei. Just as she was thinking, a fragrant breeze came her way. Anin, with her youthful face blushing, came to find Zhang Mu. Chapter 42. Staged accident. Anin had a slight crush on Zhang Mu before, mainly because he was very interesting. On the way back from the wedding, he joked and laughed, making her laugh so hard her stomach hurt. Of course, his looks were another important reason for her feelings. Otherwise, even the funniest person would only have a solo performance if they were ugly. Now, with Zhang Mu revealing his true self, the luxurious wedding car fleet worth billions belonged solely to him. Even the butler of the $100 billion building had to nod and bow politely when he saw him. Love it. A handsome, funny, and super wealthy guy. Who wouldn't love that? Zhang Mu, can you take me back to school? She approached him, her face slightly flushed. Seemingly worried that he wouldn't agree, she quickly added, it's just on the way. Zhang Mu, I don't even know which school you're from. You don't know where I'm going either. How is it on the way? But beside him, the lecherous Zhou Fei reacted super quickly, slapping Zhang Mu's shoulder with a loud clap. Yes, yes, yes. Sending a beautiful girl is always on the way, no matter where. What are you still standing there for? Just like that, Zhang Mu was sold out by his best friend. The two went downstairs. On the way, they chatted happily. However, after Zhang Mu dropped in and off at the school gate, he left without any hesitation, leaving Anin confused at the school gate. Who is she? Where is she? What just happened? Meanwhile, at the school gate, a couple of students were returning from shopping. The girl had a standard internet celebrity's pointed face, a particularly high nose, and dressed fashionably and alluringly. The boy, on the other hand, was chubby and round, carrying bags of various sizes. He came from a middle-class family but was unfortunately a lovesick dog, completely at the mercy of the girl. Just like today, the girl agreed that as long as he bought her 3 sets of clothes and a set of cosmetics, she would clap for love. The items were all bought, and the boy even secretly booked a hotel room. But then the girl said, "Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit unwell, let's do it another day." The boy was furious. Mei, if you're not feeling well, then don't go back to the dorm. Let's get a room outside, I can take care of you. Once they entered the campus, it was game over. The boy made one last effort. Oh, come on, I'm a bit homesick. I won't be used to sleeping on a hotel bed, and besides, my dorm mates are super nice, they'll take care of me. The girl named Mei responded in a flirty voice. The boy's mouth twitched. What a ridiculous excuse about not being used to hotel beds. Damn, why didn't you say that before buying the stuff? No way, we have to stay out tonight. Even if you really can't get used to the hotel bed, we can still stand and clap for love. But the boy didn't dare to be so forceful, saying very gently, Mei, you promised me that as long as I bought you clothes and cosmetics, we would stay out. Oh, I did promise you. But suddenly I feel unwell, and no one can control that. Besides, the 3 sets of clothes and cosmetics only cost over 4,000, which is less than the price of one of my roommate's shoes. I couldn't even bring it back to the dorm. The boy, over 4,000, and still think it's too little? Damn, my monthly allowance is only 5,000, okay? Even if my family is middle class, I can't afford this kind of spending. But since he was a lovesick dog, he had to keep licking. Mei, I got it. I'll ask my family for more money next month. And then we can go shopping again. Really? Dear, you're so good to me. Mei immediately linked her arm with the boy's, ready to give him a sweet kiss. But just then, she saw Zhang Mu driving away in a Porsche 911, her eyes nearly popping out. She was a seasoned green tea, a gold digger, and naturally had a deep understanding of luxury cars. After all, when fishing for rich guys, it would be too embarrassing to be fooled by a modified car. With her knowledge, she was 100% sure that Zhang Mu's Porsche 911 was genuine and top of the line, priced around 10 million. Wow, does our little university even have second-generation rich kids driving cars worth millions to chase girls? However, the Porsche 911 sped away, indicating that the rich kid was dissatisfied with the girl. Dissatisfaction is good. Doesn't that mean there's a chance for the campus beauty? The self-proclaimed campus beauty, Mei, immediately brightened up. Dear, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. You go back to school first. She then pushed the lovesick dog away, waved down a taxi, and set off to chase the Porsche 911. The traffic near the school was exceptionally terrible. Even a supercar couldn't go fast. So she was sure she could catch up. As long as she caught up, she was confident she could win Zhang Mu over. The lovesick dog, pushed away, was left in disarray. Didn't she say she was unwell? Why was she so strong, nearly pushing him to the ground? But seeing Mei so anxious, it seemed she really had something urgent. Mei, be careful on the road. I'll wait for you to come back. This guy portrayed the humility of a lovesick dog to perfection. But Mei's mind had long drifted to Zhang Mu, who was steering the wheel with one hand. Driver, hurry, keep up with that Porsche 911. The driver frowned slightly. What's wrong, little girl? My husband is lost. I need to catch up. Just as the green tea girl said, the traffic situation near the school was terrible. The car on the road moved as slowly as a turtle. Fortunately, Zhang Mu wasn't in a hurry. After passing an intersection, he pulled over to the side. He noticed that there were quite a few trash cans on both sides of the campus. He and T completed the task of collecting 100 empty bottles today. Just right. Time to check in. The green tea girl, Mei saw Zhang Mu pull over and then walk into an alley on campus, targeting locked. She quickly got out of the car and ran to the front of the Porsche 911. Wow, it's still a new car. She could almost picture herself sitting in the passenger seat taking photos, and Mei couldn't help but drool. No, calm down first. She needed to win over the handsome guy before anything else. When it came to fishing for rich guys, this girl's IQ surpassed that of top students. Soon, she had an idea. Instead of actively approaching him, wouldn't that be too straightforward? Mei thought this tactic would definitely make Zhang Mu unable to resist. Now, all she had to do was quietly wait for Zhang Mu to return. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu, who had walked into the alley to pick up empty bottles, was completely unaware that he was being targeted by the green tea girl. After half an hour of busy work, he collected over 90 empty bottles. Just a few more. He walked out of the alley carrying a woven bag, ready to check out other places. At that moment, he saw his target appear, his heart racing. Mei immediately sat on the hood of the Porsche, holding her ankle and making a painful expression. Zhang Mu was stunned. Damn. Is this a blatant staged accident? Chapter 43. What if a classmate sees? This was the green tea girl's killer move. Acting pitiful, she deliberately pretended to have twisted her ankle, sitting on the hood of the Porsche in agony. Any normal man who saw this scene would surely come forward to help, cherishing the delicate flower. Then he would naturally offer to take her to the hospital. She had even prepared her lines, saying it was just a minor injury and didn't need to go to the hospital. Handsome, can I go to your house? Just help me apply some medicinal alcohol. Hee. Wouldn't that mean she had him wrapped around her finger? Thump, thump, thump. As she thought about it, her heartbeat quickened a few more beats. But no matter how much she calculated, she could never expect that Zhang Mu's thought process was different from other rich kids. Watching Mimi sitting on the hood of the Porsche, clutching her ankle and looking in pain, Zhang Mu's first reaction was not one of pity, but rather, what the hell? This is such an obvious scam. Right under my nose. No way, I can't encourage this kind of behavior. He quickly grabbed a woven bag and ran towards the Porsche. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Mimi looking at him as he approached. Here she comes. Mimi's heart raced again, reminiscent of her first love when she was just 11. As Zhang Mu got closer, countless sweet romantic moments flashed in her mind uncontrollably. Come on, handsome. Just pick me up, and I'll be yours, kisses during the day, and more at night. But 3 meters away, Zhang Mu stopped cautiously and asked, What are you doing? Wow, what a stunning face. Mimi looked up and realized Zhang Mu's face was so handsome. It could easily outshine the young stars in the entertainment industry. I'm in love. Handsome, the campus beauty has suddenly changed her mind. Not only am I interested in your Porsche 911, but I'm also interested in you. Then, the scheming Mimi quickly suppressed her excitement and continued to feign pain, saying, Handsome. I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. It hurts. It really hurts. Zhang Mu felt a bit nauseated by her cutesy tone and hurriedly replied, Your ankle being hurt has nothing to do with my car, right? It has nothing to do with it. I twisted it myself. It hurts so much. Mimi lowered her head shyly, trying to force out some tears for sympathy. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't produce any. So, while Zhang Mu wasn't paying attention, she quickly dabbed a bit of saliva at the corner of her eye. However, Zhang Mu showed no sign of compassion. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Thank goodness. I thought you were trying to scam me, Mimi. She was completely dumbfounded. What do you mean, thank goodness? What do you mean, scam? A beautiful woman in distress holding her ankle should evoke sympathy in a normal man, right? Instead, you say you thought I was trying to scam you. Boo-hoo. Handsome, I'm not that kind of person. I'm okay. Zhang Mu shrugged. Since you're not trying to scam, move aside a bit. I'm leaving, Mimi. She was completely stunned. Handsome, my ankle is injured. Aren't you going to be a hero and take me to the hospital? It's not like my car injured your ankle. Mimi's mouth twitched. Even if it wasn't his car that hurt her, seeing such a beautiful woman in pain on the street, didn't he have any compassion? I want to help you. But there's no space in the car. Handsome, you're lying. The passenger seat is clearly empty. The passenger seat is for these things. Zhang Mu took out his car keys, unlocked the car, and placed a bag full of empty bottles on the passenger seat. Seeing this, Mimi was completely flabbergasted. So, a beautiful woman like her was less important than a bag of empty bottles? Zhang Mu calmly placed the bottles and noticed Mimi still sitting on the hood. He frowned and stared at her for a few moments, sighed quietly, and walked over to pick her up. Mimi, who was feeling down, melted completely in his embrace. Did he finally have a conscience? Boo-hoo. Handsome, your arms are so warm. Forget it. Forget it. Even though your previous words were a bit hurtful, with this hug, the campus beauty forgives you. Are we going to your house? Or directly in the car? The scheming Mimi bit her red lips, contemplating whether to play hard to get a little longer. But unexpectedly, Zhang Mu expressionlessly carried her to the roadside and then turned to leave. My car really can't fit. You can wait here for other help. After dropping that line, Zhang Mu got in the car and drove off. Scheming Mimi? She was completely at a loss. Zhang Mu didn't care about her confusion and sped away. Realizing she hadn't chased after him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. She even wanted me to take her to the hospital. What if she turned around and accused me of scamming her? I'm not an idiot. 20 minutes later, the last few empty bottles were collected. Recycling. The system displayed recycling successful. Reward, mini motorcycle classic model. Wow, I've received several luxury cars as rewards. And now I get a motorcycle too. I might have trouble choosing which one to take out in the future. But who would complain about having too many vehicles? Besides, products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Zhang Mu immediately took out his phone to look up the basic information about this motorcycle. The mini motorcycle is an Italian brand, equipped with a 2 water-cooled engine, with a power output of 185 horsepower and a top speed of 30. Furthermore, this bike features many revolutionary designs, including high-end shock absorbers at the front and rear and a uniquely positioned load. Of course, the most jaw-dropping aspect is the price of this motorcycle. The classic model is nearly 2 million. My goodness, a motorcycle costs as much as a house. Zhang Mu grinned, clearly eager to take this motorcycle for a ride. Soon, he received a phone call. International Logistics. They reminded Zhang Mu that he could go to the dock to pick up the vehicle. No problem, I'll be there soon. Zhang Mu immediately agreed, but before that, he had to go to one place. A motorcycle helmet specialty store. There were 2 reasons. One was for safety. Come on, with the mini motorcycle's top speed reaching 310. Who would dare ride without a helmet? The other reason was, when out and about, wearing a helmet is best. What if a classmate driving a BMW sees me? Sure enough, when Zhang Mu was buying the helmet, he ran into a classmate driving a BMW. Chapter 44. Why is it you? Zhang Mu arrived at a nearby motorcycle helmet store and chose a Venom collaboration helmet. So cool. He was very satisfied and paid before leaving. After that, he intentionally parked the Porsche 911 in a nearby parking lot, planning to take a ride-hailing car to the dock. After all, without the ability to clone myself, how could one person drive 2 cars? Zhang Mu. Just as Zhang Mu was standing by the road waiting for his ride-hailing car, a BMW 1 suddenly braked sharply beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a big head with a side bang. Mao Zhenkai? Instinctively looking over, Zhang Mu hesitated for a moment before recognizing him. The big head belonged to Mao Zhenkai, a classmate from middle school with whom Zhang Mu had attended for 3.5 semesters. Later, this guy dropped out, supposedly to learn business from his family, and they lost contact since then. He never expected to run into him today. So it's really you. At first, I thought I recognized the wrong person. Hearing Zhang Mu still remembered his name, Mao Zhenkai confirmed he hadn't recognized the wrong person and smiled. Long time no see, old classmate. By the way, what are you doing here, waiting for a ride? Yeah, I called a ride-hailing car. Don't call it. Cancel the order. Where are you going? I'll take you. This sudden concern left Zhang Mu a bit stunned. What are you hesitating for? Get in the car. We're classmates. Don't be so formal. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Zhang Mu canceled the order and got into Mao Zhenkai's car. Old classmate, we haven't seen each other in a few years. How have you been lately? The BMW started again, and Mao Zhenkai asked with concern. Just okay, nothing special. Zhang Mu didn't know how to respond. So he just smiled and asked, what about you? I'm about the same, Mao Zhenkai replied. The economy hasn't been great in recent years, so I've been learning to do business with my family. I don't mean to embarrass myself, but after working my ass off all year last year, I only made enough to buy this car. Sigh, life is tough. After he finished speaking, Mao Zhenkai let out a heavy sigh and slammed the steering wheel of his BMW 1. Clearly, this guy had mastered the art of showing off. Flaunting wealth could easily provoke resentment, so it was better to act poor and subtly display superiority. But could he really outdo Zhang Mu in pretending? It's just acting poor. I can do that too. Zhang Mu smiled quietly and thought, with your words, earning a BMW in a year, and you call that tough? If that's tough, what do I call my situation? A sight too painful to behold. You should know I'm still unemployed. When chatting, one should talk about things the other person enjoys hearing. Besides, now I really have no job other than picking up empty bottles every day. No way. I remember you had good grades in school. How did you end up as an unemployed drifter? Mao Zhenkai seemed shocked by Zhang Mu's words. Good grades in school meant doing well in life, right? Zhang Mu continued the act, shaking his head with a look of melancholy. Seeing this scene, Mao Zhenkai felt a blossoming joy in his heart. But he still maintained a concerned demeanor, saying, it's fine. If it really doesn't work out, you can come work at my company. I'll pay you 4,000 a month. Thanks, but we're old classmates. Why be so polite? After that, the conversation consisted of topics that Mao Xinkai enjoyed. Soon, they arrived at the dock. Feeling extremely comfortable, Mao Xinkai finally revealed his true purpose. Zhang Mu, I'm organizing a gathering tomorrow night with our middle school classmates. You should come too. It's at the Judah restaurant. In fact, it wasn't a classmate gathering at all. This guy had planned a proposal to his goddess. The goddess he deeply loved was also a classmate of Zhang Mu's from middle school. Back in middle school, the goddess had confessed her feelings to Zhang Mu, but unfortunately, she was rejected. So when Mao Xinkai unexpectedly met Zhang Mu today, he thought it would be essential to have Zhang Mu present at the proposal ceremony. To let the goddess see how poorly the boy she once confessed to was doing now. An unemployed drifter riding a motorcycle. There was simply no comparison. Great. Zhang Mu, however, had no idea what Mao Xinkai was really thinking and assumed it was truly a gathering of middle school classmates. It had been a while since he last saw his classmates, so he nodded and agreed without hesitation. All right, then it's settled. When you head back, ride slowly and remember to wear a helmet. On the way, Zhang Mu told Mao Xinkai he came to the dock to ride his motorcycle home. Mao Xinkai thought Zhang Mu was an unemployed drifter and figured he must be riding a basic Honda. Sigh, he couldn't help but think life was really tough. But why did he feel so comfortable inside? All right. Zhang Mu didn't think much of it, waved goodbye, and walked into the dock. He made a call to contact the head of the international property company, and based on the information given, he arrived at container number 78 in the east area of the dock. Wow. When the staff pushed the mini motorcycle out of the container, Zhang Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had seen pictures of this motorcycle online, seeing the real thing was still breathtaking. It was just too cool. The glossy black paint and many unconventional design features were stunning. He loved it, imagining himself wearing a Venom helmet and riding this motorcycle. He could only describe it in 2 words. Absolutely amazing. In 4 words, incredibly impressive. Gulp. Zhang Mu couldn't help but swallow a few times, quickly completing the handover with the staff, eager to hit the road. Vroom vroom. Just then, as Zhang Mu was completing the handover with the staff, a motorcycle suddenly sped into the area near the container. Wow. The other motorcycle was also quite stylish, painted bright red, resembling a dancing flame. However, even more eye-catching than the motorcycle was undoubtedly the rider. No, to be precise, it was the rider's figure. Damn, it was really impressive. The rider was clad in tight black leather that accentuated her voluptuous curves, especially her ample bosom and perfectly rounded rear. It was simply jaw-dropping. Zhang Mu had no idea how he would handle competing with such a stunning female rider. Especially since there were rumors in the community that girls who liked riding motorcycles had huge demands in that regard, and their riding skills were top-notch. Gulp gulp. Imagining some scenarios, Zhang Mu felt dry-throated, as if his body was about to explode. Just then, the red motorcycle elegantly circled around a few times before coming right up to Zhang Mu. Wow, is this the legendary mini classic motorcycle? This is mine. Can I take it for a ride? The female rider seemed very excited, taking off her helmet and shaking her hair, which smelled divine. Huh. When Zhang Mu saw her face clearly, he was stunned. How is it you? Chapter 45. Take off. No wonder the female rider had such an explosive figure, with a perfect hourglass shape. It turned out to be Yi Zhiqiu, the property manager of Yulan Bay, someone he was very familiar with. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that a serious, diligent woman in work attire could transform into an adrenaline-seeking motorcycle girl after work? The contrast was indeed quite large. No wonder Zhang Mu was completely dumbfounded. Yi Zhiqiu, who was focused on the mini motorcycle, finally noticed Zhang Mu when she heard his puzzled voice. Mr. Zhang, it's you. One must know that a mini classic motorcycle costs 2 million. Most people definitely couldn't afford it. But if the owner were Zhang Mu, that would be perfectly normal. After all, he owned an entire building in Yulan Bay and drove a Pagani worth 100 million. Haha, it's me. I didn't expect Manager Yi liked riding motorcycles too. Zhang Mu said with a smile, struggling to divert his gaze from Yi Zhiqiu. Damn, her figure was already great, and she was wearing a tight outfit. This was practically a crime. Yes, I've loved riding motorcycles since I was a child, especially at night when it's quiet, riding a few laps in the mountains. That feeling is just amazing. Yi Zhiqiu was indeed a passionate motorcycle enthusiast. If no one interrupted, she could talk about motorcycles for 3 days and 3 nights. For Zhang Mu, he certainly didn't mind chatting with someone as stunning as her. By the way, Manager Yi, you just said this motorcycle is yours? Yes. I even have a poster of this model hanging by my bed, Yi Zhiqiu said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Here. Zhang Mu smiled and tossed her the motorcycle key. Since it's yours, why don't you hop on and feel it out? Yi Zhiqiu instinctively caught the key, ecstatic, like a little girl receiving her most cherished gift. Really? Can I? The wonderful feeling seemed so unreal, as if she were in a dream. Of course, it's just a small favor that can fulfill Yi Zhiqiu's childhood wish. Why not? Zhang Mu smiled, signaling Yi Zhiqiu that she could ride the motorcycle right away. Yi Zhiqiu was as excited as a little girl. Suddenly, she threw her arms wide open and hugged Zhang Mu tightly. Mr. Zhang, thank you so much. Zhang Mu was momentarily frozen. Feeling the impact of her soft body and the transformation during the embrace, he thought he was about to explode. He then reached a conclusion. In the face of such an extraordinary woman, he really couldn't handle it. After the embrace, Yi Zhiqiu excitedly walked towards the mini motorcycle, her small hands trembling slightly as she inserted the key into the ignition. She then swung her beautiful legs over the bike, leaning slightly forward. Due to the design of the motorcycle, she had to maintain a forward-leaning posture. This way, her voluptuous figure accentuated her curves even more. Wow, such a slim waist. I really don't know how it can support such a full upper body. Zhang Mu couldn't help but steal a few more glances, when suddenly he felt a warm rush in his nose. Nosebleed. So awkward. He hurriedly covered his nose with his hand and ran to the bathroom. Anyway, Zhang Mu wasn't a motorcycle enthusiast. He just lent the mini motorcycle to Yi Zhiqiu for a few days. Yi Zhiqiu was particularly thrilled, bouncing like a little girl. Damn, the impact is incredible. Waves of excitement. Zhang Mu quickly averted his gaze. Otherwise, he would have another nosebleed. As a token of gratitude, Yi Zhiqiu stored her motorcycle at the dock and rode the mini motorcycle to take Zhang Mu home. Oh my gosh. Sitting behind Yi Zhiqiu, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. The key point is that Yi Zhiqiu kept urging Zhang Mu to hold her waist tightly. Do you know what that feels like? 2 words, taking off. They sped back to Yulon Bay. Yi Zhiqiu expressed her thanks to Zhang Mu again and issued an invitation to him. In a couple of days, come over to her house for dinner. She would cook herself. This sounds good. Zhang Mu agreed without hesitation. After that, the two parted ways. Zhang Mu went upstairs while Yi Zhiqiu rode the mini straight to the most famous mountain racetrack in Zhonghai. That night, Zhang Mu had an indescribable dream. The female lead, of course, was Yi Zhiqiu. The next day when he woke up, it was incredibly awkward, and he quickly got up to wash his pants. Meanwhile, at Jiue restaurant, Mao Jinhua and a few classmates were making final preparations for tonight's proposal plan. According to the plan, everyone would suddenly experience a power outage during dinner. Then, candles would be lit, and music would play. Mao Jinhua would take out the wedding ring he had prepared in advance and kneel down. I have to say, such a routine is already kitsch. But Mao Jinhua was still smug, feeling that this surprise would surely win the goddess's heart. By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Zhang Mu will be coming tonight too. Do you remember him? Everyone was taken aback. Of course, they remembered. Back in middle school, Zhang Mu had great grades and was handsome. Almost all the girls in the class liked him. The boys in the class had no complaints about him. Mao, are you crazy? Why did you invite that guy on such an important day for your proposal? What if he steals your thunder? Someone immediately expressed concern. Steal the thunder? Huh, he better have that ability. Mao Jinhua sneered, and then shared Zhang Mu's recent situation. Everyone laughed upon hearing it. 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River truly does not deceive me. Mao, then we'll have to have a good time tonight. Do I even need to say it? Come on, eat more. I want the guy with the surname Zhang to leave crying. A group of people gathered together, chattering away. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu, who had finished washing his pants, continued to sleep and didn't get up until noon to eat, and then went out to collect empty bottles. Soon, he gathered 100 empty bottles. Recycling. System prompt. Recycling successful. Reward. What the hell, system? Are you out of your mind? You're doing this on purpose, right? When Zhang Mu saw the reward given by the system, he couldn't help but smile. Any reward is random and has nothing to do with this system. Yes, it's all random, but I don't believe you at all. Zhang Mu scoffed inwardly, but he couldn't help feeling happy. Around 3 in the afternoon, Mao Jinhua even called Zhang Mu specifically to remind him not to forget to come. Everyone was eager to see him. Zhang Mu didn't think much of it and went over according to the time. Meanwhile, at Jiue restaurant, everything was already prepared. Mao Jinhua had spent a lot to book the largest private room for tonight's proposal. A group of people quietly waited for the female lead to arrive. At 5:35 p.m., the goddess in uniform, dragging a black suitcase, walked tiredly into the private room. Yes, the goddess's current job is a flight attendant. 5 minutes later, supporting character Zhang Mu also arrived. Chapter 46, Strength Doesn't Allow It. Mao Jinhua's goddess is named Luo Wei. After graduating, she went to South Korea for plastic surgery and used family connections to get a job at an airline. In other words, she is a so-called flight attendant. Her purpose for becoming a flight attendant is simple and straightforward: to fish for rich guys. After all, the wealthy people encountered on planes are definitely more than those on trains or buses. Unfortunately, despite casting her net widely, she has yet to catch anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't be attending such a low-end gathering tonight. It's only because Mao Jinhua's family has a bit of money and drives a BMW. Wow, the goddess has arrived. I feel like the whole world has brightened up. Goddess, are you even prettier? If I saw you on the street, I would think you were a star from the entertainment industry." As Luo Wei stepped into the private room, she was naturally met with all sorts of extravagant compliments. Mao Zhenhua even stood up to pull out a chair, letting Luo Wei sit next to him. Luo Wei enjoyed this queen-like treatment, feeling extremely happy inside, but pretended to be aloof, merely nodding at everyone before taking her seat. 5 minutes later, Zhang Mu arrived. While sipping tea, Luo Wei was shocked. She didn't expect to encounter the boy she liked in middle school. Speaking of which, hasn't Zhang Mu become even more handsome? Wow, this face, this figure. Love it. Women are visual creatures. It's normal to have such a first reaction upon seeing a handsome guy. However, Luo Wei quickly remembered that she was now a high and mighty goddess, no longer the naive girl from before, and she feigned indifference while sitting there. Meanwhile, Mao Zhenhua, sitting beside her, was very pleased to see the goddess's indifferent reaction to Zhang Mu. He then stood up, putting on a concerned act, and said, "Zhang Mu, you finally made it. I was worried your motorcycle broke down on the way. This guy has some skill in speaking. It seems caring, but in reality." It subtly pointed out that Zhang Mu is currently struggling so much that he doesn't even have a four-wheeled car to shield him from the wind and rain. And this tactic evidently worked. Goddess Luo Wei immediately frowned, sizing Zhang Mu up and down. No way, the middle school boy she admired is actually doing so poorly? Thank goodness she was rejected when she confessed to him back then. Otherwise, wouldn't she be sitting behind him on a motorcycle, feeling the cold wind? Just imagining that scene made her feel embarrassed. A strong look of disdain immediately appeared on Luo Wei's face. The others laughed. "Mao, you don't understand this. A small car is called breaking down. A motorcycle, at worst, is called having issues. Haha, what about a motorcycle having issues? Why not say it's out of commission? Bicycles are the ones that break down. However, speaking of which, Zhang the handsome guy's riding skills are quite good. His hairstyle is even messed up. He must have worn a helmet. Hey, when going out, riding a motorcycle really requires a helmet, first for safety, and secondly, to avoid being seen by classmates driving BMWs. Haha, everyone was laughing heartily. Little did they know, Zhang Mu was also laughing. He was laughing very calmly, watching the crowd with great interest, as if he were observing a group of monkeys. After taking their seats, everyone brought their partners. Mao Zhenhua and Luo Wei were also a couple, while Zhang Mu was all alone. Naturally, Mao Zhenhua wasn't in a hurry to order, but instead steered the conversation towards boyfriends and girlfriends. Zhang Mu, I forgot to ask you yesterday, do you have a girlfriend now? Why didn't you bring her along? In conversation, they chatted about topics everyone loved to hear. Zhang Mu smiled and said, with my conditions, a girlfriend is a luxury. This statement was indeed something everyone liked to hear. Aren't you the big shot in middle school? Your love letters filled your entire desk. And now, look at you, not even a girlfriend. This was exactly what everyone wanted to say, and it felt great. Meanwhile, Mao Zhenkai was still pretending, shaking his head with a pained expression. Zhang Mu, I really want to know what happened to you. Back in school, you were the most popular boy. How could you say that a girlfriend is a luxury now? It's just that you don't have a job at the moment. Get your act together. Once you find a girlfriend, everything might turn around. Come on, everyone help out and introduce a girlfriend to Zhang Mu. Mao Zhenkai was acting like a big brother, and anyone who didn't know him would think he genuinely cared about Zhang Mu. Little did they know, everyone had already conspired in advance. One classmate said, I know a girl, she's not bad looking, but she's a bit on the heavier side, around 160 pounds. Zhang Mu responded, it's not that I discriminate against heavier girls, but it's hard to imagine a girl weighing 160 pounds being not bad looking. The key was that the classmate hadn't finished his sentence. Her family only has her as a daughter, so they want to find a son-in-law. Zhang Mu, if you don't mind, I can introduce you to her. Even though Zhang Mu remained calm, he was silently cursing the whole family. Another classmate quickly chimed in, Chen Bing, that's too harsh. You want Zhang Mu to be a son-in-law? Zhang Mu, don't be angry, I'll introduce you to someone good. I know a sister who's 43 years old and has 2 kids. A 43-year-old sister with 2 kids. Buy one, get 2. Who's being harsh here? A group of people were internally delighted, and they couldn't be happier. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, tonight. They wanted Zhang Mu to leave in tears. Just then, the door to the private room opened, and a voluptuous woman walked in. Upon seeing her, Zhang Mu felt quite helpless. He didn't want to show off, but he couldn't help it. The woman who walked in was none other than Yi Zhiqiu, the property manager of Yulan Bay, who looked so stunning she could make the water drip off her. In terms of appearance, figure, and the unique charm of a woman, the other women present were simply not in the same league as her. The female attendees, led by flight attendant Luo Wei, looked like country chickens in front of Yi Zhiqiu. Meanwhile, the male attendees were all staring wide-eyed. Wow, this woman is too amazing. This is what a woman should look like. If I had a girlfriend like this, I'd be willing to trade 10 years off my life. I'd be willing to trade 20 years. But who was she, and what was she doing here? Mao Zhenkai quickly swallowed a few gulps of saliva, and stood up, wanting to greet Yi Zhiqiu. However, Yi Zhiqiu completely ignored his presence and walked straight up to Zhang Mu. Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence to meet you here. Yi Zhiqiu came to the gathering at Jude Restaurant for dinner and saw a Pagani worth $1 billion in the parking lot, so she figured Zhang Mu was also there. She inquired at the front desk and came to the private room to greet him. Her intention was very simple, but it inadvertently slapped many people's faces. And it hurt a lot, because Mao Jinkai and the others were just introducing Zhang Mu to potential girlfriends, a 160-pound girl and a 43-year-old sister with 2 kids. In an instant, the awkward atmosphere in the private room became extremely tense. Chapter 47. Wrong dish last night. Yi Zhiqiu had a blast riding Zhang Mu's mini motorcycle on the mountain track. She was still buzzing with excitement. So she immediately thanked Zhang Mu again and invited him to her house for dinner tomorrow evening, casually mentioning that her parents wouldn't be home. In fact, Yi Zhiqiu's intention was to say that if her parents were home, it wouldn't be appropriate to invite Zhang Mu over for dinner since she still didn't have a boyfriend, which was making her parents anxious. If Yi Zhiqiu brought a man home, it would cause quite a stir. But how could anyone know what Yi Zhiqiu was thinking? Inviting Zhang Mu over for dinner and specifically reminding him that her parents wouldn't be home was not just a hint. It was a direct indication. Mao Jinkai and the others were enviously red-eyed. Of course, even Zhang Mu was a bit lost in thought. Mr. Zhang, it's settled then. We'll see each other tomorrow evening. I won't disturb your meal any longer. Yi Zhiqiu was a very charming woman, and she was well-versed in etiquette. After greeting Zhang Mu, she waved goodbye to everyone with a smile and left. Mao Jinkai and the others were reluctant to see her go, and at the same time, they felt even more awkward. Didn't you just say that a girlfriend was a luxury? Such an exceptional woman invited you to her house for dinner and even specifically mentioned that her parents wouldn't be home. What a luxury. They needed to change the subject, or they would be green with envy. Fortunately, at that moment, a restaurant server walked in and gently asked, "Room 606, can we order now?" Yes. Mao Jinkai couldn't have asked for more. He was ready to show off during the ordering phase. Because of his family's business, he often accompanied his father here to entertain clients, so he was very familiar with the dishes. Without even looking at the menu, he started ordering one by one. Let's start with a Buddha jumps over the wall. This is a famous dish from Fujian cuisine, rich in nutrients, promotes growth, beautifies, delays aging, and enhances immunity. Next, we'll have some white-cut chicken. The white-cut chicken here has soft skin and tender meat, juicy and flavorful. Then, we'll have dompa pork. With every dish he ordered, Mao Jinkai didn't forget to show off with a commentary. Everyone cheered him on. Brother Mao is indeed Brother Mao. He can order without looking at the menu. He must come here often. I just checked. The average spending at Jude Restaurant is 800. Brother Mao is truly a wealthy person. Brother Mao, we are so lucky to be with you today. Oh no. Mao Jinkai waved his hand modestly, but inside, he was immensely proud, especially since he noticed that Goddess Luo Wei was casting him a glance. This guy felt like he was floating. It seemed that tonight's proposal was almost certain to succeed. At this point, who still cared about the little episode when Yi Zhiqiu came in to greet Zhang Mu? So what if Yi Zhiqiu invited Zhang Mu to her house for dinner? Could they eat such great food? Besides, Yi Zhiqiu was probably just attracted to Zhang Mu's looks. If you think about it, Zhang Mu is just a pretty boy. How could he compare to Mao Jinkai, who often frequented high-end restaurants? They were simply not in the same league. In today's society, looks are justice. But one must understand that money is the real king. Soon, the dishes were ready. A total of 18 dishes, but Mao Jinkai had a chance to show off big time. They then waited for the dishes to be served. And Mao Jinkai sat there in high spirits, continuing to enjoy the compliments from everyone. 5 minutes later, the dishes started coming out. The first dish was an Australian lobster. The second dish was French caviar. The third dish was Mexican black lamb chops. The group, led by Mao Jinkai, was completely dumbfounded. Mao Jinkai wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly stood up. Are you guys sure you didn't bring the wrong dishes? This is a joke, right? Australian lobster and French caviar? There's no way we can afford this. Not to mention that a 3-kilogram Australian lobster costs tens of thousands. Although Mao Jinkai was a bit bourgeois, he only had a little over 100,000 in his card. The others turned pale as well. If Mao Jinkai couldn't afford it, they certainly couldn't. Yeah. Did you bring the wrong dishes? We didn't order any of these. They couldn't sit still, feeling like they were sitting on needles. Everyone, these dishes are a gift from our boss. Please enjoy. At this moment, a waitress in a cheapao responded in a gentle voice. Oh, it's complimentary? What's going on? Why is the owner of Jude Restaurant giving us food for no reason? Everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, Mao Jinkai slapped his forehead. I know. My uncle knows the owner of Jude Restaurant. He must be sending us food out of respect for my uncle. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed, wow. No wonder the owner of Jude Restaurant sent food to the private room. So that's the reason. Incredible, Brother Mao. You previously said your family runs a small business. That was too modest. The owner of Jude Restaurant is sending you food because of your uncle's influence. Amazing. Exactly. Judah Restaurant is a well-known chain in Zhonghai, and the owner specifically sent such luxurious dishes. Brother Mao, you have quite the influence. Brother Mao, can I hang out with you in the future? Of course, of course. Mao Zhenkai naturally seized the opportunity to show off. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Goddess Luo Wei was looking at him with even more warmth. If the proposal plan tonight was previously a sure thing, it should now be a done deal. So happy. Come on, everyone raise a glass. All right, let's toast to Brother Mao. The atmosphere in the private room became lively again. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone was enjoying themselves. After all, without the favor of Mao Zhenkai's uncle tonight, how could they have such a luxurious feast? Mao Zhenkai had naturally become the focus of the entire room. Even Goddess Luo Wei proactively toasted him twice. Suddenly, the door of the private room swung open again. The owner of Judah Restaurant walked in holding a glass. Seeing this, Mao Zhenkai quickly raised his glass and approached. He expressed his gratitude to the owner for the sumptuous meal tonight. The owner replied, "Do we know each other?" Mao Zhenkai smiled awkwardly and hurriedly mentioned his uncle's name, Mao Huafeng. But who is Mao Huafeng? The owner of the restaurant still claimed not to know him. Huh. Mao Zhenkai was stunned. Luo Wei was also shocked. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Owner, the dishes tonight were sent to us because of my uncle Mao Huafeng, right? Your uncle? Who does he think he is? I'm sending dishes to you because you think you have a big face? The owner replied, these dishes were sent to General Manager Zhang. General Manager Zhang? It seemed that there was only one person in the room with the surname Zhang, Zhang Mu. The room fell silent. Chapter 48. Misunderstanding to be honest. Zhang Mu did not intend to show off tonight. However, his status did not allow otherwise. The reward given by the system today was a 25% stake in the Dingxing Catering Group, making Zhang Mu the second largest shareholder of the largest catering group in Zhonghai. And Judah Restaurant belonged to Dingxing Catering Group. This explained why Zhang Mu felt that the system was a bit ridiculous when he saw the reward. Mao Zhenhua had arranged to eat at Judah Restaurant tonight. As a result, the announcement revealed his identity as the second largest shareholder. It's hard not to suspect that the system did this on purpose. It was precisely because of Zhang Mu's shareholder status that the owner of Judah Restaurant treated them so generously, providing a luxurious dinner. Mao Zhenhua mistakenly thought the owner was doing it out of respect for his uncle. Haha, isn't that a big face? Mao Zhenhua felt completely dumbfounded. Suddenly realizing he was just a dog. General Manager Zhang, were you satisfied with the dishes tonight? At that moment, ignoring everyone else, the restaurant owner walked directly to Zhang Mu and respectfully asked, "It was all right. That's good," the owner said, slightly bowing. "But who is he?" Finally, the shocked Luo Wei asked what everyone was thinking. The restaurant owner was quite surprised. "You guys are friends of General Manager Zhang, and you don't know his identity?" General Manager Zhang is our second largest shareholder at Dingxing Catering. As a giant in the Zhonghai catering industry, the market value of Dingxing Catering is around 20 billion. The second largest shareholder? Doesn't that mean General Manager Zhang's current worth is at least several billion? Oh my goodness. Mao Zhenhua's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the floor. With such a big shot present, who would even think about proposing? Didn't they see how Goddess Luo Wei's eyes were practically flying towards Zhang Mu? Even when the restaurant owner called for the waiter to bring more delicacies, Mao Zhenhua and the others felt as if they were chewing wax. Soon, the banquet was over. Mao Zhenhua left in embarrassment. He thought he was good at showing off. But in front of Zhang Mu, he was just a little brother. Zhang Mu didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Zhang Mu had such a grand vision. While he felt like a clown trying hard to perform, suddenly, a flashy motorcycle appeared in everyone's view. Yi Zhiqiu was riding a mini motorcycle, waving at Zhang Mu. "Mr. Zhang, I've fallen in love with your mini motorcycle. I'm going to race a few laps on the mountain track now. See you tomorrow. And don't forget to come to my house for dinner." After saying that, vroom vroom vroom, Yi Zhiqiu put on her helmet and drove away. Mao Zhenhua was left in a daze, his face as dark as a pot bottom. So that mini classic motorcycle belongs to Zhang Mu. This means Zhang Mu indeed rode a motorcycle out, but it was a 2 million yuan motorcycle. 2 million. The price of a house in Zhonghai. And when riding a motorcycle, he must wear a helmet to avoid being seen by classmates driving BMWs. One motorcycle is worth 7 or 8 BMWs. And he is worried about wearing a helmet. Mao Zhenkai's face turned green with anger. Who would have thought that the next moment, Zhang Mu drove up in a 100 million yuan Pagani Huayra. Old classmates. I'll be leaving first. Let us keep in touch. After saying that, he playfully slapped the steering wheel. Mao Zhenkai thought to himself, I feel like I'm going to die. Zhang Mu, I think I might be a bit drunk. Could you take me home? At this moment, Luo Wei said shyly. Everyone's mouths twitched. They had only been drinking soft drinks tonight. How could anyone be drunk? It seemed that tonight, the goddess was going to be crazily pursued by Zhang Mu. But why not ask someone else to take you home? Zhang Mu couldn't even be bothered to find an excuse and drove away. Luo Wei, unwilling to give up, chased after him. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, Who could imagine that the goddess could run so fast? Upon returning to Yulon, Zhang Mu took a shower and lay on the living room sofa, preparing to play a few games before going to bed. But when he opened WeChat on his phone to contact his gaming friends, he found that Luo Wei had sent him more than 10 friend requests, and every 5 minutes, she would resend the request. Zhang Mu was really impressed by this flight attendant and had to agree. On the other side, lying on her big bed at home, Luo Wei saw that Zhang Mu had accepted her friend request and was so excited that she jumped up. It's worth mentioning that this girl had a habit of not wearing clothes when at home. Sure enough, she was completely naked, but without hesitation. She sent a video call request to chat with Zhang Mu. However, Zhang Mu was busy. His gaming friends were online. He couldn't just ditch them. So he directly declined. He hung up. Luo Wei felt a bit disappointed, but thinking that Zhang Mu accepted her friend request was already great. Besides, someone like Zhang Mu must be very busy. Thinking about it, Luo Wei immediately had no complaints and became more proactive in messaging Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu, are you busy? Don't reply to my message. Wait until you're free. It's been almost 10 years since we last met, and you're still so handsome. No, you're even more handsome than before. By the way, you're really amazing. How did you become the second shareholder of Dingshan Catering? I just checked online. And this catering group is a giant in our Zhonghai. You have to treat me to dinner often in the future. Also, just a little gossip. What is your relationship with that sister with a great figure tonight? Of course, actually, my figure isn't worse than hers. If you don't believe me, I can show you on video later. Do you remember when I confessed to you in middle school? Actually, all these years, I've always liked you, Zhang Mu. I want to ride on your motorcycle and go for a spin, okay? Luo Wei and Zhang Mu's chat was completely like that of a netizen who fawns over a goddess. Only, Zhang Mu is the goddess, and Luo Wei is the admirer. She was enthusiastic and gossipy, wishing she could fly through the internet signal to Zhang Mu's side. Unfortunately, Zhang Mu, who was busy playing games, didn't reply at all. He even found Luo Wei quite annoying and directly blocked her messages. Zhang Mu, you're really busy. Am I bothering you? For the next hour or so, Luo Wei sent almost 100 messages, but Zhang Mu didn't reply to a single one. However, Luo Wei didn't have any complaints and patiently waited. Meanwhile, the disheartened Mao Xinkai returned home, adjusted his mood, and prepared to greet the goddess. Wei, are you there? Not here. Don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid Zhang Mu will misunderstand. Mao Xinkai, Chapter 49. Meeting Zhang Mu finished playing games and went to bed. The next day, he woke up to find that Luo Wei had sent him 338 WeChat messages last night. The latest one was sent around 4 in the morning. Doesn't this woman ever sleep? Zhang Mu was really impressed. While in the bathroom, he responded with a smiling emoji. Who would have thought that Luo Wei, who was sleeping with her phone, would reply instantly? Zhang Mu, you're so nice to me. You're so busy and still reply to my messages. I'm really touched. Zhang Mu, nothing to say? He realized he was just being impulsive. Why did he reply to a message? Sure enough, Luo Wei started bombarding him with messages again. She eagerly proposed to come find Zhang Mu to hang out and repeatedly hinted that her period had just ended. Zhang Mu was about to go into a meltdown. Who said women are not as good as men? This female admirer was even more crazy than male admirers. For this reason, he needed to look into a blocking package. It was as if the whole world had quieted down. Even his constipation seemed to have improved a lot. 2 minutes later, he pulled up his pants and was about to leave when, unexpectedly, his phone rang. Mom is calling. Son, there's something I don't know how to tell you. You have to promise me you won't say I'm worrying too much. I have a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, Mom immediately said, Son, can you take a leave this noon? I found a match for you. You two can meet for lunch and get to know each other. Previously, Zhang Mu hadn't been doing well in Zhonghai, and he barely saved any money throughout the year. Although his parents back home were anxious, they had to face the reality. In this day and age, if you don't have money, finding a wife is harder than climbing to the sky. The turning point occurred recently when Zhang Mu sent 400,000 yuan home, claiming he got a commission from a project and would earn more in the future. Additionally, his cousin Guobei praised him after returning home. This gave his parents solid confidence. Their son had prospects, and they must find a good daughter-in-law. Whenever they met someone, they would inquire, how old is your daughter this year? What does she do? Should we set up a blind date for her with my son? Their efforts paid off. As last night Mom really got in touch with a relative. There's a relative next door who also works in Zhonghai, is 23 years old, and very pretty. Mom was overjoyed and immediately arranged today's blind date from afar. Zhang Mu was somewhat confused. Mom, you really don't need to be in such a hurry. With your son's current conditions, is he still lacking a wife? That's uncertain. Confirmed, it's your real mom. Just because you made a little money doesn't mean you should be complacent. What if things cool down later? So you must seize the opportunity. Hurry up and marry a wife, and have 2 kids. Blah blah blah. Zhang Mu knew that if he didn't agree to Mom today, She would definitely buy a train ticket overnight to rush to Zhonghai. Okay, I'll meet her. That is fine, right? That is more like it. I'll send you the girl's contact information now. After receiving the contact information, Zhang Mu added her on WeChat. The other party's WeChat name was, "If you love, please love deeply." A bit non-mainstream. Just hope she isn't a member of the grieving love family. Fortunately, after passing the friend verification, he looked at her moments a few times. How to put it, she was indeed quite pretty. But compared to Yijiqiu, Lan Kuer, Az, and others, she fell short by a large margin. You must be the one introduced by my hometown relatives. I'll take some time to meet you at noon. Please be prepared. I'll only give you 10 minutes. Zhang Mu. Does the other party have some misunderstanding about blind dates? She spoke as if meeting him was a favor to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu suddenly had no good feelings toward her. However, he had to complete the task his mom assigned. The two agreed to meet at 12 o'clock noon at the Starbucks in Yida Mall. Before leaving, Zhang Mu even specially washed his hair, looking handsome for the date. At 11:50, Zhang Mu arrived, ordered a coffee, and waited. However, 20 minutes passed without seeing anyone. She might have been delayed or stuck in traffic. Zhang Mu could understand, so he continued to wait. But waiting turned into 1 o'clock. Damn, she was already an hour late. Even if something happened, wouldn't a WeChat message or a call come through? Isn't this a bit excessive? Zhang Mu directly called her. After a long time, she finally picked up. Who are you? You disturb my sleep, you know? Sleeping? You idiot. We agreed to meet at 12 o'clock, and you're still sleeping at 1? Zhang Mu restrained his tone. Didn't we agree to meet at 12 at Yida? Is that so? Oh, I remember now. Well, you can wait another 2 hours. I'll get up and put on makeup. How big is your face? It takes 2 hours to put on makeup? Goodbye. Zhang Mu hung up the phone. Filled with anger. Who would have thought the other party was even angrier? She sent a WeChat message cursing. Are you a man? I just asked you to wait another 2 hours. You're so petty. No wonder you're a leftover man from the countryside, destined to be single for life. Zhang Mu was completely stunned. So now he is the petty one? Impressive. No, simply impressive. He couldn't be bothered to deal with someone who thought the world revolved around her and decisively blocked her on both phone and WeChat. On the other side, if you love, please love deeply wanted to continue cursing Zhang Mu, only to find that her WeChat and phone were blocked, making her furious. Xiaojia, what's wrong? Why are you going crazy in the middle of the day? Hearing the commotion, her roommate, who had been eavesdropping, walked in. Coincidentally, this roommate was Luo Wei, the flight attendant who had been fawning over Zhang Mu all night. Don't mention it. My relatives at home introduced me to a blind date. But who would have thought she was such a piece of work? I just overslept and forgot about today's appointment. So I asked him to wait another 2 hours while I put on makeup, and he actually disappeared, blocking my phone and WeChat. Oh, I'm so angry. Oh my, there are actually such people in this world. Xiaojia, luckily you didn't go meet him, or you would probably be even angrier. Yes, just a leftover man from the countryside, and he thinks he deserves to go on a blind date with me. Does he even deserve a key? How many keys does he deserve? The more Xiaojia thought about it, the angrier she became, and she immediately clicked on Zhang Mu's WeChat profile. Zhang Mu's WeChat profile is a photo of himself. Xiaojia decided to post this photo online to let everyone tear Zhang Mu apart. To her surprise, Luo Wei took the phone and looked at it, her heart racing and her mouth opening wide like a hippopotamus. Xiaojia, your blind date is him? Yes. It's this loser. Xiao Wei, what's with that reaction? Do you know him? Xiaojia looked at Luo Wei suspiciously, feeling that her friend's expression was too exaggerated. I don't know him. Luo Wei suddenly trembled, shaking her head vigorously. Chapter 50. Compassion seeing through but not saying it out loud. What if Xiaojia successfully dates Zhang Mu? What would that mean for her? Best friends? Sorry, best friends are just for taking advantage of. Immediately, Luo Wei, who felt secretly pleased, pretended to be indignant and joined Xiaojia in cursing Zhang Mu. Xiaojia was so touched that she gave Luo Wei a big hug. Luo Wei, you're my best friend. Luo Wei smiled and said, of course. 10 minutes later, Luo Wei returned to her room. Since her family was still arranging blind dates for Zhang Mu, it meant he was still single. This woman's eyes sparkled with hope. She quickly started a new round of flattery. Zhang Mu, did you have lunch? What did you eat? Was it delicious? Remember to drink more hot water. The weather is really nice today. It would be great to ride your motorcycle. Again, dozens of WeChat messages. Fortunately, Zhang Mu had already blocked her and was driving home, waiting to visit Yijiqiu in the evening. Unexpectedly, at the top floor, at the entrance of a duplex apartment, a long-legged beauty with messy hair and a strong smell of alcohol was leaning against the wall, continuously knocking on the door. Open the door, I know you're inside. Hurry up. Are you still a man? Are you that petty? Hearing those 3 words, Zhang Mu suddenly tensed up. Could it be that the blind date girl, who thought the whole world should revolve around her, had come to his door? Damn, I won't let her off easily. To be honest, Zhang Mu was still fuming. But when he walked through the corridor and took a look, it wasn't the blind date girl. It was the long-legged beauty, Lancour, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Since the last misunderstanding at the Zhang Mu Tower, they hadn't seen each other. Who would have thought they would meet like this? Wow, that has a strong smell of alcohol. What are you drinking in broad daylight? The key point was that she was a beauty. Isn't she afraid of being picked up in minutes? Zhang Mu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Are you looking for me?" A dazed Lancour suddenly heard Zhang Mu's voice and thought he finally opened the door. But when she blinked and focused, she realized the door hadn't opened at all. Zhang Mu had just come back from outside. For a moment, she felt so awkward, struggling to steady herself, and softly said, "Oh, so you really aren't home. Otherwise." Zhang Mu smiled, unlocked the door, and it opened. "I thought you were still angry." On that day at the Zhang Mu Tower, she had embarrassed Zhang Mu in front of her friends. She still held a grudge. But Zhang Mu shrugged. "Why would I be angry? Did we have any unpleasantness?" With a golden finger, how could his mindset still be the same as before? Besides, Zhang Mu was not a petty person. What unpleasantness? After a good sleep, it was nothing. Entering the house, Zhang Mu changed his shoes and looked back at Lancour, who had drunk so much alcohol in broad daylight. "Don't you have to work today?" Lancour, still frozen in place, shook her head. I took a leave of absence, and I've been on leave for several days. Taking a leave isn't an excuse for drinking, right? Zhang Mu curled his lips, preparing to boil water and brew some tea to help her sober up. However, Lancour staggered in and stopped him. "I don't want tea. Do you have any alcohol? I want a drink." "What? You can barely stand and still want to drink? Are you trying to throw your life away?" Little did he know that as long as it could solve her family problems, Lancour was indeed willing to risk it all. In the end, Zhang Mu couldn't refuse her and opened a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet. Gulp, gulp. After a few glasses of red wine, Lancour slumped on the sofa, her face flushed, but her expression grew even sadder. "Speak, did something happen?" Zhang Mu sat opposite her, quietly watching. If he couldn't see that something was bothering Lancour, he must be a fool. Lancour didn't say it directly, but after drinking half a glass, she finally managed to squeeze out a smile, her eyes slightly red. "My dad owes $1 million from gambling, and the creditors have come to the door." $1 million is a figure that could crush most families. Just like Lancour, who had just graduated, her monthly salary was $4,000 to $5,000. And even if she saved every penny, it would take her 10 or 20 years to save up $1 million. With such astronomical gambling debts weighing down on her, Lancour could barely breathe these days. Otherwise, with her personality, after embarrassing Zhang Mu that day, she would have gone to apologize by the next day at the latest. But coming today was undoubtedly a last resort. As a daughter, she couldn't just watch her father get taken away by creditors. "Can you lend me $1 million? After finishing her glass of red wine, Lancour stared at Zhang Mu, her big eyes filled with hope. I will work hard and pay you back little by little every month. Of course, you know my salary. It may take decades to pay it all back. If you can't wait that long." Lancour bit her lip, her voice getting weaker. "I can accompany you, for a year. At your beck and call, Zhang Mu." He thought these kinds of things only happened in novels or movies. Who would have thought there were real-life situations like this? With Lancour's conditions, $1 million for a year is indeed a great deal. But come on, I'm a decent guy, okay? You've had too much to drink. Zhang Mu immediately smiled, his clear eyes meeting Lancour's gaze. "Do you think I'm being cheap or funny?" As their eyes met, Lancour suddenly laughed, but as she laughed, tears began to flow from her eyes. "But I really have no other way out. I can't just watch my dad get taken away. The creditor's deadline is tomorrow. If my family can't come up with the money, I'm begging you, okay? I promise, my body hasn't been touched by anyone. I'm clean. And I will obey whatever you ask me to do." While crying, she walked towards Zhang Mu. She was truly at her wit's end, aside from selling herself. There was no other way. Moreover, she had a kind of indescribable feeling towards Zhang Mu. Selling herself to Zhang Mu, at least, she wouldn't feel so resistant. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mu thought, lending money to a gambling addict is like throwing meat buns to a dog. There's no return. And this harms him, rather than helping him. So at first, Zhang Mu was resistant to the idea. But with such a beautiful girl in front of him, her eyes filled with tears, it was hard not to feel compassion. "I'll lend it to you, is that okay? Pay it back slowly. It doesn't matter how long it takes." Unfortunately, it was too late. Under the influence of alcohol, Lancour had already unzipped her dress. Chapter 51. No need to explain if it's a mutual agreement. There's absolutely no problem. With plenty of ammunition, he could start at any time. The key is this a transaction right now? Does he have no feelings for Lancour? How could that be possible? Just those beautiful legs are enough for a year of fun. But Zhang Mu couldn't accept it in a transactional way. With a loud slap, super fast, facing Lancour, who was about to sit in his arms, Zhang Mu closed his eyes and dodged, then walked towards the door to change his shoes. "Hurry up, before the bank closes, I'll transfer the money to you." Lancour, feeling all soft and weak, suddenly pounced into thin air. Then, little friend, do you have a lot of questions? Zhang Mu actually dodged. Does he have no feelings for her at all? Is she really that bad? Not a bit charming? Women are such strange creatures. If you don't lend her money, it's not allowed. If you lend her money, you start to overthink. Zhang Mu felt it was too hard for him. After being busy for more than half an hour downstairs, 1 million arrived. Lan Kuer, waking up from the cold wind, blushed and said she would write Zhang Mu an IOU. But who cares about the IOU? As long as she doesn't do anything silly in the future, that's fine. Zhang Mu left a sentence and walked away, leaving Lan Kuer confused in the wind. Who is she? Where is she? What is she going to do? After leaving the bank, Zhang Mu didn't go home. He picked up some empty bottles along the way and calculated the time to go to Yi Zhiqiu's house. As the property center manager of Yulon Bay, Yi Zhiqiu has an annual salary of about 200,000. Both her parents are retired teachers, so her family background is quite good. Her home is in a community with an average price of 20,000, a 3-bedroom apartment with a large balcony. When Zhang Mu went upstairs with some fruits, Yi Zhiqiu, wearing an apron, was finishing the last dish, ready to eat. Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. I invited you to dinner, and you even bought fruits? For the Chinese, the highest standard of hospitality is undoubtedly a family dinner. As a passionate motorcycle enthusiast, Yi Zhiqiu could ride thanks to Zhang Mu, so she prepared a feast, wanting to thank him from the bottom of her heart. Passing by the fruit store, seeing the fruits look good today, she bought some. Zhang Mu grinned and changed his shoes when he entered. How to say this? Can't you buy a bigger apron? The apron on Yi Zhiqiu, who has a voluptuous figure, looks like a belly band. Little did she know, this was already the largest size apron available. Blame it on Yi Zhiqiu's incredibly alluring figure. In less than 3 minutes, the last dish was ready. Yi Zhiqiu used tea instead of wine to thank Zhang Mu again. Zhang Mu felt embarrassed. Seeing her so polite made him almost shy. Then came the pleasant dining time. I must say, Yi Zhiqiu's cooking skills are excellent. Zhang Mu finished 3 bowls of rice. After the meal, the two sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. It goes without saying that the current topic couldn't be separated from the mini motorcycle. Zhang Mu was generous. Since she liked it, he could keep riding it. Whenever she got tired of it, she could return it. Yi Zhiqiu was very happy. If it weren't for a bit of rationality, she almost wanted to rush over, hug Zhang Mu, and give him a bunch of kisses. After sitting for about half an hour, it was almost time to leave. Today, he hadn't completed the goal of collecting 100 empty bottles. Yi Zhiqiu saw him off, but unexpectedly, just as the two reached the corridor, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from the house, and the door was about to close. Yi Zhiqiu had her back to the door, completely unaware. Zhang Mu, facing the door, instinctively reached out to block it. Unfortunately, with a bang, the door still closed. The loud noise stunned Yi Zhiqiu, because she hadn't brought her keys, and her parents weren't home. Wouldn't that mean she couldn't go back? But such worries lasted only a moment. What clearly left her more dazed was the current position of the two. Zhang Mu instinctively reached out to stop the door from closing, but he was just a step short, and his hand pressed against the door. Shocked by the closing door, Yi Zhiqiu instinctively tightened her body and leaned against the door. As a result, it looked like Zhang Mu was pinning Yi Zhiqiu against the door in a wall slam, right? Bang bang bang. As the older unmarried woman in her parents' eyes, Yi Zhiqiu's heart raced unexpectedly. Her face instantly turned red, and it felt like there was fire burning in her skin. Then, she thought, was she too crazy? If it were really a wall slam, facing Zhang Mu, she couldn't muster a single thought of resistance. There was even a bit of expectation. But to be honest, Zhang Mu never thought about wall slamming. He quickly retracted his hand and awkwardly explained, Manager Yi. It's okay, I know. Yi Zhiqiu responded quickly to Zhang Mu's explanation. After speaking, both fell silent. It was super awkward. But at that moment, neither of them expected that someone was standing in the corridor. A surprised voice, tinged with a bit of delight, came. Zhiqiu, what are you doing at the door? Yi Zhiqiu turned to look, completely dumbfounded. Her face as red as a monkey's butt. Mom, you came back? To know that her parents were supposed to visit relatives tonight, Yi Zhiqiu only dared to invite Zhang Mu over for dinner. Otherwise, even if she had 100 guts, she wouldn't dare, because her mom was just too nosy. Sure enough, her mom's eyes were shining as she looked at Zhang Mu. If I hadn't come back early, I wouldn't have caught you two in the act. By the way, that position just now was a wall slam, right? Young man, not bad. I didn't expect you to go this far with my daughter. No wonder this afternoon, Zhiqiu inexplicably wanted us to go to the relative's house earlier. I sensed something was off then. Hey, good thing I came back unexpectedly and caught you in the act. Mom, it's not what you saw, and it's not what you think. Noticing her mom's sparkling eyes, Yi Zhiqiu's scalp went numb as she hurriedly explained. But her mom completely ignored her, her gaze never leaving Zhang Mu, her smile gradually rising. Young man, you must be Zhiqiu's boyfriend, right? Zhang Mu. Yi Zhiqiu, mom. It's not you, I didn't ask you. Her mom directly pushed aside the explaining Yi Zhiqiu and continued to stare at Zhang Mu with shining eyes. Zhang Mu wasn't stupid. It was normal for the older generation to misunderstand the wall slam position. Immediately, he felt it necessary to explain. Auntie, actually haha, no need to explain, Annie understands. I understand. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhiqiu's mom interrupted directly, grabbing Zhang Mu's hand enthusiastically. Come on, seeing you makes Annie so happy. Let's go inside and chat. Quickly tell Annie how far things have developed between you and my Zhiqiu. When are you planning to get married? Chapter 52. I'll spray you. When to get married? Zhang Mu was dumbfounded. Sure enough, all parents in the world are the same. The most concerned thing is undoubtedly their children's lifelong matters. But, Auntie, you clearly misunderstood. I just came over for a meal. Yi Zhiqiu beside him was also speechless. Mom, listen to me. It's not what you think. What do you mean it's not what I think? No wonder every time I ask you to go on a blind date, you make excuses and find all sorts of reasons. Turns out you already have a boyfriend. Humph. If it weren't for me being clever and coming back early to catch you in the act, who knows how long you would have hidden it. Yi Zhiqiu, I'm really speechless at my mom's imagination. She is completely in character in a second. Mom, it's really not what you think. He is my client. Clients are good. You can help each other at work in the future. Mom, you haven't even looked at how old he is. Younger is better. The peak period coincides just right. You can have more grandsons for me. Yi Zhiqiu, completely defeated. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched. Peak period overlap? No. With Yi Zhiqiu's voluptuous figure, plus the fact that Wang is at his peak period, I can't handle it at all. But Yima didn't know any of this. She immediately took out her phone and called the old man. Hurry back. Our Zhiqiu finally has someone interested in her. Yi Zhiqiu was in the living room, feeling disheveled. What do you mean finally someone is interested? Your daughter's suitors could line up around the Zhonghai 3rd Ring Road. Yi Dad was drinking at a relative's house. When he heard the news, he was so happy he slapped his thigh and immediately shared the good news with the relatives present. All right, 1 tells 10. 10 tells 100. In just half an hour, nearly all of Ye's relatives knew. Even her brother, who was abroad, called from overseas. Brother, who dotes on his sister the most, decided to come back this week. Yi Zhiqiu? Zhang Mu. What are you coming back for? To drink wedding wine. Damn, my head is spinning. In the end, to avoid Yi Dad bringing back a whole bunch of relatives, Zhang Mu had to grit his teeth and agree to visit when Yi Zhiqiu's brother returned home. Yi Ma nodded in satisfaction and held Zhang Mu's hand, talking for half an hour before finally letting him go. Phew, I finally escaped. Zhang Mu breathed a long sigh of relief. But Yi Zhiqiu was the one who suffered. Yi Ma locked the door and continued to chatter. Mom, I think your reaction is a bit excessive. I don't want your opinion. I only want my opinion. Yi Zhiqiu? The lecture of the domineering mom begins. Leaving the Shihai Coast community, Zhang Mu naturally didn't know that Yi Zhiqiu was in class. It was getting late. Everything else could wait. First, he needed to collect 100 empty bottles today. He still needed about 20 more. Heading west, around 11 o'clock. He finally gathered 100 bottles. Recycling. The system displayed that the recycling was successful. Reward. Permanent ownership of the Junwen nightclub. Damn, is this even possible? A nightclub can be a prize? The key is that Zhang Mu doesn't like noisy environments at all. What's the use of this nightclub? Is it for showing off, tonight? All expenses are on young Master Zhang? No. Even if I'm rich, there's no need to go that far. But speaking of which, the Junwen nightclub seems to be nearby. Moreover, the Junwen nightclub is definitely a benchmark in Zhonghai's nightlife entertainment venues. Not to mention the luxurious decor and intoxicating environment. Even the quality of the beauties in the place is top-notch. There are even international friends among them. Damn, I've heard that foreign women are quite open. After a good time, they just take off their clothes and start dancing. I seem to have a picture in my mind. Just as he was thinking, a phone call came in. Mr. Zhang, sorry to bother you. I am Lu Lan, the manager of Junwen nightclub. Wow, this voice is sultry and charming. Like a seductress on TV. Without even seeing her, just her voice could steal one's soul. The purpose of Lu Lan's call was also very simple. The nightclub has a new owner. As an employee, she obviously needed to please the new boss. Mr. Zhang, if you have time, please come by to relax. Tonight, we have a new batch of international beauties at the club. To be honest, at home today, after being teased by Lan Kuer, and then almost wall-slammed by Yi Zhiqiu, any normal man would have some thoughts in his mind. If not, he should go see a doctor. Alright, I'm just nearby. I'll come by and let you know when I arrive. Don't lose your tadpoles. Reconsider. It's fine to feast my eyes first, right? I haven't been to a nightclub my entire life. I guess I'm just curious. At this moment, 2 tall girls arrived at the entrance of Junwen nightclub. What a coincidence. It was none other than the blind date girl Xiao Jia and the sycophant Luo Wei. Xiao Jia, wearing a short skirt that reached her thighs, linked arms with Luo Wei and said, Wei, you're the best to me. Let's have a few drinks later. It's on me. I've heard that this nightclub has a lot of rich second-generation kids. After drinking, let's dance in the center of the dance floor. Do you think anyone will ask us for WeChat? Luo Wei smiled but said nothing, secretly thinking that even if someone asked for WeChat, it would be hers. However, she couldn't let go of the fun. She had to keep her phone in hand. What if Zhang Mu replied to her message? Wouldn't she miss out on billions? Thinking this, she immediately took out her phone and quickly sent a few messages to Zhang Mu while Xiao Jia wasn't paying attention. Sycophant, sycophant, how can I not sycophant? She believed that if she kept at it, she would have everything. Tonight, Junhua nightclub was packed. There was a line over 100 meters long at the entrance. Luo Wei and Xiao Jia stood in line, waiting. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Mu arrived. He called Lu Lan and stood waiting under the large sign of Junhua. What the hell? Wei Wei, look quickly. Isn't that the weirdo who was supposed to go on a blind date with me today? Suddenly, Xiao Jia screamed, her eyes blazing. Luo Wei followed her friend's finger and indeed saw Zhang Mu. Oh no, my heart raced. This is the feeling of love. She immediately took out a small mirror from her bag to touch up her makeup, preparing to present her prettiest self to Zhang Mu. Who would have thought? Great. I actually ran into him here. It's truly heaven's eye. Wei Wei, let's go. Watch me not tear him apart. Xiao Jia angrily pulled Luo Wei towards Zhang Mu. Scumbag. How dare you show your face in front of me? You dared to block my phone and WeChat. Are you even a man? I've never seen such a rude man. You deserve to be single for life. Zhang Mu. He was inexplicably scolded. The key was, who is this woman? Do I know you? Did I dig up your ancestors' grave or green your dad? So much anger. Chapter 53, Best Friends Fight. Not to mention the photo deception. In this day and age, beauty filters are a major evil. Haven't you seen many online female streamers crash and burn, with the top brother buying a train ticket to run away overnight? And the Xiao Jia in front of him clearly belongs to that kind of person who has crashed. Her photos on social media looked pretty good, but in person, her powder-coated face looked like inferior wall paint. Her mouth full of yellow teeth, clearly a heavy smoker. In short, Zhang Mu really didn't recognize her. Who are you? Do we know each other? Haha, you really are a scumbag. You begged me to go on a blind date with you during the day. And now you don't even recognize me after such a short time? Xiao Jia sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. Damn, you're the blind date girl that my relatives introduced? Zhang Mu was astonished. He couldn't help but marvel at how small the world is. He just blocked her earlier in the morning and ran into her that night. Yes, it's me, Xiao Jia said in a condescending tone. Don't think that if you come here to apologize, I will forgive you. Let me tell you, not possible. A petty loser like you is destined to be single for life. Zhang Mu. Where does this sense of superiority come from? I'm the owner of this nightclub, okay? I'm here to relax. Who's blind enough to come over to apologize to you? And I'm a petty loser? You're destined to be single for life? I waited for you for over an hour while you were sleeping, and during that time, not a single call or message from you. After that, you even wanted me to wait another 2 hours? Haha, I'm the petty one. Who do you think you are? I'm not your dad. I have no obligation to indulge you. You. Xiao Jia was furious. She didn't expect a loser like Zhang Mu to dare to fight back. Instantly, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to tear him apart. Who would have thought that Luo Wei, who had finished her makeup, would grab Xiao Jia and coldly say, Xiao Jia, please speak to my idol with some respect. Xiao Jia? Vivi, what kind of madness are you talking about? Do you even know what you're saying? This guy is just a loser, a rural leftover man, and you actually say he is your idol? Luo Wei looked blissful as she gazed at Zhang Mu, her eyes shining. I'm not crazy. Zhang Mu is indeed my idol. My most beloved idol. If possible, I would be willing to have 10 children with him. Zhang Mu. No, please spare me. Hey, Zhang Mu, we meet again. In the more than 20 hours since we parted, I've thought about you every minute. At that moment, Luo Wei stepped forward, completely immersed in her own world. Zhang Mu stepped back in fright. Xiao Jia was shocked, her mouth agape, looking confused. It seemed Luo Wei had known him for a long time. But why did she say she didn't know him when she showed me his WeChat profile picture at noon? Something's not right. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your patience. On behalf of all the staff at Junhua Nightclub, we welcome your arrival. Just then, the alluring Lu Lan came out with several beautiful staff members, all bowing to Zhang Mu in unison. TSK, that hint of white in front. Zhang Mu quickly averted his gaze. Luo Wei was stunned. She thought Zhang Mu had only one identity, the second shareholder of Dingxing Catering, worth billions. Who would have thought he was actually the owner of the largest nightclub in Zhonghai? Love it. Her eyes sparkled even more frighteningly. Xiao Jia was also stunned. What? The loser she despised was actually the owner of Junhua Hotel? No wonder Luo Wei denied knowing him. No wonder she kept calling him her idol. She finally realized what was off. But Zhang Mu didn't care what these two gold diggers were thinking. He nodded slightly and walked toward the entrance of Junhua Nightclub. Wait. Xiao Jia suddenly shivered and rushed in front of Zhang Mu. Are you really the owner of Junhua Nightclub? Miss, do you think we are joking? Zhang Mu didn't answer, but Lu Lan's voice turned cold. In the entire Zhonghai nightlife scene, Lu Lan was definitely a prominent figure. Xiao Jie immediately shook her head in fright, her face turning red, or rather, thick-skinned. Zhang Mu, I'm really sorry about today. I need to explain. Explanation is just a cover-up, and cover-up is just making up stories, Zhang Mu interrupted directly. Xiao Jie, keep being thick-skinned. All right, I want to explain. Just forgive me this once. Can we go on a blind date again? After saying that, she shyly smiled and prepared to take Zhang Mu's arm. No, I'm destined to be single for life. A princess like you is too high a climb for me. Zhang Mu dodged and entered Junhua nightclub. Xiao Jie was left empty-handed, feeling incredibly awkward. Meanwhile, the starry-eyed Luo Wei saw Zhang Mu walk into the nightclub and hurried to follow. Luo Wei, how could you? I treated you as my best friend, but you clearly knew Zhang Mu's identity and didn't tell me. What are you thinking? But Xiao Jie pulled her back, her face losing color from anger. Luo Wei remained indifferent, unafraid to tell you that Zhang Mu is not only the owner of Junhua Hotel, but also the second shareholder of Dingshan Catering, and drives a car worth over $1 million. What? Xiao Jie was dumbfounded, realizing she had missed such a rich blind date. It hurt to the point of breathlessness. Luo Wei continued to mock. You should look in the mirror. Do you think someone like you deserves Zhang Mu? What do you even match with, a key? Only I deserve Zhang Mu. He belongs to me. After saying that, Luo Wei directly pushed Xiao Jie away. Xiao Jie stumbled a few steps and exploded. Ah? You little BTCH, I'm going to fight you. She grabbed Luo Wei's hair. Luo Wei felt the pain and turned around to choke her. Plastic sisterhood. The friendship boat capsized just like that. They started fighting. You grab my hair, I pull your clothes, and soon they were rolling on the ground. Mr. Zhang, do you need us to handle this? Lu Lan, ever charming, asked. This is just the beginning. After 10 minutes, we'll call the police. Zhang Mu smiled and officially entered Junhua nightclub. Their essay saying, among plastic sisters, whether I live well or not doesn't matter. What matters is knowing you're not doing well, then I can be at ease. No wonder it's the largest nightclub in Zhonghai. Everywhere you look, there are beautiful women, and the quality of the beauties is really high. Sitting in the most luxurious private room, looking through the glass at the wildly dancing beauties, Zhang Mu felt a wave of emotion. Sigh, these are the good girls that honest men will have to spend hundreds of thousands as a betrothal gift to marry. It's really ironic. Huh, how did she end up here? Suddenly, Zhang Mu saw a familiar figure. Chapter 54, I Want to Die? Lancour. At first, Zhang Mu thought he was mistaken and rubbed his eyes, but upon looking again, it was indeed Lancour. Those beautiful legs could definitely outshine everyone. But how did she end up here? Didn't she say her family owed $1 million in gambling debts? Could it be she was lying? Zhang Mu suddenly thought of a possibility. Lancour's father didn't owe gambling debts at all. Everything was a lie fabricated by Lancour to gain sympathy. Fool Zhang Mu out of money and spend it at the nightclub? Damn, if that is the case. Zhang Mu instantly regretted not confronting her fiercely. On the first floor of the nightclub, Lancour tried to avoid the crowd of dancing people, struggling to move. In reality, it wasn't as Zhang Mu imagined. Lancour didn't lie to Zhang Mu. The creditor had arranged to meet at Junhua to collect the debt. 10 minutes later, in a private area. Mr. Huang, I've arrived. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for a few minutes. I'll transfer the money to you. The naive Lancour didn't think much about why the other party wanted to meet in person for a transfer, or why they chose this time to meet at a nightclub. Miss Lan, don't rush. Since you're here, sit down and have a drink. Huang Hui, grinning, looked at Lancour while two beautiful women hugged him on either side, his eyes shamelessly roaming over her long legs. Though the two women beside him were also stunning, compared to Lancour, they clearly fell short. He quickly moved the two women aside, gesturing for Lancour to sit next to him. No, Mr. Huang. I have to work tomorrow. I'll return the money and head back. But Lancour politely declined. Oh, Miss Lan, are you not giving me, Huang, any face? Come on, sit down. Huang Hui chuckled, and immediately two lackeys stood up to surround Lancour. It was clear from the setup that if she didn't drink, she wouldn't be allowed to leave tonight. In a luxurious private room on the second floor. Mr. Zhang, do you want to meet her? Lu Lan, who had long been in the nightlife scene, noticed Zhang Mu's gaze hadn't left Lancour and immediately asked with a smile. Clearly, if Zhang Mu nodded. She had 100 different ways to get Lancour into Zhang Mu's bed tonight. But who would have thought Zhang Mu responded nonchalantly? Yes, my friend. That guy with the little mustache. Do you know who he is? Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. So yes, your friend. Lu Lan first expressed her apology, then looked at Huang Hui. That guy is Huang Hui. He is said to be involved in the gray lending business, often comes here to spend, and always orders 2 girls. By the way, he has another identity. Our deputy manager with the surname Huang is his uncle. Zhang Mu didn't really understand faces. But after looking at Huang Hui for a few moments, he intriguingly said, is he quite arrogant? Not really. Lu Lan disdainfully smiled. Arrogance requires capital. But he clearly doesn't have that. He is just good at putting on airs. Several times he showed off, claiming that he would cover the entire venue's expenses. But privately, he had already made arrangements with his uncle, ensuring that we wouldn't sell good wine, and most of the other expenses were just minimum consumption. So he didn't actually spend much, maybe just over 100,000. After all, his uncle is a longtime employee at the Junhua Hotel. So I just turned a blind eye. Zhang Mu, no money? What the hell are you pretending for? If this kid shows off again, call me. I want him to understand the harsh realities of this world. Lu Lan smiled knowingly, just about to nod when suddenly, there was a commotion in the earpiece. Mr. Zhang. No need to wait any longer. This kid is showing off again tonight. Indeed, he wanted to show off in front of Lan Ku. Huang Hui was there boasting. Tonight's expenses will be covered by General Manager Huang. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Huang Hui was indeed quite impressive. He stood up, raised his glass, and took a small sip before sitting down nonchalantly. Miss Lan, you've seen my financial power at Junhua nightclub. A night's expenses will easily exceed $1 million, something a wage earner might not earn in a lifetime. But for me, it's just a drop in the bucket. I can cover the whole venue. So, as long as you're with me, I can't guarantee anything else, but you can spend freely when it comes to money. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Hui's hand reached towards Lan Ku's beautiful legs. General Manager Huang, please respect yourself. I'm here tonight just to pay back the money, and I want to consider anything else. Lan Ku dodged and stood up. Huang Hui's hand grasped at air, feeling a bit embarrassed. How ungrateful. Do you know how many girls fight to get into my bed? I don't know, nor do I want to know. Lan Ku continued in a serious tone. General Manager Huang, I'm transferring the money to you now. What is the rush? Huang Hui leisurely lit a cigarette. Seeing this, Lan Ku realized she had encountered a rogue and was so angry she almost cried. Just then, the beauties in the dance floor screamed. Zhang Mu had opened a bottle of champagne and was spraying it at them. The beauties seemed ignited, playing wildly. Lan Ku was stunned. Huang Hui was also stunned. The former never expected to run into Zhang Mu in such a setting. What if it was misunderstood? The latter felt heartache and confusion. Because the champagne Zhang Mu opened wasn't ordinary champagne. It was the Cook champagne, known as the Rolls-Royce of champagne. Cook champagne debuted in 1995, made from grapes grown in a vineyard located on the southeastern foothills of Reims, covering only 685 hectares. The low production shows just how expensive it is. A bottle costs about $20,000, roughly 150,000 yuan. Damn it. Huang Hui usually wouldn't even dare to drink champagne worth 150,000. Yet Zhang Mu directly opened it and sprayed it at the beauties. The key point was that while spraying, Zhang Mu also loudly stirred up the atmosphere. Tonight's expenses will be covered by General Manager Huang Hui. Let us celebrate. Bring in the champagne. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff of the Junhua Hotel pushed in cart after cart of champagne. Although these champagnes couldn't compare to Cook champagne, each bottle was still worth 30 to 50,000. The beauties on site saw these champagnes, and their eyes turned red, rushing forward. Then, they started to celebrate wildly. Huang Hui was completely dumbfounded. Didn't he tell his uncle to keep the good wine hidden? What is going on now? A bottle of Cook champagne costs 150,000. There were several boxes of champagne, worth several thousand each. Just the champagne alone would rack up over $1 million in expenses tonight. He wanted to die? Chapter 55. False hero. Don't be fooled by Huang Hui's involvement in the gray area of lending. He dresses well and looks polished. But at best, he is just a small player in the company. His annual income is around 500,000. Spending over $1 million in one night is like draining his blood. Moreover, this $1 million is just for the champagne. Zhang Mu also had the staff at the Junhua nightclub bring in many boxes of fine red wine. Among them were Lafite wines worth several thousand each. Spraying champagne seems to be just that. Should we try spraying red wine? Everyone responded. More than 10 boxes of red wine worth millions were instantly snatched up. Huang Hui, totally confused. Then, using the little sanity he had left, he hurriedly called his uncle. He wanted to know what went wrong. Who would have thought his uncle had already been controlled by Lu Lan and wouldn't dare to answer the phone? Especially after hearing from Lu Lan that Huang Hui had offended the new boss of Junhua. His uncle was almost scared to death and immediately blocked all of Huang Hui's contact information, not to mention Huang Hui's parents, who cut off all ties with him. At this moment, Huang Hui had no idea about any of this. He couldn't get through on the phone and was so anxious he was almost crying. Just then, Zhang Mu opened a bottle of champagne worth over 20,000 and rushed in front of Huang Hui, spraying wildly. General Manager Huang, I've never seen such a wealthy boss as you. Thank you so much tonight. Come on, big boss, don't just sit there. Let us celebrate together. After spraying one bottle of champagne, Huang Hui was soaked from head to toe, like a drowned rat. Huh. General Manager Huang, why the long face? Are you worried about money? Huang Hui, it's not just about worry, it's an immense pain. But he was also a person who valued his pride extremely. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. No, How could it be? This amount of money is nothing to me. With General Manager Huang saying that, I can relax. Zhang Mu grinned, opened another bottle of champagne worth several thousand, and sprayed it at Huang Hui. After spraying, it didn't stop. Zhang Mu called others to spray Huang Hui as well. Huang Hui was thoroughly soaked. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the chaos, Zhang Mu pulled Lan Ku's hand and ran out of the nightclub. Spraying and then running was simply too thrilling. Seeing Zhang Mu and Lan Ku leave, even with Huang Hui's muddled mind, he could understand what was happening. Oh, furious, he wanted to chase them down and tear them apart. But the tall and strong staff at the Junwen nightclub stopped him. Haven T, you settled the bill yet? Want to run? No chance. When the bill arrived, it was over 6 million. Huang Hui collapsed to the ground. However, the celebration continued. The beauties once again surrounded him, opening champagne and spraying him. Huang Hui was in disarray. After leaving the Junwen nightclub, he got into Zhang Mu's car. Only then did Zhang Mu let go of Lan Ku's hand. And then he started chattering. Are you stupid? Meeting at the nightclub so late to pay back a debt. Didn't you have even the slightest suspicion? Lan Ku blushed, not really listening to what Zhang Mu was saying. Her mind was clearly replaying the scene of Zhang Mu pulling her as they ran. Oh no, is this what sweet love feels like? No girl can resist the feeling of being saved by a hero. Moreover, this hero is so handsome and so wealthy. Lan Ku felt like she was going to fall for him. Besides, she held on to a tiny bit of fantasy. Zhang Mu must have a little bit of affection for her too. Otherwise, how could he have coincidentally appeared at the Junwen nightclub and so coincidentally saved her? Well, one can't help but admire the thought process of women. But while the fantasy was beautiful, the reality was cruel. Zhang Mu chattered all the way and dropped Lan Ku off at home. After she got out of the car, he drove away without a second thought. So tired. I must hurry home to sleep. Lan Ku. Did I just encounter a fake hero? The next day, Zhang Mu didn't get up until noon. He glanced at his phone. Both Yi Zhiqiu and Lan Ku had sent him WeChat messages. Yi Zhiqiu, Mr. Zhang, my mom is just like that. I hope I didn't scare you. To be honest, Zhang Mu was indeed scared. Ye's mom's demeanor was as if she wanted to hold a wedding overnight. Thinking about Yi Zhiqiu's voluptuous figure, who could resist that? Additionally, Yi Zhiqiu mentioned that she would handle the matter of her brother returning to the country. So Zhang Mu shouldn't worry. It would be best if that's the case. Zhang Mu felt a sense of relief. As for the WeChat message from Lan Ku, it was naturally to thank Zhang Mu for saving her last night and for lending her that 1 million. She wanted to treat Zhang Mu to a meal. Zhang Mu replied with a message, saying they could talk about it later. He went downstairs to start today's work. Is eating out more enjoyable than picking up bottles? Obviously not. With his left hand gripping the steering wheel of a 100 million supercar and his right hand holding a drink. Sometimes happiness really is that simple. But who would have thought that at the next intersection, an unexpected accident would occur? An electric bike suddenly rushed out from the intersection without warning. Damn, the other party must have run a red light. Zhang Mu was startled and quickly hit the brakes. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! The Pagani Huayra collided with the electric bike. Even though the impact wasn't very strong, the girl on the electric bike was still thrown off, landing hard. She seemed to be a beauty. Instantly, many onlookers rushed forward, ready to ask about the girl's injuries and to sternly condemn Zhang Mu for how he was driving. Who knows, perhaps sweet love was about to blossom. But when they saw what car Zhang Mu was driving, it was like a bucket of ice water was dumped over them in the middle of winter, leaving them dumbfounded and unable to move. Oh my, that girl on the electric bike might have to buy a house. Are you kidding? That girl might end up bankrupt. Not that exaggerated, right? I see no damage to the front of the car. Exaggerated? This car is worth 100 million. There's only one in China. Are you telling me it's exaggerated? Someone checked online, and it turned out this car is indeed worth 100 million. Instantly, they were dumbfounded. Still want to condemn Zhang Mu for how he drove? No. 100 million supercar. He can drive however he likes. The road is his. However, Zhang Mu wasn't that overbearing. Although the accident was definitely due to the electric bike running a red light, he didn't think twice and hurriedly got out to check if the other party was okay. The owner of the electric bike was indeed a beauty, around 20 years old, with shoulder-length short hair. She had abrasions on her elbow and knee, especially the knee, which was bleeding. Are you okay? Zhang Mu frowned slightly. I'm fine. Can you take me to a place? I'm going to be late. I won't hold you responsible. The girl struggled to get up despite the pain and said anxiously, Zhang Mu. Not holding me responsible. Thank you. You ran a red light. Okay. Chapter 56 Hot debate you see for yourself. It was clearly a green light, okay? Hearing Zhang Mu's question, the electric bike girl pointed at the traffic light with a righteous expression. It was glowing green. It is indeed a green light now. But it was red before. Okay. The traffic light doesn't stop just because an accident occurs. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit disheveled in the wind. However, the electric bike girl firmly believed in what she saw. It was clearly a green light. Humph, you still want to extort me. Zhang Mu instantly didn't want to speak anymore. The onlookers by the roadside were also baffled. This girl was pretty, resembling the goddess Louis Fei to some extent. But she seemed a bit dim-witted. Just then, the girl tried to lift her electric bike to leave the scene, but suddenly let out a shriek. Ah, I just remembered. I faint at the sight of blood. I'm feeling so dizzy. Thud. As soon as she finished speaking, the electric bike girl blacked out and fell. The onlookers were in disarray. Can it be like this? Remembering made her faint, but forgetting was fine. My goodness, some medical experts are going to lose their minds. Fortunately, Zhang Mu was quick and caught her before she fell. So fragrant. The intoxicating scent wafted into his nostrils. And the softness he felt in his arms made Zhang Mu's body stiffen. The key is that it was stiff, and he couldn't move. Young man, she's fainted. You should take her to the hospital. Yes, the second city hospital isn't far ahead. Taking her to the hospital would not only be doing a good deed, but also, when she wakes up, it would be easier to call her family to discuss compensation. The onlookers offered their suggestions. Zhang Mu wasn't the type to ignore someone in need. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. He carried the girl toward the Pagani Huayra. At the second city hospital's ward, the electric bike girl woke up, finding herself lying on a bed with Zhang Mu sitting beside her. She immediately let out a high-decibel scream. What did you do to me, you scoundrel? Zhang Mu, who was playing a game. This is a hospital, not a hotel, okay? What could I possibly do to you? Don't lie to me. I know some hotels have hospital-themed rooms. The electric bike girl continued to scream. Zhang Mu cursed. He really wanted to know if this girl had experienced something. Even the nurse beside her, who was administering in 4, had a few black lines on her forehead. Today's female college students really know how to have fun. They mention theme hotels at the drop of a hat. Unlike when I was young, I stayed in 50-yuan motels. I'm getting off track. The nurse hurriedly blushed and stepped forward to explain. You fainted at the sight of blood, and this young man brought you to the hospital. So that's what happened? After hearing this, the electric bike girl calmed down, blinked a few times, and stared at Zhang Mu. All right, since you brought me to the hospital, I won't hold you responsible for hitting me, Zhang Mu. So the other party always thought she was the one who was hit. With no responsibility at all. Impressive. No wonder when driving on the road, the most feared are female drivers. It's not without reason. All right, thank you for not holding me responsible. Since you're awake, I'm leaving. Zhang Mu couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Facing such a treasure of a girl, it was better to give up resisting. Who knew? You can't leave yet. My knee is injured, and it hurts so much I can't walk. Aren't you going to take me back to school? Seeing your condition, you probably don't have a girlfriend, right? Zhang Mu. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Mu learned the girl's name, Chen Yinzhua, a sophomore at Zhonghai Normal University. On the way, sitting in the passenger seat of the Pagani Huayra, Chen Yinzhua adjusted her sitting position repeatedly, feeling very uncomfortable. Your car is nothing like the taxis or ride-hailing cars I've been in before. It should be pretty cheap, right? It's really uncomfortable to sit in. Young people, work hard. Strive to change to a car you can sit in comfortably by this year's new year, so you don't have to lie down like this anymore. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched. Thank you. You're welcome. However, as this supercar, which Chen Yinzhua constantly complained about, drove into the campus, it immediately attracted the attention of countless students. Wow, this car is too cool. Is another rich person here to collect mushrooms? Not just a rich person. I just checked. This car is worth 100 million. The driver is simply a god of wealth. My god, 100 million supercar. Love it. Love it. I wish they would come to pick me up. Are you kidding? With your 200-pound figure, can you even fit in? Amidst the heated discussions, the Pagani Huayra stopped in front of a teaching building. Chen Yinzhua had no classes in the morning, so she went out to work part-time. Who would have thought she would lose track of time and rush back to class in a hurry? After that, there was the scene of running a red light and getting hit. It was time for your classmates to come down to pick you up. Zhang Mu just wanted to quickly get away from this treasure girl, even though her looks were very high. What's the hurry? Didn't you see I'm on the phone? Chen Yinzhua, with a face of disdain, leisurely dialed the number. Soon, 2 girls came down. One was wearing glasses, and the other had blunt bangs. Wow, a sports car. Love it. This car is so cool. Let's take a few pictures. Sure. The 2 classmates were instantly attracted by the Pagani Huayra, taking out their phones, click click, with the flash going nonstop, completely forgetting the purpose of coming down. Inside the car, Chen Yinzhua thought, it's just a broken car, what is there to take pictures of? She wanted to lower the window, but didn't know where to press. Opening the car door, she didn't know how to open it either. Moreover, the Pagani Huayra's privacy protection feature was extremely strong. Yelling and waving, the people outside couldn't hear or see anything. Chen Yinzhua was so angry that she had to make another call. Can you stop taking pictures? Can someone help me first? Oh, Xiaozhua, where are you? I'm in the car. Car? What car? The 2 ignored the Pagani Huayra, never considering that Chen Yinzhua would be in such a supercar. Zhang Mu couldn't stand it anymore and opened the car door, the stylish scissor door swung open. Wow. The glasses girl and the blunt bangs girl exclaimed in shock in unison, their eyes shining. Stop, wow ing, can someone help me? Chen Yinzhua shook her head. It's just a broken car, what's there to wow about? Huh. Xiaozhua. You. The two girls were simultaneously stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. However, what shocked them even more was when they helped Chen Yinzhua get out of the car and noticed her injured knee. My gosh, this is too crazy. Did she kneel all night? Couldn't she use a pillow or something soft? Half an hour later, a post on the school forum sparked heated discussions. It was about the goddess's knee. Chapter 57. Not over yet. Chen Yinzhua was the campus belle of the College of English at Zhonghai Normal University. Now she was getting out of a supercar. The key point was that her knee was also injured. It was really hard not to let people's imaginations run wild. Therefore, as soon as the post about the goddess's knee was published, it instantly became a hot topic on the campus forum. My goddess, in the end, succumbed to money. Still a goddess? Haha, your goddess is just a plaything of the rich. Not just a plaything, she is practically a mount, with a scarred knee. I already have a picture in my mind. Don't say that, boo-hoo. Can the guy driving the Pagani Huayra be a little gentler with my goddess in the future? What are you thinking, if you had a supercar worth $1 billion? Do you believe the goddess would ask you to step on the gas in minutes? The hot topic continued to heat up. As the person involved, Chen Yinzhua only saw this post after class, and she was instantly furious. Bastard, is spreading rumors just relying on your mouth? My knee was injured because that guy hit me with his car, okay? Crazy output. Output your sister. Also, that damn $1 billion supercar. I can't even sit. I have to lie down in that broken car, at most worth a few tens of thousands, right? Chen Yinzhua was fuming, ready to fight back against those keyboard warriors. But at the same time, the glasses girl and the blunt bangs girl in the dorm were a bit confused. Xiaozhua, that car really is worth $1 billion. And there's only one in Huaxia right now. Don't fool me. Really, don't believe me. See for yourself. The glasses girl handed over her phone with a wry smile. Chen Yinzhua took a look. Her heart skipped a beat, then fell into a state of collapse. Wow, it really is $1 billion supercar? But so what if it's $1 billion? He hit someone with the car. Does he still have a reason? I was already quite merciful to just ask him to drive me back. Who knew? Excuse me, which one of you is Chen Yinzhua? At that moment, a traffic police officer came over. It turned out that after the traffic accident, Chen Yinzhua's electric scooter was still at the scene. The traffic police quickly identified Chen Yinzhua through video surveillance and facial recognition technology and found her at school. The video showed that this traffic accident was caused by Chen Yinzhua running a red light, so she was fully responsible. Chen Yinzhua's legs went a bit weak, supporting herself against her roommate. Officer, does being fully responsible mean I have to pay for the repairs for the other party? Yes, the officer nodded. Chen Yinzhua was in disarray. She knew the exorbitant repair costs for luxury cars. Not to mention it was $1 billion supercar. Selling herself wouldn't even be enough to cover it. Before it was because of blood. Now I feel a bit dizzy from the air. She was scared. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu, who had left campus, naturally knew nothing about all this, collecting empty bottles along the way. Soon, he gathered 100. Recycle. The system displayed successful recycling. Reward, 21 shares of Juntian Group. The stock certificate has been issued in the trunk of the Pagani Huayra. Zhang Mu quickly opened the trunk to take a look. And there it was, black and white on paper, sealed with a red stamp. He was instantly a bit dazed. After all, Juntian Group was the largest enterprise in Zhonghai, with a market value close to $1 trillion. Its largest shareholder, Mr. Zhenan, was the richest man in Zhonghai. My goodness, it seems that Mr. Zhenan only holds about 28 of Juntian Group's shares. Now that the system gave me 21, doesn't that mean I'm the second richest person in Zhonghai? Wow, this is amazing, I'm so dizzy. A bit carried away. Meanwhile, in the office of Juntian Group's chairman, the amiable richest man, Mr. Zhenan, was planning a new round of wealth actions when suddenly, his phone rang. A message about a stock transaction came in. After reading it, Zhenan's face turned pale. His eyes filled with disbelief. What is going on? Who is Zhang Mu? How did he hold 21 of Juntian Group's shares? It should be noted that during this time, he had been actively acquiring shares from major shareholders. He never expected someone would get 21 of Juntian Group's shares first. This is too terrifying. Even with his wealth and means, it couldn't be done. Could it be that someone is planning some action against Juntian Group? The richest man in Zhonghai didn't bother to wipe the cold sweat, hurriedly opened the computer, and entered the stock market trading area. If at this moment, there was a massive sell-off and drop in Juntian Group's valuation, it would be extremely dangerous. However, strangely, Juntian Group's stock price not only didn't drop, but instead surged. Having been in the business world for decades, Zhenan stated he had never seen such a strange occurrence. Who exactly is this guy named Zhang Mu? Especially the 21 shareholding, which clearly threatened his position as the largest shareholder. Zhenan paced back and forth in the office, and finally made a decision. He wanted to meet the mysterious Zhang Mu as soon as possible. 5 minutes later, a call was made. Zhang Mu, who was driving, turned on the speakerphone. Hello? Mr. Zhang. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Ojinan from Juntian Group. Who? Zhang Mu immediately frowned, his gaze suspicious. I am Ojinan from Juntian Group. Damn. The current surveillance methods are too impressive. I just got 21 of Juntian Group's shares. Before I could even settle down, a scammer's call came in. Damn. That was fast. Zhang Mu smirked. Well, if you're the richest man in Zhonghai, I'm still the richest in Huaxia, right? This was meant as a joke, even a bit sarcastic. But Ojinan took it seriously. After all, Zhang Mu was able to quietly acquire 21 of Juntian Group's shares. And not only did Juntian Group's stock price not drop, but it even rose again. It seems that only the richest person in Huaxia, or someone related to him, could have such financial strength. Ojinan immediately broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang. Hello? Zhang Mu replied, damn. Are today's scammers so easy to fool? He hung up the phone without any politeness. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Ojinan, who was organizing his words, was left speechless. His smile froze on his face, and his mindset was somewhat shattered. After all, usually, every call he made was met with careful replies, with a tone of flattery and respect. Yet now, his call was actually hung up on. If this got out, who in Zhonghai would believe it? However, just thinking about the fact that the other party was the big boss who quietly acquired 21 of Juntian Group shares made the rich man from Zhonghai lose his temper instantly. Taking a deep breath, he redialed Zhang Mu's number. Zhang Mu, who was driving, saw the call coming in again and answered quickly, angrily shouting, You bastard. Are you still not done? With that, Zhang Mu hung up the phone again. Ojinan thought, as the rich man of Zhonghai, being hung up on twice in a row is really something. But a rich man is a rich man. He quickly realized that Zhang Mu was so angry because he must have thought he was a scammer. Sweat. He then had to change to another phone and redialed Zhang Mu's number. Mr. Zhang, please don't hang up yet. I'm not a scammer. I'm Ojinan from Juntian Group. I'm calling to understand the situation regarding your acquisition of 21 of Juntian Group's shares. This time, Ojinan stated his intentions without waiting for Zhang Mu to curse at him. He then continued, if Mr. Zhang still doesn't believe it, we can meet at Juntian Group's headquarters. Of course, Mr. Zhang can also tell me your current location, and I will come to find you for a face-to-face conversation. Sensing the other party's sincerity, Zhang Mu calmed down a bit. You really are the rich man Ojinan from Zhonghai. I dare not. In front of the richest man in Huaxia, I am nothing, Zhang Mu replied. You believe that just because I said it casually? Little did he know. Ojinan believed it without a doubt. Mr. Zhang, I know your time is very precious. Shall we meet at Juntian Group's headquarters, or perhaps another place? Zhang Mu thought for a moment. He happened to be near Zhonghai Normal University. Then you come to Zhonghai Normal University. Call me when you arrive. Ah, Mr. Zhang. You are at my alma mater? Okay, I'm going over right now. Ojinan was shocked and immediately had his secretary arrange the itinerary. Zhang Mu was also quite surprised that Ojinan graduated from Zhonghai Normal University. He really didn't expect that. He underestimated this teacher training school. Meanwhile, inside the campus, Chen Yinzhua was supported by classmates to the infirmary, her legs weak. A supercar worth 100 million. Even if just a little paint was scratched, it would probably cost over 100,000 to repair. Moreover, a head-on collision between a Pagani Huayra and an electric car could lead to repair costs of at least 1 million, or even tens of millions. Chen Yinzhua's family was very ordinary. She even had to work part-time to make ends meet and couldn't afford such expenses. Suddenly, her phone rang. Chen Yinzhua. This is Sister Zhang from the Human Resources Department of Juntian Group. Due to your performance in the part-time job over the past few days not meeting our company's requirements, you won't need to come anymore. Just when it rains, it pours. Chen Yinzhua had hoped to seize this part-time internship opportunity to directly enter the largest company in Zhonghai, Juntian Group, after graduation. However, she failed. Okay, I understand. Thank you. The flower of the English department suddenly felt that the world in front of her had turned dark. Perhaps this is fate. A rural child wanting to stay in a big city and a big company needs not only strength, but also a bit of luck. She didn't know how long it had been when cheers erupted. Students in the campus surged like a tide towards one direction. Even the bespectacled girl and the one with bangs couldn't hold back. Xiaozhua, we just received a school notice that our senior, Mr. Ojinan, the richest man in Zhonghai, is coming back to our alma mater. You rest here, and we'll come to pick you up later. After finishing, the two girls hurried off to grab a good spot. Chen Yinzhua was stunned in place. Ojinan is the chairman of Juntian Group, isn't he? As long as she could get in touch with Ojinan and recommend herself, she might still have a chance. Yes, she still has a chance. She hurriedly got up from the infirmary's lounge chair and rushed out. Once the news of the richest man in Zhonghai returning to his alma mater spread, the entire Zhonghai Normal University buzzed with excitement. At the school gate, there was a sea of people. Everyone eagerly awaited Zhanan's arrival. 10 minutes later, several black Lincoln cars drove in, followed by a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with the license plate number 88888. This was clearly the vehicle of the richest man in Zhonghai. The big shot has arrived. The scene erupted with thunderous cheers. Zhanan, lost in thought, was startled and then shook his head, thinking that his junior and junior sisters were really too enthusiastic. There was no way. He had to lower the car window and wave to the students. Following the enthusiastic invitation from the old principal, he went to the school's auditorium to speak to the juniors. Zhang Mu picked up some empty bottles again to prepare for tomorrow and returned to Zhonghai Normal School. He found the campus empty, with not a single shadow in sight. Even the security guard at the school gate was missing. Zhang Mu was baffled. What was going on? But as surprised as he was, he couldn't forget the important matter. He hurriedly dialed Zhanan's phone number. The call was answered by Zhanan's secretary, who spoke respectfully. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Mu? Yes, it's me. The auditorium at Zhonghai Normal University could hold over 10,000 people, and it was currently packed. The chairs were filled, and there were people in the aisles and windows. On the stage at the front, Zhanan was passionately sharing stories of his struggles. Suddenly, a tall secretary rushed onto the stage in a panic and almost fell. Disturbed, Zhanan looked displeased and coldly said, "What's going on? Didn't you see I'm communicating with the juniors?" The secretary steadied himself and awkwardly said, "Mr. O, didn't you say to notify you immediately when Mr. Zhang arrived?" Upon hearing this, Zhanan stood up directly. Yes, you did well. Where is Mr. Zhang now? Take me to him quickly." The secretary didn't dare to be slow. He turned and ran off the stage. Zhanan hurriedly greeted the juniors. "Everyone, I have to meet someone extremely important now, and I'll be back shortly." As soon as he finished speaking, he started running. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. After all, Zhanan was the richest man in Zhonghai. It was hard to imagine who he was rushing to meet so urgently. Instantly, everyone followed suit, wanting to see who the big shot was. Outside the auditorium, Zhang Mu had parked his car and saw Zhanan running out, not daring to be slow. After all, he was the largest shareholder of Juntian Group. He immediately approached. "Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. I should have gone to greet you at the entrance." "Haha, Mr. O is too polite." The two shook hands, both smiling. The students who followed closely behind were left with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock. Wow, who is this guy? He actually made Mr. O go out to greet him. Wait a minute, isn't he that someone? Who? The creator of the goddess's knee scars. Just one sentence, and the image is clear. The whole school is buzzing. Chapter 59, Regularization. Campus Forum Hot Post. The goddess's knee. No wonder he could make Chen Yinzhua go all out. No wonder he can afford a $1 billion supercar. Just look, the richest man in Zhonghai is running to greet him. Okay, a big shot like this is simply unbelievable. And this guy is super handsome. Instantly, the girls at school were envious of Chen Yinzhua, their eyes turning red with jealousy. If they had the chance to have a beautiful encounter with this guy, they would be more than willing to endure any scars, even if they were covered in wounds. And besides, handsome guy, you just lie down and let me take care of it. I will make you feel on top of the world. However, among the restless crowd, one person was completely bewildered. It was Chen Yinzhua, with a face full of question marks. What kind of divine figure did she bump into today? To be honest, Zhanan was also shocked. He had already guessed from the voice during the phone call that Zhang Mu was a young person, but he didn't expect him to be this young. At such a young age, he could quietly acquire 21 of Juntian Group's shares. It was absolutely impossible without help. This shows how terrifying the family behind him must be. At this moment, Zhanan became even more cautious and hurriedly took Zhang Mu to the office specially prepared by the principal. "Mr. Zhang, please have some tea." Zhanan personally brewed the tea and then handed a cup to Zhang Mu with both hands. "Mr. Zhang, you are truly young and promising." Although it's basically certain that the young Zhang Mu must rely on his family, some polite words still need to be said. "You flatter me, Mr. O." Zhang Mu smiled and took the tea with both hands. After a few casual chats, Zhanan got straight to the point. "Mr. Zhang is a straightforward person, so I'll be direct. Please do, Mr. O. Mr. Zhang, I would like to buy back the 21 shares of Juntian Group that you hold at a premium." Clearly, Zhanan was worried that Zhang Mu, or the family behind him, holding 21 of the shares would threaten his position. No smoke without fire. He didn't believe that Zhang Mu held the shares without any ulterior motives. Perhaps it had been premeditated for a long time. Who would have thought that Zhang Mu had no thoughts on it at all, let alone any premeditation? After all, the rewards from the system were randomly generated. He had no idea he would acquire shares in Juntian Group today. Pre-planned? Come on. Mr. O, are you joking with me? Juntian Group is the #1 company in Zhonghai, and 21 of the shares can bring me considerable income every year. It's like I bought a chicken that lays eggs every day, isn't it nice? Why would I sell the chicken? Of course, I know what you're worried about. But you can rest assured that I'm just an ordinary person, only interested in money. As for internal power struggles, I have no interest in them at all. At this point, Zhang Mu deliberately paused, finished his tea, and then continued, as long as the group gives me the money I deserve every year. I will never threaten you. Of course, if Mr. O is still worried, we can sign an agreement. I will only be responsible for distributing the money. I have no rights and don't want to inquire about anything else. Haha, no need for that. I trust Mr. Zhang. Zhanan's eyes flickered for a few seconds. Then he laughed heartily. Clearly, the richest man in Zhonghai was worried that Zhang Mu's shares would threaten his position. But Zhang Mu had already been so straightforward. So what reason did he have to sign an agreement? After all, signing an agreement would create a barrier instead of bringing them closer. It is important to know that Zhang Mu was definitely not an ordinary person. He would rather be friends than enemies. Mr. Zhang, then let's toast with tea, and wish us a happy cooperation in advance. All right. The teacups clinked. No contract is better than a contract. After that, they exchanged simple pleasantries. Zhanan couldn't pinpoint Zhang Mu's identity and could only take his time to learn more later. Mr. O, I'll take my leave now. Zhang Mu drank another cup of tea and got up. Zhanan didn't dare to delay and got up to see him off. However, unexpectedly, there was a girl waiting outside in the corridor. Mr. O, this young lady said she is Mr. Zhang's friend, so I let her wait outside. The secretary hurriedly explained awkwardly upon seeing the situation. Friend? Zhanan looked towards Chen Yinzhua. What a beautiful girl, but that knee. Oh, I see. The world of young people is something he, as an older generation, could hardly understand. He immediately smiled at Zhang Mu and left with the secretary. Zhang Mu also smiled back and then turned his gaze to Chen Yinzhua. When did you become my friend? If it weren't for that, how would I see you? Do you need something from me? Zhang Mu wasn't interested in chatting much with her. Her thought process was just too strange. Although I, Chen Yinzhua, have no money, I won't evade any responsibility. The traffic police have already contacted me. After watching the video, I take full responsibility for the accident between us. Chen Yinzhua looked at Zhang Mu without any avoidance. Oh, then I should thank the traffic police, Zhang Mu said with a smirk. And by the way, knowing you're fully responsible, you came to find me to offer to pay for the repairs? Yes. Haha, do you know how much my car costs? I know. Since you know, do you have the money to compensate? No. Zhang Mu, you dare to be so bold without money. Don't worry, if it comes down to it. I can just sell myself and pay you back. Chen Yinzhua bit her lip. Zhang Mu was taken aback, looking Chen Yinzhua up and down, making her face flush and shyly lower her head. Who would have thought? What are you dreaming about? With you like this, how much can you sell for? Forget it. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make you pay. Holding 21 of Juntian Group's shares, how could he be in a bad mood? Zhang Mu waved his hand and left directly, leaving Chen Yinzhua in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, the secretary of Zhanan, who had gone far, suddenly remembered something. Took out a tablet, swiped it a few times, and exclaimed, Mr. O, no wonder I thought that girl looked familiar. She has been interning at our company recently, but was dismissed for not meeting performance standards. After speaking, the secretary hurriedly handed over the tablet. Zhanan was quite shocked and quickly took the tablet to take a look. Wow, it really is Chen Yinzhua. What did you just say? She was dismissed for not meeting performance standards? Yes. Are you crazy? Just because of the relationship between Mr. Zhang and Chen Yinzhua's knee. Her performance is more than enough to meet the standards. Do you understand? Immediately promote her. But she is only a sophomore. We only recruit part-time students. So what if she is a sophomore? If she can't be promoted, then you can voluntarily resign and let her take your position. I can. I'll handle it right now. Chapter 60. It's a done deal. $1 billion supercar, and she doesn't need to pay for damages? Chen Yinzhua was bewildered as she returned to her dorm. But just 5 minutes later, she walked out again in a daze. Because the HR department of Juntian Group called her, asking her to come over to handle the regularization procedures. The events of today seemed so unreal. Chen Yinzhua felt like her head was filled with cotton. She even doubted whether she had sent herself away during the car accident. Everything that followed was just a dream. And just then, the phone rang again. With her relationship with Zhang Mu, did she still need to go in person to handle the regularization procedures? Sister Zhang from the HR department cried, Goddess, just wait for me at school. I'm coming over right now. Chen Yinzhua. Zhang Mu was completely unaware of all this. In the following days, he received a watch, a tea restaurant, a Maserati, and 1,000 cups without getting drunk experience card. To be honest, luxury watches and sports cars had lost their charm for Zhang Mu. A diamond-studded watch on his wrist? Isn't it tiring? He could just check the time on his phone. Isn't that much better? As for the luxury car, he had to think for a long time about which one to drive before going out. It was simply a dilemma. However, that 1,000 cups without getting drunk experience card caught his attention. Using this card, the host would be possessed by the god of wine for 2 hours, remaining sober after drinking 1,000 cups. This sounded really good. After all, who wants to get drunk like a dog? Unfortunately, the card was useless for now. He couldn't just drink alone, right? That would be absurd. Soon, it was another energetic day. The sun was high in the sky. and Zhang Mu was still sleeping in bed. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from the curvy beauty Yi Zhiqiu. "Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry, but I might have to trouble you again today." Once the call connected, Yi Zhiqiu's hesitant voice came through. It turned out that after the misunderstanding from the last wall slam, she thought she could handle her older brother returning home. However, not only did she fail, but her brother also specifically requested that Yi Zhiqiu call Zhang Mu to come pick him up at the airport and then go home for dinner. Because of this, Ye's parents had been nagging for over an hour. Yi Zhiqiu had no choice but to seek help from Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu sat up and scratched his messy hair, seemingly forgetting the fear of being dominated by Ye's mother. Anyway, it was no big deal. He agreed. Yi Zhiqiu thanked him repeatedly and personally drove to pick him up. After more than half an hour, Zhang Mu went downstairs. Yi Zhiqiu's vehicle was a Range Rover, a model rarely chosen by women due to its ruggedness. Zhang Mu was quite surprised as he opened the passenger door and got in. The car was filled with a faint fragrance. "Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry for the trouble again." This woman was truly enchanting. Even while apologizing, a hint of charm still unconsciously shone through her eyes. Additionally, perhaps due to the heat in the car, she had already removed her work jacket and was wearing a thin white shirt. It was really thin, so thin that he could see the faint yellow underneath. Plus, with Yi Zhiqiu already buckled up, her round curves were accentuated even more. After just a glance, oh no, he almost had a nosebleed. Zhang Mu hurriedly looked straight ahead, stiffly fastening his seatbelt. After more than 40 minutes, the two arrived at Zhonghai International Airport. So many people. Looking around, there was hardly any space in the arrival area. The largest group consisted of dozens of young fans holding support signs with the name Zheng Yufan, chanting in unison, "Yufan, fly bravely. We will always be with you. Yufan, Yufan, the universe is extraordinary." To be honest, it was quite cringeworthy. Zhang Mu awkwardly asked, "Who is Zheng Yufan?" "Mr. Zhang, don't you usually pay attention to the entertainment industry? You don't even know who Zheng Yufan is?" Yi Zhiqiu was surprised. Zheng Yufan was considered one of the hottest rising stars in the entertainment industry today, having starred in several popular dramas and sung a few songs. Even elderly people in their 70s or 80s knew him. And Zhang Mu actually asked who Zheng Yufan was? Fortunately, Zheng Yufan's fans didn't hear this, otherwise he would have been criticized. However, Yi Zhiqiu only occasionally saw news about Zheng Yufan while scrolling through Weibo and Douyin. She knew he was famous now. As for Zheng Yufan's acting skills, that's hard to say. Yi Zhiqiu had mustered the courage to watch a few minutes of Zheng Yufan's drama, but ended up quitting. To be honest, she really couldn't understand how he became popular. Perhaps this is the survival rule of the entertainment industry, traffic above all. A few minutes later, as a blonde man wearing a mask appeared, the fans immediately became excited. "Yufan, Yufan, Yufan, I love you all. Yufan, can you sign my name?" The girls rushed forward, as if enchanted. Seeing this, Zheng Yufan's team of bodyguards quickly teamed up with airport security to keep the frenzied fans at bay, maintaining a safe distance from Zheng Yufan. Throughout the process, Zheng Yufan walked out under the protection of his bodyguards, never once glancing at the enthusiastic fans. In fact, there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Yufan. Suddenly, a little girl, taking advantage of her small size, slipped past the security guard and rushed to Zheng Yufan, holding a pink box in her hands. "Yufan, inside are 1,000 origami cranes I folded for you, each with a message I want to tell you. I'm giving it to you now." The little girl ran while presenting the pink box. However, Zheng Yufan didn't even look at her and quickened his pace. Seeing this, the little girl hurriedly chased after him. But a tall bodyguard noticed the situation and rudely pushed her back into the crowd. The little girl, only 167 centimeters tall and weighing less than 90 pounds, lost her balance from the push, and the pink box flew out of her hands, scattering colorful origami cranes all over the ground. The frenzied fans following behind didn't stop. They cruelly stepped on the cranes as they passed. Some even mocked the little girl. "You think you can get close to Yufan with this? Save it. I tell you, you better not have scared Yufan, or you're dead meat." They not only didn't blame the indifferent Zheng Yufan or the rude security guard, but also scolded the little girl for possibly scaring Zheng Yufan. Isn't this a bit pathological? The key was that the fans behind were still rushing forward. The little girl, who had fallen to the ground, didn't get up, which could easily cause a stampede. Seeing this, Zhang Mu finally couldn't hold back. Chapter 61. The smile stiffened on his face. Zhang Mu rushed into the crowd. Using the enhanced strength from the system's modifications, swiftly pulled up the terrified little girl who was crying loudly, and with his other hand, he blocked the advancing crowd, stopping dozens of people in their tracks. The little girl was truly frightened, clinging tightly to Zhang Mu, her frail body trembling. It's okay. Zhang Mu gently patted her back and then handed her over to Yi Zhiqiu. He took a few big steps forward to block Zheng Yufan's path. "Is this how you treat your fans? What is the problem?" Being blocked, Zheng Yufan felt annoyed. As for the little girl who had fallen, He thought, heh, I haven't even scolded her for being stupid yet. If a stampede had really happened today, some media would definitely use this incident to slander him. Yufan, in public. Watch your words. At that moment, a woman who looked like a manager from his team walked over and tugged at Zhang Yufan's sleeve. She then looked at Zhang Mu and said in a very casual manner, young man, put away your little thoughts. Our Yufan has been filming overnight recently. Sleeping only 2 hours in 3 days. This time coming to Zhonghai is for a public performance. He wants to present his best state to the fans. So he is in a hurry to leave and go back to the hotel to catch up on sleep, not because of your so-called indifference to fans. As for that little girl, she clearly fell on her own. It has nothing to do with Yufan. Zhang Mu. Do you think I'm blind? Although Zhang Yufan was wearing a mask, it was still clear that he looked perfectly fine, without a hint of fatigue. Does this look like someone who has only slept 2 hours in 3 days? Not a single punctuation mark of that was believable. The little girl falling down was even more ridiculous. The eyes of the crowd are sharp, okay? Zhang Mu turned to the crowd. As long as everyone can stand up to testify, they can slap the manager. However, those girls seem to have made an agreement. Wow, brother Yufan. You only slept for 2 hours in 3 days. Woo woo woo. You are really too hard on yourself. Don't mind us. Go back to the hotel and rest. Yes, brother Yufan, please take care of yourself. Brother Yufan, we will always love you. Also, that little girl fell by herself. It has nothing to do with brother Yufan. Please don't try to pin this on him. It won't work. Not only will it not work, but it will also make people feel extremely disgusted. Zhang Mu, truly delusional. One by one, they seem to have lost their minds. The so-called fans are more like disciples. Zhang Mu had nothing to say. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan, who was completely on his side, squinted his eyes and stared at Zhang Mu, sneering coldly. I remember you. It was obvious that this guy was a petty person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. When he goes back, he will distort the facts of what happened today, edit it into a short video, and post it online. He would have fans condemn Zhang Mu. Subsequently, there would be doxing and online bullying. In short, those who had offended him before ended up very badly. Alright, I won't remember you either. But Zhang Mu was also quite tough. If it were before, he definitely wouldn't have the confidence to confront a star. But now he had a system. Why would he be afraid of an actor? Young and accomplished, not insecure, okay? After a small episode, the struggle between the two had just begun. Soon, under the escort of bodyguards, Zhang Yufan left the airport. The fanatics dispersed. Finally, it was quiet. Zhang Mu slightly raised the corners of his mouth, deep in thought. Yi Zhiqiu, who was beside him, remained silent, waiting quietly for her older brother's return. 10 minutes later, her brother Yi Honghu appeared in the passenger passage. At 185 meters tall and weighing 210 pounds, he looked like a bear. Extremely eye-catching. Brother, Yi Zhiqiu, who had a very close relationship with her older brother since childhood, warmly welcomed him. Unexpectedly, Yi Honghu completely ignored her presence and walked straight to Zhang Mu, sizing him up from head to toe. As a fitness enthusiast, he immediately noticed that Zhang Mu's physique was unusual. He even playfully squeezed Zhang Mu's arm muscle and the impressive 8-pack abs. TSK, very satisfying. You kid are impressive, no wonder my sister likes you. Only a physique like yours can handle her. After the evaluation, you're my brother. Zhang Mu, Yi Zhiqiu, brother. What are you talking about? If you can't speak properly, just don't. Alright, I won't say anything. If I do, someone's face will turn as red as a monkey's butt. Let's go home for dinner. Mom and dad and the relatives are waiting. Yi Honghu casually draped his arm over Zhang Mu's shoulder and walked out. Zhang Mu's heart sank. Relatives? What the heck? The journey was silent. Half an hour later, a Land Rover pulled into the parking lot of a restaurant. Huh, didn't you say we were going home for dinner? We called some relatives. The house is too small to fit everyone. Yi Honghu boldly got out of the car, then hurriedly waved to Zhang Mu, brother-in-law. Hurry up. Once we get past this hurdle, we'll be family. Zhang Mu. What the hell? I have a bad feeling about this. Yi Zhiqiu. She was also a bit anxious, completely unaware of how her brother and parents had arranged things. Upon entering the restaurant, the hostess led the three to the largest banquet hall on the second floor. The banquet hall was festively decorated, with red double happiness characters everywhere. Did we walk into the wrong place? This can't be someone else's wedding, right? Zhang Mu and Yi Zhiqiu exchanged glances, both wanting to turn around and leave. However, Yi Honghu, who was last in line, pushed them in with a mischievous smile. We're already at the door. What are you hesitating for? Mom and dad and the relatives are all waiting. What? Relatives? Earlier, Zhang Mu learned from Yi Honghu that some relatives had come over. He thought it would be just a few distant relatives, probably not more than 20 people. But now, in the festive banquet hall, there were at least 30 to 40 tables. Each table seated 10 people, which meant 300 to 400 people. This scale, this setup. Damn, what's the difference from a wedding? How careless. If I had known, I would have asked clearly before agreeing. Zhang Mu's smile froze on his face as he recalled the fear of being controlled by Ye's mom that night. Yi Zhiqiu's expression was equally awkward. She knew her parents' personalities and that they would create a grand scene, but she never expected it to be this grand. 300 to 400 people. All the relatives must have come, right? Is it really the rhythm of holding a wedding on site? Is it too late to change into a wedding dress now? Chapter 62. You drink. As Zhang Mu and Yi Zhiqiu appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, the gazes of hundreds of relatives shot toward them. Meanwhile, more than a dozen children were running around the tables like butterflies, shouting, "The bride is coming! The bride is coming!" Zhang Mu, Yi Zhiqiu, the two were frozen at the entrance. How old are these kids? Can't they be shy? At this moment, Ye's mom and dad in festive clothing walked up. The smiles on their faces bloomed like flowers. Yi dad exuded a strong scholarly aura, looking at Zhang Mu, then at Yi Zhiqiu, and then back at Zhang Mu, finally saying, "Daughter, aren't you going to introduce us?" "What is there to introduce? Just call him son-in-law." The fierce Yi mom said, "No explanation needed." "Mom, I've already told you, Zhang Mu and I." Yi Zhiqiu was left speechless. "Oh, you're already trying to turn your elbow out before even getting married." Yi mom interrupted directly, waving her hand. "All right, I know it's your first love. So you're shy? Today, you don't have to do anything. Mom will take care of everything for you." After saying that, she enthusiastically took Zhang Mu's hand. "Little Zhang, I knew you were coming for dinner today. All the relatives are here, and I will introduce you properly later." "Zhang Mu, it's just a meal. Why such a big deal? No one else is like this." Time passed, and Yi mom unceremoniously dragged Zhang Mu's hand, introducing him table by table. Fortunately, Zhang Mu had decent mental fortitude, smiling as he followed whatever Yi mom asked him to say. After a round, he appeared to be the favored son-in-law of the Yi family. In fact, Zhang Mu was internally resistant. However, since Yi dad and Yi mom had made such a big fuss, with decorations and all the relatives called over, if he denied his relationship with Yi Zhiqiu at this moment, it would be like slapping her in the face. So his words were sweet. "Grandpa, grandma, uncle, auntie, 7 aunts and 8 uncles. What do elders like most?" Sweet-talking younger generations. Suddenly, various blessings were thrown at him, such as, "Wishing you early offspring." Zhang Mu, Yi Zhiqiu, the face of this mature woman turned bright red. Moreover, she realized that under the current circumstances, she couldn't deny it. So, she had no choice but to walk to her mom's side and whisper, "Mom, that's enough. Don't scare Zhang Mu." Yi mom shot her a look. "This is just the beginning. I think little Zhang has the courage. Come on, you shouldn't be idle. Shout along with little Zhang." After greeting the relatives, they could start the meal. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback, her pretty face turning even redder. "It's better not to explain. The more I explain, the more awkward it becomes." Soon, after a round of greetings, they could finally start the meal. Zhang Mu and Yi Zhiqiu took their seats at the main table. "Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect my mom to make such a big fuss. Just bear with it for now, and I'll find a chance to take you away later." Yi Zhiqiu whispered to Zhang Mu. She felt really sorry for him deep down. Zhang Mu smiled. This wasn't Yi Zhiqiu's fault. It could only be said that her mom was too formidable. And she said there was no relationship at all, whispering sweet nothings in front of so many people. "Daughter, oh daughter, can you still hide it from me?" Yi Zhiqiu's mother, standing nearby, saw the intimate exchange between Yi Zhiqiu and Zhang Mu and felt delighted. Then, a loud voice rang out. "Waitstaff, it's time to serve the dishes. Relatives, today is the joyous day for my daughter Yi Zhiqiu and Zhang Mu. So everyone must eat and drink well." Zhang Mu. Yi Zhiqiu? The shock was deafening. Strictly speaking, this was only the first time they had come for a meal. How did it turn into a joyous occasion? So, love doesn't even need to be talked about. They are getting married directly. However, at this point, they were clearly in a difficult position. There was no other choice but to take it step by step. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Zhang Mu had a decent drinking capacity and shared a drink with the elders. Yi Zhiqiu, who was completely in the role of a little wife beside him, secretly felt anxious for Zhang Mu. The elders were too enthusiastic, and if they kept drinking like this, something was bound to happen. However, what worried her the most was that her mom and older brother were plotting something not far away. It surely wasn't anything good. Sure enough, not long after, a man in a shirt stood up. "Uncle, Auntie, today is Zhiqiu's joyous day, and I should be happy. But I have some words that I can't keep bottled up. Can I share them?" Of course, Ye's mother was afraid he wouldn't speak. The man in the shirt nodded and said solemnly, "I have liked Zhiqiu for many years." What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu was a bit confused. Was this ruining the event? Who would have thought? Me too. I have liked Zhiqiu for many years. So have I. With that, 7 or 8 young men stood up in succession. In fact, it was very normal. With Yi Zhiqiu's looks and figure, it would be strange if she didn't have admirers. However, to say such things in this situation seemed a bit inappropriate, right? In an instant, the festive atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Ye's father quickly tried to stop this, thinking where did these people come from? They weren't even his relatives. But he was pulled back by Ye's mother and Yi Honghu. The two were smiling and not the least bit worried about these uninvited guests ruining the occasion. Old Yi, the good show is starting. Let's see how our son-in-law performs. Ye's mother even secretly nudged Ye's father. Ye's father was in a daze, realizing that it was Ye's mother and Yi Honghu's doing. Since everyone had spoken up, he certainly couldn't stop them. You all decide what to do, he said after being nudged by Ye's mother. It's very simple. We've pursued Jiqiu for so many years and all failed, so today we want to drink well with the victor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the shirt walked towards Zhang Mu with 2 bottles of liquor. The remaining guys followed closely, each with 2 bottles. The atmosphere was fierce. Wang Ping, are you guys crazy? With so many people, do you want to drink Zhang Mu to death? Seeing this, Yi Jiqiu immediately intervened, stepping in front of Zhang Mu. This is ridiculous. 1 person 2 bottles. 8 people means 16 bottles. And looking at their momentum, it's not just 1 or 2 bottles per person. If it's not 80 bottles, it won't be finished. Which meant Zhang Mu had to drink around 100 bottles. Who could handle that? In the past, Zhang Mu would definitely have been intimidated. But let us not forget, he now had a system. The previously unused 1000 cups no intoxication experience card hadn't been used yet, right? Hehe. No problem. Everyone is happy. I'll drink with you. Chapter 63. A normal woman, a man with a system, is different. Tough. Not to mention those 8 guys who had secretly liked Yi Jiqiu over the years. Even if it were 80 or 800, bring them all on. Zhang Mu was not intimidated at all. But Yi Jiqiu had no idea about this. Hearing that Zhang Mu wanted to drink with everyone scared her. Zhang Mu, don't mind them. In the eyes of others, this was undoubtedly a little wife worrying about her husband. Ye's mother felt pleased in her heart and stepped forward. Daughter, let the men drink. We shouldn't interfere. Come, let us go to the side. Mom wants to share some post-marriage experiences with you. With that, she unceremoniously pulled Yi Jiqiu away. This was the final test that she and her son Yi Honghu had come up with together. Drinking capacity is character. She wanted to see what Zhang Mu's character was really like. For this, they certainly couldn't let Yi Jiqiu ruin things. Yi Jiqiu looked worriedly at Zhang Mu, who could only hope for the best. Zhang Mu secretly activated the 1000 cups no intoxication experience card and gave Yi Jiqiu a reassuring look. Then, when it came to drinking, he had to put on a show. Brothers, how do you want to drink? Let's each finish a bottle first. Is that okay? The man in the shirt named Wang Ping could hardly wait, opening a bottle and gulping it down. No problem. Zhang Mu smiled and picked up a bottle. Soon, 1 bottle was finished. The second, the third, until all 8 of them had their turn. Zhang Mu was still lively and even took a couple of bites of food in between. Good. Someone shouted, and applause erupted. Although the amount of 8 bottles of liquor might seem trivial in some places, drinking 8 bottles in one go without changing expression was impressive. Ye's mother was beaming. Her son-in-law truly brought her pride. Ye's father, who usually enjoyed a couple of drinks, was also increasingly satisfied seeing how well his son-in-law could drink. Brother, great drinking capacity. At this moment, Wang Ping opened another bottle, thinking after 1 round, Zhang Mu should be about to collapse. Who would have thought he was completely fine? Since that's the case, he couldn't back down. Today, either we drink you down, or we keep the bride. Okay, Zhang Mu answered firmly. Since they had started showing off, they had to go all the way. Before long, the second round was finished. Then came the third, fourth, and by the 5th round, 3 of the 8 guys couldn't take it anymore. After the 6th round, 2 more fell out. By the 7th round, only Wang Ping was left standing. In fact, Wang Ping was also nearly done. His head was pounding, but he was forcing himself to hold on. In contrast, Zhang Mu took a bite of food. Burp. Aside from feeling a bit bloated, he was completely fine. Bro, I see the others can't handle it anymore. How about we just go head to head? Wang Ping, holding on, had a bad premonition, but he still replied, what do you mean by head to head? 1 bottle at a time isn't enough. Let us do 10 bottles first. And then we'll talk. How about that? Wang Ping thought he only had half a bottle left in him. Drinking 10 more would probably knock him out. But a man can't back down. Besides, he was the one who initiated this challenge. Fine, 10 it is. Wang Ping steeled himself, gulping down half a bottle. He ended up spewing everywhere. Zhang Mu, adhering to the excellent dining table habit of not wasting, not only finished the 10 bottles he opened, but also drank the remaining 9 bottles Wang Ping had opened. Wang Ping. Ye's father and mother. Relatives. Wow, how can someone drink so much? They must be looking for a big wine fairy as a son-in-law. Mom, you must be satisfied now. Yi Jiqiu finally retorted and hurried to find some milk to help Zhang Mu sober up. But Yi Mom grabbed her again. Xiaozhang isn't even drunk. What are you trying to sober him up for? Furthermore, as a seasoned person, let me tell you, you found a treasure this time. What treasure? Yi Jiqiu instinctively asked. Yi Mom chuckled. Look, Xiaozhang has probably drunk 70 or 80 bottles, and not only is he not drunk, But he doesn't even have to pee. What does this indicate? It indicates that his kidney function is strong. Daughter, you're in luck. Honestly, I was worried that no man could handle your figure, but now, mom is completely at ease. Yi Zhiqiu, a fierce mom, needs no explanation. This meal lasted nearly 3 hours. Finally, it was over. Yi mom, with a beaming smile, told Yi Zhiqiu to take Zhang Mu home to rest. Yi Zhiqiu vehemently disagreed. What if they cause a ruckus after getting home? She would be utterly embarrassed. So, she pretended to agree. But as soon as they went downstairs and got in the car, she decisively fled with Zhang Mu, leaving Yi mom, Yi dad, and Yi brother behind. The three were left in disarray in the wind. Who are they? Where are they? What are they doing? Ah, indeed, a girl can't stay at home. But young people, it's understandable. They need their own personal space. Yi mom sighed a few times. Then her gaze suddenly focused on Yi Honghu. Honghu, now that your sister Zhiqiu's lifelong affair has been settled, don't you, as her brother and a single dog, feel a little embarrassed? I'm telling you, this time back home, don't think about going out anymore. Starting tomorrow, I'll arrange blind dates for you. No, we'll start tonight. I'm calling Ma Andy's daughter right now. As she spoke, Yi mom grabbed Yi Honghu's hand. Yi Honghu. What the hell? It feels like this was a setup from the start. All the way back to Yulan Bay. The validity of the 1,000 cups without getting drunk experience card had expired. Although there were no side effects and he hardly felt any alcohol, 70 or 80 bottles were still substantial. Zhang Mu felt uncomfortable with a bloated stomach and was walking unsteadily. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu hurriedly supported Zhang Mu with an apologetic look. Their bodies pressed closely together. And Zhang Mu could feel the changes in Yi Zhiqiu's voluptuous figure, along with a faint scent that wafted into his nostrils. He suddenly felt a bit restless. Then he stiffened, especially in certain areas. The worst part was that Yi Zhiqiu inadvertently touched the most affected area. Having never been in a relationship or had such intimate contact with the opposite sex, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly felt an extremely strange tingling sensation. Her heart raced. She felt like a deer in headlights. Her face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall her mom's fierce theories about peak periods coinciding and Xiao Zhang's strong kidney function being able to handle her figure. You know, Yi Zhiqiu is a normal woman too. Since she is normal, she has needs. But, can Zhang Mu really handle it? A few minutes later, they entered the duplex apartment. Chapter 64. 100 million. After entering, Zhang Mu couldn't hold it anymore and rushed to the bathroom. Yi Zhiqiu sat on the sofa, her cheeks a bit hot. To be honest, given her age, she was indeed at the age for marriage. And with Zhang Mu's conditions, it was impossible for Yi Zhiqiu not to feel a little moved. Especially after today's antics from her mom and brother, Yi Zhiqiu felt much more favorable towards Zhang Mu. It also meant that she was not resistant to dating Zhang Mu. But the key is, who will break that layer of glass? Since she was strong-willed since childhood and had grown into a strong woman in everyone's eyes, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't accept taking the initiative. It would be best if Zhang Mu could speak first. But the problem was, did Zhang Mu have feelings for her? He should, right? Otherwise, why would he cooperate with her after all her mom's shenanigans today? And he even drank so much. But he is so young. Would he like an older woman like her? Her mind was in a mess. This mature lady couldn't control her wild thoughts. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, after finishing, Zhang Mu suddenly received a call from his best friend Zhou Fei. Hey, you little rascal, how are you so famous now? You're trending, you know? What trending? Zhang Mu didn't understand. Zhou Fei, too lazy to waste time, directly sent a link on WeChat. Zhang Mu opened the link and wow. Isn't this the incident that happened at the airport this morning? But the video was clearly edited. The edited video content, the little girl giving a gift deliberately fell down. And Zhang Mu was the accomplice of the little girl, stepping in to confront Zheng Yufan, trying to create a smear. Currently, the video's views had already surpassed 3 million, ranking 17th on Today as trending list. After glancing at the comments, they were horrifying. Zheng Yufan's fans were cursing Zhang Mu like crazy. Hey, what is going on? I see some of Zheng Yufan's fans are ready to dox you. Zhou Fei, who was slacking off, accidentally saw this trending topic and was shocked, immediately calling Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu took a deep breath. Zhou Fei, do you think I'm that kind of person? Shouldn't he be? What do you mean should be not? The situation is completely not like that, okay? Zhang Mu felt more nauseated than if he had eaten a fly. He thought Zheng Yufan would retaliate against him, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. And in this way, what do you mean it's not like that? What is going on? Zhou Fei on the other end was a bit confused. The video posted online was processed. It wasn't the complete video, and that actor twisted the facts. Zhang Mu briefly explained what happened at the airport today. Damn, that's disgusting. Zhou Fei couldn't help but curse. This matter definitely can't just end like this. Of course not. Who are we disgusting? Zhang Mu decided to post the complete video online. Zhou Fei raised both hands in agreement. The complete video must be posted so everyone can see Zheng Yufan's true colors. However, this complete video needs to be retrieved from airport surveillance. It's unlikely for an ordinary person to gain access. They probably wouldn't even get into the airport monitoring room. I'm telling you, Zhang Mu, we need to find someone to help. It's best if this person has some connections, otherwise, it's hard to retrieve the surveillance from the airport. Zhang Mu nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment, he had someone in mind. If it's the richest person in Zhonghai, the airport would definitely release the surveillance. Don't even say wait a minute. Who are you talking about? Zhou Fei suddenly shivered, almost dropping his phone. The richest person in Zhonghai? Do you know the richest person in Zhonghai? Zhang Mu didn't answer, hung up the phone, and instead dialed Zhanan's number. On the other end, in the of Kuaiyu headquarters, seeing the edited video posted online, netizens were overwhelmingly cursing Zhang Mu. There were all sorts of harsh words. Zheng Yufan felt extremely pleased. Anyone who offended him shouldn't expect a good outcome. He seemed to foresee Zhang Mu and Zhang Mu's family living a miserable life after being cyberbullied. My little ancestor, haven't you finished your makeup yet? Suddenly, the manager pushed the door in. As one of the most popular live streaming platforms today, almost all the stars in the entertainment industry have accounts on Kuaiyu. In a society where traffic is king, making money through sales is the way to go. Just after arriving in Zhonghai and taking a short break, the manager got Zheng Yufan a notice. He will be live streaming with the hottest female streamer on Kuaiyu. The so-called popular female streamer on Kuaiyu is a Z. Ever since she got close to Zhang Mu, her popularity has remained high. Other female streamers on the platform are envious and secretly try to contact Zhang Mu, but unfortunately, he hasn't logged into his Kuaiyu account for a long time and is completely unaware. All right, Yinjie, don't be anxious. Startled by the intrusion of her manager, Zheng Yufan finally came to his senses and quickly put on a rather feminine makeup. It's quite eye-catching. To put it bluntly, he looks a bit sissy. But the current young girls just love this look. After more than 10 minutes, Zheng Yufan went downstairs. Since a Z is an outdoor streamer, today's livestream theme is shopping. The company arranged a car for a Z and Zheng Yufan to go to the global center. Zheng Yufan's persona is that of a warm man. As the livestream started, he warmly greeted the audience in the livestream room, and then gentlemanly opened the front passenger door to let a Z in. Since a Z was wearing a short skirt, he even specially asked the staff for a jacket to cover her up. Wow, Yufan Gij is so warm and gentlemanly. Little streamer, aren't you moved? You're definitely going to fall for Yufan Gij. With that said, I actually think the little streamer and Yufan Gij are quite a match. Really, handsome guy and beautiful girl, super eye-catching. Many fans of Zheng Yufan flooded into the live stream room, frantically spamming the chat, cheering for Zheng Yufan and a Z to team up. Zheng Yufan saw the comments. Didn't he say anything, but in his heart, he sneered. What are they thinking? A little streamer wanting to team up with him? Does she deserve it? Though she is quite pretty, she has a good figure too. It's worth considering to play around. But as for anything serious, forget it. Little did he know, a ZNT thought about it at all. Zheng Yufan is indeed a star in the entertainment industry, handsome, with many fans, and his words and actions are very warm. But compared to Zhang Mu, he is simply incomparable. They are not on the same level at all. After the system transformation, Zhang Mu's sunny and handsome appearance is miles ahead of this sissy. And in terms of wealth, there's no need to mention it. Even though Zheng Yufan, as a star, can earn tens of millions a year, he is still left with nothing compared to Zhang Mu. A car alone costs over 100 million. What do you have to compare with? It's no wonder that some feminists come to such conclusions. How could a woman protected by a lion fall in love with a dog? Clearly, Zheng Yufan is just a dog, yet he still feels good about himself. Chapter 65. Shouldn't offend. As the livestream began, the company arranged a Ferrari 812, priced at around 6 million. The warm man persona of Zheng Yufan was responsible for driving. Beautiful streamer, how do you think my driving skills are? Not bad. A Z casually replied, her attention focused on the VIP seat in the livestream room. The reason for her focus on the VIP seat was simple. She was observing whether Zhang Mu had come to watch her livestream. Unfortunately, still no sign of him. This girl inevitably felt a wave of disappointment. Zhang Yufan spoke up again, smiling. Hee, thanks for the compliment. Do you know why my driving skills are so good? A Z? What the hell? I didn't compliment you. Can we change the topic to something less awkward? It's like asking someone if they've eaten, then asking what they ate. So awkward. But who cares? He's a star after all. And since it's in her own live stream room, she naturally has to support him. I don't know. Why are your driving skills so good? Do you drive often? Not really. I just happened to buy a Ferrari 812 last month, so I'm more familiar with it. Zheng Yufan pretended it was casual, showing off in a low-key way. Wow, Yufan Gij is amazing. The Ferrari 812 is super cool. Yufan Gij. Can I sit in the passenger seat? Fans of Zheng Yufan in the livestream room naturally flooded the chat with compliments. However, a Z replied lightly, oh, and left it at that, as if a supercar worth over 6 million had no allure for her at all. After all, the little streamer had already been in a supercar worth over 100 million. Who would still care about a 6 million Ferrari? Even the viewers in the live stream room were too lazy to comment. Kid, you want to play it low-key? But you've encountered a big shot-ass woman. The arrogant Zhang Gij will teach you a lesson in no time. Subsequently, the live stream became quite dull. Arriving at the luxury store in the global center, Zhang Yufan pretended to be experienced and knowledgeable, introducing various luxury clothing and branded bags to Az. However, Az had no interest at all. The viewers in the live stream room were also too lazy to send comments. After all, the previous shopping trip where Zhang Mu took Az to the global center, with a lavish spending spree, had already left a deep impression in everyone's minds. The current little antics felt like a child's play, totally boring. Some even felt like dozing off, especially since Zhang Yufan was smugly leading Az into a DuPont lighter store, wanting her to help pick a lighter. Beautiful streamer. Don't be nervous, take your time choosing. Although these DuPont lighters are quite expensive, with my financial capacity, I can still afford them. Zhang Yufan thought he was being low-key while showing off. However, Az, the viewers in the live stream room, they had already seen a DuPont lighter encrusted with diamonds worth over 100 million. Who would still be nervous about this? In short, the response to this live stream was quite disappointing. The subsequent sales were even a complete failure, except for Zhang Yufan's fans buying things. The other viewers in the live stream room ignored it. After all, they had mostly come for the arrogant Zhang. Who has time to watch a star live streaming for sales? The key point is that Zhang Yufan was particularly awkward. Several times he tried to play it low-key, only to be slapped in the face repeatedly. After the live stream ended, Zhang Yufan instantly turned dark-faced. Yunjia, don't accept such small announcements in the future. The manager nodded, thinking the same. Unexpectedly, a staff member from the Kuayu platform responsible for this live stream promotion walked over and coldly smiled. If you don't accept such small announcements in the future, even if you want to accept them, you won't be able to. This is a breach of contract letter, sign it, and then get out quickly. Slap. A breach of contract letter was ruthlessly slapped on the table. Zhang Yufan was stunned. The manager was also stunned. What the hell? Where did this breach of contract letter come from? The confused manager hurriedly picked up the letter and glanced at it, nearly scaring himself to death. The breach of contract letter clearly stated, due to Zhang Yufan's negative news causing an impact on the Kuayu platform, Zhang Yufan must pay a breach of contract compensation of 10 million to the Kuayu platform. Director, this must be a misunderstanding, right? The manager was so scared that he stuttered. Nowadays, relevant departments are strictly cracking down on exorbitant appearance fees for stars. 10 million for a star like Zhang Yufan, although not life-threatening, is definitely a serious blow. Moreover, this breach of contract letter came out of nowhere, due to Zhang Yufan's negative news causing an impact on the Kuayu platform. A face full of question marks? What negative news does our Yufan have? To their surprise, the Kuayu platform staff couldn't be bothered to explain and directly handed over a phone. The phone screen clearly displayed today's Weibo trending topics. Among them was, restoring the airport incident. Zhang Yufan, is this how you treat your fans? The second one, Beast Zhang Yufan organizes fans for group activities offline, including a minor. The third one, shocking. Before his debut, Zhang Yufan was raised by a mysterious old lady. The fourth one, ironclad evidence. Before and after comparison photos of Zhang Yufan's plastic surgery. There are also the fourth and fifth points, totaling 9 trending searches. Goodness, this guy almost occupies half of the trending list. The key is that each trending search is not without reason. Before debuting, Zhang Yufan had undergone plastic surgery and was supported by a wealthy woman in her 60s. After becoming famous, he organized group activities offline. Boom. Seeing these trending searches was like a bolt from the blue hitting Zhang Yufan. He was so scared that he was at a loss, his soul fleeing. The manager beside him tried to stay calm, but no matter how hard she tried, it was impossible. One negative trending search was enough to ruin a star's future, let alone 9 with such a poor reputation. It's feared that Zhang Yufan is completely finished. Sure enough, not long after, the entertainment company he signed with called. Zhang Yufan, did I offend you? I gave you the best announcement, and this is how you repay me? I'm telling you, our contract is now terminated, and you will have to pay all the penalties from advertisers yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Yufan was so scared that he wet himself. Mr. Huang, please don't abandon me. No matter what I did wrong, I can change, can't I? Damn it, did you do something wrong? You offended someone you shouldn't have. Slap. The call ended coldly. Zhang Yufan slumped to the ground. Offended someone he shouldn't have? When? Who did he offend? Could it be him? The figure of Zhang Mu gradually emerged in his mind. Chapter 66. A bit excessive. Zhang Mu merely made a call to Zhenan, hoping the other party could help retrieve the surveillance footage from the airport this morning. Unexpectedly, after understanding the situation, Zhenan not only retrieved the airport surveillance footage, but also brought in the most professional team to dig up all of Zhang Yufan's dirt. 9 trending searches arranged. Zhang Yufan couldn't possibly escape this. Sure enough, the scandal surrounding Zhang Yufan grew larger, and the entertainment industry was fully attacking him. Major advertisers came knocking, demanding a total compensation of 3.5 billion. 3.5 billion. Not only had it drained Zhang Yufan's entire savings, forcing him to sell everything, but he also accrued a mountain of debt. As for Zhang Mu, seeing the news reports about Zhang Yufan, he was quite shocked. After all, he had planned carefully on how to deal with Zhang Yufan. And this? Damn, it's as if I haven't even made a move, and you've already fallen. It's really meaningless. On the other hand, the figure of Zhang Mu gradually appeared in Zhang Yufan's mind. Zhang Yufan was completely stunned. After all, in his impression, he hadn't offended anyone recently, except for the incident that occurred at the airport when he came to Zhonghai today. Could it be that the person he offended was him? No, that's impossible. But he quickly bit his tongue, denying that thought. Zhang Yufan couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. After all, Zhang Mu seemed so ordinary. All right, I know what you're thinking, but don't think about it. It's definitely not that person. At this moment, the furious manager's eyes flickered a few times. She also didn't believe that the big shot Zhang Yufan offended was Zhang Mu. Someone must have used Zhang Mu as a gun to attack Zhang Yufan. Sister Yun, what should we do now? Think of a way. I don't want to just be finished like this. I still want to make a lot of money. It's no exaggeration to say that Zhang Yufan was made famous by his manager. So right now, Sister Yun was indeed his last lifeline. It must be said that this manager named Sister Yun was indeed quite capable. After calming down, she first hired a large number of internet trolls to conduct an organized whitewashing of Zhang Yufan. Then, she thoughtfully contacted a big shot, Zhu Yifan, the vice president of Juntian Group. It's worth noting that the public welfare performance Zhang Yufan came to Zhonghai for was organized by the entertainment company under Juntian Group. Top singers and actors in Huaxia would attend. This shows the significant position of Juntian Entertainment in the Huaxia entertainment industry. If Vice President Zhu Yifan could think of a way, perhaps the attack from the entertainment circle could be lifted. More than half an hour later, in a cafe in Zhonghai, Sister Yun and Zhang Yufan met Zhu Yifan, who was slightly plump and somewhat balding. Mr. Zhu, I'm so glad you could come. Sister Yun quickly stood up with a flattering smile. Is there something that can't be said over the phone? Zhu Yifan's expression was somewhat indifferent. If it weren't for Sister Yun's parents helping him when he was young, he wouldn't have come to meet a small character like Zhang Yufan at his current status. Mr. Zhu, I'm worried some things can't be explained clearly over the phone, so. All right, just get to the point. Okay, Mr. Zhu. Here's the thing. One of my artists seems to have offended some big shot, leading to a full-on attack from the entertainment industry. So could you help us with this? Sister Yun said cautiously, while skillfully handing over a check. Zhu Yifan glanced at the amount on the check, 5 million. Zhu Yifan then showed a slight smile and silently accepted the check. But he said, I shouldn't interfere with matters in your entertainment industry. Sister Yun? Zhang Yufan. Since you shouldn't interfere, why accept the check? But Sister Yun hurriedly added, Mr. Zhu, with your current status and position, if you want to resolve the issue, it shouldn't be a problem at all. Zhu Yifan nodded, looking pleased, then squeezed out a lewd smile, glancing at Sister Yun and then at Zhang Yufan. Fine, if you want me to help, it's not impossible. It just depends on your sincerity. I have a suite at a hotel next door. In 10 minutes, I'll send the room number to your phone. After saying this, he gave another lewd smile and turned to leave. Zhang Yufan almost threw up. What sincerity? Isn't this just the so-called unspoken rules? To be honest, if it weren't for Zhu Yifan's status, he would just be a greasy middle-aged bald man. Just thinking about being under someone like him made him feel sick. But to avoid being finished and to make money in the entertainment industry again. Sister Yun, the overall situation is more important. If we can get through this, the money we earn in the future will change from a 50-50 split to 60-40. You get 60, and I get 40. Zhang Yufan took a deep breath and looked firmly at his manager. Sister Yun's mouth twitched slightly, her expression complex as she said, Is that really how you think? The overall situation is more important? Yes. Good. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Sister Yun stepped forward and patted Zhang Yufan's shoulder, saying solemnly, If we can get through this, let us stick to the 50-50 split. I want to take more. Sister Yun, all right, it's settled then. Sister Yun, you're really good to me. Sister Yun didn't respond, grabbed her bag, and walked outside. 2 minutes later, she returned with a pair of stockings and a bottle of olive oil. Huh. Sister Yun, why did you buy oil? Zhang Yufan frowned slightly. The stockings were understandable, but the olive oil felt a bit excessive. It's for your own good. Sister Yun's face showed a hint of worry. For my own good? Zhang Yufan was completely dumbfounded. All right, enough of that. Grab your things. Mr. Zhu has already sent the room number. Hurry up and go up. Don't keep him waiting. Zhang Yufan's face was full of question marks. Go up. Yes, Mr. Zhu has some special preferences. As Sister Yun's words fell, Zhang Yufan felt like he was about to crack. What the heck, special preferences? To put it bluntly, isn't it just being gay? Gross. So it turns out he was the one being subjected to the unspoken rules, not Sister Yun. Suddenly, Zhang Yufan couldn't help but shiver, his stomach churning and goosebumps rising all over his body. Yufan, Sister Yun has high hopes for you. And besides, you said it yourself, the big picture is what matters. Right? Seeing this, Sister Yun stepped forward to comfort him, handing Zhang Yufan a plastic bag containing stockings and olive oil. Zhang Yufan thought, I used to think the olive oil was excessive. Now looking at the stockings again, damn, what does this greasy bald man want with stockings? This is even more excessive. Chapter 67. Young girl in the end. The big picture matters. Zhang Yufan really didn't want to give up the lucrative days in the entertainment industry. He endured humiliation and entered Zhu Yifan's hotel room. Damn, they call it a room. But it's actually a themed room, okay? Whips, leather outfits, and candles. Zhang Yufan felt like he wanted to die. But in order not to be blacklisted and to continue making money in the entertainment industry, he gritted his teeth and went for it. Before long, a song that was particularly fitting started playing in the room. Chrysanthemums wither, the ground is full of sorrow. Your smile has turned yellow. As the yellow falls, one is heartbroken, my thoughts quietly lie. Zhang Yufan. An hour later, he was holding back tears, looking at the greasy Uncle Zhu Yifan. Mr. Zhu, I'm now yours, you have to help me. Zhu Yifan was contentedly smoking a post-activity cigarette. Don't worry, it's just a matter of my word. As soon as he said this, he called one of his trusted aides. To be honest, if it were any other trouble, with Zhu Yifan's status, it would indeed be just a matter of his word. But Zhang Yufan had offended Zhang Mu, the second shareholder of Juntian Group. Slap. Before long, the aide called back. After learning the truth, Zhu Yifan was almost dumbfounded and unceremoniously slapped Zhang Yufan. Mr. Zhu, what are you doing? Zhang Yufan covered his face, feeling quite wronged. What am I doing? I didn't offend you, did I? You're the one looking for death. Why drag me down? Zhu Yifan's face turned dark, and he slapped him again. Zhang Yufan felt even more wronged. Mr. Zhu, I didn't look for death. You offended Chairman Zhang. Isn't that looking for death? Chairman Zhang? Yes. Do you know why you were blacklisted in the entertainment industry? Because the person you offended is our Juntian Group's second shareholder. Boom. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufan felt like he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't move at all and gradually slumped to the ground. Damn, luckily I discovered it in time, otherwise, you would have killed me. Zhang Yufan, I'm telling you, today, we have never met, and nothing happened. With another reprimand, Zhu Yifan got out of bed, dressed, and prepared to leave. Zhang Yufan, seeing this, suddenly shivered and crawled over to hug Zhu Yifan's thigh. Chrysanthemums wither, the ground is full of sorrow. We've already done everything, and you tell me we've never met, nothing happened? Mr. Zhu, you can't leave, you must save me. Save your mother. Zhu Yifan was furious and kicked him away. Mr. Zhu. Zhang Yufan wanted to say something else, but at that moment, the door to the room was kicked open. Click, click. Countless flashbulbs went off. A large number of reporters rushed in. Zhu Yifan was stunned. Zhang Yufan was also stunned. It's over. Now it's completely ruined. The chrysanthemums have been offered up, and things have turned even worse. It felt like being screwed over. No. It felt like being screwed over by a dog. And all of this, Zhang Mu naturally had no idea. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yufan figured that the reason he was blacklisted in the entertainment industry must be due to Zhanan's intervention. This is a favor that must be repaid. So he called the other party, wanting to invite him to dinner. However, Zhanan's call came in first. Isn't Juntian Group organizing a large charity performance tonight? Famous singers and actors from Huaxia will attend. Zhanan sent an invitation to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu didn't hesitate and agreed. Coincidentally, Yi Zhiqiu was still at home. He let her attend as his female companion. Yi Zhiqiu was stunned. When Zhang Mu bought an entire building outright, it had already confirmed that his identity was extraordinary. But she never expected it to be so extraordinary. The richest man in Zhonghai personally called to invite her. Look at this face, big and round. Her man is so amazing. Wait, my man. But Zhang Mu had already let her attend the charity dinner as his female companion. Doesn't that mean something? The capable working woman was suddenly more delicate than a little woman. She thought that after the dinner, something wonderful should happen. Who knew Zhang Mu found a driver to send Yi Zhiqiu home? Yi Zhiqiu, who was ready to devote herself, was completely confused. Who is she? Where is she? What is she going to do? Of course, this can't really be blamed on Zhang Mu for being unromantic. It was just that early this morning. Yi Zhiqiu had dragged him to the airport to pick up her brother, and then there had been the trending news incident, followed by the charity dinner. As a result, he hadn't even finished collecting 100 empty bottles today. Compared to the reward for completing the task, what woman or no woman really isn't appealing at all? Moreover, good food is never too late. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Would he still lack women? Leaving the dinner venue, Zhang Mu threw himself into busy work. Just before midnight, he completed the collection of 100 empty bottles. Recycle. The system showed that recycling was successful. Reward: 51 shares of Xingfei Games. What the hell, it's actually Xingfei Games. It should be known that this game company was just recently established, but the 2 games it released have already become hits. Zhang Mu had downloaded them on his phone and was enjoying playing them. Of course, the key isn't the hit games. The key is that his buddy Zhou Fei works at this game company, which means he unknowingly became Zhou Fei's boss. Haha, things suddenly seemed to have become interesting. He remembered that Zhou Fei once said that wealth should not be forgotten. He had been thinking about how to help his buddy, but had never figured out how. After all, teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish. It was quite a headache. Luckily now, this problem was perfectly solved. Zhou Fei, that kid, is notorious for being a gaming fanatic. Just give this game company to him. But no rush. It seems Zhou Fei's birthday is in 2 days, so giving him a surprise then wouldn't be too late. Yes, let's do it. One can imagine the emotional and tearful Zhou Fei would definitely hug him and call him dad. It seems forcing someone to call you dad is illegal now. What a dilemma. If Xiao Fei called, should he agree? The next day, waking up naturally, Zhang Mu got up, washed up, and went out to collect empty bottles. He planned to buy Zhou Fei a gift after finishing collecting the bottles. Although the big gift of Xingfei Games was enough to scare anyone, a sense of ritual is still necessary, right? Xiao Fei, this time, you have to call me dad. Around 2 in the afternoon, with just over 10 bottles left, Zhang Mu walked into a secluded street with a woven bag. At that moment, a young girl wearing sunglasses walked towards him. In fact, Zhang Mu didn't have the habit of looking at beautiful women while walking. It was just that the other party was too tall. She was probably around 178 centimeters. Zhang Mu couldn't help but glance a few more times. Who knew? Just by looking, he thought, isn't this someone I know? Chapter 68. Buying both a height of 178 centimeters is not considered short among men, let alone women. It's simply model height. It's no wonder that a straight man like Zhang Mu was attracted at first glance. As they were looking at each other, Zhang Mu suddenly thought, isn't that Angela? Angela, a mixed-race singer who started as a model, is currently a member of the girl group Flower Girls. Last night, the group performed at a charity dinner organized by Jun Tian Group. The girl group's popularity isn't very high right now, but all the members are at least 170 centimeters tall, making them particularly eye-catching. As the visual and height representative, Angela naturally left a deeper impression on people. At least, Zhang Mu remembered her. Are you Angela? So, when the two passed each other, Zhang Mu instinctively probed, not really knowing why he spoke up. But it was clear that Angela was startled, quickly adjusted her emotions, and politely replied, yes, I am Angela from the Flower Girls. Nice to meet you. If she hadn't been recognized, Angela could have easily ignored Zhang Mu. But since he recognized her, she couldn't just disregard him. After all, as a girl group member, she had a certain idol burden. If she ignored Zhang Mu and someone happened to capture that moment and post it online, it would surely create a negative impact. Just like how Zhang Yufan was treated coldly yesterday, right? So, she had to acknowledge him. Hello, Miss Angela, I really liked your performance last night. Since Zhang Mu had already spoken, he naturally had to engage in a bit of small talk. Thank you. Angela thought nothing of it, and treated Zhang Mu like an ordinary audience member. She then took out a black pen from her bag, ready to sign an autograph for Zhang Mu. However, Zhang Mu had no intention of getting an autograph at all. With a smile, he found himself at a loss for what to say next, so he decided to just end it there. I won't disturb you any longer, goodbye. After saying that, Zhang Mu picked up his woven bag and left. It was super awkward. He didn't even know why he had said anything in the first place. Maybe he just lost his mind. Seeing this scene, Angela was clearly a bit flustered. This fan was a bit special. After they parted ways, Zhang Mu continued to pick up empty bottles, and soon he had collected 100 of them. Recycling. The system displayed a successful recycling message. Reward: 1 misfortune card. Use this card on someone else, and they will be plagued by misfortune for 24 hours. After reading the system's explanation, Zhang Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. That's great. He wanted to see who would dare to provoke him. Task completed. Next, he naturally had to go buy a birthday gift for his son. After more than half an hour, Zhang Mu drove to the Rolex store at the Global Center. Men either love cars or watches. The rewards from the system were incredibly powerful. A random car costs $500,000, and a watch costs several million. Zhang Mu wanted to give something to Zhou Fei, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to accept it right away. So he decided to buy a watch worth tens of thousands as a transitional gift. The beautiful saleswoman at Rolex saw Zhang Mu get out of his Pagani Huayra from a distance, her eyes sparkling, and immediately approached him. Hello, sir. I'm Lin Meiyan, a sales consultant at the Rolex store. How may I assist you? Oh, I'm here to buy a watch for a friend. Can you recommend something? Sure, sir. Please follow me. Zhang Mu nodded slightly and followed her into the area. To his surprise, he encountered her again. He saw the tall Angela accompanying a short, chubby Mediterranean man looking at watches in the area. To be honest, it was quite awkward. He couldn't just greet her and then run out of things to say, right? Just thinking about that scenario made the air feel thick, so he decided to pretend he hadn't seen her. But at that moment, Angela's gaze unintentionally landed on him. Their eyes met. They both saw the awkwardness in each other's eyes. But since they recognized each other, not greeting would be even more awkward, right? Miss Angela. What a coincidence, we meet again. Zhang Mu immediately smiled and greeted her. Yes, what a coincidence, Angela hurriedly responded. Then, an awkward silence fell over them like crows flying overhead. The atmosphere in the area became quite delicate. Angela, who is he? The Mediterranean man looked at Zhang Mu with suspicion, then asked Angela. Angela found it hard to respond. Fan? Friend? Or something else? If she said the wrong thing and the media made a big deal out of it, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, Zhang Mu took over the conversation. I'm a fan of Miss Angela. We ran into each other earlier on the street. So yes, just a fan. The Mediterranean man immediately showed a hint of disdain, then sized Zhang Mu up. So what do you want to do now? Keep chasing stars? Or are you here to buy a watch? Just looking around. Zhang Mu felt repulsed by the Mediterranean man's condescending attitude. Just looking around, huh? So you're just window shopping, right? Unexpectedly, the Mediterranean man became even more mocking. Zhang Mu. Is he crazy? Why do I keep running into pretentious people lately? I should check the calendar before going out. The Mediterranean man noticed Zhang Mu had fallen silent and clearly wanted to say more. But just then, a saleswoman came over with 2 watches. Mr. Liu, the watches you requested are here. Please take a look and see which one you like. In the saleswoman's hands were a rose-colored watch and a pure white watch. Angela, which style do you prefer? The Mediterranean man grinned lewdly and looked at Angela. Angela was clearly disgusted by this lewd smile, but had to hold back her discomfort for some reason. Mr. Liu, I don't want to buy a watch. Oh, since you're here, just pick one. Consider it a gift for our meeting. The Mediterranean man said enthusiastically, then picked up the rose-colored watch, preparing to put it on Angela himself. Angela was quite frightened, not knowing what to do. Was she destined to fall victim to a sleazy hand? Fortunately, at the last moment, Zhang Mu stepped forward and asked, how much is this rose-colored watch? What, you want to buy it too? The Mediterranean man scoffed. Is it wrong to ask? Sure, but saying it might scare you. This is Rolex's latest model. It costs 270,000. The Mediterranean man said with a superior expression. Oh, unexpectedly, Zhang Mu, unfazed, asked, what about the other one? The other one is cheaper, but still costs 180,000. Zhang Mu nodded, meeting the Mediterranean man's gaze, and smiled. You just said for Miss Angela to choose one, right? Dude, aren't you being too stingy? One watch is 270,000, and the other is 180,000. So cheap. Can't we buy both? Chapter 69, Doubting Life. Dude, aren't you being too stingy? Can't we buy both? Hearing such words, the Mediterranean man nearly spat blood in anger. Dude, get lost. I'm only in my 30s, okay? Just look a bit older. As for buying both watches, that's even more impossible. Don't think that just because my annual salary is around 3 million, I can easily spend 400,000 or 500,000. My wife is a tiger, spending over 200,000 on a watch to impress Angela is already my limit. If I buy both watches, my expenses would be 400,000 or 500,000. Not to mention whether my wife would kill me. I wouldn't even want to spend that much myself. So stingy. Meanwhile, Angela was indeed shocked by Zhang Mu's words. After all, she wasn't a big star. 400,000 or 500,000 was almost equal to her entire year's net income. Only the beautiful saleswoman from Rolex, serving Zhang Mu, had an increasingly enthusiastic smile. After all, she had just seen Zhang Mu get out of a supercar worth over 100 million, right? So it was completely normal for Zhang Mu to say such things. What's your point, kid? Do you think I can't afford 2 watches? Soon, the Mediterranean man, who was very stingy yet extremely concerned about his image, darkened his face and stared at Zhang Mu with hostility. Zhang Mu, however, smiled nonchalantly and said, Uncle, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it that way. I just think that a watch worth a few $100,000 is a bit too cheap. As a man, when pursuing a girl, you should never be stingy. Since you've already bought a Rolex, why not go all out and get a good watch? Moreover, with Miss Angela's temperament, wearing a watch worth a few $100,000 would be embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Angela's mouth twitched. She wanted to tell Zhang Mu that if she had a watch worth a few $100,000, she wouldn't be embarrassed to wear it at all. In fact, she would want to wear it every day and even post about it on social media. The Mediterranean man was even more flustered, thinking to himself that he didn't mean it that way, but he clearly did. One could imagine his anger skyrocketing. Kid, anyone can talk big, but if you want to pull it off, you need the capital, understand? With a dark face like a pot bottom, the Mediterranean man prepared to teach Zhang Mu a lesson. However, Zhang Mu directly ignored him and turned to the beautiful saleswoman, saying, I just remembered that you have a model from the Blue Starry Sky series that sells quite well. Could you show it to me? Good heavens. He started with the Blue Starry Sky. One should know that any watch from that series starts at $1 million. Damn, is he addicted to showing off? The Mediterranean man squinted slightly, suppressing his anger and deciding to hold off on confronting Zhang Mu. He thought to himself that after Zhang Mu enjoyed his little show-off moment, he wouldn't end up buying anything. Hee. Let's see how I can make him doubt his life. Angela was also secretly shocked and quickly checked the prices of the Rolex Blue Starry Sky series watches on her phone. The prices were frighteningly high. To be honest, she was quite curious whether Zhang Mu would actually buy one. After all, buying a watch worth around $1 million would likely mean he had an annual salary of at least $10 million, right? Before long, the beautiful saleswoman came over with a beaming smile, bringing all 7 models from the Blue Starry Sky series. They were indeed stunning, worthy of their $1 million price tag. The Mediterranean man's eyes glazed over. Angela was also mesmerized. Zhang Mu, however, remained calm as he looked at all 7 watches. How should I put it? Based on his understanding of Zhou Fei, there should be 3 models she would like. As for which one she would like the most, that was hard to determine. So, let's wrap up this one, and that one. Zhang Mu decided to buy all 3, letting Zhou Fei choose which one she liked. And it wouldn't be a problem if she wanted to wear the other 2 as well. The beautiful saleswoman initially didn't react, then was shocked to the point of her heart racing. Sir, are you sure you want all 3? Also, don't you want to try them on? No need to try them on. I'm buying them as gifts for a friend. Wrap them all up, please. I'll pay by card. Zhang Mu shook his head and pulled out a bank card from his pocket. Okay, sir, I'll pack them up for you right now. At that moment, the beautiful saleswoman's eyes lit up. Having worked in luxury watch sales for 5 to 6 years, she had never seen such a wealthy buyer. No need to try them on. No bargaining. Just a direct card swipe. Compared to some people who take forever to choose watches worth a few $100,000. The difference is obvious. Feeling the saleswoman's gaze, the Mediterranean man thought, who the hell did I provoke? He had intended to wait and see Zhang Mu's downfall, but instead found himself questioning his own life. Buying watches worth over $1 million without even trying them on? Just buying them outright. And even more shockingly, buying 3 at once. What's more, they were gifts for a friend. Damn, that so-called friend is too lucky. Remembering a popular saying online, rich guy, let's be friends? The Mediterranean man was clearly stunned. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu finished swiping his card and was about to leave when he noticed the Mediterranean man still frozen in place like a dumb goose. Uncle, I was too busy buying watches just now. I didn't quite catch what you said. Didn't you say that showing off requires capital? Did you ask if I understood? The Mediterranean man thought. Woof, woof, woof. He felt like a dog. You bought $3 million watches in one go, and I'm supposed to explain what? But he was indeed filled with rage. Did he dare to vent his anger on Zhang Mu? Not a chance. With his dignity shattered, the Mediterranean man directly abandoned Angela and ran away in disgrace. Angela saw this scene and, while shocked by Zhang Mu's wealthy behavior, felt secretly pleased. She had been forced by her company to accompany the Mediterranean man because the company wanted to woo the entertainment company behind him to invest in a movie. If Angela could win over the Mediterranean man, she would be the female lead in the movie. Otherwise, the film might not even get off the ground. However, Angela had her own boundaries. She could only accompany the Mediterranean man shopping and didn't want to think about anything else. The Mediterranean man clearly understood this, which was why he brought Angela to buy a watch at Rolex. In his view, spending $200,000 to secure a small celebrity should be no problem. Moreover, with just a nod from him, she could become the female lead in the movie. To be honest, during that time, the company had sent many pressure-filled messages. Angela didn't know what to do. Who would have thought that Zhang Mu's unexpected appearance would disrupt everything? In a way, it also saved Angela, quickly calming her emotions. Angela prepared to thank Zhang Mu. But when she turned around, where was he? Zhang Mu had already left the Rolex store. Angela? He just left like that? No way, I have to chase after him. Besides expressing her gratitude, she suddenly had a bold idea in her heart. Chapter 70 Fast food, sir, wait. Angela, who was 178 centimeters tall, naturally had a pair of long legs. Well, they were about as long as lawn cuirass. She quickly caught up with Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu, looking puzzled, asked, is there something you need? Angela's face flushed slightly. Sir, it's like this. The girl group member then briefly explained how she had been entangled by the Mediterranean man and was unable to escape until Zhang Mu unexpectedly appeared to help her out. You really don't have to thank me. It was just that uncle's attitude was too unpleasant, so I intervened. After learning the reason, Zhang Mu smiled and replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Angela's mouth twitched slightly. Logically, a beauty like her should have Zhang Mu eager to take all the credit for saving her. Even if it was unintentional, he should frame it as if he specifically helped her out, and then they could arrange a meal together and have wonderful things happen. Who would have thought that Zhang Mu would just speak the truth? He was too straightforward. A complete 180 degrees of honesty. Little did she know, Even more straightforwardness was yet to come. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. After saying this, Zhang Mu turned to leave, leaving Angela in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Did I not attract him at all? How is that possible? After all, she was the visual representative of the girl group. In her confusion, Angela hurriedly chased after Zhang Mu again. Sir, please don't rush to leave. To show my gratitude, I'd like to treat you to a meal. For the sake of that bold idea in her heart, Angela had to sit down and talk with Zhang Mu. However, Zhang Mu shook his head. No need to be so polite. Let us skip the meal. I have other things to do. He really did have other things to attend to, as he was in a hurry to personally put the watch on his son Zhou Fei. Sir, am I really that unappealing? At her wit's end, Angela had to pull out her last resort, playing the pity card. But truthfully, she felt a strange sense of disappointment deep down. Zhang Mu, this has nothing to do with charm, does it? Sir, we're just having a quick meal. It won't take more than 20 minutes, at most half an hour. Is that okay? Angela continued to use her trump card. Obviously, her so-called quick meal meant a quick dinner. But the term fast food reminded Zhang Mu of the small ads on the door of the men's restroom. Fast food 300, all night 800. Thunderous shock. All right. Then let's go have some fast food. Zhang Mu replied jokingly. The two found a restaurant nearby. They sat by the glass window, and the waiter brought a tablet for them to order. Zhang Mu indicated that he had no dietary restrictions. Angela quickly ordered some dishes, and then, while waiting for the food to arrive, she got straight to the point. Mr. Zhang, do you know why I'm accompanying that old man shopping today? While looking for the restaurant, Angela learned Zhang Mu's name. No need to guess, she asked him directly. So now, when addressing him, she added his surname. However, Zhang Mu wasn't very fond of this form of address. Just call me by my name, and no need for all this or stuff. It makes me feel old. All right. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Mu. Forget it. Just get to the point. All right. Mr. Zhang should know that our girl group's popularity is not high, right? So the company wants to attract investors to shoot a movie about our growth experiences. That old man is your investor? Zhang Mu frowned slightly. Yes. His company is willing to invest 10 million. So my task today is to facilitate this cooperation and become the female lead in the movie, while other members of the girl group will also participate. Zhang Mu remained silent, but was internally mocking. In today's entertainment industry, a 10 million investment for a movie is really considered low-budget production. Any random online movie has a higher investment than this, right? Yet, the girl group can't even attract such a small investment. Their situation is truly miserable. No wonder their popularity is low. At this moment, the waiter brought the wine first. Zhang Mu was taken aback. He didn't expect her to order wine. Before he could react, Angela had already opened the bottle and started drinking. Her mixed-race face, combined with the effects of alcohol, caused her skin to flush slightly. It had a unique exotic charm. Zhang Mu dared not look too long and immediately shifted his gaze. Mr. Zhang, every circle is a pyramid, and the truly glamorous and successful people are always at the top of the pyramid. Those of us at the bottom have our own struggles, which you may find hard to understand. Don't be fooled by the 10 million investment. Our girl group has been excited for several nights and couldn't sleep. However, this investment might also be on the verge of failing. Angela continued to drink, giving off a vibe of drowning her sorrows. Miss Angela, I'm quite straightforward. Actually, a failed investment isn't necessarily a bad thing. Nowadays, shooting an online drama requires tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in investment, and your 10 million investment really isn't enough to be taken seriously. Even if they invest in you, it should be hard to recoup the costs, right? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Mu said, Mr. Zhang, actually, low-budget productions are easier to recoup. Angela put down her wine glass and met Zhang Mu's gaze. Low-budget investments tend to spend more on filming, scene setup, and other tangible areas. Nowadays, in the entertainment industry, the production costs go into the exorbitant fees of big-name stars. And as you can see, those so-called big-name stars, are their acting skills really better than ours? Regarding some celebrities' acting skills in the entertainment industry, Zhang Mu clearly couldn't be bothered to comment. What we lack is often just an opportunity. At this point, Angela displayed a strong confidence. Having confidence is good, but be careful not to be overconfident. Seeing this, Zhang Mu smiled slightly. Angela blushed deeply. Mr. Zhang, I'm definitely not that kind of blindly confident person. Miss Angela, you don't need to be nervous. I'm just giving you a reminder. Besides, this dinner, besides thanking me for helping you out, has another layer of meaning, right? You want me to invest in your movie? Zhang Mu's eyes flickered as he met Angela's gaze. Having his thoughts pierced, Angela's heart raced without warning, her face turning as red as if it were about to bleed. Without a doubt, her suddenly bold idea was to get Zhang Mu to invest. After all, a big shot who directly buys $3 million watches can definitely come up with a 10 million investment. Mr. Zhang, are you investing? Chapter 71. Pretending to be drunk. Mr. Zhang, I have already seen the script. This movie really has potential. The script is good. and it's a positive energy film about growth and struggle. As long as the actor's acting skills are decent, it will definitely be a hit. Also, we can forego the box office share. For Angela, she really didn't want to miss this opportunity. There was a sense of desperation. If you're still not assured, I can call the other members of the girl group over, so you can see the script and we can sign a relevant agreement. No need to be so troublesome. Zhang Mu waved his hand and smiled. I'll invest. Huh. Angela was clearly caught off guard, and she froze, her cherry lips now wide open. She thought Zhang Mu would say he would think about it, or even refuse outright. Who would have thought that Zhang Mu would agree to invest without even looking at the script? Mr. Zhang, you're not kidding me, are you? This mixed-race beauty immediately suppressed her excitement. Recently, I have been looking for investment opportunities. Since you have so much confidence in the movie, I'll trust you this once. I'll invest. That's right, life with the system is delightful. But Zhang Mu didn't let it go to his head, nor did he lose his focus. After all, what if the system suddenly disappeared one day? Wouldn't that mean going back to square one overnight? So he was looking for some investment opportunities, to put it simply, to leverage the system to grow quickly. Seeing Angela so confident about the new movie, he decided to invest 10 million for fun. If the movie hits big, he would definitely make a profit. Even if it flops, it's just 10 million. He could still afford the tuition. And all of this was thanks to Angela being completely unaware. Otherwise, just 10 million? Just consider it tuition fees. Angela would be spitting blood. Mr. Zhang, I'm very excited and honored that you choose to trust me, but what I just said was just my personal opinion, you'd better. In reality, Angela was really excited, even a bit incoherent. But she still reminded Zhang Mu to think it through. Undoubtedly, such actions would earn her more points. No need. Zhang Mu immediately waved his hand again, picked up his phone, and said, I'll transfer the investment money directly to you? Or how? Angela was once again stunned. Do rich people do things this directly? No contract, just a transfer? Little did she know, Zhang Mu was a novice in terms of investment. He had no experience. Contracts should still be signed, but not now. Angela immediately filled Zhang Mu's wine glass, then filled her own, and stood up. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your investment. We will definitely not disappoint you. Good, good, you sit down first. The 178 centimeters beauty stood up to toast. Quite a bit of pressure. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Zhang Mu and Angela ate and chatted. During the period, Angela kept pouring drinks for Zhang Mu, but her alcohol tolerance was low. In the end, she ended up slumped on the table like a pile of mud, still mumbling words of thanks. It seemed that this mixed-race beauty was under a lot of pressure due to the investment issues. Now that Zhang Mu had helped her resolve the investment problems, her emotions were completely released, resulting in her getting drunk. How embarrassing. Zhang Mu looked troubled. If you can't drink, why drink so much? Now, she was passed out on the table, which was just adding trouble for others. He had to figure out a way to get her home, but the key was, he had no idea where she lived. For a moment, Zhang Mu even thought about posting on a forum. In a restaurant, a girl group member is drunk. What should I do next? But after thinking it over, he decided against it. It was obvious how the keyboard warriors in the forum would respond. Wait a minute. Noticing Angela's phone on the table, Zhang Mu took her smooth hand and tried to unlock it with her fingerprint. Unexpectedly, he succeeded on the first try. He quickly opened the call log, found the assistant's contact, and called without hesitation. Sisterin, I was just about to call you. Lu Zong has withdrawn investment from the movie, do you know? Once the call connected, the anxious voice of the assistant came through. That's not Angela, she's drunk. What? The assistant was stunned for a moment, then shouted uncontrollably, what did you do to Sisterin? Zhang Mu felt embarrassed. I didn't do anything. How could I? Sisterin is so beautiful. If she's drunk, would you expect me not to do anything inappropriate? Zhang Mu thought to himself, judging by the assistant's tone. It seemed she was disappointed that nothing inappropriate had happened. Damn it, in this day and age, boys need to protect themselves when going out, okay? After all, the number of blind women far exceeds that of predatory men. Forget it, he didn't want to argue. I'm a friend of Angela's. She's drunk at the water-themed restaurant in the Global Center. Could you come and pick her up? After saying that, he hung up the phone. Whether she wanted to come or not was up to her. He would just wait for half an hour. When the time was up, he would just leave. In fact, less than 20 minutes later, the assistant with her hair in braids arrived at the restaurant. Seeing Angela slumped on the table and Zhang Mu sitting across from her playing on his phone, with dozens of other diners around, the assistant realized she had misunderstood Zhang Mu. It turned out there really were good men who could remain calm in such situations. She quickly thanked Zhang Mu and then took Angela away. I saved my number in her phone. When she wakes up, let her contact me. After a reminder, Zhang Mu left. Little did he know, as the assistant helped Angela to the parking lot, Angela woke up immediately. No, to be precise, this mixed-race beauty wasn't drunk at all. She was just pretending to be. She wasn't sure why Zhang Mu had so readily agreed to invest. Did he have thoughts about her? So, she deliberately pretended to be drunk to see what Zhang Mu would do. As a result, Zhang Mu actually used her phone to contact the assistant to come pick her up. It's no exaggeration to say that this move was quite impressive, leaving Angela's scalp tingling. It seemed Zhang Mu was simply interested in investing. Perhaps she had overthought things. She couldn't help but feel a bit inexplicably disappointed. Oh, women. There's no saving them. On the other side, adhering to the principle of not drinking and driving, Zhang Mu simply took a taxi home, leaving his 100 million Pagani Huayra at the global center. As for Angela pretending to be drunk, he truly had no idea. To be honest, he just simply wanted to make an investment. As for the so-called unspoken rules, with the system in hand, he could have the world. Did he really need unspoken rules? He might as well go home and sleep. While he was thinking about this, his son Zhou Fei was calling. Chapter 72. Doing quite well. Zhang Mu wasn't surprised by Zhou Fei's call. It was probably about the dinner invitation for his birthday tomorrow. He answered the phone and joked. Where are we celebrating tomorrow? How many tables are you planning to set up? Is your 60-year-old girlfriend coming? Zhou Fei, get lost. I'm in a bad mood right now. I don't have time for your jokes. Where are you? Come over and drink with me. Something's not right. Hearing Zhou Fei's voice, Zhang Mu frowned slightly. What's going on? What's wrong with you? Let's talk when we meet. I'm almost at the Nightshade Bar, so hurry up. After saying that, Zhou Fei hung up. Zhang Mu didn't hesitate and told the taxi driver to turn around and head to the Nightshade Bar. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Nightshade Bar, Zhang Mu saw Zhou Fei squatting there smoking a cigarette. During this time, a girl dressed provocatively tried to flirt with him, but he didn't even acknowledge her. Something was definitely off. Zhang Mu quickly walked over. What's wrong with you? You have a girl and you're not flirting? That's not like you. Hearing Zhang Mu's voice, Zhou Fei stood up and shook his head sadly. Don't mention it. During overtime tonight, the department manager disgusted me a bit. Now, forget about flirting. Even if a beautiful girl comes over wanting to get on top of me, I wouldn't feel anything. What happened? You know I work at Xingfei Game Company, right? Recently, our team has been developing a new game, and everyone is confident that it will become a hit. But guess what? Tonight, that department manager dismissed us with one sentence. The most disgusting part isn't just the dismissal. He also handed the remaining programming of this game to another team to finish. It's clear he's taking revenge on us for not giving him a gift during last month's birthday. I couldn't take it anymore and argued with him a bit. And that jerk just said, if you don't want to work, get lost. In the past, with my bad temper, I would have knocked him down with one punch. But now, it's hard to make a living. I have to endure. After saying that, Zhou Fei let out a long sigh, his face full of helplessness. Then he put his arm around Zhang Mu's shoulder. Enough of that. Let us go inside and drink. We won't go home until we're drunk. Zhang Mu frowned. Is your department manager always like this? Of course, as long as you don't give him gifts during the holidays, he'll make things difficult for you. Damn. Haven't you reported this situation to the higher-ups? Report? What for? The company's general manager has a special relationship with him. Zhou Fei sighed helplessly again, clearly not wanting to continue this topic. All right, enough of that. Tonight, just accompany me to drink. We won't go home until we're drunk. Consider it an early birthday celebration for me. Drinking is fine, but the birthday should be celebrated tomorrow, and I've prepared a birthday gift for you. Zhang Mu had originally planned to hand over Xingfei Game Company to Zhou Fei tomorrow, but now that such a disgusting thing had happened, it had to be done tomorrow. It was just a department manager, and just because he had a special relationship with the general manager, in front of the biggest shareholder who owned 51% of the company. All of that was just nonsense. Just wait, brother. Tomorrow, I'll help you vent this anger. That night, Zhou Fei got completely drunk, repeatedly expressing that he didn't want to go to work the next day since the new games project had been handed over to another team. Zhang Mu, however, was trying hard to persuade him, you have to go to work, otherwise, it won't be fun. The next day, Zhang Mu drove to the headquarters of Xingfei Game Company. It was a building standing tall in the high-tech park. Although Xingfei Game had only been established for a short time, its 2 games were among the top 10 in sales on domestic gaming platforms. The future looked bright. Zhang Mu parked his car and walked into the headquarters building. While waiting for the elevator, a curly-haired man with a cigarette in his mouth arrived. Soon, the elevator reached the first floor. The doors opened, and the two entered. The curly-haired man showed no intention of putting out his cigarette. Come on, we all know that secondhand smoke is even more harmful than firsthand smoke, especially in a confined space like an elevator. Zhang Mu was ready to teach him a lesson, but just then, a gentle female voice called out, wait. A girl with long hair and glasses rushed into the elevator. The curly-haired man's expression changed upon seeing her, and he quickly extinguished his cigarette. As the doors closed, the girl noticed the curly-haired man through the reflection in the door and slightly lowered her head, her expression growing more complicated. It was clear that these two had a story. They might have been a couple who broke up for some special reason. Sure enough, when the elevator reached the 5th floor, the curly-haired man, who had hesitated several times, finally broke the silence, forcing a smile as he greeted her. What a coincidence. Running into you here. How have you been? The girl bit her lip, struggling for a few seconds before replying. That's good to hear. You should have found someone else by now, right? The curly-haired man said sadly, not really. The girl shook her head, remaining silent. Seeing this, the curly-haired man felt even more despondent and sighed deeply. I'm sorry. If it weren't for your mom back then, we wouldn't have broken up. The girl seemed to be triggered by something, suddenly turning around with a fierce look in her eyes. Even Zhang Mu, who was eavesdropping, was taken aback. It turned out his guess was right. These two were once deeply in love, but unfortunately, the girl's mother had intervened. One can't deny that mothers-in-law can be the most terrifying beings, breaking apart so many good relationships. Yet, the curly-haired man was taking the blame, feeling guilty, and apologizing to the girl. Sigh, where can one find such a devoted man? In an instant, Zhang Mu's first impression of the curly-haired man changed quite a bit. Despite his earlier behavior of smoking in the elevator. But who would have thought that the curly-haired man took a deep breath and said, well, I'm doing quite well with your mom now. What? Zhang Mu. What the hell? Is this for real? What he thought was a tragic story about a mother-in-law breaking up a couple turned out to be a melodramatic twist where the son-in-law abandoned the daughter and happily lived with the mother-in-law. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that if the heavens wanted to punish him, they should just say so. Why did he have to witness such an eye-bleeding scene early in the morning? His titanium alloy eyes were almost blinded. Chapter 73. What are you even? Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. You really have no shame. We were at the stage of discussing marriage. And then you turned around and got together with my mom. The girl with glasses stared intensely at the curly-haired man, filled with resentment. The curly-haired man shrugged with a bitter smile. I can't help it. Being with your mom means I don't have to try hard anymore. But don't worry. After I marry your mom, you can still call me by my name. No need to call me dad. How considerate. Without mentioning how the girl felt, Zhang Mu wanted to pry open the elevator doors and escape. This was too much. It turned out that what happens in reality is even more melodramatic than fictional stories in novels or movies. Terrifying. But the melodrama continued. The girl immediately countered. Don't get too smug. Before you become my dad, I've already become your mom. What does that mean? I'm marrying your dad next week. Here's the invitation. Remember to come early. The girl casually pulled out a red wedding invitation from her bag. The curly-haired man was left dumbfounded. Thunderstruck. Weren't you shaking your head just now saying you didn't have a boyfriend? Yeah, I really don't have a boyfriend. I'm getting a husband. Hearing this, the curly-haired man almost spat blood, leaning against the wall, barely able to stand. Little did he know, Zhang Mu was already mentally breaking down. Who knew what he had experienced so early in the morning? He couldn't even remember how he left the elevator afterward, only able to sigh. It's dark. The road is slippery, and society is complicated. Everyone is ruthless, and there's no melodrama, only more melodrama. After sitting in the break area for over 10 minutes to recover from the melodrama, Zhang Mu finally called the president of Xingfei Company. President Ma Jiwei was out handling business, and when he heard that the largest shareholder had come to the headquarters for an inspection, he hurried back, instructing his beautiful secretary to ensure Zhang Mu was well received. However, Zhang Mu declined, saying that since the president wasn't back yet, he would take a look around first, especially focusing on the department where Zhou Fei worked, curious about what kind of person the department manager was. Soon, he arrived at the floor where the game development department was located. As he exited the elevator, he heard a heated argument from a distance. If you don't want to work, then get lost. Xingfei Games doesn't keep idle people. Manager Chun, it's not that we don't work. You gave our team's new game to someone else, and now we have no projects. No projects? So you just sit around playing games? Can't you find something to do? Manager Chun, we're not playing. Many players gave feedback on the last game, so we're testing. Stop giving me that nonsense. If you don't focus on work during office hours, either I'll deduct 500 from your salary, or you can all get lost. As he walked along. Hearing this argument, Zhang Mu squinted his eyes slightly. It seemed that the internal issues at Xingfei Games were even more serious than he had imagined. Especially this so-called Manager Chun. Could he be the same jerk Zhou Fei had complained about last night? Moreover, Manager Chen's voice sounded familiar. With many thoughts in mind, Zhang Mu pushed open the door to the RD department office. Inside, as Manager Chen's ultimatum echoed, a silence fell over the room. In these times, it's hard to make a living, and who would want to endure such humiliation if it weren't to support their families? Ultimately, the employees chose to yield. This outcome was naturally expected by Manager Chun, who smiled coldly, hands behind his back, preparing to return to his office. Just then, he spotted Zhang Mu entering. Zhang Mu recognized him too. No wonder he found Manager Chen's voice familiar. It was the male lead from the melodramatic scene in the elevator, the curly-haired man. What a coincidence. But Manager Chen clearly didn't want such a coincidence to occur. Pretending not to recognize Zhang Mu, he coldly asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Who I am is not important. What's important is that your department has serious issues," Zhang Mu replied, locking eyes with Manager Chen. "What are you even? Does your department's affairs concern you? Manager Chun sized Zhang Mu up with a cold glare. Just then, a shocked voice rang out, Zhang Mu? Zhou Fei, still feeling hungover from last night, was taken aback. He had been rare to act like a lazy fish while his team members argued with Manager Chun. But now, he couldn't sit still any longer. Zhang Mu's appearance made him anxious. He vaguely remembered mentioning wanting to take care of the department manager during their drinking session last night. Now, with Zhang Mu showing up, he hoped he wasn't planning something reckless. Zhou Fei quickly stood up, feeling grateful. Good bro, no words needed, but please don't do anything foolish. He hurried over to Zhang Mu's side. What brings you here? I was just joking last night. Please don't take it seriously. Don't act impulsively. After speaking, he quickly searched Zhang Mu for any weapons. Zhang Mu was a bit flustered and said, Hey, searching someone without permission is illegal, okay? But on the other hand, this Chun, the curly-haired manager, was indeed the same guy he complained about last night. What a coincidence. That makes things easier. Zhou Fei, I won't act impulsively. You just stand aside and watch. I'll help you vent your anger. No. Good brother, I appreciate your intentions, but really, don't do anything foolish. When Zhou Fei heard this, he hurriedly used all his strength to push Zhang Mu outside. Isn't it a bit too late to leave now? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Manager Chin stepped forward with a gloomy face, his eyes flashing coldly. I understand now. Zhou Fei, this kid is your brother. And he's here to help you vent your anger today? The other employees in the office suddenly realized what was going on and understood that venting anger meant beating up Manager Chun. Last night, the whole department was working overtime. Who didn't know that Zhou Fei had a quarrel with Manager Chun? Both of them red-faced and shouting. One had to admit that Zhou Fei was quite loyal. But going in alone was a bit too impulsive. After all, Manager Chun was notoriously underhanded, and everyone couldn't help but feel a chill for Zhang Mu. Sure enough, what one fears comes true. About half a minute later, 4 security guards arrived at the RD department. Manager Chun had already secretly called the security department. He could see that many people in the department didn't respect him. This was the perfect opportunity to establish his authority. Zhou Fei, you dare to openly incite outsiders to cause trouble in the department. If I don't do something today, won't the department be in chaos? Grab them both, beat them up, and throw them out. Chapter 74. It's your turn to step up. The 4 security guards immediately surrounded Zhang Mu and Zhou Fei in pairs. Usually, they had received plenty of benefits from Manager Chun, so now they would definitely beat them up with all their might. Chun, if you have the ability, come at me alone and let my brother go. Seeing this, Zhou Fei could no longer hold back. If he lost his job, he could always find another one. But a good brother like this was irreplaceable. He would not allow Zhang Mu to be beaten because of his own issues. Zhou Fei, it's fine. If he acts up, he will cry later. But speaking of being beaten, that's impossible. From start to finish, Zhang Mu didn't take the curly-haired manager seriously. Someone with a system wouldn't have the same mindset as before. He smiled, took out his phone, and was about to make a call. Unexpectedly, the president of Shengfei Game Company, Ma Jiwei, called in first. Chairman, I'm really sorry. I've handled things and am on my way back to the company. Where are you now? I'll see you right away. Fast enough. Initially, he only thought to have Ma Jiwei's secretary come over to handle things. But Ma Jiwei returned to the company so quickly, that made things even easier. I'm in the game development office area, and Manager Chun has called a few security guards to beat me up and throw me out, Zhang Mu said jokingly. What? Ma Jiwei on the other end of the line almost wet himself, his legs going weak. He hurried back, wanting to leave a good impression on the major shareholder. Who would have thought that the manager of the game development department would be so blind as to want to beat Zhang Mu up and throw him out? Damn, wasn't he just sabotaging himself? If he angered Zhang Mu, he could withdraw his investment directly. All the preliminary work of Shengfei Games would be wasted. Chairman, don't worry. I'm already in the elevator. I'll be there soon. The more he thought about it, the more he feared. Ma Jiwei quickly replied, wishing he had wings to fly up. Meanwhile, in the RD office area, after hearing Zhang Mu's call, Manager Chin directly laughed. Kid, you're putting on a show, but isn't it too fake? If you had someone above you, would Zhou Fei still be under my command, coming and going like a dog? Everyone heard this and indeed found it reasonable. Moreover, even if Zhang Mu had someone above him, it would definitely not surpass Manager Chin's old fiancée. The looks in everyone's eyes towards Zhang Mu were filled with more sympathy. Is it fake? You'll know soon enough. But Zhang Mu remained calm. All right, then I'll wait for a bit and see who you call. Manager Chun had a mocking expression as he took out a cigarette, lit one up, and sat back on the sofa, blowing smoke. 2 minutes later, a chubby figure rushed into the RD department. When they saw who it was President Ma Jiwei. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Manager Chun, sitting on the sofa, was shocked. Then he trembled, ash from his cigarette falling into his collar, causing him to jump up, grimacing in pain. But at that moment, he couldn't care about the pain and quickly squeezed out a smile. Flattering, Mr. Ma. What brings you here? If I hadn't come, The company's future would have been ruined by you. Do you know that? Ma Jiwei, panting heavily, took a moment to catch his breath, then slapped Manager Chen across the face. Manager Chen staggered back a few steps in shock, covering his face. Mr. Ma, why are you hitting me? I'm not just going to hit you. I want to kill you. With that, he slapped him again and again. Manager Chen's body had already been drained by wine and women. Taking one slap was his limit, and after two more, he fell to the ground, his head buzzing. But Ma Jiwei wasn't satisfied. He stepped forward and kicked him twice, shouting, Chen Liang, you're fired. Hurry up and pack your things and get lost. Mr. Ma, what did I do wrong? Sitting on the ground, Chen Liang finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He glanced at the furious Ma Jiwei, then at Zhang Mu, who wore a faint smile. A thought that he never dared to imagine suddenly arose. Could it be that the call Zhang Mu just made was to Ma Jiwei? This would mean Zhang Mu was Ma Jiwei's person? It must be so. Otherwise, how could Ma Jiwei be so furious? Mr. Ma, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your person. Otherwise, even if you gave me 10 more guts, I wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Not daring to think more. Chen Liang hurriedly got up and apologized to Ma Jiwei with a fawning expression. But then slap. Bang. Bang. Thinking that after apologizing, he could calm Ma Jiwei's anger. Who would have thought that Ma Jiwei's mood would explode even more? 2 more slaps came, followed by countless punches and kicks. Chen Liang. What's going on? What the hell did I do wrong? Apologizing isn't enough? I still have to be beaten? He was clearly questioning life. Mr. Ma, that's enough. Take a break. Suddenly, amidst the collective confusion, Zhang Mu's calm voice came through. Once the big boss spoke, Ma Jiwei didn't dare to ignore it. He immediately bowed and apologized to Zhang Mu, but Zhang Mu stopped him. Then Zhang Mu looked at the bewildered Zhou Fei, patted his shoulder, and said, What are you in a daze for? It's your turn to step up. Me? Zhou Fei pointed at himself, even more confused. Yeah. Don't you want to beat him up? Zhang Mu looked at Chen Liang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Chen Liang. Zhou Fei. Go on, settle the scores from before, but be quick about it. Others are still waiting. Zhang Mu patted Zhou Fei's shoulder again, and then called out to everyone. Anyone who wants to hit him, come line up. Is there such a good thing? Immediately, Chen Liang's enemies rushed over to line up. Not to mention, Chen Liang indeed had many enemies. In the blink of an eye, a line of more than 20 people had formed. Chen Liang. Initially, he thought that Zhang Mu stopping Ma Jiwei meant this matter would be over. Who knew Zhang Mu was giving the opportunity to others? Come on, line up. One by one. If you really can't wait, just mix it up in doubles. Chen Liang, Wong Wong Wong. He was being rubbed on the ground like a dead dog. With such a commotion, everyone in the company knew. There were many employees from other departments who also disliked Chen Liang, and the line kept growing. Naturally, it caught the attention of Chen Liang's fiancée, the mother of the glasses girl, the company's general manager in her 50s. Don't be fooled by her being just a general manager. No one in the company dared to mess with her. Even the president, Ma Jiwei, had to give her some face. This old woman's brother was the second largest shareholder of the company, holding 19 of Xingfei Games shares. One person below, thousands above. Who would dare offend such a big shot? Over time, this old woman had become quite arrogant. Now, someone dared to rub her man on the ground. After touching up her makeup, the old woman arrived. Chapter 75, Do as you see fit. In the RD department office area, employees were still in line, vigorously rubbing Chen Liang. Chen Liang, lying on the ground like a dog, had given up resisting and just hoped the goddess would come to save him soon. Sure enough, the old woman came. Her face, like a poor quality wall, was filled with extreme anger. Everyone stop it. This is rebellion, right? I have to say, the deterrent power of this old woman is indeed terrifying. The employees were instantly scared and retreated like little chicks, trembling. Even President Ma Jiwei was slightly nervous. You dare to hit my man. I see you all don't want to live anymore. The old woman domineeringly scanned the room, then quickly walked towards Chen Liang, feeling very distressed and worried about whether her man had been hurt. Who knew a figure suddenly appeared and blocked her. Zhang Mu smiled and said, Auntie, please line up. Auntie. Upon hearing this address, the old woman's face turned green. Who are you calling auntie? You are the auntie. Your whole family is aunties. I am only 53 years old, okay? While cursing, she put her hands on her hips, with a fierce look that seemed to penetrate Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu almost wanted to vomit. 53 years old, and still calling herself a girl. How shameless. But to be fair, calling her auntie was indeed inappropriate. After all, at 53, she could already be a grandmother. Grandma, if you want to rub him, please line up. Zhang Mu pointed at Chen Liang on the ground and offered a kind reminder. Chen Liang. The old woman. I am Chen Liang's fiancée, okay? You want me to line up to rub him? Besides, calling me Annie was already too much. Now you changed it to grandma? My mentality is exploding. Kid, no matter who you are, today I will let you know the consequences of angering me. Her face turned red with anger. and the old tiger was about to explode. Chun Liang saw the situation and hurriedly got up to express his grievances, taking the opportunity to fan the flames. It's easy to imagine that the old woman became even angrier. "Oh, you little brat, so it turns out everything started because of you. Ma Jiwei, isn't my man just supposed to beat your people? What? Can't hit? You Ma Jiwei are really something. Thinking just because you're the president, you can act recklessly?" The old woman aggressively approached Ma Jiwei. In the past, even if Ma Jiwei had a lot of anger in his heart, he could only endure it. After all, the old woman's brother was the second largest shareholder of the company, right? But now, Qin Lijuan, the one acting recklessly in the company is you, right? You really think that just because you have a brother who is a second shareholder, you can do whatever you want? Do you know who this is? Ma Jiwei responded firmly to the old woman. "I don't care who he is. If he doesn't kneel down and apologize to my man today, and let my man beat him, this won't be over." Although the old woman was quite surprised by Ma Jiwei's firmness, she wasn't afraid at all. "Oh, I hope you can still be this tough later. Listen, this person holds 51 of Shengfei's shares as the first director. Isn't he just a director? Wait a minute. How many shares? 51? As Ma Jiwei's words fell, the old woman, who was throwing a tantrum, seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. This young man in front of her was actually the largest shareholder of Shengfei Games, and he held more than half of the shares. This meant that with one word from him, he could decide the life and death of the entire company, even with 19 as the second shareholder in front of him. It was nothing. For a moment, the old woman was almost stunned. The others around were also dumbfounded, especially Chun Liang. It was only then he finally understood why apologizing to Ma Jiwei earlier didn't calm his anger, but instead resulted in a beating. Because that wasn't an apology. It was simply harming Ma Jiwei. "Also, President Ma, I'm sorry, I didn't know he was your person. What a lunatic." Even Ma Jiwei's identity as president was merely to work for Zhang Mu, okay? Saying such things, it would be strange if Ma Jiwei didn't beat him to death. "Ma Jiwei, are you joking with me?" Suddenly, the frightened old woman shivered and stared intently at Ma Jiwei. "I have already notified all shareholders to hold a meeting. Whether it's a joke, you'll know later. It's over." It seems Zhang Mu's identity can almost be confirmed. It makes sense, knowing Ma Jiwei's character. Daring to offend him must mean he knew Zhang Mu's identity and was prepared to cling tightly to Zhang Mu's thigh. In an instant, the old woman felt like the sky was falling, her body swaying unsteadily. But soon, she steadied herself, looked at Zhang Mu, and said flatteringly, "Director Zhang, I was rude earlier. May I ask where to line up?" "Line up for what?" Zhang Mu didn't react for a moment, instinctively asking. "To line up to rub Chun Liang," the old woman said with a smile. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched slightly. This old woman changed her face faster than flipping a book. However, if she wanted to rub, he could let her cut in line. "Please." Chun Liang had a face full of question marks. "Baby, I'm your little puppy. Why do you want to line up to rub me?" "Ah." A wailing sound rang out. Little did they know, it wasn't just rubbing. The old woman even had the intention to kill him. Why pick a fight with anyone else when you mess with the largest shareholder? If not rubbing you, then who? 10 minutes later, the shareholder meeting of Shengfei Games was held. Zhang Mu briefly stated two things. The first thing was that the company strictly prohibited the existence of people like Chun Liang and hoped everyone would behave. The second thing was to let Zhou Fei take over Chun Liang's position. Handing over Shengfei Games to Zhou Fei all at once had its risks of becoming a big fat pig too quickly. It was better to take it slow, starting from the grassroots work, but the shareholders present were all smart. Who couldn't see that Zhang Mu and Zhou Fei's relationship was not simple? Instantly, the gazes towards Zhou Fei became quite intense. After the meeting, Zhang Mu and the confused Zhou Fei walked out. "Director Zhang, I didn't recognize the mountain. I offended you. Please have a lot of grace and let me off." Chun Liang, who was waiting outside the door, rushed over, kneeling in front of Zhang Mu. Then, he began to slap himself in the face frantically. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mu said little, just one sentence. "Zhou Fei is my brother. You handle it as you see fit." Chun Liang hurriedly looked at Zhou Fei, with a cry in his voice. "Brother Fei, I was wrong. I promise I won't oppose you again. Please let me off this time." "Get lost." Zhou Fei directly kicked Chun Liang away. Now he had no time to deal with Chun Liang. Instead, he quickly pulled Zhang Mu to a secluded place and excitedly asked, "What the hell happened to you? How did you suddenly become so rich?" Chapter 76. Such people deserve to be rich. How should I start? The secret of the system must not be known by others. But if I find another excuse, it might not hold water. After all, driving a supercar worth 100 million, along with a few tens of millions for a Bugatti and a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and holding permanent shares in the Jinmao Tower, and being on friendly terms with the richest man in the China overseas. These changes happening to Zhang Mu can really only be described as a stroke of luck in Zhou Fei's eyes. "Zhou Fei, some things I can't talk about for now. But when the time is right, I will definitely tell you." In the end, Zhang Mu could only organize such measures. Zhou Fei laughed heartily. "I'm just curious. You really don't have to tell me. As long as we don't forget each other when we're rich, haha, let us go drink. Alright. The two went to the underground parking lot. Zhou Fei was no longer polite with Zhang Mu. Give me the car keys. Let me experience the driving pleasure of 100 million supercar. If you want it, just take it. Although the system's rewards cannot be sold or gifted, lending it to a good buddy for a few days shouldn't be a problem, right? But Zhou Fei quickly shook his head. No. I can't afford the fuel. By the way, I suddenly thought of a possibility. You're not surnamed Ma or Wang, are you? Zhang Mu's mouth twitched. Get lost. My name is Zhang Mu, and I have nothing to do with Xiao Ma and Lao Wang. Ah, what a pity. But speaking of which, Zhang Xiao, do you remember you had an older brother when you were a child? That year you were sick, and the family had to sell your brother to raise money for your medical expenses. That's right. I'm your real brother. Zhang Mu, what nonsense. Shut up and drive seriously. Okay. Vroom vroom. The 100 million supercar roared away from the Shengfei Game Company. Perhaps too excited or unfamiliar with driving a supercar. Clank. Just after passing two intersections, while turning left, the Pagani Huayra collided with a fast-moving and wrong-way electric bike. Zhou Fei turned pale with fright and hurriedly got out to check. The brand-new front of the Pagani Huayra had several scratches. It's over. Don't think it's just a few light scratches. The repair cost will be at least the price of a house. Fortunately, the electric bike was fully at fault. Zhou Fei immediately looked at the other party. What were you thinking? Can't you ride a bike a little slower? The electric bike driver was a young mother in delivery clothes, carrying a child while delivering food. Even with a helmet and mask, it was still possible to vaguely tell she was a beauty. She first comforted her frightened child and then hurriedly apologized to Zhou Fei. Boss, I'm sorry. I had a delivery that was about to be late, so I went the wrong way and accidentally hit your car. I'm willing to compensate. You can't go the wrong way even if you're in a hurry, right? Do you even know what kind of car this is? Zhou Fei paused for a moment, seeing that the other party's attitude was not bad, and his anger subsided somewhat. The young mother clearly didn't recognize the Pagani Huayra. After taking a closer look, her beautiful eyes showed astonishment. This is a Pagani Huayra. There's only one in the whole of Huaxia. You crashed into it. You might as well sell your house. A passing uncle watching the commotion immediately said, What? Sell the house? But I don't even have a house. The young mother was instantly dumbfounded, and tears streamed down her face. The little girl beside her saw her mother crying and immediately started to cry as well, comforting her. Mom, don't cry. If we don't have money to pay, we can sell duo. Everyone fell silent. The young mother had brought her child out to deliver food, so her family conditions must be poor. The little girl's words were even more heartbreaking. Unfortunately, society is cruel. If you hit a car, you have to pay for it. It won't show you mercy just because you're poor. Of course, there is still love in the world. Some people on the scene thought about helping the young mother pay for the repairs, but once they saw the Pagani Huayra, they immediately backed down. After all, the repair cost for this car would at least require selling a house. Being a good person isn't that easy. Alright, as long as no one is hurt. You can go. Just remember, even if you're in a hurry, you can't break traffic rules while delivering food, especially with a child. At that moment, Zhang Mu, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. Especially Zhou Fei. What? Zhang Mu, how can this be? Your precious car got scratched. The repair costs must be very expensive. I know you have a good heart, but you can't just let it go without any compensation. The young mother held her child and felt embarrassed to leave. In her view, since she was at fault for going the wrong way and hitting the Pagani Huayra, she couldn't just walk away without saying anything. Little did she know, Zhang Mu smiled slightly and gestured for Zhou Fei to give him the car keys. What for? Zhou Fei furrowed his brows in confusion. Just give it to me. Zhang Mu took the car keys from Zhou Fei, then walked over to the electric bike and lightly scratched 2 marks on its rear trunk with the key. Alright, you scratched my car, and now I've scratched yours. We're even. Don't waste time here. Didn't you say you had a delivery that was about to be late? Hurry up and go. And be careful on the road. After finishing, Zhang Mu smiled and waved at the little girl. The young mother was stunned. Zhou Fei was also stunned. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Soon, someone started clapping, and the whole intersection erupted in applause. This boss has a really good heart. No wonder he drives such a nice car at a young age. Yeah, people like him deserve to be rich. Delivery girl, what are you waiting for? Thank him. Amidst the applause, it wasn't until someone reminded her that the young mother came to her senses and hurriedly thanked Zhang Mu. The little girl also very obediently kept saying, Thank you, uncle. Zhang Mu smiled and said nothing as he returned to the car. Unexpectedly, the young mother chased after him, insisting on adding Zhang Mu on WeChat. Although with her ability, she couldn't afford the exorbitant repair costs, she could compensate in other ways, like sending some local specialties to Zhang Mu. Unable to refuse her kindness, Zhang Mu had no choice but to add the young mother on WeChat. Afterward, Zhou Fei restarted the Pagani Huayra and left the scene. Before Zhou Fei could tease Zhang Mu, a phone call came in. Mr. Zhang, Do you really want to invest in our new movie? It was Angela, a member of the girl group. Zhang Mu was taken aback. A whole day had passed before they called. You're not just waking up from drinking, are you? Angela felt awkward and replied, I wasn't drunk at all. She had just been working on the new movie contract, and now she was calling to invite Zhang Mu to dinner to sign the contract. A done deal. Chapter 77. The Seat. Why doesn't Zhang Mu invest in the new movie? He really needed an investment opportunity to practice his skills. Moreover, it was only a 10 million investment. Even if it failed, he wouldn't feel heartbroken at all. Missin, didn't we agree earlier? I was worried, mister. Zhang was just talking nonsense when he was drunk, Angela said awkwardly, expressing her concerns. Seems like the one who was drunk was you, Angela, but my heart finally settled down. After that, the mixed-race goddess invited Zhang Mu to dinner that evening, and if all went well, they would sign the investment contract. Zhang Mu had no objections, but had one condition. Mr. Zhang, what condition? You say it. Bring your assistant along, so you don't get drunk again and trouble me. Angela's mouth twitched. It seemed this black history couldn't be escaped, could it? She really wanted to tell Zhang Mu that she could drink well. But if he didn't believe it, she would let him see for himself tonight. But in the end, she still didn't say such words. Instead, she said, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, not only my assistant, but other members of the girl group will also attend tonight. That's good. Send the time and location to my phone. After saying that, Zhang Mu hung up the phone. At Yinhai restaurant, Zhang Mu arrived with Zhou Fei. Angela and other girl group members had arrived early and were chatting about gossip in the private room. When they saw Zhang Mu walk in, the girl group members stood up in unison and sweetly said, Mr. Zhang, good evening. Zhang Mu had a calm expression and smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei, walking beside him, was bombarded by this sugary assault, feeling weak and unable to stand firm. Wow, aren't these girl group members something you can only see on TV? No wonder it said that the happiness of the rich is unimaginable. Here they are, having a meal, and the company is all girl group members. Before this, Zhou Fei wouldn't have dared to even think about it. The girl group, Floral Girls, has a total of 5 members, with Angela being the most beautiful and having the best figure. The other 4 each have their own characteristics: the slightly plump goddess, the cute goddess, the sexy goddess, and the electric-eyed goddess. In short, Zhou Fei felt like Zhu Beiji entering the kingdom of women. Surrounded by flowers, he was dazzled. In contrast, Zhang Mu was clearly the Tang Sun. After being seated, he picked up the investment contract prepared by the agency. After glancing through it, finding no issues, Zhang Mu signed his name in the investor section. Then, in front of everyone, he directly transferred 10 million to the agency's account. The entire process was done without a hint of hesitation, not even blinking. The girl group members could only look on with envy. They fantasized about when they would be able to invest 10 million like Zhang Mu, just like that. Probably only in their dreams. Or by tightly hugging the thigh of a wealthy benefactor. In an instant, 2 girl group members looked at Zhang Mu with particularly heated eyes. Their purpose for entering the entertainment industry was simple: for money. If Zhang Mu took a liking to them, they wouldn't have to struggle for the rest of their lives. However, Zhang Mu's mind was completely not on the girls. He still had 100 empty bottles to collect today. So after the meal, when the girl group members suggested going to sing, Zhang Mu unhesitatingly refused, leaving the girl group members in a state of confusion. Who are they? Where are they? What are they going to do? After leaving Yinhai restaurant, Zhang Mu picked up bottles along the way. He had left the car keys with Zhou Fei in advance, as it was clear that Zhou Fei was very interested in the electric-eyed goddess in the girl group. The opportunity was created for him to drive the girl group members home. Whether he could seize this opportunity depended on his flirting skills. More than an hour later, he had collected enough empty bottles. Recycling. The system displayed that the recycling was successful. Reward: 30 equity in the Yenjing virtual currency trading market, Kyoto Investment Company. Note: the system has acquired 30 equity in Kyoto Investment Company through legitimate trading channels. All of the host's funding sources will be obtained through Kyoto Investment Company. Wow, I absolutely love this. When Zhang Mu saw this reward, he was so excited he jumped up. Undoubtedly, this reward completely made up for the previous extremely confusing question of the reasonable source of funds. Virtual currency investment trading, without a doubt, the hottest right now is Bitcoin. 10 years ago, buying 100 yuan worth of Bitcoin has now appreciated to 1.3 billion. This exaggerated and astonishing rise has made people all over the world aware of the concept of virtual currency and that it is incredibly profitable. This also means that with this reward, Zhang Mu has obtained a legitimate source of funds. Now, when others ask, he can completely say that all his money comes from virtual currency trading, especially with the ownership of a building like Yulan Bay, permanent ownership of Jinmao Tower, equity in Juntian Group, shares in Shengfei Games, as well as various luxury cars and watches. These certainly can't be explained as project commissions or company rewards, right? Which company can reward 100 million in luxury cars, 100 million in watches, or or 100 million in lighters, with a reasonable explanation for virtual currency. Mom no longer needs to worry about me doing illegal things outside. It is no exaggeration to say that this is Zhang Mu's favorite reward since obtaining the system. A special reminder, the host needs to personally go to Yanjing to confirm the equity information of Kyoto Investment Company. Just as he was feeling happy, the system suddenly added a sentence. Zhang Mu was taken aback. Isn't it just going to Yanjing to confirm? No problem at all. Anyway, he had never been to Yanjing. And after confirming the equity information, he could also play for a few days as a vacation. Let's go? Zhang Mu immediately booked a plane ticket to Yanjing. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Zhang Mu arrived at Zhonghai International Airport with a backpack. Since all first-class seats for the morning flights had been sold out, Zhang Mu could only buy an economy class ticket. No problem. It's not like taking economy class would prevent him from reaching Yanjing. He queued up to board and successfully boarded half an hour later. His seat was 32, by the window. From a distance, he noticed that both 32 and 32 were occupied. A man and a woman. At first, he thought they were a couple. If they were a couple, he wouldn't mind giving up his seat to them. But as he got closer, it was obviously not right. Sitting in seat 32 was a young girl wearing sunglasses, while in seat 32 was a greasy middle-aged man in his 50s. No joke, at over 50, he could be the young girl's father. What couple are you talking about? It was clear that the greasy uncle thought he was humorous and was actively flirting with the young girl, but she was obviously uninterested, even somewhat annoyed. At this moment, Zhang Mu felt the need to do something. Uncle, you're sitting in my seat. Chapter 78. Please don't speak oil. Uncle looked up at Zhang Mu, seeing such a young guy with a backpack, surely a college student. Oh, my seat is 32. Let us switch. After saying that, the greasy uncle ignored Zhang Mu and continued to flirt with the sunglasses girl. Ugh, with that attitude. Don't even think about switching seats. Sorry, my seat is by the window. Yours is the aisle. I don't want to switch. What is wrong with you? Isn't it just switching seats? Zhang Mu couldn't be bothered to argue and directly called the flight attendant. Along with the flight attendant came the air marshal. The greasy uncle immediately cowered, giving Zhang Mu a fierce glare before returning to his seat. Zhang Mu ignored him and signaled for the sunglasses girl to take the window seat. The sunglasses girl was stunned, immediately understanding Zhang Mu's intention. Because 32 and 32 were only separated by an aisle, in a sense, they were still next to each other. If she sat in 32, it would be different. Zhang Mu was still in between them in 32. The sunglasses girl immediately stood up and thanked him before sitting in seat 32. Seeing this scene, the greasy uncle was furious. Kid, what do you mean? Just because she's a beauty, she can switch seats, and I can't? Zhang Mu sat down in 32, glanced at the greasy uncle, and said, you know she's a beauty, so my reason for refusing to switch seats is even more obvious. Ugly rejection. The greasy uncle. Damn it, I admit I'm a bit ugly, but I have money. I have to get back at this today. He blinked a few times and immediately changed the subject. Little brother, my attitude was bad before. Let us not talk about switching seats. What are you going to Yanjing for? Looking for a job, or just for fun? If it's for a job, I have some connections in Yanjing, and I might be able to help you avoid a lot of detours. The greasy uncle had a smug look on his face as he leaned forward, bypassing Zhang Mu, and looked at the girl in sunglasses by the window, smilingly asking, Beauty, are you also looking for a job? I really mean no harm. I just want to help you. Zhang Mu couldn't help but admire the uncle's thick skin. It was clear that the girl in sunglasses had no interest in him at all, yet he kept pursuing her relentlessly. Isn't this just annoying? Besides, uncle, you say you mean no harm, but your greasy face has already betrayed you. Sure enough, the girl in sunglasses pretended to be asleep, turning her head to the side. But the greasy uncle was truly invincible in terms of face, even standing up to try to wake her. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mu was directly flustered and stopped him. Uncle, this is getting pointless. She doesn't want to talk to you. Why force it? The greasy uncle seriously denied it. Young man, what do you take me for? I just want to help you guys and save you some trouble. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched. He finally understood why some people can be invincible in their shamelessness. Soon after, there was another round of endless awkward small talk. Zhang Mu really couldn't take it anymore and said in a deep voice, Uncle, I'm not looking for a job. I'm just here to travel in Yanjing. Travel? That's even better. I'm very familiar with Yanjing, the greasy uncle said excitedly, standing up again. Beauty, are you also here for tourism? Don't be afraid. I have no malice at all. By the way, since you're traveling, have you booked a hotel? It's the peak tourist season in Yanjing now. If you don't book in advance, you might end up sleeping on the street. Of course, it's fate that we met on the plane, Beauty. I can arrange accommodation for you. I have 2 apartments in Yanjing. TSK, secretly acting rich. Having 2 apartments in Yanjing is something that can make people envious across the country. After all, the housing prices in Yanjing are truly terrifying. Uncle, I've already booked a hotel. Could you please stop bothering me? But the girl in sunglasses was not attracted by the mention of the 2 apartments. Instead, she felt even more annoyed and said, I can't take it anymore. Beauty, don't misunderstand. I really just want to help you. Unfortunately, the greasy uncle didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, his smile grew even wider. The girl in sunglasses had nothing to say, feeling like banging her head against the window, wondering why she chose this flight. Zhang Mu, sitting next to her, felt equally powerless to complain. But the greasy uncle continued, Beauty, since you've booked a hotel, that's good. By the way, what hotel did you book? My car is parked in the airport parking lot. I can take you there. TSK, another show-off. He parked his car in the airport parking lot for a business trip without caring about the high parking fees, implying that he's rich. Uncle, the hotels all have pickup services. Do you want to know about that? Zhang Mu couldn't hold back anymore, feeling uncomfortable with the uncle's pretentiousness. What pickup service? These are all tricks. Every time they come to pick someone up, they wait until the car is full before heading back to the hotel. Which means if you arrive early, you might have to wait 2 or 3 hours to get to the hotel. The greasy uncle nodded as if he understood, speaking with authority. Do the hotels send a bus to pick you up? Zhang Mu frowned slightly. A bus is still okay. Some small hotels even send a van. The greasy uncle continued, then took the opportunity to ask Zhang Mu, Young man, what hotel did you book? Jinzun Hotel, Zhang Mu replied honestly. The greasy uncle hesitated, then his brows relaxed completely. What small hotel? I've never heard of it. Young man, I'm not criticizing you, but since you're out having fun, don't be stingy with your money, especially when it comes to where you sleep. You must choose well. As the greasy uncle finished speaking, Zhang Mu remained silent. But the girl in sunglasses couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jinzun Hotel is a small hotel you've never heard of? Please, don't confuse your ignorance with innocence, okay? Jinzun Hotel is the most famous international luxury hotel in Yanjing, far surpassing big hotels like Hilton and Shangri-La. Just staying one night starts at 50,000. Understand? But the greasy uncle clearly didn't understand and thought the girl in sunglasses was laughing at Zhang Mu for staying in a garbage small hotel, which made him even more excited. He said with a smile, Young man, look, the beauty is laughing at you. So men can't be stingy when they are out. Look at me. Every time I go on a business trip, I stay in hotels that cost over 1,000 a night. It's comfortable, and that naturally makes me happy. Beauty, do you think I'm right? The girl in sunglasses replied to the greasy uncle unusually quickly this time. Uncle, I'm begging you, can you stop talking? Don't you realize you're like a monkey? Chapter 79. Don't take it seriously. Don't you realize you're like a monkey? What does that mean? The greasy uncle was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowed deeply. Then he seemed to think of something, his old face beaming like a blooming flower as he smiled. Beauty, you're amazing. How did you know I was born in the year of the monkey? It seems we're destined to meet. Stop right there. The girl in sunglasses was about to go crazy. When I said you're a monkey, I meant a monkey performing tricks, understand? Not the zodiac sign of the monkey. Who cares about your zodiac sign? Uncle, Jinzun Hotel is the most famous international luxury hotel in Yanjing. Of course, someone of your level wouldn't have access to it. I can understand. But please, stop pretending to be so impressive, okay? The starting price at Jinzun Hotel is 50,000 a night. And slightly better room types cost over 100,000. If it were a small hotel, there wouldn't be any big hotels in the whole country. As the girl in sunglasses spoke, she opened her phone. She knew the greasy uncle wouldn't believe her. So she simply searched for information about Jinzun Hotel to completely disillusion him. Sure enough, after looking at the information about Jinzun Hotel, the greasy uncle's face turned green. It turned out that he hadn't heard of Jinzun Hotel because he was simply not at the level to access such international luxury hotels. It was just like asking the old men and women in a remote village about Dior. They definitely wouldn't have heard of it either. Damn, he had just been bragging about not being stingy with money while traveling, staying in hotels that cost over 1,000 a night. Now the starting price for Jinzun Hotel was 50,000 a night. Slap, slap, slap. Invisible slaps hit him in the face. The greasy uncle suddenly felt like a dog. No, a monkey. A monkey performing tricks. He finally understood why the girl in sunglasses said he resembled a monkey. It was simply too ironic. But he definitely wouldn't take it out on the girl in sunglasses. Instead, he took a deep breath and glared at Zhang Mu. Young man, isn't this a bit too much? Too much? Zhang Mu smiled lightly, meeting the greasy uncle's gaze. Uncle, I can understand if you want to show off. But I already told you I booked Jinzun Hotel, and yet you keep pretending. That's not my fault, right? After all, it's you who didn't know about Jinzun Hotel. The greasy uncle felt like he was on the verge of shutting down. Then, the whole world fell silent. After all, staying in a hotel with a starting price of 50,000 a night, how could someone like him, who only owned 2 apartments in Yanjing through a collective housing speculation, offend such a big shot? Besides, those 2 apartments were the result of collective real estate speculation. What he could actually take home was very little. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting in economy class. He would have long been in first class bragging. Thank you, little brother. The greasy uncle finally stopped chattering, and the girl in sunglasses expressed her gratitude to Zhang Mu, finally enjoying some peace and quiet. You're too polite. I just wanted the world to be a bit quieter, Zhang Mu replied. The two of them exchanged a few simple words before each went to sleep. The flight took off, destination Yanjing. 2 hours later, the flight safely landed at Yanjing International Airport. The greasy uncle quickly disembarked. At that moment, Zhang Mu also received a service call from the Jinzuan Hotel. Since Zhang Mu had booked a room costing 150,000 per night, it naturally included airport pickup service. The pickup staff contacted Zhang Mu, indicating that they were waiting at the exit. Zhang Mu thanked them and hung up. Excuse me, could you help me get my suitcase? The girl in sunglasses by the window stood up and pointed to the luggage compartment above. Of course. Zhang Mu opened the luggage compartment and took out the white suitcase. The two of them walked off the plane together. To be honest, Zhang Mu was quite looking forward to his upcoming trip to Yanjing. Unfortunately, the weather was not cooperating. It was thundering, and a heavy downpour started outside. Yanjing was already notorious for its traffic jams, and with such terrible weather, there were no words to describe it. The girl in sunglasses waited for a long time, but couldn't hail a taxi. Seeing this, Zhang Mu walked over and said, "Where are you going, miss? I can give you a ride. You have a car?" The girl in sunglasses instinctively asked. The Jinzuan Hotel does offer pickup service. The girl was clearly taken aback, thinking that Zhang Mu was just making small talk on the plane to embarrass the greasy uncle, not realizing that he had indeed booked a room at the Jinzuan Hotel. While she was still in shock, the pickup staff from the hotel arrived, accompanied by a charming short-haired woman. She was the assistant to the president of the Kyoto Investment Company. Indeed, the 150,000 per night room at the Jinzuan Hotel was booked by the Kyoto Investment Company for Zhang Mu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much money for a single night. Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to serve you. Would you like to visit the company first or head back to the hotel to rest? Let's drop her off first. Zhang Mu pointed to the still astonished girl in sunglasses. The short-haired woman looked at the girl and revealed a hint of a knowing smile before enthusiastically saying, "All right. No problem." The pickup vehicle was a Mercedes-Benz 300. The short-haired woman led Zhang Mu and the girl to the car. Not far away, the greasy uncle, who had just hurriedly left after the flight landed, was hiding in a corner, secretly observing. He clearly didn't believe that someone like Zhang Mu could book a hotel room starting at 50,000 per night. Did Zhang Mu really book it? Who knows if he was just bragging? So he had come out early to observe secretly, prepared to ridicule Zhang Mu if he found that no one from the Jinzuan Hotel had come to pick him up. But reality struck him hard. Did it even matter if the pickup vehicle was a Mercedes-Benz 300 to confirm if Zhang Mu had booked a room at the Jinzuan Hotel? The greasy uncle hurriedly left, clearly scared. The Mercedes-Benz 300 left the airport and headed straight for the Yanjing Dance Academy in the southern suburbs. No wonder the girl in sunglasses had such a unique aura and a great figure. She was a student at the dance academy. There was no conversation during the ride, but they exchanged WeChat contacts. The girl in sunglasses proactively said, "Thank you for the ride. If there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal." Zhang Mu smiled, but didn't say anything. After all, in social circles, phrases like "let us meet up sometime" or "next time you come to my place" are just polite expressions, nothing to take seriously. After watching the girl in sunglasses enter the Yanjing Dance Academy, Zhang Mu signaled the driver to go, since it was still early, and they should first head to the Kyoto Investment Company. Unexpectedly, the short-haired woman asked the driver to wait a moment, then charmingly said to Zhang Mu, "Mr. Zhang, if you're interested in that girl, give me 10 minutes, and I'll make sure she climbs into your bed at your disposal." Chapter 80. It can't be true, right? Zhang Mu had a premonition that the short-haired woman was someone who would follow through on her words. This meant that if he nodded, in 10 minutes, the girl in sunglasses would obediently climb onto his bed. How scary. No, I'm here to travel, not to flirt. Zhang Mu immediately shook his head awkwardly. The short-haired woman clearly didn't expect such a response, and smiled even more charmingly. "Mr. Zhang, traveling and flirting can go hand in hand." Cough. It seemed quite reasonable. He couldn't refute her. "But I'm not here to travel for that. The most important thing is to confirm the equity information. Let's go to the Kyoto Investment Company first." "All right." The short-haired woman smiled even more alluringly. Last night, Zhang Mu had already reviewed information about the Kyoto Investment Company. It was a virtual currency investment company located in Yanjing Silicon Valley, which had a significant influence in Yanjing and even the entire Huaxia. The largest shareholder was a foreigner named Richardson, who was only 31 years old and very young. Despite being a foreigner, he reportedly held a significant position in Yanjing's gray area. In the past, Zhang Mu wouldn't dare to deal with someone like that. "Aren't you afraid of getting blackmailed?" But since this was a reward from the system, he didn't have to worry. The system would definitely arrange everything clearly for him. Right, system? The system indicated it didn't want to talk. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz 300 drove into the parking lot of a skyscraper, and the short-haired woman led Zhang Mu directly to the 88th floor. Just as they exited the elevator, A handsome foreign man with golden hair opened his arms, fluently welcoming Zhang Mu. Dear Zhang, it's great to see you. I have good news. Thanks to your algorithm proposal, our virtual currency is expected to reach new heights this month. Zhang Mu was a bit confused. What algorithm? He had no recollection of it. This must be the system's doing. That's right. The system responded. Zhang Mu felt relieved and smiled. I'm glad my algorithm can help. It's a result everyone would like to see. Mr. Richardson, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Haha, a pleasant cooperation. Richardson warmly embraced Zhang Mu, and the two went into the office laughing and chatting. Mr. Zhang, here's the equity transfer document prepared for you. Just sign your name, and you will be our second largest shareholder at the Kyoto Investment Company. Zhang Mu didn't even look at it, and just signed. Was there a problem with a reward given by the system? Haha, Mr. Zhang is really straightforward. I've decided to be friends with you. Seeing this, Richardson laughed heartily. In the following days, Mr. Zhang enjoyed himself in Yanjing. If he needed anything, he could approach Lori, the charming short-haired woman. Dressed in a black short skirt with a hot figure, she was no less than Yi Jiqiu. How should one put it? With a woman like this, just a pat on her bottom, and she would know what to do next. It absolutely guaranteed a royal-level service. Unfortunately, during this trip to Yanjing, Zhang Mu never intended to lose his innocence. No, Mr. Richardson, I'm still a kid. Isn't that just right? Lori, hurry up and arrange it. Let us make Mr. Zhang a man tonight. Richardson laughed somewhat lewdly, putting his arm around Zhang Mu's shoulder, and secretly told Zhang Mu that Lori had another identity. Yoga instructor. Got it. Of course he understood. Any position could be unlocked. But Zhang Mu still shook his head, his face turning red. No. I can't handle it. It's better to remain a child. Seeing this, Richardson laughed again. However, he ultimately didn't force Zhang Mu and let Lori follow him to arrange food, housing, and transportation for the next few days. If it was for tourism, she would act as a tour guide. If it was for shopping, she would act as a sales assistant. Of course, if anyone caused trouble, Lori could handle it too. Zhang Mu did not refuse Richardson's kindness this time. After all, he was new to the place and unfamiliar with the surroundings. Having a local person accompany him could indeed help avoid some unnecessary troubles. After leaving the Kyoto Investment Company, Zhang Mu returned to the Jinzuan Hotel to rest. When he woke up, it was already past 7 in the evening. With a hotel rate of 150,000 a night, dinner service was naturally included. When Loli saw Zhang Mu was awake, she signaled the waiter to bring the food. It had to be said that it was quite extravagant. The table was almost filled with seafood, including Boston lobsters and coconut crabs, a whole feast. Zhang Mu definitely couldn't finish it all, so he invited Loli to dine with him. Loli was not shy at all. After sitting down, she even ordered 2 bottles of red wine. After a satisfying meal, Loli swirled her wine glass and flirtatiously said, Mr. Zhang, it's a long night ahead. What's the plan? To be honest, Zhang Mu did have plans. He still had 100 empty bottles to collect today. But he couldn't just say that, could he? So he paused and smiled, saying, no plans, just sleep. Traveling can wait until tomorrow. Oh, sleep? Do you need me to stay and keep you company? Loli licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with allure. Zhang Mu, who was drinking water, nearly choked. Not again. I've told you I'm just a kid. No. Mr. Zhang, it's just the two of us in the room. You really don't need to be nervous. Just lie down and leave the rest to me. Seeing Zhang Mu's reaction, Loli seemed to anticipate it. She stood up, finished her drink, and swayed her body towards Zhang Mu. Loli stood about 165 centimeters tall, and when she reached Zhang Mu, the peaks of her bosom aligned perfectly with his eyes. The pressure was intense. Zhang Mu suddenly felt flustered and wanted to get up, but was met with Loli's finger pointing at his forehead, pushing him back down. Mr. Zhang, you say you're still a kid. You can't be serious, can you? Zhang Mu felt incredibly embarrassed. He was serious. Before he had the system, he was just a loser. His inherent inferiority and timidity meant he had never even held a woman's hand, let alone transition from boyhood to manhood. Haha, Mr. Zhang. I really didn't expect someone wealthy like you to have beautiful women around and not change them like clothes. Loli took another step forward and sat on Zhang Mu's lap. Face to face, their eyes locked, with their noses almost touching. The mixed scents of wine and perfume filled Zhang Mu's nostrils, igniting a fire in his chest. Mr. Zhang, you wouldn't happen to have desires, but no courage, would you? It seemed she had hit the nail on the head. After acquiring the system, Zhang Mu had undergone earth-shattering changes in many aspects. Yet, when it came to matters between men and women, he still felt a bit hesitant. Why not tonight? Chapter 81, The Sihiyuan. It was under the influence of alcohol that Zhang Mu impulsively took his drunken female colleague away. Afterward, he activated the system and knew what happened next. Clearly, if he hadn't been drinking, he might not have dared to take the female colleague away. It's no wonder he kept encountering people like Yi Jiqiu and Lan Kuer after obtaining the system. He had plenty of opportunities to transition from boy to man, but he had never succeeded. He was cowardly, and not just a little cowardly. Zhang Mu had researched and learned that gathering the courage for the first time could help overcome psychological barriers. After that, things would flow smoothly. Why not tonight? Facing those lips so close, Zhang Mu's heart was racing, especially since Loli was already very charming, a yoga instructor with a great figure who could unlock all positions. It was hard not to feel tempted. At that moment, sitting on his lap, Loli sensed Zhang Mu's reaction, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Young people today, who hasn't had a few romantic encounters? Once you've been in a relationship, how many can truly walk away unscathed? Especially someone like Zhang Mu. Handsome and wealthy, there were probably thousands of girls lining up to have relations with him. Yet, Zhang Mu was still just a kid. Shocked. A spark ignited in his heart. After all, the first time is always the sweetest. Mr. Zhang, why don't you let me help you? With that thought, Loli licked her lips and wrapped her arms around Zhang Mu's neck. Zhang Mu was completely stiff, unable to move. Maybe I should just give in. After all, as a newbie, it's best to have an experienced guide. But just as Loli's lips were about to touch his, suddenly, the phone on the table rang. It was an urgent call from Richardson. The algorithm for the virtual market had come up. Damn, this was a big problem. It took a lot of effort to find a reasonable source of funding, and if the algorithm caused the Kyoto investment company to fall into trouble, it would be like going back to square one overnight. Zhang Mu couldn't afford to be careless. There was no time for romance. He immediately left the hotel with Loli and returned to the investment company. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The system produced high-quality results. It quickly self-repaired and even took advantage of the brief fluctuations to gain additional benefits. Richardson was so excited, calling Zhang Mu's algorithm amazing. Zhang Mu felt a bit embarrassed. Who would have thought that algorithms were involved? He didn't even know a single code symbol. By the time he left the investment company again, it was around 11 p.m. Now calm, Zhang Mu hesitated again. He declined Loli's offer to drive him back to the hotel, choosing instead to take a taxi himself, leaving the alluring short-haired woman in the wind. Of course, taking a taxi was just a pretense. After 2 intersections, he got out of the car. Time was tight. He still hadn't completed the task of collecting 100 empty bottles. Compared to system rewards, women were really not appealing at all. Hurry up, get moving. 1, 2, 5, 15, 35. Ultimately, just before midnight, he managed to collect all 100 empty bottles. Recycle, quick recycle. The system displayed a successful recycling message. Reward, a Sihiyuan in Yanjing. Damn. When Zhang Mu saw the reward, he couldn't help but curse. The system was really impressive. Rewards would change with the host location. Previously in Zhonghai, the rewards were mostly concentrated there. Now that he had just arrived in Yanjing, he was directly given a Sihiyuan in Yanjing. It was hard to find a better word to describe it other than awesome. To know that in Yanjing, even an ordinary house costs millions, let alone a Sihiyuan. It was probably worth 100 million, right? Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, grinning foolishly for a few seconds. Since he wasn't sleepy, he thought he might as well go check out the Sihiyuan. Their essay saying, a gold nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. If the Sihiyuan was ready to move in, he wouldn't care for a luxurious hotel that cost 150,000 a night. Immediately, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the address of the Sihiyuan given by the system. Little brother, going there so early? Planning to queue for the flag-raising ceremony? The taxi driver asked with a smile. When Zhang Mu heard flag-raising, he quickly replied, No. Uncle, I'm going home. Going home? Haha, little brother, you're really funny. Zhang Mu didn't understand. He was just going home. So how did it become funny? When they arrived at the destination, Zhang Mu was stunned. The address of the Sihiyuan given by the system was less than 200 meters from the Forbidden City in Yanjing. No wonder the driver thought he was funny. It was entirely normal. Who would have their home in such a place? Previously, this area was within the palace grounds. Think about who lives in the palace. System. Did you give the wrong address? System. The address is absolutely correct. If the host doesn't believe it, this system can reclaim the courtyard, and today's reward will be void. No. It would be a shame for the reward to be voided. Zhang Mu hurriedly refused the system's action to reclaim the reward, took another look at the address, opened the navigation, and walked towards it. Damn, why is there no entrance? Could it be a ghost wall? 5 minutes later, Zhang Mu followed the navigation into an alley. The navigation showed that the courtyard had arrived. But when Zhang Mu looked around, besides high walls and large tiles, he couldn't see any entrance to the courtyard at all. Moreover, he had walked back and forth for over 100 meters. Unfortunately, after busying himself for more than 10 minutes, he still couldn't find the entrance. It was like a ghost wall in a movie, walking back and forth as if going in circles. Come on, system, what kind of place is this? The system was somewhat resigned, unable to complain. After a moment, it arranged something. 2 minutes later, an elderly man resembling a butler appeared in the alley. May I ask, are you Mr. Zhang Mu? Yes, that's me. Finally seeing a living person, Zhang Mu was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Mr. Zhang, I am Su Denian, the butler of the Jin Wangfu. Welcome home. Butler Su Denian never expected that the new owner of the Jin Wangfu would be such a young man, and he couldn't understand why the other party would come so late to confirm the property contract. However, the system had arranged everything flawlessly, leaving no loopholes. The young man in front of him was indeed the new owner of the Jin Wangfu. Su Denian dared not think further and immediately welcomed him enthusiastically. At this moment, Zhang Mu was a bit dizzy. What did you just say? Is this the Jin Wangfu? Yes. Su Denian nodded while handing over the property deed. Clearly written in black and white, the Jin Wangfu now belonged to Zhang Mu. Damn, this is a royal residence. No wonder it's less than 200 meters in a straight line from the Forbidden City. So the reward given by the system is such a super royal courtyard. Butler, please help me. Chapter 82 It's You the Jin Wangfu is one of the few private residences near the Forbidden City. The previous owner sold it to the system at a low price of 3.6 billion due to an urgent need for money. Damn, 3.6 billion at a low price. The corners of Zhang Mu's mouth twitched, feeling unable to complain. Then, under the butler's guidance, he finally found the entrance to the Jin Wangfu. Do you know why he couldn't find the entrance before? Because the Jin Wangfu is surrounded by high walls, with only the main gate for entry and exit. The reason is simple. There are too many tourists near the Forbidden City. Many people treat the Jin Wangfu as a tourist attraction and want to enter for a visit. Therefore, having only one main gate can best protect the privacy of the private residents. Upon entering the Jin Wangfu, Zhang Mu had only one feeling. Big. Really big. Super big. This is just too large. It's bigger than the middle school I attended in the countryside when I was young. You must know that today's rural middle schools are not just a few dilapidated classrooms. They also have basketball courts, football fields, laboratories, music buildings, gymnasiums, and other facilities. So, just how big is this Jin Wangfu? Use your imagination. Additionally, what stunned Zhang Mu even more was the decoration of the Jin Wangfu. Normally, residences passed down from that era are likely to be dilapidated and suffer from the ravages of time. Even a door might be nailed repeatedly. But who would have thought that the Jin Wangfu was fully modernized, showcasing high-tech elements everywhere? It was simply too luxurious. Is that an artificial lake? Holy crap. There's even a small golf course. Zhang Mu suddenly felt a bit unsteady again. Butler, help me again. The butler hurriedly stepped forward, carefully supporting Zhang Mu while giving his suggestion. Sir, it may take a long time to tour the entire royal residence. It's already quite late. Why not take a nap and continue exploring tomorrow? Please rest assured, the royal residence employs a professional housekeeping company, with 30 housekeepers cleaning daily. It takes 30 housekeepers just for cleaning. One can only imagine how big the royal residence is. All right, sleep. Let's sleep first. On the other side, at the Jinzuan Hotel, Loli came uninvited. On one hand, she initially had a mission to figure out Zhang Mu's background. On the other hand, the first taste of a boy turning into a man left her lingering. Moreover, he was such a handsome and wealthy young man like Zhang Mu. She was excited. If she didn't have Zhang Mu, she couldn't sleep at night. Unfortunately, Zhang Mu never returned to the hotel, and when she called, Zhang Mu replied, I'm already at home sleeping. Let us talk tomorrow if there's anything. Loli was shocked. According to the investigation data, Zhang Mu had no property in Yanjing. This meant it was impossible for him to have a home. The short-haired woman did not dare to delay and hurriedly reported this matter to Richardson. Clearly, Richardson had long suspected Zhang Mu's identity. However, everything arranged by the system was seamless. Even if Richardson brought in the most elite lawyers, he couldn't find any issues with the equity documents. Yet he still couldn't accept this result. Indeed, Zhang Mu's algorithm had increased the profits of the virtual market. But just because of an algorithm, could Zhang Mu become the second largest shareholder of the investment company? Clearly not enough weight. More persuasion was needed. After all, the world is changing. And the virtual market is also changing. The algorithm that can make money today might not work tomorrow. The ambitions and greed of foreigners are bottomless. What they need is a partner with sufficient potential value. In the next few days, no matter what method you use, find out his reality. This is crucial for us. Okay. Sleeping until I wake up naturally. After having breakfast, Zhang Mu continued to wander around the royal residence. After a cursory glance, damn, over an hour had passed. Damn, such a big royal residence. If the gardener in the front yard and the housekeeper in the backyard fell in love, would that be considered a long-distance relationship? But speaking of big, there must be benefits to being big. My parents back home, along with my relatives, must come to Yanjing once to see the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square. It seems it's time to arrange that. Everyone should come. After all, such a big royal residence can definitely accommodate them. Moreover, it's so close, it's only a 3 to 5 minute walk. Thinking this, Zhang Mu couldn't help but snap his fingers, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After that, Since he planned to arrange for his parents and relatives to come to visit the Forbidden City, he had to scout the route first. Zhang Mu then briefed the butler, saying he would return for lunch later, and headed towards the Forbidden City. As the most famous attraction in Yanjing, and even in Huaxia, the number of visitors to the Forbidden City is very high every day. If it's a holiday, it's simply a sea of people. Zhang Mu bought a ticket and entered. The crowd had one major benefit for him. More people meant more empty bottles. If he could collect 100 empty bottles while enjoying the visit, it would be incredibly satisfying. 1, 2, 15, 40 before he knew it. He had picked up over 80. The woven bag was almost full. Zhang Mu simply slung it over his shoulder, a happy smile on his face. Wow, what a handsome young man. It's a pity he has no money. Otherwise, I would be willing to give him a chance to pursue me. Suddenly, a few young men and women approached from a distance. One of the big-eyed girls looked at Zhang Mu's face and immediately expressed her feelings. "Wei, I have money, yet I don't see you giving me a chance to pursue you," said a chubby guy in frustration. The chubby guy had a bit of money at home and had been Wei's loyal admirer for 2 years. Unfortunately, he had yet to succeed in winning her over. So, he was quite anxious and troubled. "Oh, who said she isn't giving you a chance? Isn't she's still in her junior year? She's not ready for a relationship yet," someone muttered helplessly. To think that some female college students are already mothers by their senior year. To put it bluntly, Wei wasn't willing to accept the chubby guy's flattery, but didn't want to be with him either, so she kept making excuses to drag it out. "Buddy, let me give you a piece of advice. If you keep being a loyal admirer, you'll end up with nothing." Zhang Mu glanced at the chubby guy's appearance and thought, well, he looked like an honest person, so he couldn't help but pat the chubby guy on the shoulder. The chubby guy? Wei? Both of them were stunned, but Wei reacted quickly and angrily retorted, "Who are you? Why are you talking like that? So infuriating. What if the chubby guy stops pursuing me?" Just as Zhang Mu was about to say something, another voice chimed in. "It's you, little brother." Chapter 83, The Bag. What a familiar voice. Zhang Mu turned to look and saw a girl with stunning looks and an amazing figure smiling at him. It seemed that she recognized him, but why couldn't he recall who she was for a moment? "Little brother, do you remember me now?" The girl noticed the confusion on Zhang Mu's face and immediately took out sunglasses from her bag and put them on. Damn. No wonder he didn't recognize her right away. It turned out she wasn't wearing sunglasses. She was the girl from last night's flight. "Oh, it's you. Haha. I really didn't recognize you without the sunglasses." That sounded a bit awkward. It was like greeting a goddess from an adult film, saying you wouldn't recognize her once she got dressed. Fortunately, the sunglasses girl was quite innocent and continued to respond with a sweet smile. "Euro, who is he?" Just then, before Zhang Mu and Lin Euro could continue speaking, a hostile voice rang out. A boy with an afro was glaring at Zhang Mu. His name was Gao Hu, and he had been pursuing Lin Euro for 3 years. Today, he specially bribed Lin Euro's roommate, the big-eyed girl Wei, to join him in visiting the Forbidden City, hoping to seize the rare opportunity to improve their relationship. But to his surprise, when Lin Euro saw Zhang Mu, she was clearly extremely excited and called him little brother. Who could stand that? His mindset exploded, just like his afro. But Lin Euro didn't care about his exploding mindset. She was very annoyed by Gao Hu's way of addressing her. She frowned and looked at Gao Hu with dissatisfaction. "Gao Hu, how many times do I have to tell you? We're not familiar, please don't call me Euro." Then she explained, "I met this little brother on the plane back to Beijing yesterday." To be honest, saying we're not familiar made Gao Hu feel extremely awkward. But as a loyal admirer, being reprimanded by the goddess, he didn't dare to get angry and immediately turned his fire on Zhang Mu. The flight back to Beijing? He looked Zhang Mu up and down, mockingly raising the corners of his mouth. "Buddy, looking at you, you shouldn't be a local from Yanjing, right?" Zhang Mu shook his head. No? That made sense. Looking at him, it was obvious he was asking a question he already knew the answer to. If he were a young person from Yanjing, how could he be out here picking up trash? Only you outsiders, doing any lowly job, are desperate to stay in Yanjing. Honestly, I really can't understand your thoughts. Is Yanjing that great that you're all willing to risk everything to stay? On the surface, it seemed he didn't understand, but he was secretly showing off his superiority. Yanjing is great, a big city, the capital of Huaxia. Workers from all over are risking their lives and breaking their heads just to stay in Yanjing, even if it means living humbly. Of course, it wasn't just Gao who thought this way. The vast majority of locals in Yanjing also felt superior and discriminated against migrant workers. But Lin Euro was different. Her frown deepened, and she angrily shouted, "Gao Hu, how can you speak like that? Without the contributions and sacrifices of outsiders, would we have the Yanjing we have today? I want you to apologize to this little brother right now." "What? You want a local from Yanjing to apologize to an outsider? How could that be possible?" Gao Hu's face turned dark. Fortunately, Zhang Mu couldn't be bothered to argue. He looked at Gao Hu like he was a fool, thinking, "Who has time to care about your regional superiority? I might as well take this opportunity to pick up a few more empty bottles." Just ahead, He spotted 5 empty bottles. Let us go. Zhang Mu signaled to Lin Yuro, grabbed a woven bag, and rushed over. Lin Yuro was stunned. Gao Hu was also stunned. The big-eyed beauty and the honest guy were both stunned, especially when they saw Zhang Mu picking up the empty bottles and putting them into the woven bag. Lin Yuro was even more shocked. You have to know that when they arrived in Yanjing yesterday, this little brother was picked up by the hotel staff in a luxury car. How did he suddenly turn into a scavenger today? Gao Hu was smug, thinking, see? He really is a scavenger. The only reason he ran away was that he felt embarrassed in front of this local from Yanjing. What a sense of superiority. Zhang Mu, who was back at work, was completely unaware of others' thoughts. 88, 89, 98, 99. Soon 100. He arrived at a deserted place and recycled. The system displayed, recycling successful. Reward, Hermes Platinum Diamond Bag. What the hell? Yesterday it was a super luxury courtyard, and today it's just a bag. That is a bit disappointing. However, Zhang Mu took out his phone and checked the information on this platinum diamond bag. Damn, this bag costs over 10 million. The platinum bag is a classic series from Hermes, and the platinum diamond bag is undoubtedly the classic of classics. This bag is made of precious leather, decorated with 182 diamonds, the largest of which is 8 carats, with the rest weighing a total of 200 carats. The bag's design is unique. Besides being used as a bag, the diamond necklace on the bag can be removed and used as a necklace and bracelet. The only downside is that it's a women's bag. For Zhang Mu, its practical value is almost zero. Maybe he could find a time to send it back to his mom. It might come in handy when she goes grocery shopping. System, Hermes, a $10 million grocery bag. How about that? Soon, the manager of Hermes Yanjing contacted Zhang Mu, having learned he was visiting the Forbidden City. Well, a rich guy who can afford a $10 million bag must be out enjoying himself, right? Who would have thought he was picking up empty bottles? The manager stated that the platinum diamond bag would be delivered in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That is not too long. Zhang Mu decided to wait a bit and pick up a few more empty bottles in the meantime. After all, picking up more today means less tomorrow. Before long, 10 minutes passed. When the manager of Hermes Yanjing arrived at the Forbidden City in person with the platinum diamond bag, it was bound to cause a huge stir. First of all, this is the luxury brand Hermes. Secondly, which girl doesn't he love bags? Especially a $10 million bag. Wow. This is the Hermes Platinum Diamond Bag. I can't be dreaming, right? In the crowd, Hui's eyes were extremely bright as she pulled the honest guy admirer over. Look at those sparkling diamonds. I really love this bag. If you buy it for me, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. No, I'll be your girlfriend. The honest person twitched his lips. A bag worth over 10 million? How could he possibly afford it? Beside him, Lin Yuru showed a face full of longing. Her hands unconsciously clasped to her chest. A bag worth over 10 million. Looking up and down, left and right, he just couldn't get enough of it. Chapter 84. Too absurd compared to the honest person who was a sycophant beside Hui, Gao Hu was obviously wealthier. Noticing the yearning in Lin Yuru's eyes, he thought this was definitely an opportunity. No girl would dislike a bag. If he bought this bag and gave it to Lin Yuru, his chances of winning her heart would surely increase significantly. However, he was short on cash. His family had some money, with assets over 10 million. But to take out over 10 million to buy a luxury brand bag would definitely get him killed by his parents in no time. Damn. Just picturing that scene made him feel like shutting himself off. But speaking of which, Beijing truly is a big city, full of hidden talents. A bag worth over 10 million can just be bought like that. Who's the big shot? Gao Hu's expression turned serious as he tidied up his clothes, waiting for the big shot to appear, hoping for a chance to ingratiate himself. Unexpectedly, Hui, who was beside him, had no sense at all. She knew her honest person sycophant couldn't afford the bag, so she placed her hopes on Gao Hu. Although Gao Hu would be buying the bag to give to Lin Yuru, wouldn't it be fine for her to touch it and take a few selfies to post on her social media? So, she pretended to be casual and said, Gao Xiao, this bag is quite nice. You should buy one for Yuru. She would definitely like it. Gao Hu, I feel like I've been insulted. Do you really have no sense at all? But since Hui had already said it, could he possibly retort? That would be too embarrassing. So he awkwardly smiled, pretending to understand as he looked at the Hermes Birkin diamond bag. In fact, while this bag looked beautiful, its practical value was quite low. It would be better to buy a Chanel instead. Yuru, if you like it, we can go check out the Chanel store later. Chanel bags, though expensive, do have some that are only tens of thousands, totally affordable. The more Gao Hu spoke, the more excited he became, feeling very clever. However, at that moment, a handsome guy carrying a woven bag passed by, who said this bag wasn't practical. Besides being used as an ordinary bag, the diamond chain on it could be removed to be used as a necklace or bracelet. Moreover, among the 2182 diamonds, the largest one was 8 carats. And with some processing, it could even be made into a diamond ring. Upon hearing this, Gao Hu fell silent. Just a second ago, he was confidently saying the bag had low practical value. But the next second someone stood up and said the bag could not only be used as an ordinary bag, but also had the diamond chain that could be turned into jewelry. This was simply a slap in the face. Smack. His face felt swollen. Moreover, the person who slapped him was actually Zhang Mu, a worker from out of town. That's right. The handsome guy carrying the woven bag was none other than Zhang Mu. Gao Hu's face burned with embarrassment and anger as he stared at Zhang Mu, sneering. I really can't understand people like you, an outsider who clearly can't even afford a month's worth of living. Yet you have the time to study luxury goods and speak so confidently, as if you could afford them. If the first time this guy showed off his superiority and looked down on him was understandable, Zhang Mu didn't refute it. After all, sycophants like to show off in front of their goddesses. Moreover, Zhang Mu hadn't even finished picking up his empty bottles, so he couldn't be bothered with him. But now, Gao Hu actually mocked him again, looking down on migrant workers. Zhang Mu couldn't take it anymore. What's wrong with being a migrant worker? Did it eat into your family's rice? Please keep your discrimination against migrant workers to yourself. Bah, I discriminate, what of it? Unexpectedly, Gao Hu became even more emboldened, continuing to flaunt his superiority in a preachy manner. Do you know why the environment and traffic in Beijing have become so bad? It's because you migrant workers keep squeezing into Beijing, especially someone like you, who can't even find a job and has to pick up trash. I really don't understand. Wouldn't it be better to learn some skills? Why study luxury goods? You have no confidence, acting like you know everything just because you can own it. Do you know how much that bag costs? Over 10 million, you'll never earn even a fraction of that in your lifetime. Gao Hu's voice was loud, attracting the attention of many tourists in the Forbidden City. Most of them were also locals of Beijing, with an inherent sense of superiority, pointing at Zhang Mu. Seeing this, Gao Hu naturally became even more excited, sneering, someone like you only deserves to pick up trash. Go on, over there seems to be a few empty bottles. Hurry and pick them up. You might have a decent meal tonight. Zhang Mu, however, did not move and instead looked at the Hermes manager holding the Birkin diamond bag. Why aren't you leaving? Gao Hu sneered again. What are you looking at? Do you think staring at it a few more times will make it yours? Why would it become mine? This diamond bag is mine. Zhang Mu replied calmly, waving at the Hermes manager. Ha! Gao Hu felt he had heard the biggest joke. Laughing so hard, he almost cried. Did everyone hear that? This trash-picking migrant worker says the Hermes diamond bag worth over 10 million is his. Wei also found it amusing, sarcastically saying, handsome, what's important in this world is self-awareness. Hearing a trash picker say such things is just hilarious. The locals around Beijing laughed heartily. However, amidst the uproarious laughter, the Hermes manager recognized Zhang Mu, having arranged everything in advance. She had long memorized the appearance of the diamond bag's buyer. She rushed in front of Zhang Mu, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and presented it with both hands, enthusiastically saying, Mr. Zhang, your reserved Hermes' latest model Birkin diamond bag has arrived. All right, thank you. Zhang Mu calmly took it, then unzipped it to put in the 2 empty bottles he had. Everyone, completely stunned, their faces hurt. So this over 10 million Hermes Birkin diamond bag really belonged to Zhang Mu. This is too impressive. Just one question, is your face swollen? Gao Hu's eyes were nearly popping out. Wei was also scared, trembling like a little chick. What's important in this world is self-awareness. But who lacks self-awareness now? Mr. Zhang, are you using this diamond bag to store empty bottles? The Hermes manager asked in shock. Yes, just for storing empty bottles. We migrant workers can't be too ostentatious. Otherwise, we'll be looked down upon even more by the locals of Beijing. Chapter 85. Passing by leaving behind a remark. We migrant workers can't be too ostentatious. Otherwise, we'll be looked down upon even more by the locals of Beijing. The handsome guy carrying a woven bag transformed into a low-key migrant worker carrying an Hermes Birkin diamond bag. Zhang Mu walked away without looking back, leaving behind an explosive scene and the Beijing locals with painfully swollen faces. Especially Gao Hu, whose face was almost turning the color of liver. Still showing off superiority? What is there to show off? In front of a wealthy buyer of a bag worth over 10 million, where does the superiority come from? Are you still looking down on Zhang Mu for picking up trash? Damn, if he could afford a bag worth over 10 million, he wouldn't just pick up trash. He would willingly eat trash. Wei next to her was on the verge of tears. She had been hanging around the honest guy who was a sycophant, just hoping to find a wealthy man. Now, a handsome and wealthy Zhang Mu had appeared before her. Not only did she fail to appreciate it, but she also mocked him wildly. This scheming woman was regretting her choices immensely. On the other hand, Lin Yuru was completely bewildered when she first saw the diamond bag. Even after Zhang Mu slapped her face repeatedly with his success, she still looked confused. But to be fair, for someone who could stay at the Golden Zune Hotel, buying a bag worth over 10 million shouldn't be too difficult, right? Why was everyone's reaction so exaggerated? How strange. It was a live slap in the face, and it was particularly harsh. Gao, who naturally didn't have the courage to stay in the Forbidden City any longer. He exchanged glances with He Wei, and the group hurriedly left. That over there is the Jin Wangfu. Should we go take a look? The honest guy thought to himself that he had finally managed to take his goddess He Wei out, and it would be a pity to go back just like that. So he suggested continuing the outing. Upon hearing the suggestion, He Wei didn't say much, but Gao Hu's eyes lit up. He was familiar with Jin Wangfu. It's worth mentioning that his family runs a housekeeping company, and the housekeepers at Jin Wangfu were hired from his company. Because of this connection, he had the fortune to visit Jin Wangfu before, and it was quite shocking. So, here was another chance to show off. Ahem. He pretended to clear his throat and looked at the honest guy, saying, No, Jin Wangfu is a private residence. Without the owner's invitation. No matter how capable you are, you can't go in. The honest guy was taken aback. He never expected that Jin Wangfu, right next to the Forbidden City, was actually a private residence. My God, how impressive must the person living there be? It was beyond imagination. Gao Xiao, is what you said true? The scheming girl He Wei quickly chimed in, and upon receiving a nod, her gaze immediately became fiery. She too had realized that Jin Wangfu was a private residence. So compared to Jin Wangfu, what was a 10 million Hermes diamond bag? Just a moment ago, she was regretting missing out on the handsome bag-carrying Zhang Mu. In the next second, her target had clearly shifted to the owner of Jin Wangfu. Logically speaking, the owner of such a private residence must be an elderly person. But she didn't mind. After all, she was after money, not the person's body. Suddenly, she seemed to envision her life as a wealthy lady living in Jin Wangfu. How delightful that would be. Unfortunately, private residences are not open to the public. If you can't even get in, how can you throw flirty glances at the owner of Jin Wangfu? He Wei was quite anxious and asked Gao Hu if he had a way. Gao Hu ignored her and instead looked at Lin Yuru, softly asking, Yuru, do you want to go in for a visit? Lin Yuru hesitated. She often watched the news and knew that Jin Wangfu was the largest private residence around the Forbidden City, and it housed many cultural relics. To be honest, if given the chance, she would definitely want to go in for a visit. Noticing Lin Yuru's hesitation, Gao Hu knew his chance to show off had come. Yuru, I have a way to get you in. Before Lin Yuru could respond, He Wei jumped with excitement. Gao Xiao, you are amazing. Not bad. Gao Hu instantly shook off the previous embarrassment of failing to show off, feeling extremely comfortable. Let us go, I'll take you in. Because of his housekeeping company, Gao Hu had met the butler of Jin Wangfu. He believed the butler would do him a favor. The four of them excitedly arrived at the entrance of Jin Wangfu. The manner was extraordinary. How impressive. He Wei's eyes widened with longing. Lin Yuru was shocked. In this valuable area next to the Forbidden City, how could such an impressive manor exist, and what kind of person lived inside? Luck was on their side, as butler Su Dajing happened to be heading out. Gao, who saw Su Dajing, his eyes lit up, hurriedly organized his words, and approached respectfully, flattering him. Butler Su, long time no see, you're looking younger every day? Su Dajing was taken aback, not recognizing who Gao Hu was. Who are you? Gao Hu felt awkward and quickly smiled. Butler Su, I am. He rambled on with a bunch of introductions. Su Dajing finally had some recollection, slightly nodding. Are you here for something? Butler Su, it's like this. I came to the Forbidden City with a few friends today, and we happened to pass by Jin Wangfu. They wanted to go in for a visit. So I was wondering if you could give us a favor. Give you a favor? Right. Why should I give you a favor? Just because you have a big face? This is a private residence. Do you think you can just visit on a whim? Moreover, Jin Wangfu just changed owners. And I haven't figured out the new owner's temperament yet. If I let you in and something goes wrong, I'll have to take the blame too. Su Dajing not only refused, but did so with no regard for feelings. Gao Hu. He felt so awkward, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Then, he quickly changed the topic. Butler Su, Jin Wangfu changed owners? When did that happen? Just last night. Ah, how unfortunate. Gao Hu said this on purpose, pretending that they couldn't visit because Jin Wangfu had changed owners. If it hadn't changed owners, wouldn't it be easy to go in? By the way, who is the new owner? Some things are not for you to inquire about, Su Dajing said coldly. Scolding him, Gao Hu felt awkward. Undoubtedly, he had lost face. If he had known this would happen, why even try to show off? It would have been better to leave the Forbidden City and head back to school. That would have been nice. Just then, the door of Jin Wangfu slowly opened again. Quickly get out of the way, don't block the new owner's path. Butler Su Dajing immediately scolded again, and then with a beaming smile. He jogged to the entrance. Yes. Gao Hu shrank his neck in fear and quickly stepped aside. Lin Yuru and the others also shrank back. The next moment, a handsome young man who had just finished eating and was burping walked out. Chapter 86. The king of pressure Zhang Mu had a few bites of food when he received a call from Luoli. She offered to be his tour guide, wanting to take Zhang Mu to visit various attractions in Yanjing. Zhang Mu had come to Yanjing this time not only to finalize the equity of the Jingdu Investment Company, but also to enjoy the scenery. He agreed. They arranged to meet at the Forbidden City. Master, are you going out? The butler Su Dajing had an exceedingly flattering smile. Yes, I have an appointment. Take care, master. Su Dajing bowed at a 90-degree angle. Zhang Mu nodded slightly and walked down the steps step by step. The crowd, trying to see what the new owner of Jin Wangfu looked like, was instantly thrown into disarray. Gao Hu, He Wei, the honest guy, Lin Yuru, if I'm not mistaken. The butler just said that the owner of Jin Wangfu was changed to Zhang Mu last night, and Zhang Mu only arrived in Yanjing yesterday. Doesn't this mean that he bought Jin Wangfu in less than a day? This strength shocked Lin Yuru. Meanwhile, Gao Hu was even more. He couldn't believe that the owner of Jin Wangfu was the same bag-carrying handsome guy who bought a 10 million Hermes diamond bag. How could that be possible? It was completely unbelievable. He was doubting life. Wow, this guy is actually the new owner of Jin Wangfu. Were the foreign workers I saw earlier all fake foreign workers? Is this the real foreign worker? The honest guy next to him had his worldview completely refreshed as well. And He Wei, all startled, reached a peak moment. Almost wetting her pants. She initially thought she had missed out on a 10 million bag-carrying handsome guy. Who would have thought the new owner of Jin Wangfu was him? Is this what they call fate? Yes, it must be fate. I am destined to become the mistress of the Jin Wangfu. He Wei immediately touched up her makeup as quickly as possible and rushed towards Zhang Mu. Honey, I had imagined throwing myself into Zhang Mu's embrace. But awkwardly, I only managed to say one word. Whoosh. Two dark shadows flashed past quickly. The bodyguards of the Jin Wangfu immediately restrained her. It's a joke. Anyone who can work as a bodyguard at a place like the Jin Wangfu must be extraordinary. How could they allow a fairy to act recklessly? It wasn't until He Wei was stopped that Zhang Mu noticed the presence of Lin Yuru and others, and couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Master, it's like this. The butler ran over to explain. After hearing this, Zhang Mu smiled slightly. I'm sorry, but this Jin Wangfu is also the residence of this foreign worker. Isn't that annoying? Gao Hu thought to himself. I feel like a dog. What's it like to be humiliated twice in a row? And the key opponent is the same person? What kind of experience is that? And this person is obviously the king among kings. What kind of experience is that? Today is undoubtedly the darkest day. Gao Hu felt like he wanted to die. Then, Zhang Mu pointed at Lin Yuru and said to the butler, she is my friend. Let her in for a visit. After saying this, Zhang Mu left, leaving behind a shocked Lin Yuru and a confused Gao Hu. What the heck? So Lin Yuru knows Zhang Mu. Why didn't she say it earlier? Is it really that fun to play tricks like this? But it was precisely because Lin Yuru was Zhang Mu's friend that Gao Hu dared not express his anger and became silent on the spot. Mom, I won't show off anymore. After leaving the Jin Wangfu, Zhang Mu successfully met up with Loli. The short-haired woman today is wearing a blue cheongsam that splits up to her thighs. I have to say, the cheongsam is the best way to test a woman's figure. Loli, now in a cheongsam, is curvy in all the right places. Zhang Mu couldn't help but think of the four-character phrase, practical weapon. If it weren't for Richardson's phone call last night, he would have had an in-depth conversation with such a woman. Damn, my scalp went numb. I don't even know if I can handle it. Fortunately, Loli acted as if nothing had happened, focusing intently on being a tour guide. Zhang Mu felt less awkward. Soon, the time for the outing passed. After dinner, Loli suggested, Mr. Zhang, Richardson heard that you have property in Yanjing and wants to visit your home sometime. When would be convenient for you? Zhang Mu didn't think much of it, not realizing this was to probe his background, and casually said, how about tonight? I'll give you the address, and you can come with Mr. Richardson. Okay, Loli was more than happy, her beautiful eyes gleaming with unusual excitement. 20 minutes later, having received the address, Loli met Richardson. Let's go. We'll know when we get to his house. For Richardson, he considered himself a strong person. Therefore, strong people only associate with strong people. If the partner lacks strength or potential value, Richardson would not take them seriously. Soon, the two drove their Benz to the address indicated. Wait a minute. This place doesn't have any community. Looking around, all he could see were high walls. And this was clearly near the Forbidden City. How could it be used for residence? Loli, did you get the wrong address? Richardson furrowed his brow. I didn't get it wrong. I confirmed with Mr. Zhang several times, and he nodded, saying it was this address. Loli replied with certainty. Boss, should we look for it again? They had already been driving for some time. The two continued to drive around in the alleys. After more than half an hour, they still couldn't find Zhang Mu's house. Boss, we may have been tricked. I just checked. There's only the Jin Wangfu nearby, Richardson said, his mood becoming unbalanced. Tricked? Damn. At that moment, a call came in. It was Zhang Mu. Richardson, why haven't you arrived yet? Richardson suppressed his anger and replied, Brother Zhang, you didn't give us a wrong address, did you? Loli and I have been here for a while, but we can't find your house no matter how we circle around. No way, where are you now? What buildings are nearby? There aren't any buildings, just a Jin Wangfu, Richardson said irritably. Even a foreigner like him knew that the Jin Wangfu wasn't a place where anyone could live. Didn't Zhang Mu understand? It seemed too fake. Oh, I thought I really gave the wrong address. Unbeknownst to Zhang Mu, he didn't think much about it. Are you in the alley by the Jean Wangfu's wall? Yes. Richardson was losing his patience. Drive your car to the front gate of the Jean Wangfu, and I'll have the butler let you in. Richardson. Ah, it's my fault. I forgot to tell Loli that the Jean Wangfu is my home. Richardson. Chapter 87. Don't get cocky, is this a joke? The Jean Wangfu is Zhang Mu's home? Richardson was completely stunned, having spent a long time in the gray areas of Yinjing. He knew better than anyone that a super courtyard like the Jean Wangfu required special approval for buying or selling. Without sufficient connections, even the richest person couldn't buy such a residence. So what the hell? Zhang Mu is actually the owner of the Jean Wangfu. The previous investigation indicated that he was just an ordinary young man, right? Little did they know, before having the system, Zhang Mu was indeed an ordinary young man. After acquiring the system, he became extraordinary, but the system controlled everything. Although Richardson hired the most professional team to investigate Zhang Mu, the information they obtained was all from before he had the system. This created a huge contrast. Where's the ordinary young man they promised? Damn it. The owner of the Jean Wangfu is an ordinary young man? Richardson didn't want to speak anymore. However, there was still a possibility. Could Zhang Mu be bragging? To verify, he quickly drove carefully to the entrance of the Jean Wangfu. The gate was wide open, and the courtyard was deep and endless. The butler, Su Danian, had been waiting for some time. You must be the esteemed guests of the master, Mr. Richardson and Ms. Loli. Please follow me. Damn, it's real. Zhang Mu really lives in the Jean Wangfu. Richardson was stunned for a long time, unable to regain his composure. When he got out of the car, he almost knelt on the ground. There was nothing he could do. His legs were shaking so badly he couldn't control them. Loli, who was with him, was not much better off. She was still sitting in the car. Because her hands were shaking so much, she couldn't muster the strength to open the car door. After calming down for a full 10 minutes, the two big shots from Kyoto Investment Company could barely walk normally, carefully following butler Su Danian into the Jean Wangfu. Hello, Loli. Richardson's voice was still trembling. BB boss, WW, what's the matter? Loli was equally flustered. When we meet Mr. Zhang, we must be respectful and absolutely cannot be disrespectful. Oh, okay. After their conversation ended, they followed the butler, growing more apprehensive as they walked. After all, the Jean Wangfu was just too big. They had been walking for 7 or 8 minutes, and they hadn't seen a single person. My goodness, in the back, one could still see Yanjing and even the landmarks of Huaxia, the Forbidden City. Next to the Forbidden City, a place where every inch of land is precious. There is such a large mansion. It's clear that Zhang Mu is anything but ordinary. Richardson suddenly shivered. He had initially been cautious and even skeptical about the collaboration with Zhang Mu, but now, it had escalated to a level where he had to look up to him. Having such a partner made Richardson feel like his ancestors were surely smiling down on him. After a 15-minute journey, he finally met the owner of the Jean Wang mansion, who was dressed in a bathrobe and eating, what, instant noodles? Thunderstruck. The owner of the Jean Wang mansion actually eats instant noodles? This was like finding out that a fairy could also fart. Little did he know that Zhang Mu had a penchant for this. Having a bucket of instant noodles before bed was simply satisfying. Mr. Richardson, why did you take so long to arrive? Zhang Mu asked with a slight smile. Slurping up some noodle soup. Richardson replied, Loli, why did it take so long? Isn't it because your house is too big? After some banter, the host and guest enjoyed their time together. After about 5 minutes, Richardson prepared to leave because he felt that staying at Jean Wang mansion was too much for his pride. However, before leaving, he tightly grasped Zhang Mu's hand. His attitude overly flattering. Brother Zhang, from now on, we are partners. I will need your assistance with the Kyoto Investment Company. Sure, Zhang Mu replied politely, sending the two off. Loli, on the other hand, was reluctant to leave, wanting to help Zhang Mu transition from a boy to a man. But Richardson pulled her away. Knowing oneself is valuable. Were you worthy of the owner's first time at Jean Wang mansion? Were you worthy of a key? How many keys could you handle? In the following 2 days, Richardson, like a grandson, took his grandfather Zhang Mu on a tour of the Kyoto Investment Company's mine. The so-called mine was just computing equipment. Virtual currency is derived from a special computational method through computing devices, thus obtaining virtual investment products. Honestly, Zhang Mu had no interest in the equipment whatsoever. After all the algorithms were arranged by the system. He was merely a mover, but that didn't stop him from showing off. While touring the computing equipment, he didn't forget the main point. He took out his phone, shot some short videos, and sent them to his parents. After all, he planned to use the Kyoto Investment Company as a reasonable source of funds so that when his relatives and friends later asked how he suddenly became wealthy overnight, he would have a reasonable explanation. The good news was first shared with his parents. Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom were honest rural people, and when they saw the videos of the mine, they were quite shocked, especially when Zhang Mu smilingly said that the 400 000. He sent back, last time was earned through this thing. His parents' phone immediately bombarded him with calls, worried he was involved in something illegal. Zhang Mu had no choice but to patiently explain for over 2 hours, saying that he initially invested only a few hundred yuan and gradually earned more. The news about Bitcoin was the best example. 10 years ago, he bought it for 100 yuan, and now it's worth billions. After confirming that the news about Bitcoin was true several times, it took over another hour before they finally believed Zhang Mu. "You kid, you really are my son," Zhang Mom said with a smile over the phone. As a true rural person, she felt genuinely happy for her son and wanted to use various praises to exaggerate Zhang Mu. Unfortunately, her words fell short. In the end, she just managed to say, "You're really my son." Zhang Dad held back for a long time and finally said, "Now that you've earned money, don't get carried away, otherwise it's easy to get hurt." "Zhang Mu, where did you learn that?" However, how should he put it? It warmed his heart. Everything was unspoken. "By the way, son, are you busy with work now?" Suddenly, Zhang Mom asked. "Not busy. I just pick up 100 empty bottles a day. The rest of the time, I'm just idling." "Since you're not busy, when will you come back? Mom will make your favorite braised pork." Now that her son is successful, of course, she is happy, but more than the money he sends home. What she hopes for most is that her son can come back for a few days so the family can enjoy their time together. After exhausting all efforts for their children, how pitiful is the heart of parents everywhere. Zhang Mu didn't hesitate, since he had already taken care of things in Yanjing. "Mom, I'll go back tomorrow." Chapter 88. A shop. The next day, Zhang Mu flew directly back to his hometown from Yanjing. This time, he got a first-class seat. He didn't encounter any greasy uncles acting awkwardly and was instead treated to attentive service by beautiful flight attendants. His mood was exceptionally pleasant. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that during his last 2 days in Yanjing, he didn't slack off. He picked up enough empty bottles every day. As a result, he received 8 of the shares in Yanjing International Hospital, becoming the 5th largest shareholder. Zhang Mu checked the information on the International Hospital online and was directly shocked. This was a hospital absolutely controlled by a foreign pharmaceutical giant, with a medical level leading globally. It is said that many foreign leaders only go to this hospital when they fall ill. Moreover, this hospital in Yanjing was the first branch established by the pharmaceutical giant in Huaxia. It was simply amazing. Receiving such a reward, how could Zhang Mu not be thrilled? After all, in the world, relationships and connections matter. And a top-tier hospital clearly represents a vast network of connections. Just think about who seeks treatment at top-tier hospitals. And you can imagine how terrifying the connections accumulated by the hospital are. It was simply beautiful and intoxicating. As for the other reward, a nationwide shopping cart for Huaxing supermarket. Compared to the hospital shares, it was obviously less valuable. They weren't even on the same level. However, Zhang Mu found it very practical. There happened to be a Huaxing supermarket in his hometown, so he decided to give this card to his parents to buy whatever they wanted. Moreover, the previous reward, the Hermes Platinum Diamond Bag, was meant to be given to his mom as a shopping bag, since he had already given his mom something. He couldn't be biased and needed to get something for his dad too. He would use this shopping card to buy some cigarettes and alcohol to honor his dad. So, after getting off the plane, Zhang Mu took a taxi straight to Huaxing Supermarket. Huaxing Supermarket, a nationally renowned chain supermarket, known for its quality and affordability. It is loved by the public. Upon arriving at Huaxing Supermarket, Zhang Mu skillfully made his way to the tobacco and alcohol section. "Do you have the 1992 Han Emperor Matai?" On the way, Zhang Mu had checked online, and the most expensive Matai was this Han Emperor Matai, priced at over 30 million yuan. In the past, he would hesitate for a long time even over a bottle costing 3,000 yuan, let alone 30 million. But now it was different. With the system in hand, he felt he could conquer the world. Since he was buying alcohol to honor his dad, he certainly had to buy good wine, right? Besides, the Hermes Platinum Diamond shopping bag he gave to his mom was worth over 10 million yuan. If he bought cheap wine, wouldn't that show favoritism? So, he decided to buy the Han Emperor Matai. However, Huaxing Supermarket, being a common people's supermarket, wouldn't possibly sell Matai worth over 30 million yuan. The salesgirl at the tobacco and alcohol counter thought that anyone who said that must either be crazy or trying to flirt. The latter was more likely. After all, she was a local beauty at Huaxing Supermarket, right? The salesgirl immediately sneered and, meeting Zhang Mu's gaze, was about to say that this way of flirting was a bit too much. But wait. You're Zhang Mu. The salesgirl was quite surprised. Zhang Mu was also taken aback, recognizing her. "You're Gao Huiman?" "Yes, it's me." Looks like Zhang Handsome still remembers me. There was no helping it. A girl's first impression is often based on a guy's looks. A handsome guy like Zhang Mu could easily capture the attention of girls of all ages. Gao Huiman couldn't help but become a little starry-eyed. She is Zhang Mu's neighbor, and they grew up playing together. However, after she graduated from high school and entered the workforce, they lost contact. Now, encountering each other again brings a unique, big brother-little sister bond. But soon, this bond faded away because Zhang Mu had changed. He became boastful. He was no longer the friendly neighbor boy. He casually asked about a bottle of Handi Mutai, priced at 30 million. What kind of family can afford that? Society truly is a big dye vat. People change. Who knew that when Zhang Mu saw Gao Huimin not answering about the wine, he thought she didn't hear him clearly, so he asked again. Do you have the 1992 Handi Mutai? Gao Huimin. Here we go again. She shook her head in disappointment. No? Oh. Zhang Mu didn't think much of it and glanced at the wine cabinet again. Then what is the most expensive wine you have? Gao Huimin furrowed her brows. Her disappointment increasing. She wanted to see how long Zhang Mu could keep this up. She pointed to the center of the wine cabinet. The most expensive we have is Feitian Mutai, which is 30,000 a bottle. All right, I'll take 2 cases of that. Zhang Mu smiled and said. It seemed he would have to buy 2 cases of Feitian Mutai for his dad instead of the 1992 Handi Mutai through other channels, making do for now. By the way, give me 20 packs of Huazi as well. Although smoking is harmful to health, his dad loves it, so he naturally had to buy some. After saying this, Zhang Mu took out the shopping card he received as a system reward and handed it to Gao Huimin. At that moment, Gao Huimin seriously suspected something was wrong with her ears. 30,000 a bottle of Feitian Mutai, and he wanted 2 cases? That is not all. 2,000 per pack for Huazi, and he wanted 20 packs. Without a doubt, this was the largest order she had ever received since becoming a salesperson. Logically, she should be very happy because she would get a decent commission after completing the order, but the buyer was Zhang Mu. Their houses were no more than 50 meters apart, and she knew very well what kind of conditions Zhang Mu's family had. Buying a 30,000 yuan bottle of Feitian Mutai was already extravagant, and now he wanted 2 cases along with 20 packs of Huazi. Was he really just bragging without any basis? Zhang Mu, how did you become like this? Gao Huimin shook her head in extreme disappointment. Zhang Mu. What is wrong with me? He felt a bit confused. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his mom calling, asking where he was. Zhang Mu hurriedly answered the call, while urging Gao Huimin to hurry up and check out. All right, I want to see how long you can keep this up. Gao Huimin, more disappointed, shook her head again, took the shopping card, and swiped it at the magnetic strip. Without needing to think, she knew the balance would be insufficient. However, with a beep, the computer immediately displayed the balance on Zhang Mu's shopping card. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 million. 100 million? Gao Huimin was completely shocked and started screaming. Zhang Mu was nearly startled into dropping his phone by her unreasonable scream. What's wrong? Is my balance insufficient? When the system rewarded him with this card, it didn't specify how much money was on it. Could it really be insufficient? And he was making a fool of himself? But Gao Huimin quickly shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. It's enough, enough. The money on the card is enough to buy our entire store. Chapter 89. Honoring parents. The balance in the card was 100 million. It was more than enough to buy the local Huaxing supermarket. But who would recharge a shopping card with that much money? 100 million. Real cash. Gao Huimin was so stunned she kept screaming. Soon, her actions attracted the attention of other saleswomen. At first, they laughed at Gao Huimin for looking like someone who had never seen the world. But when they saw the balance on the computer, they also started screaming. Zhang Mu, I just wanted to buy some things. Can you all finish the checkout before you scream? 2 minutes later, the incident attracted the supermarket manager, who personally rushed over to help Zhang Mu check out. Mr. Zhang, our supermarket offers free delivery service. Do you need it? Yes, I need it very much. I didn't drive back this time. It's really inconvenient to carry so many things. Since there's free delivery, that's fantastic. He immediately left his address, greeted Gao Huimin, and left. He had to go as his mom was calling again. Wow, Xiaomin, who is he? Right? He is quite hidden. Hurry up and explain. Who is this guy with a shopping card recharged with 100 million? With Zhang Mu leaving, Gao Huimin naturally became the center of attention. To be honest, she was still a bit dazed. She initially thought Zhang Mu had gone bad and was just bragging, but now with a balance of 100 million. Was this really bragging? This was an outright slap in the face. Originally, she had some thoughts about such a handsome guy like Zhang Mu. But now with his financial capability, she was head over heels in love. Suddenly, she remembered something very important. If she remembered correctly, Zhang Mu's mom had been wandering around the village recently, looking to set him up on a blind date. She had even come to her house to ask about it, but at that time, Gao Huimin had politely declined. After all, she had a suitor who drove a BMW. Clearly, bread was more important than love. But now, to hell with bread. Being with Zhang Mu not only meant love, but also a huge fortune. He was undoubtedly her destined partner. Gao Huimin's eyes lit up, and she cleared her throat, proudly surveying the crowd, and unilaterally declared, "Aren't you all curious about who he is? All right, I'll come clean. He is my husband." After saying this, Gao Huimin joyfully chased after him. She couldn't let Zhang Mu get away. She needed to rush home to tell her parents and discuss the blind date with Zhang Mu that night. Zhang Mu, of course, was unaware of all this. After leaving Huaxing supermarket, he took a cab home. His home was an ordinary two-story house. By the time he arrived, the delivery guy from Huaxing supermarket had also arrived. Perfect. Zhang Mu picked up 3 boxes in one go and walked into the yard, shouting, "Mom, I'm back. Coming. Coming." His mom's voice came from inside the house, and then her smiling face appeared in front of Zhang Mu. "What else with all these things you bought home?" Seeing Zhang Mu carrying 3 boxes and a bag on his back, his mom couldn't help but start nagging. "Ah, this little bit is nothing. Your son almost bought out the whole supermarket just now. All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and come in. Dinner is ready." Zhang Mu responded and followed her inside. In the house, besides Zhang Dad, there was a middle-aged couple. What a coincidence. It was Gao Huimin's parents. They had come to the city today and hadn't cooked dinner yet. Zhang Mu's mom, being hospitable, invited them over to eat. Of course, Zhang Mu's mom had a direct motive. The last time they tried to set up a blind date didn't go well. Although the specifics were unclear, the blind date girl couldn't say she messed up and missed out on a billionaire. Zhang Mu's mom decided to arrange another blind date for her son, and Gao Huimin, their neighbor, was undoubtedly the best candidate. "What are you standing there for? Call them over, you silly child." Zhang Mu's mom immediately tugged at Zhang Mu's clothes, urging him to greet Gao Huimin's parents to leave a good impression. "Uncle Gao, Aunt Gao." Zhang Mu casually greeted them without thinking much. "Haha, Zhang Mu is back. This young man is getting handsomer and handsomer." Gao Dad and Gao Mom immediately returned the compliment. Among them, Gao Mom could see Zhang Mom's intentions clearly. "Unfortunately, my daughter already has a boyfriend who drives a BMW. Although Zhang Mu is a good kid, his conditions definitely can't compare to the BMW guy. It's just fate. But we still have to eat, right? Might as well enjoy it." Soon, Zhang Ma called everyone to take their seats. She even specifically asked Zhang Ba to bring out the best wine at home. "Dad, I bought some wine," Zhang Mu interrupted, picking up a case of Feitian Matai from the floor, placing it on the chair, and opening it. He took out 2 bottles, placing one in front of Zhang Ba and the other in front of Gao Ba. Zhang Ba was stunned. Gao Ba was even more incredulous, his mouth hanging open. Both of them were seasoned drinkers and could tell at a glance what kind of wine was on the table. "No way am I seeing things. 3,000 for a bottle of Feitian Matai." Gao Ba hurriedly picked up a bottle to examine it closely. It was indeed genuine Feitian Matai. He couldn't help swallowing hard. "Zhang Mu, you're doing well, even getting this wine for your dad." Zhang Mu smiled and looked at Zhang Ba. "I wanted to buy something better, but the supermarket didn't have it." Dad, I can only make do with this. Luckily, I didn't buy too much, just 2 cases. Once we finish this good wine, I'll get you something better." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ba was even more confused. Gao Ba's lips twitched. A bottle of 3,000 yuan Feitian Matai, and he's making do? What kind of family is this? And he didn't buy too much, just 2 cases? Making do with it? Honestly, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gao Ba wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark. But the 2 cases of genuine Feitian Matai were right there. Gao Ba was completely at a loss. At this moment, the stunned Zhang Ba trembled his arm, wanting to smoke a cigarette to calm his nerves. "Dad, don't smoke that anymore. I bought you Huazi, 20 packs, it should be enough for you for a while." Seeing this, Zhang Mu quickly snatched his dad's cigarette case away and then brought 20 packs of Huazi to the table. Zhang Ba, Gao Ba, shocked again, especially Gao Ba, who trembled and fell directly from his chair to the floor. Zhang Mu frowned and hurriedly helped him up. "What is going on? I didn't do anything. It was just buying 2 cases of wine and a few packs of cigarettes for his dad, right? Why did neighbor Gao Ba just sit on the floor? Forget it. Not his problem." Zhang Mu helped Gao Ba up to sit down again, then opened his backpack. "Mom, please don't be jealous, I bought you something too." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out an Hermes Birkin diamond bag worth over 10 million. Chapter 90. Who leaked the news? Gao Ma's family background was decent, so she had been exposed to some luxury brands since childhood. Although she couldn't tell at a glance how much this Hermes Birkin diamond bag cost, she knew it was Hermes, right? And there was a big bunch of dazzling diamonds. Even if they were fake, this bag was definitely not cheap. Honestly, Gao Ma's level of shock was no less than that of Gao Ba. She was stunned. But Zhang Ma had never been in contact with luxury items and didn't know what Hermes or Louis Vuitton was. She just thought this bag looked beautiful. Especially the chain decoration on the outside, sparkling and stunning. "You kid, always buying things randomly." "Mom, this isn't random shopping, okay? This is a shopping bag. You can use it when you go out to buy groceries in the future." "What? An Hermes bag for groceries?" Gao Ma was completely thrown off. Zhang Mu smiled proudly. It was meant to be used as a shopping bag, not to show off. He helped Zhang Ma put on the bag. "Mom, go look in the mirror. Women love to look beautiful." Zhang Ma said she didn't want to, but in the end, she couldn't resist Zhang Mu and walked to the mirror to take a look. She was simply in love with it. Mom, does it look good? Looks good, looks good. Zhang Ma's face was filled with a happy smile. After all, this bag was bought by her son. It looked good no matter what. By the way, Aunt Gao, do you think it looks good? Gao Ma's lips twitched, her eyes turning red with envy. And Hermes bag, how could it not look good? Then, honey, I suddenly remembered that the gas tank at home seems to be left on. I need to go back. Right, I just remembered too. Let's go. I'll go back with you. Gao Ba and Gao Ma couldn't eat anymore. They felt uncomfortable even staying for a minute. By the time Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma reacted, the two had already run out the door, and when they chased after them, they were already dozens of meters away. Huh, Aunt Gao, isn't your house over here? Right. Gao Ba and Gao Ma were sweating profusely, even running in the wrong direction to their own home. It was incredibly awkward. You kid. Seeing this, Zhang Ma couldn't help but glare at Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu looked quite innocent. He didn't do anything. Running all the way back home, Gao Ba and Gao Ma locked the door. Honestly, Zhang Mu really didn't do anything. But the two of them felt uncomfortable all over. Honey, do you think Zhang's kid really hit the jackpot? Although last time Zhang Mu sent 40,000 home, the neighbors had basically all heard about it. But hearing is one thing, seeing is another. If they hadn't seen the 40,000, who would know if it's real? They couldn't rule out the possibility that Zhang's family had deliberately released a smokescreen to help Zhang Mu find a good wife. So, usually cautious Gao Ba and Gao Ma refused when Zhang Ma came to inquire about matchmaking. As a result, today they were stunned by Zhang Mu's series of show-offs. Their hearts were undoubtedly shaken. They couldn't miss out on a rich son-in-law, could they? No. You know what the conditions of the old Zhang family are. Maybe this is another trap? After all, the Feitian Matai bottles aren't expensive. Buy them and mix them with some other wine. Who knows if it's real or fake? And the cigarettes, they weren't even opened. Lastly, that Hermes bag. In this day and age, what's lacking is replicas. Hearing Gao Ba's analysis, it made some sense. The old Zhang family is full of tricks. No, we need to keep a close eye on our Hui Min. The two of them were counting on their daughter to marry a rich son-in-law for a comfortable retirement. Gao Ma immediately took out her phone, ready to send a WeChat message to her daughter to inform her that the son of the old Zhang family was back. But at that moment, there was a loud knock on the door. Gao Ba and Gao Ma were startled, thinking Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma were coming after them. Hurriedly saying, "Old Zhang, your son really isn't suitable for my daughter." To their surprise, the voice outside was Gao Huimin's. Suitable, more suitable than anyone else. Mom, open the door, it's Xiaomin. I'm going to marry Zhang Mu tonight. Gao Ba and Gao Ma. The two were instantly at a loss. They opened the door and saw that their daughter had lost one of her shoes. That's right, Gao Huimin had run all the way back. She had been riding an electric bike, but it ran out of power halfway. In the dark, on the country road, where could she find a taxi? So she gritted her teeth and ran back, not even realizing she had lost a shoe. Xiaomin, what happened? Gao Ba and Gao Ma were confused. Dad, Mom, do you know? Gao Huimin, out of breath, quickly recounted what happened with Zhang Mu shopping at the supermarket today. Gao Ba and Gao Ma were instantly shocked. A shopping cart balance of 100 million? What does that mean? They were a bit breathless. Gao Ba clutched his chest. Xiaomin, are you kidding us? Dad, Mom, do you think I'm joking? Gao Huimin pushed them aside and ran to take a shower, changing into her prettiest dress because she was going to marry Zhang Mu tonight. After being pushed aside, Gao Ba and Gao Ma staggered a few steps back to the side. Then, the two went crazy. Quick, get the dowry ready for our daughter. Find the clothes I wore when I got married. I want to wear them to drink with our in-laws. 10 minutes later, dressed in their best clothes, Gao Ba, Gao Ma, and Gao Huimin went out. Wow, I can't even look. Gao Huimin somehow found a piece of red cloth and covered herself with it. The villagers on the road were like, what kind of madness is this Gao family up to? The distance of less than 50 meters was covered in an instant. In-laws, we brought Xiaomin to you. Come on, Zhang Mu, my good son-in-law. Quickly lift the red veil for Xiaomin. From now on, you two will be a couple. Upon entering Zhang Mu's home, Gao's father had even prepared a suona and began to play a festive tune on the spot. Zhang Mu, Zhang's father, Zhang's mother. Especially Zhang Mu, he had only shared a couple of small cups of Feitian Matai with his dad. Has his alcohol tolerance gotten so bad recently? Is he already hallucinating? Suddenly, unable to wait any longer, Gao Huimin lifted the red veil herself, looking charmingly at Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu Gij, from now on, I'll be your wife, so you have to treat me well. Zhang Mu. This is really happening? The bride lifted the veil herself? Wait a minute, who said you were the bride? I don't know anything, okay? I just got home and wanted to quietly have a meal with my parents. Why is it so difficult? Little did he know, the Gao family was just the beginning. Okay, soon, the whole village was in chaos. Any villager who had previously inquired about the matchmaking situation had sent their daughters over. This is just making things even harder. Zhang Mu just wanted to know, who leaked the news about his return to the village.